This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Who am I? Where am I? In the darkness, the man slowly opened his eyes. Ah, yes, I seem dead? He slowly sat up, finding himself lying in a completely unfamiliar place. Surrounded by stone walls, it looked like the castle basement you find in horror games. He lay on the cold stone slab in the basement center, beneath him a complex, geometrically beautiful magic summoning circle inscribed with an unknown, otherworldly script. After adjusting to the light for a moment, you could barely make out the mottled stone walls. It was dark and damp, with only a few candles, seemingly tucked in at random corners, flickering and emitting a lingering spark, their light seemingly swallowed up by the encroaching darkness. Did I really travel through time? He pondered hard, memories gradually becoming clearer in his hazy mind. His name was Moyu, only 27 years old, a game planner who died suddenly from working too much overtime. Due to so many colleagues resigning from his team, he was forced to take on the roles of artist, copywriter, and screenwriter. His last memory was the sharp chest pain he felt after drinking his third cup of coffee in the early morning of the 90th day of overtime. Thinking about it, it seems the sudden death buff has definitely been fully stacked, so I must have passed away, right? But where is this place? This scene feels more like a European setting than the underworld, right? Hell? I don't believe in Christianity or Catholicism, do I? Moyu muttered to himself as he stood up and examined his body. Yes, he still had a body, not a soul, and he was still wearing the clothes he worn before his sudden death. Aside from the complete disappearance of his chest pain and discomfort, everything seemed the same as before. Even the stubble on his chin seemed a bit longer. If my body hadn't been dumped in a strange basement by an unscrupulous boss, I have traveled through time, right? Moyu squatted down, his occupational hazard striking him, as he touched the shape on the ground that resembled a summoning circle. He twirled the sticky liquid that looked like blood on his fingertips. If this scene is the opening, there should at least be an opening CG or a guide NPC. I don't know what you mean by NPC. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed in Moyu's mind. Strangely, the man's voice was almost identical to his own, but perhaps I can answer your questions. With these words, a figure slowly stepped out of the shadows of the corner. It was a humanoid creature, clad in a tattered wizard's hooded cloak. Indescribable purple octopus tentacles and spikes protruded from holes at every angle. He looked like a pixelated NPC in a 25-plus horror game, tainted by an evil spirit. The left side of his face was practically a mess of purple tentacles, but the right side was intact. Moyu stared at the half-face in astonishment, speechless for a moment. The intact half looked exactly like him. Doppelganger? Should this be considered the professionalism of a game planner? The first thing that leaped into Moyu's mind wasn't fear, but the setting itself. Legend has it that anyone who sees a doppelganger will die. Oh no, I think I already died once. The humanoid creature's lips curled slightly in a half-smile. He extended his right hand and lightly tapped Moyu's forehead with his index finger. More like a parallel world than a doppelganger. Quantum mechanics is indecisive, but imagination isn't enough for parallel universes. This time, the words didn't emerge from Moyu's mind, but from the humanoid's mouth. Oddly, the humanoid's words were clearly not in any language Moyu was familiar with, yet it was as if Moyu's mind had been installed with translation software, automatically understanding the meaning of his words. Moyu paused. Can I understand you? He looked at the humanoid's right index finger, which pointed at his forehead. Is that the effect of that finger just now? The other creature nodded gently. Just a small spell. Welcome to the continent of Oziria. I am you from this time and space. You can call me the Great Mage Moyu. Moyu? Moyu repeated it several times. The pronunciation of this otherworldly name sounded very similar to his own, though with a strange accent. In your world, you are indeed facing sudden death, Moyu said gently, a purple tentacle slowly crawling across his left cheek. I used a little of this world's power to summon you to hours before your actual death. I also removed your fatigue, illness, and all the other causes of your death. Of course, this kind of help isn't free. I, and this world, both need your help. Me? Moyu pointed at himself, uncertainly, but I'm just an ordinary game planner. Neither a hero nor a savior, just an ordinary worker who died from overwork. Yes, after searching 599,913 parallel worlds, I believe you have the best chance of saving this world from doomsday. Moyu said, his eyes brimming with trust, wisdom, and sincerity beneath his wriggling tentacles. Despite his uncanny appearance, Mou felt an inexplicable affinity and trust for him. Perhaps it's because we're the same person in different worlds? Mou wondered uncertainly, but their personalities and abilities couldn't be more different. This world is vastly different from yours. It possesses its own world consciousness, with its own wondrous world rules and creative power. Moya was said, as the people blessed by this world consciousness, we can create anything by simply tapping into this power and making a wish. This world-ruling power is known as the power of will. What you say becomes what you wish for. Is it that powerful? Mou exclaimed. But this kind of setting usually has backlash, right? Similar to the trope of, be careful what you wish for. Where making a careless wish will inevitably bring bad consequences. You're quite right. Moya nodded approvingly. Making careless wishes will inevitably bring retribution. But over the long years, the people of this world have mastered the use of this power, avoiding backlash and recording their repeatedly verified wishes, thus forming magic. And I, a great magician, am a master magician. It feels a bit like training an AI with keywords to paint, and then saving the magic spell keywords. Mou grumbled. Although willpower can bring certain backlash, that's not the reason this world is doomed. Mou ignored Mou's grumble and continued his explanation. This world's enemies come from the outside world. According to human records, thousands of years ago, a strange evil power descended upon the world and began to erode the world's essence, polluting its consciousness and destroying its rules. Historians call this the Great Advent Era. Since then, any use of willpower, a force governing the world's rules, has caused a certain degree of contamination to the user. Mou pointed to the tentacle-covered left side of his face, and this is what being eroded by contamination looks like. I've been wanting to say this ever since. This tentacle is so Cthulhu. Mou said. Shoo! Mou hurriedly stopped him. Don't speak the evil god's name. Mentioning his name will draw his gaze. Fortunately, I already set up a barrier around this basement. But after you leave here, please don't mention their names, or you instantly be tainted by the evil god's power. Wait, is this really a Cthulhu setting? Are you saying, Mou searched his memory for the game's settings, that the source of the evil god corrupting this world is the old one, the giant octopus sleeping on the ocean floor, driving people mad in dreams, the one with a similar meme to the flying spaghetti cult? I don't know what flying spaghetti is. But it should be him. Moya was said, somewhat confused and uncertain. Ah. It's nothing, don't worry about it. It's just a joke from another world, Ramen. Mou waved his hand, signaling Moya to continue. The evil god's erosion of the world consciousness has caused the world's laws to become disrupted. To protect the final core of the world consciousness has continuously shed the eroded and contaminated parts. Those contaminated fragments, along with the power of the world's authority, are lost in this world. And this? A halo of light suddenly appeared in his hand, and within the dazzling light was a small, blue-purple butterfly. This is the last fragment of the world consciousness that has not been contaminated by the evil god's power. The small blue-purple butterfly fluttered and flew up from Moya's palm, swirling like a leaf in the wind, and landed in Mou's right palm, transforming into a beam of light and merging into Mou's soul. It seems the world consciousness has entered my body. Is this normal? Mou asked uncertainly. It chose you. Moya smiled. The world you came from lacks willpower and magic. Also, in that world, evil gods exist only in stories, so your world has a high-dimensional suppressive effect on their power. Once you gain my knowledge and power, you will be able to wield the power of this world without being harmed by it. As long as you follow my plan, you can save this world, gain endless life, and even seize power and become a god of this world. It's just... He paused. While willpower is powerful, it's not something a novice can easily master. To help you quickly and easily master this power, I've taken the initiative to read some of your memories. Combining the power of fragments of world consciousness, I created in your terms, a system. It will guide you at the appropriate time and assign you tasks to complete. You can think of this world as a large-scale online game, and you are the sole operator of it. So this is the fourth disaster route? Mou understood. Although I didn't expect to return to my old job as a game planner after traveling to another world, since I died suddenly anyway, living here might as well be living. Assuming you continue to complete your tasks and restore the energy of the fragments of world consciousness, you might be able to return to your original world in the future. Moya said, that is. If you still want to go back then. Now, I will transfer all my knowledge and magic power to you. Moya said this, grasping Mou's hand. After muttering something Mou couldn't understand, a massive force, mixed with countless knowledge, transformed into a torrent of white light, poured from his right hand into Mou's body, sweeping through his blood vessels, muscles, and nerves, all the way to his brain. Mou felt as if he had been struck by high-voltage electricity again, twitching and rolling his eyes. His consciousness was rapidly ripped away, as if he had wandered through a vast ocean of millennia of time in a matter of seconds before being thrust back into his body. The dizziness even made Mou feel a little nauseous. Moiwa helped him regain his footing. The right half of his face finally lost its gentle, polite smile, and instead shone with hopeful joy. After so many years of being eroded by the evil god's power, I'm almost at my limit. My disciple, DeCarlo, will be waiting for you outside the basement. This mage tower, and all of AMT County are my possessions. With my knowledge, you can now understand the language of this world as if it were your own. I hope you can save this world on my behalf. Please live well in my place. As Moiwa's voice faded, his body, starting from his feet, rapidly transformed into a stone statue, while the ground beneath him rapidly turned to sand. Mou hurriedly stepped back, watching as Moiwa's remains were swallowed by the ground, which seemed to have turned to quicksand. He lowered his head slightly, placed his right hand on his left chest, and, with the etiquette of this world he had just learned from Moiwa's memories, watched this benefactor, who could be said to have saved his life, and his parallel self, depart. Soon, with the disappearance of Moiwa's body, the ground returned to normal. It was the same dark and eerie basement from just now. The candles on the wall crackled and sparked again. Mou took a deep breath, stretched out his right hand, which had just been attached to the fragment of the world consciousness, and tried to call out, "World consciousness. System? Ding, World Guardian System 1.0 is online. System Spirit Leah is at your service." An electronic sound echoed in Mou's mind. With it, a translucent light screen appeared out of thin air before Mou's eyes, floating in the center of his field of vision as he moved his gaze. This light screen has 5 subpages: Mou's own attribute panel, the quest panel, the world consciousness fragment status panel, the player summoning panel, and the creation panel. Mou first opened his own attribute panel. Name, Mou. Race, human. Occupation, Lord Archmage. Level, LV1. Constitution, 5. Your physical fitness determines your recovery speed after injury, and your physical defense, intelligence, 8. Agility, 5. Magic power, 10, locked, 3 out of 10 unlocked, perception, 11. Willpower, 22. As a social worker from Earth, your willpower is surprisingly high for this world. Luck, invisible, charm, invisible, skill, identification, LV5. The identification skill, gifted by Mou, can identify any item or creature up to 5 levels higher than your own. Fireball, LV1. The most basic fireball, something any magic apprentice can cast. You don't know how to cast it yet, do you? Creation, LV1, used with the creation panel. At LV1, you can use it 3 times daily. Created items cannot exceed 1M times 1M times 1M. Leveling up increases the number of uses and item size. Creation requires generating a blueprint or rules for the item/creature/concept. Note, what a mediocre panel. Maybe Moiwa was a great magician in the past, but you haven't even managed to cast a fireball, and now you're only at LV1. What's with this note? Does this world consciousness have its own complaints? Why are you so obsessed with fireball? Why do I, who inherited the abilities of a great magician, only have fireball in my skill list? Mou's lips twitched as he internally complained furiously. He clicked on the quest panel, where 3 quests already appeared. Main Quest 1, Disciple. Please speak to DeCarlo outside and enter the study. Complete this quest to receive 1 newbie gift pack, 1 station. Main Quest 2, Territory. Please inspect your territory and identify the player activity area. Complete this quest to receive 1 resurrection point, 3 teleport points. Main Quest 3, Players. Please summon 3 players. Quest completion requirements: 1 resurrection point, 3 player shells, 3 contracted players. Note, the world consciousness currently has only enough energy left to summon portions of the spirits of 3 human players into this world. Lords, please select the appropriate human through the appropriate path and deliver the summoning medium. The medium can be created by the Lord. Players entering this world will not be harmed in their otherworldly bodies. If the player's body damage exceeds 50%, their spirit will automatically return to their original body, going offline. They will need to replace or repair their body before returning online. The spirit energy lost during gameplay will become energy for the world consciousness. This loss of spirit energy is a normal part of the player's survival and does not harm them. Completing the quest will earn you World Consciousness Energy X30. The World Consciousness Fragment status panel currently only has a single energy bar showing 70/. The progress bar is mostly gray, with only a precarious flicker of blue light on the left. As a game planner, MOU made a rough estimate based on the progress of the progress bar. Currently, the blue light is less than 2%, suggesting that the World Consciousness's remaining energy is truly pitifully low. The two panels behind are currently gray. The player panel appears to be unavailable until a player is available, while the creation panel indicates that it can only be accessed while in a settlement. It seems I need to complete main mission 1 first. MOU thought this as he ascended the stairs to the exit. He stopped before the heavy wooden door, wiped his sweaty hands on his t-shirt, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door to his next life. Chapter 2. The moment he stepped out of the damp, dark basement, MOU was dazzled by the sunlight outside, and tears welled up uncontrollably. He closed his eyes to calm himself, but the next second, a brown creature cried out, "Ah!" and rushed over to hug him. "Teacher, you succeeded? You eliminated the erosion and mutation." The one who rushed over was a short, brown, curly-haired boy with a round face and a touch of baby fat and cute freckles on his cheeks. He wore a gray robe, the sleeves of which seemed too long, and had to be rolled up several times before reaching his wrists. The curly-haired boy was clearly very close to Moyawu, constantly touching him like he was examining a treasure. "Wow, I almost forgot your face looked like this. How did you do that? This is something even the Church of Light can't achieve, huh? You changed your clothes too. Just as you said, are your memories still there?" The short, overly boisterous boy was like an overly active corgi. MOU instinctively reached out and rubbed his furry head. "What did I tell you earlier?" The boy grunted, letting go of MOU, counting on his fingers. "Teacher, you said you were going to try a very dangerous, highly likely failed, cleansing spell. It could result in a change of appearance, a change of clothing, memory loss, and the appearance of seemingly inexplicable strange objects and people in the future." As the boy spoke, Moyawu's memories resurfaced in MOU's mind. MOU was surprised to find that Moyawu's memory was more like a book he had read for many years, covered by a thick layer of mist, and would only be recalled when he saw or heard relevant content. The transfer of knowledge was even more subtle. As he saw the bright hall and the surrounding furniture, MOU naturally accepted their existence, names, and uses. Even as he stepped out of the Mage Tower's gates and saw the dry land shrouded in black smoke and the two suns in the sky, one green and one yellow, he simply sighed silently. "We're not in Kansas anymore." He then naturally accepted the knowledge that the green sun was called Sakina, meaning the power of life. That when the green sun shines, the power of will increases at twice the normal rate, and that the yellow sun is called Illuma, meaning the power of purification. That when the yellow sun shines, the evil spirit's corruption brought by the power of will is purified. MOU stood at the entrance of the Mage Tower and looked out for a while. As far as the eye could see, there was a desert filled with black smoke. After regaining, or rather, activating, his knowledge through observation, he turned and re-entered the Mage Tower. Following DeCarlo, who was droning on about his teacher's praises, he climbed the spiral staircase and reached the study on the 5th floor. It was a study in the style of a magician, and surprisingly large. MOU wasn't an architecture major, but he estimated the first floor of the 7-story Mage Tower to be approximately 500 square meters. The entire Mage Tower was shaped like a frustum, larger at the bottom and smaller at the top, and the floor he lived on was approximately 300 square meters in total. Excluding the spiral staircase in the center of the tower, the study occupied roughly half of the remaining area. The design was supposed to be a small, half-sector, but because the walls were mostly lined with bookshelves, the interior appeared slightly square. Upon entering, the left-hand side facing the outside of the tower was a window, and the remaining 3 sides were bookshelves. Near the window stood a large, piled with stuff desk. Between the desk and the windowsill sat a heavy, thickly cushioned chair, which looked good for the lumbar spine. Across from the desk, in the middle of the bookshelf, a small door, about a foot tall, was cut out. A bed could be vaguely seen through the half-open doorway. This must have been Moya's bedroom. In front of the bedroom stood a coffee table and a sofa set, with a sand table on top. In front of the bookshelf facing the study door, a nearly 20 square meter area was enclosed by red rope. Unlike the wooden flooring in the rest of the study, this 20 square meter area was made of a metallic material. In the center of the floor stood a strange instrument. MOU took a look, and a new concept popped into his mind, creating a platform. Ding. A system notification chimed. "You have completed main mission 1, Disciple. Your newbie gift pack has been distributed, and you have received 1 base, AMT County. You can view the base map on the sand table in the study, or by opening the system panel. That's it, but MOU didn't check the sand table first. Instead, he sat down on the large chair that was good for your lumbar spine, and waved to DeCarlo. Come, let me see your recent progress. Ah, DeCarlo said embarrassedly. Not much progress. Look at you, boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. You turned out to be a poor student. However, MOU's original intention wasn't to test DeCarlo's academic performance. He simply wanted to use this opportunity to activate Moiwu's magical knowledge system. So he waved his hand nonchalantly. No problem. Start from the beginning. Just treat it as a review of everything you learned. DeCarlo, without a trace of doubt, swiftly and decisively pulled a book from the mountain of books. The pile trembled slightly, then stabilized smoothly without any collapse. It seemed this disciple was used to this sort of thing. He opened the textbook and rambled on. According to Mucalot's third theorem, willpower is the fundamental power at the core of the world and the foundation of all magic. Willpower is the power of wishing. The people, endowed with power by the world consciousness, can mobilize willpower and bring about magic with their words. However, because willpower was contaminated by an indescribable force thousands of years ago, any use of it will suffer a certain degree of erosion, and improper use can bring about unforeseen disasters. Therefore, wise men, later known as great magicians, passed down specific, fulfilled wishes in the form of spells, which became magic. Yes. MOU nodded. When DeCarlo wasn't paying attention, he fished out his phone from his trouser pocket and tapped the save button on the recording. Fortunately, the phone I left with me during the time travel had also arrived. With a little processing, this magical explanation could become excellent CG material. Meanwhile, while listening to DeCarlo's narration, he also recognized and accessed the memories that Moya had transmitted to him. To put it in modern terms, wish power is roughly a mysterious power of words. Once this power is mobilized, everything spoken becomes reality. However, unchecked wishes can have uncontrollable consequences. For example, wishing for flowers to bloom on the ground only to cause an ecological imbalance in the area, leaving no grass or food growing except for flowers. Or, wishing for the resurrection of the dead only to find the corpse resurrected in a zombie state. It's probably the kind of be careful what you wish for scenario you find in traditional American horror novels. At the same time, because the origin of the world has been tainted by the power of the evil god, those who wield willpower will undergo various bizarre mutations. For example, they might suddenly sprout tentacles and eyes, eventually transforming into a 25-rated mosaic like Moiwu. Those with weak willpower will even lose their sanity and fall into madness, rapidly mutating into monsters and ultimately dying. To reduce the erosion, Master, you only allow me to practice magic on yellow days, using the power of Illuma to cleanse the erosion caused by magic. On double days, I meditate, and on green days, I hide in my room and avoid all magic. Yellow days are when the yellow sun Illuma appears alone, double days are when 2 suns appear simultaneously, and green days are when the green sun Sakina appears alone. These 2 stars orbit in opposite directions, and the pattern is green day, night, double day, night, yellow day, night, green day. The interval from one sunrise to the next is slightly longer than on Earth, approximately 25 hours. But MOU felt that for a game set in the 4th disaster, this time difference was completely negligible. If the nighttime willpower/erosion growth rate is set at 1, then on a green day it's 2, on a yellow day it's -1, and on a double day it's 1. The rate of purification far outstrips the rate of daily erosion, which is one of the reasons why this world is on the brink of extinction. DeCarlo, for example, shows almost no signs of being altered by the evil god. It seems Moiwu has put a lot of thought into protecting this disciple. If I absolutely need to use magic outside of yellow days, have me smell the amnesia powder afterward, DeCarlo said, pulling out a small bottle. Because the evil god's erosion primarily affects the mind, if you forget this memory, the physical erosion will be eliminated. However, this method only works for erosion levels below 20%. Once the erosion exceeds 20%, the effect is greatly reduced. Like this. He expertly uncorked the bottle, brought it to his nose, and sniffed. His expression instantly blanked. MOU? ? DeCarlo blinked, glanced at the bottle in his hand, then lifted it up, and held it to his nose again. Like this. Okay, I get it. MOU reached out, and held DeCarlo's hand, preventing the foolish apprentice from falling into an endless cycle of what is this? Smell it. What is this? Smell it. What is this? Smell it. He finally realized that this apprentice, more than a corgi, was more like a foolish roe deer with blind faith in his teacher, blindly believing whatever his teacher said, no matter how bizarre or illogical. Of course, Mou suspected this might be a side effect of repeatedly inhaling the amnesia powder. So what magic have you learned now? Mou asked. Fireball in water? DeCarlo said confidently, I'm quite skilled at lighting a stove and filling a water tank. So the stove doesn't need to be extinguished for 3 days, and the water tank only fills once every 3 days, right? Mou grumbled inwardly. However, this offered a clear explanation for why this apprentice was such a poor student, studying only 2 days a week, and occasionally sniffing the amnesia potion to slow down his progress. It must be quite remarkable that he could have achieved this level. Mou glanced at the sky and waved his hand, slightly bald. Go prepare lunch. DeCarlo nodded, his face somewhat hesitantly. Teacher, our food supplies are running low. We only have about 5 loaves of black bread and a bag of wheat left. That might only be enough for a few days. The traveling merchants haven't arrived on time this month. I wonder if they run into some problems. Mou retrieved Moya's memories. The people of their AMT county had been nearly wiped out. Including the 2 of them, master and disciple, there were no more than 15 living people in the entire territory. The farmland had been ravaged by the evil god's power, and the black smoke he had just seen on the ground was evidence of the erosion. This eroded land was barren, and even if some plants did grow, they were likely mutated and poisonous. Anyone who ate them would quickly become evil and mutated. Using willpower to conjure food was a bit of a waste, like drinking poison to quench thirst. Moya's severe transformation might be related to his previous attempts to conjure food to survive the famine. The main source of food here is the traveling merchants, who arrive from the main city once a month, bringing elven-grown crops. This is currently the most reliable food source on this continent. As a race with a close connection to nature and least susceptible to the evil god's erosion, the elves are perhaps the most numerous surviving race on this continent, and the food they supply almost feeds all the surviving creatures on the continent. Don't worry about that for now, I take care of it, Mou reassured him. Although he wasn't sure how to solve the food shortage issue yet, as an earthling from a higher dimension, at least he wouldn't be affected when using his willpower to create food. Silly dear DeCarlo happily left, blindly trusting his teacher. Mou opened the system panel and found the backpack button under his stats panel. Clicking on it revealed a 100-slot backpack, currently containing only a single beginner's gift pack. Mou reached out and clicked on the gift pack. After the familiar progress bar finished running, the newbie gift pack was unpacked into the following items: 100 compressed biscuits, 100 mineral waters, 100 novice swords, 100 novice equipment, 100 amnesia powders. These items were clearly a newbie gift pack prepared for future players. If we're really short of food, we can use the players' rations. Mou unburdened himself by assigning the compressed biscuits and mineral water to his own supplies. After all, with no players around now, the GM's survival was paramount. A system notification rang out. Your memories have been imported into the World Guardian System 1.0. The system Spirit Leah has acquired all the knowledge belonging to your world. You can now freely communicate with the system Spirit Leah. Chapter 3. Leah? Mou called out tentatively. A ball of fluorescent green light emerged from the palm of his right hand and slowly unfolded. A small fairy with butterfly wings appeared in the center of the light, looking like a resemblance between Baboon 14 and Dion. The fairy curtsied before him, and then Mou heard a neutral voice echo in his mind. Hello, Lord. I am a projection of the world consciousness. Or at least the last remaining fragment of it. You can call me Leah. I will assist you in your mission to save the world and expel the evil god. To achieve this, you need to collect the lost fragments of the world consciousness, purify them, and reconnect them to the world core. Ding, the system prompt. Final mission released. Recover world consciousness fragments, 07. The world consciousness fragment status panel has been updated. Mou opened. The world consciousness fragment status panel, which previously had only a progress bar, now read, core energy, 70/ recovering world consciousness fragments, 07. Purifying world consciousness fragments, 0/7. World consciousness location guide. No target found yet. Currently 1 search per day. World consciousness fragments are formed when the original core of the world consciousness, sensing its power being eroded by the evil god, proactively cuts off and discards the contaminated portion. While this practice prevents the spread of the evil god's contamination to the original core of the world, it also causes the world consciousness to lose a significant portion of its power. Each lost fragment is associated with a power within this world. When these fragments lose their connection to the world core, the world consciousness can no longer wield this power. To avoid dissipation, the fragments might spontaneously seek out an object to attach themselves to. The object they attach themselves to will inherit the power of the world's authority, equivalent to what you call an artifact in your game. Leah explained, these artifacts, catalyzed by the contamination of the evil god's power, might develop their own consciousness. Even a dead object possesses certain special powers. I see, artifact-level contaminants. Mou snapped his fingers. So, how do we purify this contamination? Leave it under the sun in a luma? Leah shook her head. The evil god's power originates from the mind and dreams. To dispel its influence, we must possess a spiritual force more stable and powerful than its own. Of course, no single consciousness, not even the world consciousness itself, possesses such powerful spiritual strength to oppose this old one who dominates the mind. This is why, during this millennia-long confrontation, the world consciousness would rather give up its authority than constantly cut off its contaminated parts to avoid erosion. Until now, only one last authority remains, the power of space that I possess. After years of exploration and research, fueled by the power of space, Moiwu believed that if he could use a large amount of stable spiritual energy from higher dimensions as an anchor, it could become the foundation of his power. Even if he could draw even a tiny bit of spiritual energy from the anchor, it would converge into a massive torrent, powerful enough to dispel the power of the evil god. What exactly does stable spiritual energy mean? For example, faith, hope, or unwavering conviction, or even clear and organized thought. Leah said, the evil god's power comes from fear, disorder, and madness. Any emotions, thoughts, and souls that oppose them will become my solid anchor. However, this world has been polluted for too long, and there are few people left who can continue to serve as my anchor. Therefore, I need to summon the spirits of some players from your world to serve as my anchors and provide me with energy. No, you may have a serious misunderstanding about the player community. The players themselves may be a bunch of crazy and disorderly beings, in some ways even more evil than the evil god. No, wait, maybe fighting fire with fire is a good idea. As the saying goes, in a mad world, only the mad are sane, and the sane may be the craziest. But if that happens, the beta test players will have to be carefully screened. Mou fell into deep thought. But there are no computers, no internet, no electricity here. How can I contact the players in my original world? We don't even have an official website. As long as we have a blueprint, we can create it with willpower, or even physical objects. Willpower can achieve a complete replica. Leah said. You can open the creation panel. In this room, or in any other location approved by the system, you can safely use the creation panel and platform to utilize the power of your wishes. This method minimizes the risk of accidents caused by making careless wishes. Of course, once you master the use of your wishes, you can also use them independently at any time and in any place. Please note that as a person from another world, while you are immune to the erosion of the evil power associated with the use of your wishes, whether your wishes can be properly fulfilled without any side effects such as backlash depends on your own abilities. The same applies to magic. After completing the magic training quest, you can choose to cast a spell from the system's built-in spell library. It has a 100% success rate and no side effects, excluding those noted by the system, but it will consume mana. You can also learn and cast other spells independently, at your own risk. Mou nodded. Simply put, as a GM, he can use the system's built-in, non-toxic spells and create a panel, or he can act as an ordinary archmage, freely casting magic and wish power. The former, while offering the highest success rate and maximum safety, is subject to system limitations. The latter, without system support or guarantees, has the advantage of greater freedom as his own strength increases. Although this world lacks power and internet, I can open a dimensional portal and retrieve what you need from your world. You can then create a replica based on your computer, powered by willpower, Leah said. Inanimate objects are much less susceptible to corrosion than humans. Just remember to expose it to sunlight during the day. A magical computer, with a chance of becoming a sealed object. Mou's mouth twitched, but he accepted Leah's offer. He had Leah teleport all his belongings from the company before it opened and no one was there. He even left a letter of resignation for his boss. Luckily, his sudden death occurred in the early morning, and no one else was in the office. Since his entire body had traveled through time, there were no witnesses, and fortunately, no strange urban legends remained. After collecting all his belongings from the company, Mou walked straight to his desk, gathered the pile of open books, and placed the cardboard box Leah had so thoughtfully packed securely. He unearthed his beloved cactus, with its small yellow flowers, designed to protect against harmful people and radiation, and placed it on a sunny, well-known windowsill. He then placed the suitcase containing his spare clothes in the bedroom next to the study. Then, Moyu expertly removed his laptop, a corgi hip mouse pad, and a large, work-related mug with the words Leader's Confidant on the front and Big Trouble on the back, neatly placing them on the desk. After finally shoving a massage cushion onto the chair, Moyu finally settled comfortably at the table, letting out a contented sigh, typical of office workers. Ah, even if it's a different world, as long as the food is in place, it's just a matter of moving to another place. He opened the creation panel and, following Leah's instructions, selected his laptop and chose duplicate in the adjacent toolbox. In the properties field, he entered, relying on willpower, automatically search for and connect to Parallel World Network 599913. OK, generate. Moyu excitedly pressed the Create button on the panel. At that moment, a black whirlwind soared from the window, hurtling towards Moyu. However, before it could reach him, it slammed head-on into some invisible barrier with a puff, disintegrating into a cloud of black dust. This is the erosion caused by the power of the evil god, Leah explained. It just collided with your own world barrier. If it were an ordinary person in this world, they'd probably have sprouted tentacles by now. This immunity is quite convenient. Moyu watched the black ash on the ground dissolve into nothingness under the sunlight, looking towards the creation platform as he spoke. In the center of the red rope-encircled floor next to him, the strange machine creaked to life. You could see silvery white light points coalescing from the air into a silver ribbon, flowing through the various components of the machine into the nozzle-like part at the bottom. Soon, the gate below the machine opened, and a silver laptop emerged from the conveyor belt. The whole scene looked incredibly familiar. Isn't this just a magical 3D game? A printer? And it prints much faster than the real 3D printer in the parallel world next door. Moyu placed this magical computer on the table and expertly turned it on. With the familiar startup sound, a desktop identical to his old one appeared before him, all the software and data perfectly replicated. QQ even logged in directly, a long string of unread messages flashing frantically. It actually connects to the internet. Moyu marveled, opening the network icon and noticing a slightly different interface. A few more lines of text appeared. Online time, 0:05, charge deducted, 179 renminbi. Current plan, 5G Smart Plan 179 renminbi per month, unlimited data. Linked account, XXXX. Isn't this the same monthly plan I ordered? And it's linked to my bank account? Moyu grumbled. The system has automatically read your memory and selected the most suitable debit method for you. Leah said. Do I have to pay the internet fee to access the internet in another world? Moyu despaired of this world that made its own promises, but inexplicably adhered to logic. After all, willpower only works in this world, acting as a data transfer channel. Leah said, to use the internet in parallel world number 599913, you still have to pay the fee. Moyu quickly estimated his savings. Fortunately, if it was just the internet fee, it would probably last him for decades. Then I don't have to rent a server to summon players, right? Moyu suddenly had a bad feeling. The game itself doesn't require that. Leah said, the Lord can use willpower to generate summoning media as gaming devices, like VR glasses or helmets, and deliver them to players in parallel world number 599913. These devices will be equipped with a teleportation array and my anchor point, so they can summon a small portion of the player's spirit into the bound body without the need for a network. But for official websites, player forums, and the like, the Lord will need to rent and build their own servers. I knew it. Moyu wiped his face, silently accepting the fact. He glanced at the computer clock and saw that it was already 8 a.m. in the parallel world next door. He opened the coughing penguin and selected a 99+ chat box. Lazy man. Sis, are you there? The other side was silent for a few seconds before a flurry of replies quickly appeared. Chu Xian, brother? Why are you up so early today? Pulling all night again? You need to take better care of yourself. Staying up all night all the time can cause sudden death. I already had a sudden death. Moyu twitched his lips and continued typing. Moyu grew up in an orphanage. The sister he called sister wasn't his biological sister, but the head sister who always looked out for him at the orphanage, named Chu Shichio. They had always been very close, like real siblings. Moyu sighed. Yeah, I'm not staying up late anymore. I'm quitting. Project dividends and bonuses aren't as important as my health. Chu Xian, quitting? That's fine. There's no limit to making money, but health is more important. Moyu sighed. Yeah, I found a new job helping people develop VR games. Sister, can you help me prepare the materials, register a studio, and rent a server to build a website? Chuzian, it's a small matter. I sent you the list, and you can send me the materials I circled, and I take care of the rest. Chu Shichio currently works as a general agent, one of those agencies that handles company registration, bookkeeping, and website creation for 9.9 yuan. While few such agencies are legitimate, Chu Shichio's, despite navigating a somewhat gray area, is still a legitimate company, even with connections to both the underworld and the white world. MOU needed to get some documentation for his virtual reality game, which inexplicably utilizes VR technology beyond current technology, and she was the most convenient person to turn to. Luckily, Moyu had previously worked as an independent game producer, so he had all the necessary materials. After handing the materials for setting up his studio and website to Chu Shichio, he closed his computer and stretched. Next, we need to find some materials to flesh out the game's official website, and we also need to locate the player's body. There are 2 more opportunities to use creation magic today. System, print out the game equipment first. Okay, Leah replied. What kind of gaming device are you planning to make? Helmets are too bulky. Since it's all high-tech anyway, let's make VR glasses. MOU pulled his sketchbook from the cardboard box and quickly sketched out a design. These VR glasses were very different from the bulky models on the market. They looked more like ski goggles. Small and lightweight would be best. By the way, won't this harm the player? No, Leah said confidently. You can prepare an extra set of equipment and try it out for yourself. Currently, the creation panel can generate, or as you say, print a maximum of 1 cubic meter of objects per use. Printing 1 object or 100 objects consumes 1 chance. MOU understood immediately. The more chances you can print per startup, the more money you make. Yes, but each chance can only print 1 blueprint or 1 object. There's no limit to the batch size, as long as the total volume does not exceed 1 cubic meter, Leah said. MOU estimated. Let's start with 50 sets. Anyone who has worked in modeling knows that there's always a huge gap between the initial sketch and the final product. Without actually building and testing some parts, you can't tell where the bugs are. Frugal and cautious, MOU decided to choose a conservative number to make it easy to use as a makeshift or to make adjustments. Okay, Leah said, scanning MOU's sketch into the creation panel. Since you're already in this world, you don't need the system to expend energy to summon spiritual power. Simply use the game device and bind your body, and you can experience the player's perspective as a player. Isn't this the GM's avatar? MOU exclaimed, then corrected himself. No, it's more accurate to say it's a staff test account. He watched Leah scribbling and modifying the creation panel, the small elf flitting around busily. Soon, a complete preview appeared in the creation panel. This really looks like 3D Max modeling. MOU grumbled as he pressed the Create button. First 3D modeling, then 3D printing. I thought it was some awesome, action-based setup, but it turns out it's all about technology and hard work. Chapter 4. Although the VR glasses actually used otherworldly magical technology to create an anchor point for summoning the player's spirit, making them merely a showpiece, to prevent players from harboring suspicions about this VR game that transcended current technology, MOU made them hollow, adorning the internal magic circuits with numerous circuits and chips to conceal them. They look pretty good. MOU removed the finished product from the conveyor belt of the magical 3D printer and weighed the ski goggles in his hand. They're also very light, probably because the hollow interior reduces the weight. He tried them on and found them quite comfortable. These glasses are truly high-tech. The anchor point for their world consciousness can bind part of the player's spirit to their otherworldly body, while the magic circuits within them convert external power into energy to activate the summoning array. Yes, they come with a 3-prong grounded power cord that requires plugging in to use and cannot be recharged, preventing players from wandering around with them. The lenses themselves were opaque and lightproof, practically useless. After all, once the glasses were put on, and the summoning circle activated, the player would enter a sleep state as part of their consciousness was summoned to another world. The only remaining problem was dealing with the player's body. MOU walked over to the coffee table and looked down at his territory sand table. It was a magical sand table whose real-world area changed as the viewer dragged it, reminiscent of the opening animation from Game of Thrones. Based on the sand table scale, the current area displayed is approximately a 50-kilometer radius around the Mage Tower. In the center of the sand table is the Mage Tower, where MOU is stationed. Most of the surrounding area is a barren wasteland, similar to the terrain MOU had just observed outside the tower. About 2 kilometers northwest of the Mage Tower lies a dark forest, with a deadly swamp at its center. And 1 kilometer northeast lies a small, seemingly dilapidated village. South of the Mage Tower is entirely desert, with only a cave marking the far southeast corner. MOU searched Moyawu's inherited memories, and found that area appeared to be the entrance to some underground cave ruins. MOU remembered that he still had main quest 2, patrolling the territory, to complete. He planned to go out and complete the quest while also searching for materials for player shells. Leah, do you have any suggestions for the player's body? Lord, you have several options, Leah said. One is to use your willpower to create a magical puppet, but creating such a puppet is difficult and time-consuming, so I don't recommend this method. Second, the Northwest Death Swamp contains the remains of countless warriors who died on ancient battlefields hundreds of years ago. Although most of these remains have been transformed into monstrous forms by the evil gods, the swamp's environment is well preserved, so players can possess them without any problems. Third, you can use the remains of deceased citizens in your territory. However, the downside is that if the remains are encountered by relatives, it will be difficult to explain. Indeed, the resurrection of the dead is a very damaging thing, even in a world occupied by Cthulhu. For the sake of the precarious anchor of world consciousness, it is best not to undermine the sanity of the people of this world. Just then, DeCarlo pushed the door open. He carried a large silver tray, but on it lay a meager piece of black bread, a few slices of dry sausage, and a small cup of milk. This was clearly MOU's lunch for the day, and it looked quite meager. But judging by DeCarlo's expression, even such a humble lunch would likely be a priceless treasure here. It seemed that living conditions in this world were even harsher than he had imagined. As a moonlighter, accustomed to the harsh life of dry bread and water at the end of each month, MOU swallowed the hard, sour, and bran-ridden rye bread with the bitter, salty sausage slices without a change of expression, and washed down the remnants with slightly fishy but still tolerable milk. He wiped his mouth, stood up, and went to Moya's bedroom to get a robe and put it on. I go check on the village. Then I get you a horse? DeCarlo said immediately and attentively. So such a poor wizard's tower even has horses? Wait, I can't ride. In reality, whether MOU could ride or not wasn't really important. It was enough for MOU to know how. When he saw DeCarlo lead a shaggy, short-legged mare from the stables behind the wizard's tower, MOU immediately recalled all his memories of MOU's riding. He climbed aboard with a slightly clumsy hand, and after getting a hold of the reins, he quickly mastered the technique. This short-legged mare has a docile disposition and amazing endurance, making it particularly well-suited for long journeys and carrying heavy loads. Its calves are covered in thick, long fur, like leggings, giving it a cute, innocent appearance. DeCarlo rushed back and forth, attaching a water bottle and spare medicines to his teacher's saddle, oblivious to the fact that MOU had already evolved from a stranger to a skilled rider. Do you really not want me to come with you? MOU's mind flashed back to him, imagining himself retrieving the remains of a century-old soldier from the mud under DeCarlo's horrified gaze. The scene was so beautiful he couldn't bear to look at it, and he immediately and decisively declined. No, I'm just looking around. DeCarlo said regretfully, then be careful on the road. MOU nodded, mentally calling Leah to project the map navigation. A transparent navigation arrow immediately appeared before his eyes. Okay, check the automatic navigation system. Will players be able to use this map navigation? MOU asked. Yes, Leah said. You can set up the functions and interface you need, and I can set them up in the anchor point. That's really convenient. UI configuration was MOU's basic skill. During the short 1-kilometer journey to the village, he had already mentally designed the entire UI structure and provided it to Leah. When he looked up, the navigating pony had already reached the outskirts of the village. This was a very dilapidated village, incredibly small. From the main road running through it, one could almost see it from end to end. The houses near the outermost circle of the village were either decaying and collapsing, with doors and windows half missing, or with gaping holes in the roofs, all looking uninhabitable. There were only a few intact houses in the village, only about 7 or 8 near the center, which appeared to be otherwise undamaged, aside from being a bit rundown. In the center of the village was a small square, the fountain at its center no longer flowing. The moss in the dried-up pond had dried into wisps of dried silk. The statue of a woman holding a water bottle was covered in dust, its once beautiful face now covered in cracks. MOU stood before the fountain statue, leading his horse. To his right stood a building that looked like the village hall, but the gate was now closed, covered in cobwebs, as if it had been shut for years. Atop the gate hung a crooked wooden sign that read AMT Village, swaying precariously in the breeze. To his left stood a general store, a tailor's shop, and a tavern. He looked further along the road behind the fountain, and saw a blacksmith's shop in the distance. Though they all looked like they were on the verge of bankruptcy, they still held the shape of a beginner's village. The entire village was deserted, not a single soul roamed the streets. The general store and several other shops were empty, their doors wide open and their shelves bare, as if barefoot people weren't afraid of wearing shoes, not worried about thieves. Ding! The system prompt. The Lord has inspected AMT Village. This can be used as a novice player village. You will receive 1 player resurrection point and 1 teleportation point. Please set them up. Note: player resurrection points can overlap with teleportation points. Upon hearing this, MOU opened the system panel, dragged out the resurrection and teleportation points, and placed them on the map at the village entrance. 2 overlapping magic circles immediately appeared on the ground at the village entrance. They flashed and then sank into the ground, their locations visible only through the system panel. After completing this, MOU tied his horse to the tavern entrance. He pushed the door open, and saw an elderly man with gray hair and a weathered face sitting behind the bar. MOU's name immediately popped into his mind. Old Man Polly, the tavern owner and current acting village chief. Good day, Old Man Polly. MOU walked into the tavern and greeted the old man. Is everyone out of the village today? The old man looked at him, examining him for a long moment before suddenly realizing something. Lord? Your appearance has returned? MOU nodded enigmatically and followed MOU's prepared excuse. Well, the latest purification spell surprisingly worked, but it needs more testing. Really? That's great. A glimmer of hope glimmered in Papa Polly's cloudy eyes. The traveling merchants haven't shown up yet this month, and everyone's food reserves are running low. They're heading to the forest today, hoping to gather some wild fruits and vegetables. This was the second time MOU had heard of the traveling merchants being late, and the village's food shortage seemed far more severe than at the Mage Tower. The people here couldn't grow food, so hunting monsters and animals in the dark forest was their primary source of income. On a lucky day, they could find some untouched wild fruits and vegetables. Unaltered animal meat is edible. While altered monsters are not, many of their parts are valuable magical materials. Merchants use grain to purchase these materials, then ship them out and sell them to magicians and alchemists who need them. MOU thought for a moment, then pulled out 20 compressed biscuits from the game's warehouse and handed them to Father Polly. The biscuits provided by the system were generously portioned. According to the system, each biscuit provides enough calories for an adult for 2 days. I have some rations here. You can share them with everyone later. These biscuits are compressed. 1 biscuit provides enough energy for 1 person to eat for 2 days. They can be broken up and cooked into porridge with a little water. Thank you for your kindness, Lord. Papa Polly rubbed his eyes. Thank you for your kindness in exempting us from taxes and providing us with food every year. But now the monsters in the forest are growing stronger, and our number of survivors is dwindling. I'm afraid this village will soon become a dead village. That won't be the case, MOU said. In fact, I hired some helpers from a very distant place. They should arrive in a few days. Their customs and ways may differ greatly from ours, and their behavior and language may be difficult to understand at times, but they are a very capable group. Whenever you need anything done, you can ask them for help. Just pay them some compensation. Remuneration? Papa Polly glanced blankly at the poor people around him. Or buy his shop. How can we even afford to pay them here? And we can't even feed them. MOU thought for a moment. The player ecosystem was actually self-contained and didn't need to utilize the continent's economic system. There's no need to provide them with food, they'd be self-sufficient. Next time I come, I bring some special currency. It has no other value, but it's very popular with these players. Adventurers. They might bring us some new hope and surprises. Since you mentioned it that way, the old man said, I tell the villagers about these adventurers' arrival. Please also tell the shopkeepers that I prepare some goods for the adventurers and sell them in their shops. These goods can be paid for with a special currency. MOU said, next time I come, I discuss with them how to settle the consignment commission. The entire village's economic system needs to be integrated with the players, a question that requires serious study. Currently, due to a shortage of supplies, the village has regressed to a barter system. Furthermore, the village is sufficiently isolated and belongs to MOU's territory, so overall, implementing the new policy shouldn't be too difficult. However, given the challenges faced by players, who love to exploit loopholes and manipulate anything, MOU felt he needed to carefully consider the monetary policy within this game. It's just a small matter, Why would we need a commission? Said Father Polly with a wave of his hand. No, it's not a small matter, MOU said with a smile. This could be the new future. After bidding farewell to Father Polly, MOU mounted his horse and followed the main road out of the village. At the fork in the road at the village entrance, he took the northwest path toward the dark forest. Once he reached the edge of the dark forest, the system assigned him another teleportation point. To ensure the safety of players upon landing, MOU placed the teleportation array at a relatively safe intersection some distance from the forest, preventing players from being confronted by a group of monsters upon arrival. The outer edge of the dark forest is approximately 2.2 kilometers northwest of the village. The forest, village, and wizard tower form a triangle. The monsters on the outskirts of the forest are not highly transformed. The largest group is a species of longhorn deer, unique to this area. These are rated only level 3 to 5 by the system, and can be defeated by ordinary villagers in a team, making them a suitable initial leveling location. The deeper into the forest, the more powerful monsters are likely to appear, making it suitable for players to gradually expand into the forest as they level up. Chapter 5. The Dark Forest itself is enormous, occupying almost one-third of the currently explored AMT County map. Its central area is a death swamp. According to Leah, this swamp was a plain hundreds of years ago, the site of a brutal war. Later, a major earthquake caused much of the plain to sink, drawing water from several rivers into a vast lake. Over the years, the influx of fallen leaves, mud, and animal carcasses from the forest, along with the resentment of these corpses and the erosion of the evil spirit, gradually muddied the lake and dried up, ultimately transforming into the death swamp it is today. The main path, even at the outskirts of the dark forest, was gradually obscured by fallen leaves and fallen trees. Deep within the forest, MOU's feet were covered in thick leaves, and no traces of human footsteps could be seen. MOU's system automatically guided his path, so he wasn't worried about getting lost. His pony seemed well suited to navigating the forest. Although this area was designated as a novice leveling zone by the world consciousness, MOU hadn't forgotten that he was only level 1. He pulled a long sword from his saddlebag and grasped it, ready to prevent any monsters from suddenly charging out and attacking him. After walking a short distance, MOU felt something was wrong. He slapped his head and summoned the system. Leah, can you display all the nearby monsters and their information? Like health bars? Yes, Leah replied. You can view it on the map now. MOU opened the system panel and saw, as expected, a new map interface. Everywhere he passed was illuminated, and monsters were marked with red dots. Focusing on a red dot would reveal the monster's name, along with a red and blue bar and other attributes. A small map in the field of view would be nice. MOU asked, can my system UI be modified? It's not very convenient to use. You can design your own system interface, Leah said, like a spirit that always responds to requests. I read your ideas and apply them to reality. How convenient. No more battling programmers, constantly working overtime because of unsuccessful requests. The coder's world awareness is simply amazing. MOU spent a few minutes modifying his system UI to the interface he was most comfortable with when playing online games. Drag the minimap out and place it in the upper right corner of the field of view, with the time in the original world and the time in the other world displayed side by side above the minimap. He then dragged his health bar, mana bar, experience points, and other stats to the bottom of his field of view. He placed several main quests on the right side of his field of view, and the World Consciousness Energy bar and Fragment Location Guide in the upper left corner. He also dragged out several of his existing system-given skills and placed them above his health bar. This looks much better, MOU exclaimed. He tried several more times, silently saying hide and show to confirm that he could successfully turn the system UI on and off. Simply saying map, attributes, or backpack would bring up a detailed map of the area, a separate attribute panel, and a system backpack. This is what an otherworldly online game should be like. He opened the map and found the nearest level 1 monster. Let's go kill some monsters and level up. Please be careful, Leah said. Your body is from another world. While it's immune to the evil spirit's erosion, unlike a player, you only have 1 life. Okay. To be on the safe side, MOU first cast a system-provided fireball spell in the open space to practice the technique. He could feel his mind contacting an ethereal yet tangible force. In an instant, that force was shaped by his mind, defined by the spell. With a whoosh, a fireball materialized from nothingness, floating in his palm. Ding. The system prompts. You have successfully mastered fireball at level 1. Your level has been successfully upgraded to level 2, and your spell library has been opened. Wow! MOU, still immersed in the wondrous experience of wish power, exclaimed, "Is this wish power?" "Yes," Leah said, "the system's built-in magic skills are templates created based on Lord Moywa's spellcasting memories. As long as you cast a spell through the system, you will experience the correct casting process and a 100% guaranteed success rate. You have now successfully opened your spell library and can select spells based on your current level. As your level increases, the permissions of your spell library will continue to expand. This is the skill library." MOU quickly opened the spell library and took a look. It contained thousands of spells, but most were gray. Currently, besides Fireball, only Water Stream and Thunderbolt were lit. At least he's better than DeCarlo, and he even has the Thunderbolt spell. MOU's mouth twitched. It seemed DeCarlo was only about 1 or 2 levels higher. He tried Water Flow and Thunderbolt in the open field. The feeling of casting both was very similar to Fireball. Both involved the mind contacting the power of willpower, and then instantly using one's mental energy and incantation to solidify and define the willpower into a form that could manifest in reality. Level 1 Water Flow only summoned a ball of water to wet the target. It seemed that other than providing water in daily life, it wouldn't have much practical use in actual combat. Level 1 Thunderbolt, on the other hand, released a stream of electricity, probably similar in effect to using an electric swatter to swatter a mosquito. Water, thunder, and fire, it seems like they could form some kind of combo, but why does this skill cycle feel so familiar? MOU rubbed his chin and found a nearby demonized squirrel, which the system had determined to be level 1. He first used a water stream spell to wet its fur. As the demonized squirrel began to run towards him, he used a Thunderbolt spell to electrocute it, and then another Fireball spell to finish off the squirrel's remaining health. Ding. The system prompts. Congratulations on discovering a synergistic effect between spells. It has been determined that targets wetted by Water Stream take 50% increased damage from Thunderbolt spells. You have successfully upgraded to level 3, and all your spell levels have been increased. It seems that the physical property of water conducting electricity also works in this world. MOU had the system program the synergistic effect and prerequisites into the skill panel. It seems the player's starting class can at least be a magician. As for a nurse. Leah, how do you heal wounds in this world? Using willpower can repair minor wounds, promote healing, and replenish vitality. However, for larger wounds, the healer must possess sufficient knowledge of human anatomy or medicine. Otherwise, unforeseen consequences such as blood vessel blockage and skin melting may occur. Leah said, these types of healing magic are represented in the spell library as healing at level 5, restoration at level 7, and healing at level 20, requiring medical knowledge. If you use it, you will be immune to the evil god's corruption, but both people in this world and players will still be affected by it. Will players also be affected? MOU asked, are players from my world too? Players are merely spirits drawn into this world. Unlike you, the bodies they inhabit are still affected by this world. Leah said, of course, their spirits are not affected. The effects of the evil god's erosion will only be felt somewhat within the body. For humans and creatures in this world, once the erosion exceeds 60%, their minds will be contaminated as well, driving them insane and transforming into mindless monsters that can never recover. For players, however, only the appearance of their bodies will be slightly altered, making control somewhat more difficult. Since their minds themselves are unaffected, this erosion will be completely dispelled by sunlight or other means of dispelling the erosion. I think I understand, MOU said, combining MOU's memories with DeCarlo's words and concluding, the evil god's erosion affects both the mind and the body. If the erosion of either does not exceed 20%, since it has no permanent effect on the mind, the body can gradually be cleansed by using amnesia powder to eliminate the effects on the mind. When the erosion exceeds 20%, it will have an indelible impact on the ordinary person's mind. It's like their sanity is being lowered. As sanity continues to decline, they will become increasingly insane, more susceptible to the evil spirit's power. Until sanity completely disappears, their soul ceases to exist, and their body transforms into a monster. The player's mind originates from another world, and is unaffected by the erosion. For them, even if the erosion reaches 100%, they can use various means to restore themselves to normal. Yes, that's why the player can be the anchor. This attribute needs to be implemented in the player interface. The erosion thing is too rudimentary. Otherwise, let's use a group setting. MOU muttered, dragging out the player UI and revising it again. Of course, those skills just now were generated based on Lord Moyu's spell system. There are many other class systems in this world, Leah added. For example, the healing abilities of elves, the power of faith wielded by the priests of the Church of Light. Perhaps your players will be able to learn those abilities by chance in the future. Yes, the worldview and classes can be expanded with continuous updates. Initially, magic DPS and healers are based on the same spell system. We could categorize the skill trees a bit to allow players to specialize in their skills. MOU pondered, melee physical classes should be relatively simple. Just find them some weapons and equipment. And then, there's the tank class. Are there any strong classes in this world that can attract monsters' attention while also being able to withstand their attacks and create attack opportunities for teammates, like a heavy armored knight? The Church and the Elven royal family have similar professions, Leah said. But currently, there's no relevant profession system or skill templates in the system. If we recover other fragments of the world consciousness, we should be able to add new profession skills. It's not a big deal. It's only beta version 0.01 after all. At this point, there are more bugs than the game itself, so it's normal for player professions to be incomplete. After so many years as a planner, MOU was quite open-minded. He fought monsters while regenerating mana. By the time he reached the edge of the Death Swamp, he had already reached level 5, successfully activating the level 4 meditation, mana regeneration skill, and the level 5 healing skill. Beep! The system popped up. A player body meeting the criteria has been detected. Do you want to recover it? MOU chose yes without hesitation, and was immediately shocked by what emerged from the swamp. MOU pointed at the objects, his fingertips trembling slightly. Are you sure these are standard player husks? Yes. Leah's expression was remarkably calm. This is the result of being completely corrupted and transformed by the power of the evil god. These husks are completely dead, their souls and spirits having returned to the sea of world consciousness. They have no living relatives. After players attach themselves to these husks, they can slowly dispel the evil god's power, strengthening my anchor. These husks are also durable, powerful, and have ample inventory reserves. They are the best choice in every way. MOU's mouth twitched. Indeed, using husks contaminated by the evil god and using players to purify them is like stealing back into territory already occupied by the evil god, reducing the consumption of the enemy's strategic reserves and increasing one's own strength. The materials are also completely free and endless. Leah can win this way 3 times. It's simply amazing. I just wonder what the players will think when they see this body. MOU had the system store these player bodies in the system warehouse. Yes, Leah has its own system warehouse, which can hold things that MOU doesn't want or can't put in his backpack. After the storage was completed, he heard a beep. For thirds player bodies have been obtained. Friendly reminder, 80% completion of the territory patrol mission. 1 respawn point and 2 teleport points have been set. The only location not yet patrolled, Wild Grotto Ruins. After the patrol is completed, the player activity area will be automatically demarcated based on the teleport point location. Wild Grotto Ruins? MOU recalled the cave in the far southeast corner of the map. He mounted his horse and headed towards it, asking Leah, there seems to be no more information in Moiwa's memories. What is that place? It's a fantasy. After learning about the online games in your world, I think fantasy realms are very suitable for game dungeons, Leah explained. Souls exist in this world. When a person or creature dies, if all goes well, their consciousness returns to the ocean of universal consciousness. Like a drop of water merging into the ocean, while they lose their individuality, their knowledge and ideas become part of the universal consciousness. It's a bit like the theory of the collective subconscious, MOU said. Is it equivalent to their past becoming data in the universal consciousness database? You could say that, Leah nodded. After this world was corroded and polluted, these souls and consciousnesses, tainted by the evil gods, could no longer return to the ocean of universal consciousness. They are like data contaminated by a computer virus. Once they enter the database, they will contaminate the entire world's consciousness. Thus, after being rejected by the world's core, the obsessions of the deceased are tainted by the evil spirit, forming a series of illusions, becoming physical spaces that attract those who meet the requirements and then use various means to corrupt or kill those who enter. The illusions themselves can be re-entered, and the time and space within them are chaotic. Because their foundation is the deceased's obsession, they constantly replay the deceased's most deeply cherished memories. If the actions of those entering the illusions affect the core of the illusions, that is, if they trigger some kind of impact, good or bad, on the deceased's obsession, this will also affect the plot of the illusion. When the person entering the illusion completely eliminates the deceased's obsession, the evil spirit's power dissipates due to the loss of its foundation, and the illusion is purified. Multiple players can enter the illusion repeatedly, independently looping the plot time and space, and the plot is fine-tuned based on the player's actions. This is indeed a dungeon. MOU affirmed. Can I exit the illusion after entering it? Once you enter the illusion, you will only be transported out if you satisfy the deceased's obsession or die within the illusion. Leah said. After entering the illusion, the system analyzes the deceased's obsession and automatically converts it into a main or side quest. Upon completing any quest, the player can exit the illusion. Since you only have one life, Lord, I recommend creating a secondary character and using the player's shell to enter the illusion. Chapter 6. The Wilderness Grotto ruins were nearly 30 kilometers from the Mage Tower. MOU rode his horse along the desert sandy road for over an hour before reaching it. In the center of the endless desert rocky beach, a massive chasm seemed to have been punched out by some otherworldly being, so deep it looked like the entrance to hell. Black smoke billowed upward from the grotto's entrance. MOU knew that smoke was the manifestation of the evil god's power. To avoid being drawn into the illusion, MOU stayed away from the grotto, placing only one last teleportation array at the end of the road. With a beep, the system notified him that main quest 2 had been completed. MOU wasn't ready to enter the illusion yet to attempt the dungeon, so he activated the teleportation array and teleported himself and his horse back to AMT Village. Why isn't there a teleportation array at the entrance to the Mage Tower? On the way back from AMT Village to the Mage Tower, MOU complained to Leah. Currently, the world consciousness is running low on energy, so we can only support 3 teleportation points. Leah said, considering the teleportation needs of the player's newbie village, leveling grounds, and dungeon entrances, this arrangement is the most reasonable at the moment. Besides, you don't want players teleporting to your doorstep every day, do you? That's true. It would be nice if there was a teleportation point just for me, MOU said. Once your core energy recovers above 500, you can add a private teleportation point. Leah said, please work hard, Lord. Night had already fallen when they returned to the Mage Tower. After MOU and DeCarlo had a simple dinner of black bread and water, they returned to their study and turned on their computer. The parallel world 599913, from which MOU came. MOU called it the origin world. Did not experience the same passage of time as Ozelia. A day in Ozelia lasted only 1 hour longer than a day in the origin world, but due to the temporal and spatial turbulence between the two worlds, when 24 hours had passed in Ozelia, only 12 hours had passed in the origin world. Chu Shichio was highly efficient, and thanks to local support for the gaming industry, in just half a day, MOU's new studio, Mayu Studio, and its official website were registered. At this point, the official website was just a framework. MOU still needed to add the detailed content. MOU pulled out his phone, pulled up the photos he had taken along the way, and began editing the game's description. It's a shame we don't have a drone, MOU said. Otherwise, if we could capture some aerial footage as a gameplay animation, the effect would be fantastic. This kind of grand scene is much more realistic than CG animation, and the real-life VR gimmick is fully realized. It would be even better if there were a few more handsome and beautiful NPCs, but unfortunately, I haven't seen many of them yet. What kind of footage do you need? Leah asked. Something like this. MOU pulled up a video on his phone. It was a game PV set by a colleague at his old company before his sudden death. Leah watched it and nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Wait a moment. MOU, question mark. MOU, question mark. MOU stared in shock as a small light screen appeared before Leah. The little elf closed its eyes in concentration, and streams of silver light flowed from her palm into the light screen, transforming into a rapidly playing image. Then, Leah's almond-shaped eyes widened slightly. Countless images were selected, edited, and sorted at lightning speed. In a blink of an eye, a magnificent 1-minute and 30-second game video was assembled and transferred to MOU's computer. It even had a background music track that MOU had never heard before, like a choir from another world singing in an unknown language. What kind of high-level video editing is this? Where did all this raw material come from? MOU exclaimed in shock. The so-called world consciousness is the consciousness born from this planet and this world. It is also the sea of consciousness formed by the combined consciousness of all life on this planet. Leah said, all life in this world is the eyes of the world consciousness. Everything they see and hear is integrated into the world consciousness. Is this the true God's perspective? MOU sighed as he played the game video from beginning to end. Who is this handsome silver-haired man? Who is this beautiful red-haired woman? Will these NPCs really appear? Will I be sued by players? A scam, right? The silver-haired one is Ialian, the holy son of the Church of Light, And the red-haired one is Laurenti, the Lord of Roselle. Leah briefly introduced them. Don't worry, as long as everything goes according to plan, you and your players will eventually encounter them. Leah pondered for a moment and added, perhaps in a future version. Wow, the first PV for the closed beta game is for version X.0. Is that okay? MOU grumbled, but these two are incredibly good looking. I'm sure a bunch of players will be yelling for their wives as they sign up for the closed beta. It's okay. As long as the NPCs are real, there's no need to worry about player complaints. At most, the announcement was a bit early. What's that background music? It's so beautiful. It's the classic New Year's hymn sung by the Church of Lights Choir. Leah said, if you need a different soundtrack, I also have harp melodies by bards and performances by the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra over the past 100 years. Leah paused as she stared at MOU's starry eyes. What's that look in your eyes? It's so strange. What kind of resource library is this, complete with editors and music composers? This is a game planner's paradise, isn't it? Let's cut back to the present moment in parallel world number 599913, the original world. It was summer vacation at university, and Lin Yu, braving the 37-degree sun outside, grabbed a bag of takeout from the delivery box at the dormitory entrance. As he entered the air-conditioned room, he couldn't help but let out a satisfied breath. This damn weather is too hot. He couldn't wait to sit down at his computer desk, skillfully taking out the snail noodles and cola from the takeout bag. He first opened the cola and comfortably drank a large gulp. Then, while he opened the lid of the snail noodles to let it cool, he opened the Penguin group on his computer to check the latest news in the game group. This game group contained many game planners and gamers, as well as many up hosts. From time to time, someone would recommend various hot and popular new games. When Lin Yu opened Penguin, he saw that the group, which had been quiet before he left, had suddenly become 99+. Seeing the unread messages, I guessed that another big shot was recommending a game, so I quickly clicked on the page and saw that a big shot had posted a game PV. Moizi, 99% realistic VR game, hot closed beta test is about to begin. Official website address, game PVC link. Luzhou Laojiao, wake up, it's 3202, how can there be a 99% realistic VR game? Have you read too many novels? Everyone, be careful of scams, and don't click on unknown links. Ijin Pokienshin, holy shit, isn't that Mayu Boss? Mayu Boss hasn't released a new game in years. Didn't he say he was going to work for a game company instead of an indie developer? Ijin Pokienshin, holy shit, oh shit, this game PV? Is it a real game? My new wife has appeared. Luzhou Laojiao, question mark. Luzhou Laojiao, holy shit. Wife. The messages below were 99+, more than half of them were calling out for their wives, and the rest were licking the screen, and the messages were constantly scrolling. What's going on? Lin Yu was confused, and simply clicked on the game PV. A streak of silver-red light streaked across the center of the black screen. It turned out to be the Mayu Studio logo. The logo featured a gradient silver-white background, with only the stylized Y in vibrant red, trailing a long, curly tail, ushering in the next chapter. As the choir's melodious chant slowly began to rise, an eagle soared across the wilderness. From a bird's-eye view, the vast expanse of wilderness revealed the ancient and majestic Mage's Tower, seemingly standing at the center of the world. A dilapidated village, a deep, dark forest, and a stagnant swamp, all reminiscent of a Cthulhu game, flashed before my eyes. As the background music soared, a mage in a tattered robe, half his face covered by tentacles, slowly emerged from the fog-shrouded darkness, holding a small fairy in his hands. As he stepped forward into the light, his features gradually transformed from terrifying to handsome. When he had fully regained his normal handsome features, he raised his hands, and the elf flew from his palms, soaring into the sky. Then, the camera swiveled upward, as if following the elf's vision, soaring across the sky and past the towering mountain church. A slender, tall, and beautiful boy with flowing silver hair and delicate features raised his eyes slightly. His silver, transparent eyes glanced through thick, shimmering lashes. His sharp gaze instantly pierced the heart, nearly making Lin Yu clutch his chest and cry out, "Wife!" The next second, the scene followed the flying elf out to the sea, arriving at an exotic coastal port. The camera passed through a bustling market and a tavern where adventurers gathered, brushing past the hair of a dancer dancing on a stage, finally settling beneath the city's most striking clock tower. In the center of the square, a fiery beauty with long, wavy red hair and a tight leather skirt gently kissed the muzzle of a revolver before firing a shot at the center of the screen. The screen then transformed into a shattered glass bullet hole, from which ominous black smoke emanated, eventually dissolving into a single line of text. Evil God Expulsion Plan Online. Open beta test now open. Limited spots. Hurry and grab a spot. Holy crap. What kind of new game is this? Lin Yu, his blood boiling after watching the preview, clutched his chest as he returned to the chat group and couldn't help but reply. You what dang xian, holy crap. So many new wives. Xianyuitiao, has anyone checked out the official website? I think it's a Cthulhu-themed VR game. Luzhou Laju, honestly, there are so many VR game companies out there, but few actually make good ones, let alone VR online games. The PDs are great, but the actual gameplay isn't necessarily the same. Ijin Pokienshin, give it a try. It's a free beta test, no deletions, no money lost, and it comes with a free VR headset. I already signed up on the official website. Moyuzi, these are actual gameplay footage, created using our proprietary VR technology. The dungeon will feature a Cthulhu theme and some puzzle elements. Currently, server capacity is limited, so only a few beta testers are being recruited for the first round. Limited spots are available. Interested parties can register on the official website. If the number of applicants exceeds the quota, a random selection will be made from the registered players. Other players, who weren't selected, don't need to worry. Spots for the second round of beta testing will be released in a few days. Lin Yu immediately clicked on the official website. The studio's logo and game name popped up on the still black page. The Blood Red Evil God Expulsion Plan Online even featured blood effects, which looked particularly striking. The number of pre-registrations on the cover had already exceeded 400 and was still ticking. There was also a line of notice below. The beta server will be launched at midnight on July 29th, 2x. Huh? The server launches tomorrow morning? Registration is only opening now. Lin Yu was stunned by the official rush. Didn't they say we have to sign up for a lottery? And ship out VR equipment? Is that even possible? He clicked the button to the official website. In the center of the page was a large CG image of a fluorescent green fairy, curled up and sleeping, hugging a planet. The butterfly wings behind her were spread out, one wing carbonized and shattered as if burned by fire. The fragments turned into tiny specks of fluorescent light, scattered across the planet. The game's name and version number, 0.01, hovered above the CG. It looked incredibly fresh. I'm afraid this is just a beta version, one that you find unfinished once you enter the game, with more bugs than content. Lin Yu was a little worried, but then he glanced up at the fairy's sweet, adorable sleeping profile and finally relented. Let's call it a day. The artwork can't be all fake, right? The equipment's free anyway, so I might as well give it a try. He first clicked on the player registration form below, quickly filled out the player information, questionnaire, and delivery address, and clicked submit. Then he opened the plot synopsis on the web page and read it carefully. Background story. Ozelia, a young planet in a parallel universe, born with a planetary will. As a relatively young planet, it still holds the boundless power of life and creation bestowed by the Creator, willpower. The planetary will is the core of this world. All life on the planet revolves around the planetary will, forming a world consciousness. Every citizen is blessed by the planet. Beings with spiritual power, within the scope permitted by the planetary will, can use the planetary willpower, using it as a blueprint to create objects and write rules. This is the beginning of magic. Until one day, an alien evil god set his sights on this rich planet. Friendly reminder, do not invoke Cthulhu's name in the world of Ozelia, as this may attract the evil god's attention and the hatred of the planetary will. NPC favorability will be reset to 0. Wow, so this is a game about helping the planets will fight the evil gods. Lin Yu rubbed his hands in anticipation. I think the setting is quite interesting. Chapter 7. Like Lin Yu, everyone in the gaming group who had seen the game preview was now checking the official website to review the game settings. The young man, whose ID was One Sword Breaks Thousand Mountains, was called Lu Bin, a gaming enthusiast. He had quickly signed up during his lunch break and was now checking the official website for the game's main settings. Adventurer, you are adventurers hired from another world by Lord Amat, the Great Mage Moyawu. Your mission is to assist the Great Mage Moyawu in defeating the evil god Cthulhu and his host of other evil gods, and expel their power from this planet. Please note that this game is a VR game. To ensure a realistic player experience, if a character's body is damaged by more than 50%, it is considered dead, and the player will automatically be returned to the login screen. Players can either log off and wait for their body to repair, or pay game coins or points on the login screen to request a replacement or accelerated repair from Lord Moyawu before logging back online. There's actually a death penalty. I guess I need to be careful when playing. In another city, Luzhou Laojia's live streamer Luzhou stroked his stubble chin. Class system. Physical classes. Adventurers who pursue the path of tempering their bodies and weapons. Please note that this game is a VR game. To ensure player freedom and a realistic experience, there are no physical class restrictions. The player's specific class is determined by the weapon they currently hold, i.e., the weapon in their main hand slot. For example, holding a kitchen knife might result in the player being classified as a butcher, while switching to a longsword might result in a swordsman. Physical classes focus on basic qualities, like constitution and agility. Insufficient points in certain qualities prevent the player from using certain weapons or wearing certain equipment. Magic classes. Magic classes utilize willpower through spells. Based on the skill set learned, they are categorized into two types, Archmage and Life Mage. The Archmage focuses on damage, while the Life Mage focuses on healing. Both classes offer common skills. Please note that this is a VR game. To ensure player freedom and a realistic experience, there are no restrictions on the skill sets learned. Players can freely adjust their class skills based on their mental strength. Magic classes emphasize intelligence, magic power, perception, and willpower. Also, since magic utilizes willpower, the player's body becomes more susceptible to the erosion and contamination of evil spirits. As the player's SN value decreases, their appearance will undergo unpredictable changes. This game does not restrict player class progression. As long as the player's basic skills are sufficient, they can freely switch between physical and magical classes. Can cultivate both magic and martial arts, haha. Lin Yu, who often plays role-playing games like Call of Cthulhu, sighed, it seems the key is basic quality points. I need a good car. Dungeon. Illusion. Dead souls should return to the sea of world consciousness, but souls contaminated by the evil gods can no longer return. Thus, their lingering obsessions, and the evil gods' contamination form one illusion after another, tempting innocent people to enter, attempting to corrupt or kill those who enter through various means. A fantasy dungeon can be entered repeatedly before it is completely purified, but once entered, it cannot be exited at will. You must complete at least one quest or die before you can exit. After completing a fantasy dungeon quest, the system will assess your completion. The higher the level of experience in the fantasy story, the higher the score, and the rewards and experience will also increase accordingly. Successfully purifying a fantasy dungeon will earn an S-level rating and a chance to obtain hidden dungeon rewards. The fantasy storyline includes puzzle solving and exploration elements. Although it's a self-contained, looping storyline, if the player's actions interact with the obsessions of the deceased that created the fantasy, they may influence the storyline's trajectory and reveal hidden paths. Players should be especially aware that positive interactions may reduce the storyline's difficulty, increase rewards, and increase ratings. Negative behavior, however, can affect NPC ratings, increase the game's difficulty, and even, in extreme cases, render the dungeon unreachable. Players are requested to observe public order and good morals, as well as the rules of the game. Any violations of laws and regulations will result in a ban upon verification. Wow! A Cthulhu puzzle dungeon. The storyline is affected by player behavior. Lin Yu was instantly excited. I wonder if there's a group-based game setting. Oh, and there's an official forum. Lin Yu clicked on the forum and discovered that the forum's registration information was linked to the player ID he had just registered, eliminating the need for repeated registrations. This was quite user-friendly. The forum administrator was indeed slacking off. He already pinned the game PD to the top of the forum, along with a bunch of actual gameplay CG images. Seeing them made Lin Yu even more eager to get his device online right away. Many people on the forum were also complaining about the server launch time. After all, the beta test had already started in the early morning, and now player registration was only opening in the afternoon, with equipment still being shipped. It seemed unreliable. Ozelia World. How could it be unreliable? MOU switched from the forum back to the player registration backend. We only select 3 players this time. Yeah, just these 3. MOU had chosen 3 friends he knew from his gaming group. One is a college student who frequently plays the Cthulhu role-playing game, Yuhua Dengxian. Another is Luzhou Laojiao, a popular up-and-comer with a large following who frequently reviews and live-streams games. The other is Ijin Pokianshin, a longtime fan who frequently supported him when he was still an independent game producer. We're all familiar faces, so the situation should be relatively manageable. There shouldn't be many negative reviews. After all, it's version 0.01, so there's no telling what will happen. Let's do some behind-the-scenes operations. MOU logged into the official website and sent an email to the 3 people stating that their player application has been approved. He then had Leah open the portal and drop off the prepackaged VR headsets at the doorsteps of the 3 registered addresses. Dear Adventurer, hello. Thank you for registering for the closed beta test of Evil God Expulsion Plan Online version 0.01. We are honored to inform you that you have been selected by the Osiria World Consciousness and qualified for the closed beta test. Your VR device has been delivered via our official, self-operated, Same City Express delivery service. Please check for it. This VR device is provided free of charge. This device has undergone multiple stress tests before leaving the factory and will not be damaged by normal use. Please use it with care. Any damage caused by malicious manipulation will not be covered by the official warranty or replacement, and your test account will be disabled. Once activated, your test account will be biometrically linked to you. This VR device requires an account to be linked to your account. Once linked, it cannot be unlinked. Please do not allow others to use it, as this will prevent you from losing your test eligibility. This device utilizes the latest brainwave VR technology and is harmless to the human body. When you play the game, your body enters a normal sleep state. For your health and safety, this device is equipped with an anti-addiction system, limiting total daily login time to 12 hours. Please manage your gaming time appropriately to avoid excessive gaming that may impact your personal life and studies. The VR device will be locked before the game launches. It is normal for it to be unresponsive during this period. Once the game launches, the device will function normally. When using the device, please properly connect it to a power source and play in a safe environment and comfortable posture according to your sleeping habits to avoid any danger. When playing, please observe laws, regulations, public order, and game rules. It is important to note that this game focuses on a realistic experience. Some main quests are released once and cannot be played repeatedly. Players' decisions and actions will affect the subsequent development of the game's plot. Players should also note that NPCs in the game are intelligent AI, and player actions will affect their subsequent behavior. NPC favorability is crucial to the game's plot progression. Please do not cause any physical harm to NPCs in the game. If an NPC is seriously injured or dies, it will not spawn, and subsequent quests may become unavailable. Happy gaming in the world of Osiria. The Mayu production team, holy crap. Linyu was happily slurping snail noodles and browsing the forums when he suddenly saw an email notification. He was so excited that he almost knocked over his bowl. He hurriedly set his bowl and chopsticks aside, read the email, and skeptically went to the door. Sure enough, there was a courier box on the floor, the official VR device. You what dangxian? Can you believe this, guys? I won a spot in the closed beta test. I haven't even finished a bowl of snail noodles since I signed up, and the device has already arrived. Luzhou Lajiao, I have to say it was really fast. I received my device too. Xianyuitiao, did you all win? Wow, why didn't I get a notification? Ijin Pokienshin, ? I got an email notification, but where can I pick up the device? I don't see any shipping information. You what dangxian? Can you check the door? They just put it on the ground as soon as I opened the door. I don't know which courier it was, and they didn't even call me to confirm. Song Lin, that's how couriers are these days. They just put it on the door without contacting me. Ijin Pokienshin, wow, I got it too. I can play tonight. Xianyuitiao, wow, I'm so jealous. I want to play too. Crying? Moyuzi, all 4 player spots for this round of the closed beta test have been distributed. Because this is the first round of testing, there aren't many spots available. If the test goes well, we consider adding more spots for the next round. Xianyuitiao, looking forward to it. Mayu Master, please start the next round of testing. Song Lin, we can wait and see. The first round of testing hasn't even started yet. What if it's not fun? Song Lin, can this game be live streamed? If so, could Luzhou Master please show us a live stream? Mayu Zai, live streaming isn't possible, but if players enable recording permissions, their gameplay will be automatically saved in the player backend after deleting any private information or partial footage. Players can then download it by logging into the official website. Luzhou Lajiao, that's quite convenient. I can then edit my gameplay videos from the previous night during the day. Mayu Zai, the game also supports real-time forum login, but it's recommended that players use this feature in a safe zone without NPCs. Otherwise, NPCs won't be able to see the virtual screen, which could cause some strange misunderstandings. Xianyuitiao, are there any consequences for being misunderstood by an NPC? Moyuzai, our game focuses on a realistic experience, so the NPCs are all advanced AI NPCs generated by the system master based on their personality settings using high technology. Players' actions will be recognized and learned by them, so players are encouraged to treat them as real people. These NPCs cannot be refreshed or replaced. If an NPC's favorability is too low, or if they cause serious injury or death, it may prevent the player and other players from completing subsequent quests. Feathered Immortal, I'm getting more and more excited. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains. So urgent. I'm so anxious. Can we just launch the server now? Of course, launching the server early is not an option. Because you wasn't fully prepared for the server launch, he closed QQ and grabbed a large bag of freshly minted game coins from the magic printer. These game coins are made of the same lightweight yet hard material, similar in weight to plastic, but with the hardness and luster of metal. You created 3 colors of game coins: red, copper, silver, and gold. The exchange rate is 1 gold equals 10 silver equals 100 copper. The backs of all 3 game coins feature a relief of Leah's profile, while the fronts display the face value and a flower, irises on copper coins, bellflowers on silver coins, and ginkgo leaves on gold coins. With the help of versatile artist Leah, each coin's design is meticulously detailed and guaranteed to be well received by players. Considering that precious metals like gold, silver, and copper are also commonly used as currency in this world, MOU opted to create his own player currency. Firstly, since no one else in this world can properly use willpower, the new material offers excellent anti-counterfeiting properties. Second, game coins are much lighter than metal, making them easier for players to carry. Thirdly, he didn't want to disrupt the world's economic system. Even though the world consciousness had granted him a cheat code, allowing him to print 3 cubic meters of any object daily, MOU still believed that this resource, willpower, was essentially the world consciousness's own treasury. It was only now that the world consciousness faced a life or death struggle against the evil god that it had been forced to offer him its last remaining treasure. With the world consciousness already in such dire straits, he couldn't just squander its last remaining life-saving treasure by turning it into gold, silver, and jewelry, nor could he allow these created objects to cause further harm to the world. MOU wasn't wrong about you, Leah suddenly said. You are truly a trustworthy and kind person. The game hasn't even launched yet. We still have a long way to go. MOU winked at Leah, stuffed the game coins into his system backpack, and rode back to the village under the starlight. The village looked even more dilapidated at night than during the day. The ghostly shadows of shattered houses and ruined walls loomed in the starlight, a particularly eerie sight. Fortunately, MOU is a seasoned game planner. What horror game hadn't he played? He walked straight into the bar and, as expected, heard voices inside. As he expected, the villagers who'd gone out to gather food during the day had returned. Chapter 8. When MOU entered the tavern, the villagers were gathered for dinner. Papa Polly took out the compressed biscuits MOU had left behind and mixed them with wild vegetables and water to make a large pot of thick soup. For the people who had spent a day searching the forest's outskirts in near vain, this dinner finally brought a few satisfied smiles to their weary faces. As the saying goes, one should be grateful to those who have eaten, and one should be grateful to those who have received. The people who had been fed by MOU's compressed biscuits were particularly easy to talk to. Without MOU having to do anything, the villagers enthusiastically accepted the imminent arrival of a large number of adventurers, likely to be bizarre in appearance and behavior. Several shopkeepers also agreed to sell the equipment MOU had provided to the adventurers in their shops, paying for it with the adventure coins he had brought with him. How many people are left in the village now? MOU asked Papa Polly. There are only 11 left, all here. Papa Polly gestured shakily at the people in the room inside. The traveling merchants haven't come, and a few young men left half a month ago, saying they're heading to the big city to make a living. I hope they can make it there alive. MOU said, then, each of you will take 1 bundle of gold coins, 5 bundles of silver coins, and 10 bundles of copper coins. Each bundle contains 10 adventure coins. You can use these adventure coins as rewards to assign quests to adventurers, and have them do things for you. Anything? A woman asked. MOU looked at her and recognized her as Aunt Rosa from the tailor's shop. Any reasonable quest is fine, MOU said. You can't ask adventurers to harm themselves, nor can you take advantage of others. He emphasized, neither men nor women are allowed. Father Polly, if the village office across the street isn't useful, let's turn it into an adventurers guild. I'd place a magic puppet there to distribute quests. Villagers who need help can register with the magic puppet. Any quest deemed reasonable by the puppet will be recorded on parchment and posted on the quest board for players and adventurers to accept. The magic puppet will assess the difficulty of the quest and set a specific reward amount. Please make sure you have enough adventure coins to pay the reward, otherwise you may incur the wrath of the adventurer. If you don't have enough adventure coins, you can add other rewards yourself. You can consult the magic puppet for details when posting the quest. When these adventure coins run out, can we sell our wares to adventurers to earn new ones? Asked the blacksmith, Alesh, a bald man sitting in front of the fireplace, his muscular body gleaming in the firelight. Yes, you can sell your wares to adventurers, or trade with each other. MOU said, theft and fraud are still prohibited. Please use them within the law. When I need you to post specific quests to adventurers, I will give you a commission of 10% of the reward in adventure coins. Sellers who sell consignment goods will also receive a 10% commission on the value of each item sold. Of course, if you don't need adventure coins, I can also exchange them for food, supplies, or money. Can we exchange them for cookies, like the ones we're having tonight? A child asked. MOU recognized him as Emil, just 8 years old, the only child of the grocery store owners Carters and Ariel. Perhaps we could sell the cookies we exchanged in the store? Ariel asked cautiously. Sure. MOU smiled, looking around, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the remaining villagers. The only young man sitting at the far end, drinking quietly, was Pete, the last young person in the village who hadn't left. His grandmother, Alyssa, was knitting in a rocking chair by the fireplace. Middle-aged Clover was washing everyone's dishes in the sink behind the counter. He often worked at the tavern, serving as a sort of waiter. Delka, a middle-aged widower, was peeling the fruit he had picked that day and handing it to his 11-year-old son, Eric. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, or leave a message on the magic doll. Also, we guests from afar like to call ourselves players, and we also like to call ourselves NPCs. Don't be too curious when you hear these terms. After quickly completing a brief pre-job training session for the incoming NPCs, MOU asked Father Powley for the key to the village office across the street, and went to set up the magic dolls. These magic dolls weren't the life-size dolls Leah had mentioned, forged with willpower to serve as a player's shell. Instead, they were a batch of simple, half-mechanical, half-magical dolls that MOU had purchased from an alchemist long ago. They were only about the height of an average person's calf, capable of understanding basic commands and completing simple tasks. They were a popular tool for master magicians when they needed assistance. However, when MOU discovered that Leah could attach anchor points to the magic dolls, allowing them to function as system terminals for the world consciousness, he felt that these dolls were perfectly suited for use as quest-issuing NPCs in the Adventurers Guild. At the price of 10 copper for a novice sword, the 110 gold, 550 silver, and 1,100 copper earned by the villagers would be enough for the initial 3 players to earn for a long time, and could gradually establish an adventure-centered economy in this small village. Habits are cultivated gradually. Once established, more players will follow the rules as they enter. MOU and Leah toiled for several more hours before finally finishing up the Adventurers Guild. The room was still relatively intact, requiring little repair. MOU piled the miscellaneous items into the back room, rearranged the old table and counter, and placed the magic doll on top of the counter, ensuring it was the first thing players and villagers saw upon entering. MOU also got 2 large wooden boards and hung them on the walls on either side of the counter. He pinned several pieces of parchment with simple tasks written on them. As the last remaining fragment of the world's consciousness, Leah could use anchor points to allow players to access the game system and control inanimate objects like magic puppets as system terminals through anchor mark. However, for the time being, she couldn't allow the NPCs of this world to see system prompts or task bars. Until he could come up with a better solution, you could only use the old bounty hunter method of parchment to allow NPCs to issue tasks. Fortunately, once a quest is posted, players can see its progress through their UI. The parchment is merely a receipt, preventing NPCs from intentionally or unintentionally forgetting the quest requirements and rewards. While ensuring player convenience without overburdening them, the parchment, as a quest receipt, adds a touch of retro gaming flair. You can also view players' game progress and quests through his system backend, allowing him to manage their progress. If you encounter a bug you can't fix, just say it's a deliberate design. A longtime player referred to Planner, MOU calmly brushed off the dust. There are still 2 hours until the closed beta launch, and players can go online. He still needs to do some final testing of his body. I didn't expect you still be working overtime even after traveling to another world. Back at the Mage Tower, Mou pulled out his VR glasses and grumbled to Leah. Speaking of which, when I enter my alternate body, will this body still be conscious? Yes, Leah replied. I adjusted your VR glasses to accommodate the need to play as a player on your alternate account, while also appearing as an NPC in certain story animations. You can control your alternate account while still being awake, but please note that controlling both simultaneously is very draining, so it's best to focus on one. That's good. Mou was about to put on the VR glasses when he thought something was wrong. Wait, I can't wear VR glasses while playing as an NPC. It would look weird to the other players, wouldn't it? After a few seconds of silence, the two men and the system elf stared at each other. Leah broke the silence and said, or, I can change its appearance to a monocle that matches the style of this world. That cost you 1 creation charge. Mou thought for a moment. He printed out the computer, VR glasses, and money today, and it seemed he already used up his charges. Can I advance tomorrow's? Sure. Then while you're at it, make me a magic book. It should look heavy and impressive, but incredibly lightweight. And then put the system backend, dashboard, and player forum functions into the book. Otherwise, it'd look weird if I opened the system backend in front of the players. As a master magician, it's perfectly fine to point fingers at a magic book. Okay, I advance 1 creation charge tomorrow to modify the appearance of your unique VR glasses and generate the physical shell for the system panel, a custom magic book model. The all-purpose system elf Leah began her busy work. By the way, what would happen if a player put on VR glasses in the game? Mou sprawled on the sofa near his bedroom door, his imagination running wild. If the device has a preset anchor point, the player's consciousness will be transferred to the next body. Leah said, however, I don't recommend using it in this nesting doll manner. The multiple consciousness jumps could be mentally taxing for the player. Understood. Mou said, standing up and putting the remaining VR goggles into his system backpack. This should be safe. Your device has been modified. Leah moved quickly. Mou slipped the classic-style gold-rimmed monocle she had made onto his right eye, and immediately saw the login screen through the lens. This feels more like playing a VR game in real life, Mou commented, taking out a mirror to look at himself. You can't see the image on the lens from the outside, it's still transparent. Because these glasses are a teleportation anchor, Leah said. There's no projection on your lens. Everything you see with your right eye is actually the view from the eyes of your soul, attached to your miniature body. Mou picked up the magic book again and flipped open it. The inside of the magic book looked like a retro dual-screen tablet with an ink screen. All system functions, the official website backend, the player forum, QQ, and the internet were all accessible. So I have to pay for internet access to use this, right? Mou asked desperately. I previously ordered a home broadband plan for you. You can connect multiple devices without duplicate charges, Leah said. Mou's mouth twitched. That's fantastic. He studied himself in the mirror. Holding the magic book was indeed much more appealing than just looking at the system screen. After registering an ID for himself called Barbecue Squid, Mou successfully logged into his alt account. This body is truly quite subtle. Mou tried to move his alt account, then practiced the controls to ensure he hadn't switched to the wrong account. Then, he carefully checked the player UI. System interface check, quest panel check, backpack check. Logout check. He logged out of his secondary account, removed his monocle, and excitedly announced, "We're ready to open." Calculating the time, the game launched at exactly 8 a.m. in the Oziria world, and it was also a bright day. Mou placed all the players' husks in a safe place and happily left work. He experienced Moiwa's single bathtub and the soft, comfortable, and perfectly springy bed, and asked Leah to set the alarm for the next morning for the players' arrival. Although the food is poor, this is a standalone mage tower with its own private rooftops. The living conditions are much better than the house I rented before. Before falling into a deep sleep, wrapped in his quilt and pillows, Mou muttered, "It would be nice if we could order takeout in the future." While Mou was sleeping soundly, the 3 prospective players from the Origin world were too excited to sleep. Few modern people can fall asleep before midnight, let alone the 12 p.m. closed beta launch. This excitement has them surging. They're constantly chatting on QQ and browsing forums. They even rewatched the game's preview and nearly memorized the background music, which is sung in a language they don't even know. Yuhua Dingxian. So anxious. I'm so anxious. Why hasn't the server launched yet? Who understands? Xian Yui Tiao. I don't understand. I didn't win. Song Lin. I don't understand. I didn't win either. A bunch of group members started to boo him, and the whole row of yellow beans wearing sunglasses at the bottom made Lin Yu's teeth itch. I post a live stream on the forums, and see if you guys are jealous. After finally waiting until 11:59, Lin Yu impatiently plugged in the power cord, donned his VR glasses, and laid down on the bed. At midnight, the glasses dinged, and the Mayu Studio logo lit up in the center of the screen. Lin Yu heard a system notification chime. A pleasant female voice said, "Welcome to Evil God Expulsion Plan. Please enter your player ID. After submitting your player ID, the VR device will automatically recognize your biometric information and bind it. Once the binding is successful, no one else will be able to use your gaming device." Enter your ID? How do I enter it when there's no keyboard? Lin Yu was a little confused. This VR device uses mind-reading technology. All you need to do is imagine it in your mind. The female voice replied automatically. Mind-reading, is that so advanced? Lin Yu thought of his usual ID, Yu Hua Dengxian, and sure enough, he saw the words automatically entered in the dialog box on the glasses. Do you want to log into the game now? Yes. Chapter 9. I'm in. Fuck. The warmth of the sun, the fragrance of the grass, the touch of my body. Yijian Paqianshan raised his hands in ecstasy, wanting to embrace the sky, but found only 2 tentacles. Huh? Where are my hands? 3 players who had entered the game on time shouted in anger, "Is this planning toxic? I was wondering why there's no character creation interface." Lin Yu. ID Yuhua Dengxian raised a pink-purple tentacle and complained, "It seems we're not even human. Even if there's an anti-XX element, 3 octopuses is too much." Ideas? Luzhou Laoji's Luzhou asked, "Why is XX a blocked word? Didn't you read the background message?" Lu Bin, ID Jin Paqianshan, said, "There's a friendly reminder in there. Don't call out the evil god's name in the world of Osiria. Doing so may draw the evil god's attention, and the hatred of the planets will, and the favorability of the NPCs watching will be reset to 0. It's probably the newbie protection period for initial login, so it's a blocked word. Rather than saying we're octopuses, we're more like pink-purple slime jelly with 8 tentacles." Yuhua Dengxian poked Yijian Paqianshan's head with a tentacle, and a voice echoed in his ears. Slurp, slurp, a balloon-like sound effect echoed. "Look at this round, transparent, bouncy head, it feels so soft, and the sound effects are so realistic. It's truly a holographic game." Yijian Paqianshan, don't poke people with your tentacles. Luzhou Lajiao, didn't they say there were 4 people who got the beta test? Why are there only 3 of us? Yuhua Dengxian and Yijian Paqianshan said in unison, "Don't be so blunt about calling yourselves octopuses." The 4th insider, player, arriving late, quietly raised a tentacle. "Hey, I'm here." The 3 octopuses' heads twisted 180 degrees in unison, looking at the newcomer. "Wow, your ID looks delicious." Mou, who went by the ID, Barbecue Squid, scratched his jelly-like head with a tentacle. "Indeed, and it seems to fit this form somehow." "But isn't a squid with 10 tentacles? Yijian Paqianshan said. "That's not the point at all, okay? The point is why we're octopuses. And where are we?" Yuhua Dengxian frantically said, "Shouldn't a guide animation normally appear at this time?" Mou decided it was time for his main character to enter the game. He quickly returned his consciousness to his own body, and Moyawu emerged from the shadows, coughing softly, attracting the attention of several octopuses. Mou quietly had Leah mute several players and began his performance. Yuhua Dengxian. "Huh? Why can't I speak? I can only speak in the channel." Luzhou Lajiao. "Is it because of the story animation? It's normal not to allow players to interrupt during the story." Yijian Paqianshan. "Wow, he's the NPC who freed the elves in the PV. Adventurers from another world, thank you very much for answering my call and coming to help me save this world. I am the great magician Moiwu, lord of this AMT county, and the chosen executor of the fragments of the world consciousness." He waved his hand, and the player's system beeped. Faction function activated. Your current faction is the World Awareness faction, led by NPC Moiwu. Please note, the faction leader NPC is a unique and irreplaceable NPC. Please ensure their safety during missions. If the faction leader NPC Moiwu dies, the faction will disband, and players belonging to that faction will immediately lose their game access. During the game, some NPCs may not understand the words of players speaking outside the game. However, Lord Moiwu understands you and the world you come from far beyond the average person in this world, and he will serve as a bridge between these 2 worlds. If needed, you can seek assistance from the Lord. Yuhua Dengxian. Holy crap. Is this NPC so important? As your summoner, I will serve as your guide and supporter. You can ask me any questions you have about this world, and I will provide you with the necessary assistance to survive in it. MOU said, and had Leah place a novice sword, a set of novice equipment, and 10 copper coins in each of the 4 octopus's backpacks. Though these supplies are scant, they're enough for you to establish yourself in this world. Under the evil god's ravages, the people of this world are starving and freezing. In the nearby village of AMT, many are desperately in need of adventurers' assistance. When your sanity returns, please head to the village and help the people there to the best of your ability. Ding. The player system prompts. Quest successfully accepted. Beginner's Guide 1. Detailed quest requirements can be found in the quest panel. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains. Equipment has been distributed. Hey, this equipment is only for human form, right? It can't be used by octopuses? Is there a mistake? Lujo Laju. This means we can still transform back into human form. Yuhua Dingxian. There are newbie quests. Have you received them? Lin Yu opened the quest panel. Current quest. Newbie Guide 1. As a new adventurer, you must first familiarize yourself with your body and the controls of this world before you can truly shine in this world. Quest requirements. Familiarize yourself with the controls and system panel in your octopus form, and find a way to regain your sanity. Once your body has returned to normal, you can complete this quest and trigger Newbie Guide 2. Note, this Newbie Guide quest is a series and cannot be skipped. Please patiently return to human form before entering the human village, otherwise you will be mistaken for a minion of the evil god and attacked by the villagers. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains. It seems we can add friends now. Let's add them. It will make it easier to team up for quests. So the 4 of them quickly added each other as friends. Yuhua Dingxian. Restore sanity, restore human form. Sanity value. I get it. Look at the upper right corner of the screen. There's a SN value. What's yours? Mine is -50. Ijin Pachian Shan. Let me see. SN value is -33. Lujo Laju. Mine is -65. Barbecue Squid. -48. Yuhua Dingxian. I'm guessing that SN value can increase or decrease under certain conditions. According to the settings of typical role-playing games, a low SN value will cause a person to go crazy and transform into a monster. In this game, I guess when the SN value drops below 0, we transform into an octopus. So when it returns to 0, we should be able to transform into a human form. That's a pretty good guess, role-playing game player. MOU, who was spying on the screen with his Smith account, silently gave Lin Yu a thumbs up. Lujo Laojiao. So, what are the rules for restoring and reducing SN points? Ijin Pokianshin. I think calling out that boss's name will definitely result in a SN reduction. Brother Lujo, who said the banned word twice, your SN is lower than all of ours. Yuhua Dengxian. There's no time to lose, let's test it out. MOU, peeking at the screen, quietly lifted the player's mute restriction and quickly retreated several dozen meters on his main account. He had long suspected the player's suicidal tendencies of seeking their own fate despite knowing there were tigers in the mountains, so he got up early and, at first light, transported several players' remains to this desolate wilderness. This place was deserted, so there was no need to worry about players committing suicide. He was also a little curious about the effects of calling out the evil god's name. Yuhua Dengxian, Cthulhu. Why aren't you blocking it? Instantly, a huge crack appeared in the sky, and a gigantic eye appeared within it, staring directly at the slime octopus on the ground. Yuhua Dengxian shuddered, and his tentacles swelled under the gaze, his eyeballs popping and crackling on his once smooth tentacle suckers. Fuck. Ijin Pachian Shan was so frightened that his 8 claws swirled into a roulette wheel and quickly rolled behind a rock, trembling. This is too shabby. MOU also opened his magic book and glanced at the player profile. Yuhua Dengxian's pollution level suddenly soared to 300%. The system also determined that he had been given a debuff called Evil God's Gaze, which would attract the evil god's attention for 24 hours, reducing his purification recovery speed by 50%. After staring at the octopus ball on the ground for a moment, the eye rolled back and retreated, disappearing. The crack in the sky slowly closed, and Yuhua Dengxian stared in amazement at his transformed body, which had doubled in size. My SAN value has reached -300. Lord, you better stop the players from trying to call upon the evil god's name. Leah whispered to MOU, it's not a good idea to alert the evil god too early. I know, keeping quiet is the way to success. MOU said, the test is complete, and I doubt the players will commit suicide again. Well, but just to be safe, We should add some penalties. He stepped forward. He looked at Yuhua Dengxian with disgust. Adventurer, how dare you casually call upon the evil god's name? As a warning, I will revoke the equipment I provided you. Mou raised his hand, and Li immediately cooperated by removing the set of beginner equipment from Yuhua Dengxian's backpack. Then, Yuhua Dengxian's player system notification chimed in. NPC Moya's favorability with you has dropped to dislike. Please strive to raise your favorability with the NPC. A low favorability will increase the difficulty of your mission. After dealing with this, Mou waved his hand and gracefully exited. Ah! Yuhua Dengxian was heartbroken. This is such a loss. The faction leader's favorability has dropped, my equipment has been confiscated, and the beginner experience period has been extended. The only test results show that calling upon the evil god's name will inflict the evil god's gaze debuff and reduce my SAN to negative 300. What a loss. Luzhou Laji was silent for a moment, then said, the players on the forum will remember your sacrifice. However, after saying this, the three heartless players began studying their own tasks, first moving left and right, waving their octopus claws to familiarize themselves, then trying to call up various system panels and backpacks. Ejin Pachian Shan. Without a keyboard, it's all controlled by mind. It was a bit awkward at first, but after playing for a while, it became quite comfortable. Luzhou Lajiao, indeed, but it's easy to confuse speaking with posting in the channel. Ejin Pachian Shan. I understand. It's all controlled by mind, so it's easy to get mixed up. Barbecue squid, by the way, have you noticed? Sanity recharges faster in the sun, but slower in the shade. Seeing that these players were struggling to grasp the key points, Mou simply used his smut to remind them. Ejin Pachian Shan, indeed. Luzhou Lajiao. It seems sunlight has the power to purify evil. Yeah, it's a very traditional setting. Grilled squid, there looks to be a village over there. Let's walk a little closer. Maybe we'd be able to regain our human form by the time we get there. Several octopuses responded, but Yuhua Dengxian, with his pollution level at 300%, was left behind. It wasn't that he didn't want to follow, but with his SN level so low, he found it difficult to control his octopus tentacles. He raised his hand but lower it, and moved left but right instead. It was like he was under a confusion buff. Desperate, Yuhua Dengxian lay flat on his back, basking in the sun while he opened the player forum and started editing a live stream post. Subject, who would have thought that simply calling a name would be my worst decision? OP, Yuhua Dengxian. Content. Everyone, absolutely, do not casually say the name Cthulhu in the game. Please read the background story on the official website several times. The friendly reminders are all full of love from the development team, Bushi. I just wanted to test whether saying this name would reduce my SN points. Turns out, it does. In every sense of the word, a giant eye will appear in the sky and stare at you. Your body will burst with eyeballs. You also gain a 24-hour, evil god's gaze, debuff, which also reduces your cleansing recovery speed by 50%, not to mention, the OP's faction leader NPC also deducted my favorability points, turning it into something I hate. The NPC also took away a set of my newbie equipment. I'm so disappointed. This game's design is awful. Second floor. Salty fish. There's a livestream post so soon? By the way, how realistic is this game? Original poster. The realism is top-notch. The holographic experience is truly unique. All controls are controlled with your mind, like controlling a new body with a panel. Your mind is the mouse and keyboard. It's a little awkward at first, but once you get used to it, it feels incredibly smooth. The sun feels warm on your skin, and the smell of the grass and dirt is almost identical to real life. I think the realism alone is worth the price of admission, not to mention it's free. Third floor passerby, I want to play. When will the second round of closed beta testing open? Fourth floor Mou Zai, soon, probably in a few days. Fifth floor Songlin, looking forward to it. Can we see the Luzhou boss's livestream tomorrow? Sixth floor Xianyuitio, I want to see it. Boss, please release the video of me yelling at Cthulhu. I want to see how much my SN drops. Original poster, oh so angry. Yuhua Dengxian was sprawled on the deserted beach, browsing the forums and basking in the sun. Over there, the three octopuses were almost at the village entrance. Ejin Pachian Shan, whose SAN value was the highest among the three, had returned to -9. He also gradually transformed from a chubby, pink-purple, translucent slime octopus into an opaque, tentacled humanoid slime. As his sanity gradually increased, the jelly-like gelatin on his hands gradually faded, revealing human skin underneath. Chapter 10. Wow, I'm really back in human form. Qian looked at his 10 fingers and touched his face with joy. Although I still have some strange little tentacles and scales on my body, at least I can walk upright. I no longer have to roll around like jelly and crawl on tentacles. Ha ha ha. He excitedly put on his novice equipment. After transforming into human form, he wore only the white underwear given to him by the system for free. And equipped with his novice sword, he looked like a freshly minted swordsman, perfectly fitting the adventurer's role. The novice equipment included a full set of leather armor, gloves, leather boots, and a hard leather head armor, which should be the standard equipment for physical professions. Qian unsheathed his novice sword and swung it a few times. After adjusting to the feel, he made a cool sword flower. Ha ha ha, this is a VR game. It feels almost like wielding a sword in real life, but a little easier. It should be a constitution bonus, Luzhou Laojiu analyzed. I looked at the attribute chart. Based on my current stats and my past gaming experience, I estimate the average initial level at level 1 should be 5. If a stat is below average, it might not be suitable for a certain class. There are 6 attributes on the panel. Constitution and agility should be for physical classes, intelligence and magic should be for mages, and perception and willpower should affect SAN values. Because the luck and charisma values themselves are invisible, MOU didn't include them in the player panel. Luzhou Laojiu was able to analyze so much using its own panel, truly demonstrating his experience as a game publisher. My constitution is 8, agility 3, intelligence 6, and magic 6. My perception is quite high, at 8, and my willpower is average at 5. I guess this is one of the reasons why my SAN is relatively low. Luzhou Laojiu continued, Yijian, what are your perception and willpower? Qian also opened his profile. Constitution 7, agility 9, I'm probably leaning towards physical classes. Intelligence and magic are both below 5. Perception is 3, but willpower is 9. MOU looked at his alt stats. Some were similar to his own at level 1. Constitution 5, agility 5, intelligence 8, magic 8, it seems I'm leaning towards magic. Perception 7, willpower 8. It seems there's a connection. If willpower is higher than perception, SAN increases faster. We have to look at AU's stats. A few people asked on the friend channel. Yuhua Dengxian has Constitution 7, Agility 7, Intelligence 8, and Magic 6, which seems well suited for both magic and physical classes. His perception and willpower are both 7. 4 of us, 1 physical, 1 mage, and 2 all-around players. Qian commented, this team's class composition is quite suitable. While analyzing, MOU's sub-account and Luzhou Laojiu's SAN values returned to above 0, and they both successfully changed their gear. Upon checking, Yuhua Dengxian's SAN value was still negative 273, so the 3 of them had no choice but to continue exploring, while Yuhua Dengxian continued to bask in the sun. Yuhua Dengxian, what should I do? Should I commit suicide and restart? Do I have to bask in the sun forever? Qian, but there's a penalty for character death. Wouldn't it be even worse if I couldn't log in? Luzhou Laojiu, not being able to transform back into human form probably only means you can't enter the village, but it doesn't mean you can't experience other content. Why don't you try something else and test other game features? Yuhua Dengxian, good idea. But my map is completely dark right now. Where should I go? Luzhou Laojiu, wait a minute, let's go to the village and see if there's a map. The 3 continued walking towards the village. When they reached the teleportation array at the village entrance, they heard a beep from the player system. The teleportation point and resurrection point have been automatically recorded. Players can use this teleportation array to reach the connected teleportation point. Each teleportation will incur a fee based on distance, which can be viewed on the teleportation interface. Luzhou Laojiu and Qian immediately opened the teleportation interface to check. Our teleportation point is called AMT Village. There are 2 accessible locations. The Dark Forest, marked as a leveling area. The Wild Grotto Ruins, marked as a dungeon area, are recommended for players above level 10, and after completing a dungeon quest. Teleporting to the Dark Forest only costs 3 copper coins. Once you're there, the map should be lit up. I checked the location first. 1 sword breaks 1,000 mountains finished his words, and chose to teleport. A moment later, his message appeared in the friend channel. 1 sword breaks 1,000 mountains. I reached the Dark Forest. The forest is about 2 kilometers northwest of the village, only about 1 kilometer from where we were just now. That's about the same distance we walked to the village. You head northwest, and you should see the forest soon. Yu Hua Dingxian, great. I go kill monsters first. The image of a slime octopus waving a tentacle, holding a novice sword high to chop monsters, flashed through their minds, and they immediately felt a bit unbearable. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains. I go back and see if there are any dark forest related quests. We can kill monsters together then, faster. But I'm a little worried. Are there only physical class NPCs in the village? Luzhou Laoju said, that great magician Moi looks like a magic class instructor. It's unlikely that a novice village would have 2 magic class instructors. Not necessarily. Mou said he had assigned DeCarlo to the Adventurers Guild early in the morning. Although this apprentice only possessed 2 skills, he was fully qualified to serve as a magic instructor for novice players. Go get the quests first. Yijian Paqianshan teleported back and rushed into the village in a few steps. This village is so small, you can see the whole way to the end. Hey, there's even an Adventurers Guild. There's even a quest board. This setting is so Japanese RPG-esque. Luzhou Laoju sighed, it's been ages since I played this kind of traditional game. I miss it. Huh, I can actually understand the text here. Yijian Paqianshan said, taking down a few pieces of parchment. Go pheasant hunting in the forest, go pick wild fruits in the forest. These quests are quite suitable. Mou, who had previously asked Leah to automatically install the language translation function in the player UI, watched with satisfaction as several players followed his instructions and found the magic puppets to accept quests. While they were not paying attention, he gathered his attention and sent his main character back to the mage tower to rest. He also took on a few simple quests on his secondary character. He planned to go to that dungeon after raising his sub-account to level 10 or above, to check out what this dungeon world was like. As a game planner and veteran player, Mou was no less curious about the fantasy dungeon than any of the younger players present. The magic puppet scanned the parchment handed to him by Yijian Paqianshan and made a beeping sound. Would you adventurers like to form a team to take on quests together? We can team up? Their eyes lit up. Yes. If you team up to share quests, the experience points and rewards will be shared among the team. You can choose to have the system automatically assign tasks, or have the team leader assign tasks. However, if you choose to have the team leader assign tasks, you need to decide on a team leader first. The magic puppet said. Let the system automatically assign them first. Add Yuhua Dengxian to the team as well. Luzhou Laoju said. For a game system composed of a world consciousness that holds spatial authority, supporting cross-region teaming is a simple task. Yuhua Dengxian, upon receiving the system's confirmation that the player had successfully teamed up and received the quest, burst into tears of gratitude. However, while the quests on the Magic Puppets quest board supported sharing, the mage quests on DeCarlo's board could only be claimed individually. Aside from Yijian Paqianshan, whose basic skills were lacking, Mou's Alt and Luzhou Laoju both successfully claimed the mage quests. In this world, spellcasting doesn't require any weapons or items. So, after DeCarlo finished his halting lines and went through the storyline, both Mou's Alt and Luzhou Laoju activated Fireball and Water Stream on their character skill panels. There was a note below the skill panel. Please note that using magic will gradually reduce your SAN. On Aruma days, yellow days, the rate of SAN reduction slows by 100%, while on Suchin days, green days, the rate of SAN reduction increases by 100%. What do yellow and green days mean? Luzhou Laoju opened the knowledge query interface in the UI and searched for it before realizing. So this world has 2 suns, and they have different effects on SAN reduction. It seems this makes the gameplay more complicated. This game design is quite thoughtful. Mou, haha. The group wandered around the village again, getting to know everyone. Luzhou Laoju also accepted a quest from the blacksmith, a life profession for blacksmiths, only available to players with a constitution of 8 or higher. Then, they set off on the teleportation array to the Dark Forest. Yuhua Dingxian had already arrived at the Dark Forest, and was happily killing monsters. He didn't use his tentacles to wield a sword to slash monsters, but instead fully utilized his racial advantage as a slime octopus fueled by the evil god. His infiltration into the crowd of monsters was like returning home. Not a single monster attacked him. Even after being attacked by his tentacles, they remained stunned and offered little resistance, as if still wondering why an octopus fellow imbued with the strong aura of the evil god would suddenly attack them. So when Mou and the others arrived, they saw Yuhua Dengxian crushing a demonized squirrel to death with a single blow of his buttocks, and strangling a bound demonized rabbit with several tentacles, enjoying the killing spree. Seeing this scene makes me feel like my SAN is going to drop, Yijian Paqianshan muttered. Of course, for a physical class character, with the soul of a player from another world, it was impossible for his SAN to drop. Jian Paqianshan was only momentarily dazed before joining the monster-killing group. The four quickly found their roles within the team. Luzhou Laojiao, with the highest stamina, served as tank and pulled monsters. Jian Paqianshan engaged in melee attacks. Mou's alt squad, Barbecue Squid, cast fireballs at the maximum range of his abilities, and Yuhua Dingxian fully utilized his racial advantage to roam among the monsters, sneaking in and finishing off one kid with one tentacle. After each wave of monsters, they would rest, allowing Barbecue Squid to recharge his SAN. Meanwhile, Luzhou Laojiao and Jian Paqianshan would use the hunter's knife given by the grocery store owner to dismantle the monster's fur, claws, and other salvageable parts. These parts can be sold to traveling merchants in exchange for food, and naturally, they are also important quest items required by NPCs. A well-coordinated team of players can be very efficient at a leveling point. After nearly a day of fighting monsters, the four of them all reached level 8. They figured that returning to the city to complete their quests would give them enough quest experience from the NPCs to reach level 10. It was almost 6 a.m. in the Origin world, so they decided to return to the village to complete their quests. Luzhou Laojiao and Jian Paqianshan had to go to work, one to edit a video, and the other to edit 1,000 mountains, so they had to log off. Yuhua Dingxian's SAN value was still negative 30, so he couldn't enter the village for the time being. As a university student on summer vacation, he didn't have a rush to log off, so he could only stay in the dark forest and fight monsters for a while longer. According to the system prompt, in this game, logging off requires a safe, deserted area. The recommended option is to rent a room in the village tavern, or leave your body with a friend who hasn't logged off, otherwise you risk accidental bodily injury or property loss. Luzhou Laojiao and Jian Paqianshan weren't prepared to take it lightly. They went to the tavern and rented 2 rooms with Papa Polly, then logged off. After saying goodbye to them, Mou prepared to teleport alone to the Wild Grotto ruins, intending to explore the area before the players entered the dungeon. He might even have to create a pre-quest storyline or something. However, before he left the tavern, Clover rushed in, barely catching his breath, before shouting incoherently, "Traveling merchants, traveling merchants. Traveling merchants are coming?" Papa Polly stood up quickly. "No." Clover waved his hands anxiously, taking several deep breaths before saying, "We found the traveling merchants' horses in the desert, near the grottos. No people, just a few horses, and some scattered goods." This could it be? Papa Polly had a sinister premonition. "That's what we suspected," Clover said. "The merchant's men might have fallen into an illusion. What should we do?" Old Polly slumped back into his chair. Mou knew what they were worried about. This village's trade route had always been plied by a merchant named Mustafa Roselle, his slaves, and his horse caravan. If anything happened to them, even if the villagers could recover the merchant's goods scattered across the wilderness, they could only hold out for a while longer. After that, no more merchants would come this way. But as for rescuing the merchant, firstly, it was unknown how long the merchant's group had been trapped in the illusion, and their fate was unknown. Secondly, the villagers had no way of protecting themselves once they entered the illusion. For the inhabitants of this world, the illusion had always been a deadly, unavoidable situation. Chapter 11. The late merchant caravan may have fallen into an illusion. This is a matter of life and death for the future of AMT County. As the Lord, Mou naturally had to intervene. He first followed the villagers on his trumpet to the location where the merchant's horses were found, then quickly returned to the Lord's trumpet and rode over on his pony. "Your Excellency." Papa Polly had already inspected the horses they had found. "We found 5 horses in the wilderness. One was seriously injured by a wild beast and is unlikely to survive. Each horse bears the emblem of the merchant Mustafa on its rump. They are indeed their horses." "When was the merchant supposed to arrive this month?" Mou asked. "The 5th of every month, and today is exactly 7 days. Father Polly said, all sorts of things can happen on the trade route. A delay of 2 or 3 days is normal, but a delay of 7 days has never happened before. Besides, the horses and cargo are now scattered across the wasteland. Mustafa's character regards his horses and cargo as his life. He would never abandon them, unless some sudden, unexpected, or life-threatening crisis leaves him unable to care for his horses and cargo. This place is really close to the caves," Clover said. "Although Mustafa is a seasoned merchant, it's not impossible for him to stray from his route on a foggy day and be suddenly swallowed by the expanding illusion. What should we do then? We can't enter the illusion to find them. That would be courting death." Widow Delka said, "There's no return from the illusion. Even the most powerful bishop of the Church of Light has fallen there. What use are we? The adventurers I hired might be able to help. They have some special survival techniques for illusions, so perhaps we could give them a try. MOU looked at the villagers. But I need more information about the cave illusion. How did it come about? How many people have died here? Please tell me everything you know. We don't know much. Father Polly sighed. About 170 years ago, a small town existed above this cave. The town was once prosperous, and a beautiful Church of Light was built there. It had a towering bell tower, and the Church of Light even had a white-robed bishop stationed here. For celebrations like the birthday of the God of Light and the New Year's festival, people from all over AMT County would flock to the city to celebrate. You should know that AMT County has always had a complex faith system. People believed in anything that would benefit them and bring them protection. However, 170 years ago, on the birthday of the God of Light, this town suddenly vanished with a roar. Where the clock tower once stood, a massive cave appeared, from which billowing black smoke of curses continuously poured out. A few days later, a madman suddenly appeared. Papa Polly swallowed several times, as if even telling this story made him tremble. The madman said incoherently that someone had dug a cave beneath the town, sacrificed to an evil god, and destroyed the entire town. Everyone died. He was the only one who escaped the illusion, but he didn't know how he escaped, or even if he made it. The villagers who rescued him put him up in an inn room, but a week later, he hanged himself from a beam. Later, word of the illusion spread, and no one dared approach the cave. But every so often, people from afar across the desert could see the cave area shrouded in a gray mist. Travelers who strayed into it would never return. Later, the Church of Light sent forces to try to purify the illusion. Clover said, the Son of Light, Aelian, and his companions came, but one of his men died that time. The Son of Light did manage to escape, but he also said that the illusion had consumed the obsessions of at least 100 people, and that this collective illusion was something they couldn't yet resolve. Damn it! Even the church leaders can't solve this small town dungeon, made up of hundreds of people's obsessions, and even containing elements of demonic god worship. Can players really solve it? But players do have an advantage over the natives of this world. Immortality. They can exit the dungeon and re-enter it again after dying once. Moreover, players from other worlds are all experienced in the game. Whether it's Cthulhu elements or puzzle solving, there are players who excel at both. As long as enough players participate in the dungeon, this dungeon can be solved. MOU mentally encouraged himself frantically, forcing himself to maintain the calm and confident demeanor of a great wizard. I understand. I send my adventurers to rescue the traveling merchant in the fantasy world. Everyone, go home and wait for news. Papa Polly, Clover, please take these horses and goods back to the village and register the goods. We will sell food and essential supplies to the people at the same price the peddlers used to sell them, and keep a record of the proceeds. If we can successfully rescue the peddlers, we will pay them the full amount. If we can't rescue them, at least these supplies and horses will keep the villagers afloat for a few more months until you can come up with a new solution. Papa Polly and several villagers accepted the Lord's instructions, leading their horses and escorting the goods back to the village. MOU sighed and summoned Leah, saying, I use my avatar to check it out. Okay. Leah said, I should remind you that this dungeon is under the control of the evil god. My power will be greatly weakened, and I can only maintain basic player systems. I won't be able to communicate with you directly through projection. Once you enter the dungeon, you will only have the privileges of a normal player character and cannot access the GM backstage. Given the dungeon's high difficulty, it's best to enter while your character is asleep. Also, to increase your character survival rate, we recommend entering in a group. Upon entering the dungeon, the system will automatically analyze the deceased obsessions, providing you and the player with some tips. However, please note that after being assimilated by the evil spirit, the deceased obsessions can be deceptive. System prompts may change as your quest progresses. Please monitor them regularly, but do not overly trust them. Understood. MOU took a deep breath, returned his main character to his bedroom in the Mage Tower, assigned a quest to his secondary character, then switched his VR headset to sleep mode, logged in, and switched back to his secondary character. He sent a message to Yu Dengxian, who was still online. Barbecue Squid, hey, I got a dungeon quest. Want to try it out? Yu Dengxian, where is it? I be there right now. Barbecue Squid, teleport to the Wilderness Grotto. I add you to the team. Not long after, MOU spotted a black-haired boy in beginner gear running excitedly from the teleport point from a distance. Huh? What's that gear you're wearing? Yu Dengxian looked sad. I bought it at the village shop. Luckily, killing monsters gives you adventure coins. MOU's lip curled. He opened his dashboard, quickly created a team, and shared the quest with his teammates. Beep, the player system prompted. Accept quest, rescue the merchant. This quest is a dungeon quest, recommended for level 10 and above. You what Dengxian? Wow! A dungeon! Let me see! He quickly opened the quest panel. Quest: rescue the merchant, Mustafa, the merchant who delivers food and supplies, maintains the lifeline of supply for AMT County. A week has passed since this month's delivery date, and the merchant's team has yet to return. As worried villagers headed to the wilderness to investigate, Clover and the others discovered Mustafa's lost horse and cargo near the wilderness grotto. Merchants would never abandon their horses and cargo, which they cherish as their lives, unless they were trapped in a fantasy. Please proceed to the wilderness grotto to enter the fantasy dungeon, the mystery of Clock Tower Town. Note: the fantasy dungeon cannot be exited at will. Players must complete at least one side quest or die before exiting. Players can log off during the dungeon. Please ensure you are at a safe area or supervised by a companion during this time. If you survive the offline process, you will continue playing in the dungeon upon re-entering. If you unexpectedly die while offline, you will be automatically exited from the dungeon, and your progress will not be retained. Friendly reminder: time in a dungeon flows differently than normal game time. Each dungeon has its own unique time rate. Please confirm your status immediately after entering a dungeon to avoid disrupting your studies, work, or personal life. Clock Tower Town Mystery. That dungeon name sounds intriguing. Yu Hua Dengxian rubbed his hands, eager to try. Should we go in alone? Should we wait for the other two to come online? Let's go in and take a look first. MOU said, I think this dungeon might be difficult. I might not be able to complete it in one try. Let's explore the situation first. Indeed. Yu Hua Dengxian nodded. I still have over 5 hours of game time. I can play for another 2, then I log off and have breakfast. 2 hours should be enough to explore the area. MOU agreed. If the dungeon is too complex, we can complete some simple quests and then come back in together when the other 2 come online tonight. Okay. So how do we get in? Just keep going forward, MOU said, leading the way towards the cave. After taking a few steps, he felt his vision blur and a strange dizziness enveloped him, as if an invisible, jelly-like substance were enveloping him, covering all 5 senses. MOU even felt a little suffocated, but the next moment, he had penetrated the sticky jelly barrier. The cold air instantly rushed into his nasal cavity and throat, causing him to cough continuously. Successfully entered the illusion, analyzing the illusion's obsession. A total of 2 main quests, and 108 side quests have been detected. The number of instances you can enter is unlimited. Instance information and prompts have been updated, and can be viewed on the quest interface. Ding! A deafening bell rang, so close it felt like it was ringing in his head, making his brain buzz. In his trance, he seemed to hear the gurgling sound of dice rolling, and an old man's voice slowly sighed, betrayal. Betrayal is human nature. Ding! Another bell rang, shaking MOU out of his trance, but this second bell seemed to be coming from some distance away, not from within his head. MOU blinked, and found his feet were now on the bluestone pavement. The scene around him had changed drastically. No longer a barren wilderness, but a small town street similar to 18th century London, England. It's just that the streets and houses here are all crooked and awkward, seemingly defying common sense. Ahead, the top of the legendary town's church bell tower can be vaguely seen. The sky was hazy, it was clearly daytime, but the sun wasn't visible. The air was filled with a pungent smell, like a mixture of fossil fuel smoke and rotting meat, irritating the nose. You couldn't help but sneeze several times before gradually adjusting. First, I need to check the quest panel. Instance name: Mystery of Bell Tower Town. This is an illusion created by the obsession of the deceased. You are in the town of Clock Tower, once one of the most prosperous towns in AMT County, 170 years ago. The town houses a church of the Church of Light, a pillar of faith for AMT County's followers. During the various festivals of the Church of Light, crowds flock to the town to celebrate. It is currently 6 days away from the birthday of the God of Light. On the day of the God of Light's birthday, the entire town collapsed into nothingness for unknown reasons. Current main quest: investigate the cause of the town's destruction. Current side quest: pending. Please complete at least one side quest or main quest before exiting the dungeon normally. Current team survival rate: 100%. Current dungeon distortion: 44%. Dungeon distortion refers to the increase in the strength of the evil forces caused by the deaths of those entering the illusion since its formation, resulting in a slight increase in the dungeon difficulty. Once the dungeon distortion reaches 100%, the dungeon difficulty increases by 1 level. If the player character dies, they can exit the dungeon, but the dungeon distortion will increase by 1%. To avoid increasing the difficulty of subsequent dungeon completion, please proceed with caution. Current dungeon difficulty: hard. Current dungeon purification progress: 0%. Mission note: betrayal is human nature. When faced with profit and justice, please make your choice. Time flow: this dungeon loops for 7 days, which is equivalent to 1 day of in-game time outside of the dungeon. Save points: in some dungeons, if the player's actions trigger the obsession of the deceased, a save point may be generated. The content of the save point can be retrieved and played again the next time you enter the dungeon. Please pay attention to this. Character death increases the dungeon's difficulty. It seems we can't just commit suicide to exit the dungeon. Yuhua Dengxian said, the ratio of dungeon time, game time, and real time is 14 to 2 to 1. 2 hours of real-time game time is equivalent to 28 hours of playtime here, which is quite ample. To exit normally, you must complete the simple side quests. First, go to the bell tower and see if you can encounter any NPCs and search for clues. Besides solving the puzzles in this dungeon quest, we also need to search for the traveling merchants who strayed here, if they're still alive. Mou glanced at the system map. As expected, the areas he hadn't visited were still pitch black. But the bell tower was the most prominent structure in the town, and they could see the top tower from a distance. If they could climb the bell tower, they should be able to take in the entire town. Chapter 12. They continued along the bluestone path, their faces filled with repetitive, familiar, and distorted English-style houses. The fog thickened as they advanced. After only about 500 meters, Mou realized that visibility had dropped to 300 meters. The clock tower, which had been clearly visible before, was now obscured by fog, looming like a distant dream. When he looked back, he couldn't find the direction he had come from. On the silent town streets, Mou shuddered. Does that clock tower really exist? This thought suddenly popped into Mou's mind. His mind began to race. No, this is an illusion. Technically, the entire town isn't real, it's just a shared memory, formed by the obsession of one or more people. Everything here is a lie. These shared memories can't even be said to be a restoration of history. At best, they only restore certain people's perceptions, which is why the buildings throughout the town appear to be crooked and on the verge of collapse. These buildings emanate from the memories of countless people. These memories contradict, merge, and support each other, resulting in this bizarre chimera town. This town is the ultimate fusion monster, Mou muttered. Finding the main quest or side quests in this strange fusion town seems difficult. According to normal historical reasoning, a week before the birthday of the God of Light, the townspeople should have been busy decorating the town, hanging various ribbons, balloons, bells, and other decorations, rather than the entire town being dead and shrouded in gray fog. Until now, Mou and his companions hadn't seen a single NPC. The plot must have gone awry earlier, but where did it go wrong? If this were a group game, I have the keeper do a reconnaissance. Yuhua Dengxian was also a little frantic. There's not even an NPC here, how can we search for clues? No one would leave a diary lying around on the street, right? No diary, but there are newspapers. Mou's eyes lit up. He walked to the newspaper box next to the street bench, pulled out several newspapers, and spread them out on the bench. Good job. Yuhua Dengxian excitedly pounced on it, quickly searching the pile for useful information. This newspaper box was open to townspeople who could freely pay for it, and some would also exchange their unused newspapers. Mou found 3 days' worth of newspapers, and they were all different: the Daily Observer, the Daily News, and the Small Town Weekly. The amount of information was enormous. The two of them quickly flipped through the papers, and quickly discovered the problem. Why are so many people losing things in this town? Yuhua Dengxian muttered. This lost and found notice takes up 3 full pages, and it's all about things that happened in the past few days. It's not just things that are lost, Mou added. Pets and even residents are missing, too. The two exchanged glances. This is a serial disappearance. They compiled the information from the newspapers. In the week leading up to the God of Light's birthday, residents of the town continued to disappear. First, a little girl lost her treasured teddy bear in the park. When she and her mother returned to look for it, the bear was gone. The next day, her mother put a missing and found notice in the newspaper. But on the third day, When the little girl and her mother went to the park again, she suddenly disappeared. Her mother even chatted with neighbors nearby, but neither she nor the neighbors heard or saw anything unusual. The little girl's mother even thought the little girl had gone looking for her teddy bear, and had lost her way back. In another family, a pet dog suddenly vanished from their yard. Because the gate was wide open, everyone assumed the dog had gotten lost. Next, the son, who had returned home from Magic University on holiday, went looking for the dog and didn't return overnight. Then the woman went looking for the missing dog and son, but they were also gone. Finally, a neighbor saw the man walk into the fog at night and never return. MOU, it's like Calabash brothers saving Grandpa, going to each one to help. Similar cases occurred repeatedly over the next few days. At first, no one connected these scattered incidents, but it became clear that many people in this city had disappeared along with their beloved pets and belongings. The disappearances. What does that remind you of? MOU glanced pointedly at Yuhua Dengxian, who gave him a knowing look. I suspect it's a sacrifice to the evil god. Yuhua Dengxian said, these missing people were lured to secluded places by the mastermind using their cherished possessions, then kidnapped and perhaps used as sacrifices to the evil god. And this summoning of the evil god is likely the cause of the town's destruction. Ding, the player system prompt. Your player team has successfully analyzed the fantasy plot, triggering main story branch quest 1. Sacrifice to the evil god. Please check the quest panel for specific quest details. Progress. The two immediately opened the quest panel, where the information had been updated. Main quest side quest 1. Evil god sacrifice. People are disappearing in the town, seemingly taking advantage of the celebration of the god of light's birthday to commit some evil deed. You speculate that the missing individuals may have been sacrificed to summon the evil god, a summoning that ultimately led to the town's destruction. Current optional quests. Uncover the mastermind behind the evil god's sacrifice, rescue the missing residents, stop the evil god summoning ritual, and save the town. Current dungeon purification progress, 0%. System ready. Note, main storyline side quests refer to situations where your team has triggered certain conditions or obtained specific intelligence. System calculations indicate a certain probability of completing a specific storyline path and achieving a specific main storyline ending. However, please note that the main storyline in the fantasy world offers countless possible developments and endings. The player's current side quest path may change depending on their decisions. Please always pay attention to the quest panel information. After completing any main storyline ending, the player can successfully exit the fantasy world and receive a system achievement. For example, if all truths within the fantasy world are uncovered and the obsessions of the deceased are purified, the true end achievement is obtained, and the fantasy world is purified. Once the fantasy world is completely purified, it will be permanently closed. If the player needs to exit the dungeon while progressing through the main storyline, it is recommended to save at a previously triggered save point. Otherwise, the game progress will not be saved. There are still multiple endings. Immortal Ascension Path. I feel like we're lucky to get a bad ending. Trying harder might lead to a happy ending. The true end, at least, requires 2 rounds, right? Generally, games require at least the normal ending before the hidden true ending can be reached. After all, the true ending contains many otherworldly settings or hidden information. Some games even require players to complete all other endings before reaching the true ending. MOU said, I think we can use forum posts to keep a record of our progress through the main storyline. That way, even if we accidentally exit without finding a save point, we can quickly trigger the same main storyline branch the next time we come back. Good idea. We can also pool the power of other players to unlock all the endings. Yuhua Dengxian agreed. So how do we proceed with this main storyline branch now? MOU picked up a copy of the Observer Daily, which had a map of a small town printed on it. Since this is a detective puzzle dungeon, we need to return to the crime scene. Let's go to the park where the little girl and her teddy bear disappeared. After obtaining the map from the newspaper, the maps on their system panels also lit up. With the system's positioning, the two of them no longer had to run around aimlessly. MOU carefully compared the locations of several landmark buildings in the town, and discovered that they had indeed lost their way in the fog. The clock tower is to the northwest, about 3 kilometers away. The small park where the little girl disappeared is about 500 meters east of us. It's just through the residential area next door. MOU led the way, consulting the map. After passing through an alley, they came upon a number of crooked, oddly shaped villas with gardens. Surrounded by these villas was the small park they were looking for. This small park covers approximately 2 square kilometers. From the entrance, Winding paths lead to a small hill covered in grass and flowers. At the foot of the hill lies a small pond. Beside the pond stands a shrine housing a 2-meter-tall statue of the god of light. In front of the statue, wreaths of flowers were placed, seemingly decorations placed by the public for a festive occasion. After circling the park twice, the two finally returned to the shrine to exchange information. Mou shook his head at Yuhua Dengxian, who sighed and spread his hands. The pond and the shrine are the most suspicious things here, but we can't drain the pond to see what's underneath. He began scratching his head again. These are all counter-type dungeons. Can we get a reconnaissance inspection? I told you there's no reconnaissance inspection. Mou sighed, then suddenly had an idea. But we do have the Identify skill. Identify, a skill built into Mou's system, allows him to identify any item or creature up to 5 levels higher than his own. When creating the player system, Mou built this skill into every player's anchor point. Identify has a very low mana cost, and its cooldown is only 5 seconds, making it almost negligible. Mou quickly cast Identify on all the objects around him, and sure enough, an object with a blue glow appeared. Mou followed the direction of the blue light, peered into the gap behind the shrine, and pulled out a tattered teddy bear. Anna's teddy bear. A teddy bear abandoned behind the shrine for some reason, carrying its owner's obsession. Returning it to its owner might even help complete a quest. Shit! Yuhua Dengxian's eyes widened. This identification technique is much more useful than investigation. The missing little girl mentioned in the newspaper is called Anna. This must be the teddy bear she lost. Mou looked at the narrow gap behind the shrine. How did the bear get here? Was it hidden here? Is there a secret passage here? Yuhua Dengxian asked. Perhaps the statue can rotate, or there's a secret door behind the shrine? The little girl might have found the bear initially, but when she was kidnapped and taken away through the secret passage, she let go and left it here? That's very possible, but where is the secret passage? Mou searched the area, back and forth, and cast several identification techniques on the statue and shrine, but none of them worked. Perhaps this is a dead end, Yuhua Dengxian said. Perhaps the mechanism is inside the secret passage, and it can only be opened from the inside, not from the outside. The two searched the area thoroughly again, confirming there were no more clues, and then prepared to leave. Just as they reached the top of the hill, they heard a commotion, as if a group of people were fleeing, pursued by something. Mou peeked out and saw a middle-aged man dressed as a businessman, flanked by several guards, stumbling along the residential street. One of the guards was dark-skinned and exceptionally tall, his arms bulging with muscles almost as large as the businessman's head. He practically half-dragged, half-carried the businessman on his back, firing behind him with an ancient musket as he ran. And then the target of his attack came into Mou's sight, a flying creature with bat-like wings and a scorpion-like tail. It had 2 curved horns on its head, but where its face should be, it had skin as smooth as a whale's. Yuhua Dengxian realized what the creature was even quicker than Mou. It's a night gaunt. Those being chased might be the traveling merchants we're looking for, Mou said, rushing down the hillside, over the low wall of the small park, and onto the road. He threw a fireball at the night gaunt's head. Hey! Traveling merchant. Run this way. The tall, dark guard hesitated for only a second before supporting the merchant and running towards Mou. After being hit by the fireball, the night gaunt tumbled in the air, its claws and wings silently spreading, evidently enraged. Mou launched another fireball, knocking the nightmare back 3 meters. He then cast an Identify spell, and the system responded almost immediately. Nightmare, level 11, current health 945/2000. If you look closely, this nightmare has a laceration on its left wing. Attacking that wing might be a good idea. Hit the left wing. It's only half health. Mou shouted, and the tall guard immediately understood. With one hand, he supported the merchant as he retreated, while with the other, he held his musket steady and fired at the nightmare's left wing. Under the two's long-range firepower, the nightmare's left wing was quickly shattered. It flapped silently a few times before falling to the ground. Yuhua Dengxian seized the opportunity and rushed forward, severing the nightmare's tail with one sword and piercing its head with another, finishing off the severely injured monster with a few strikes. The nightmare's blank face twisted, and it seemed to let out a silent wail before disintegrating into a pile of gray-black powder. TSK, worthy of a creature from a dream, not even a drop of blood. Yuhua Dengxian sheathed his sword in dissatisfaction and ran to the group. Let's get out of here quickly. Nightmares travel in groups, and there must be other creatures nearby. I know a safe place, said the tall guard. Follow me. Chapter 13. The group cautiously, and tiptoed through the narrow alleys. After passing a residential area, a dilapidated theater appeared in front of him. The tall guard, as if he had been here countless times, walked expertly to the small gate of the gatehouse. After quickly removing the brass lock, he waved to the group, signaling them to enter. The group filed in. Once they were all inside, the tall guard closed the door again. Effortlessly pulling a small cabinet from the side to prop it up, he confidently led the group inside. The theater was large and dilapidated. Most of the seats in the main theater had been removed, leaving a large open space. The group of traveling merchants walked into the main hall with familiarity. The merchant found a still good seat and sat down, panting heavily, rubbing his chest. The tall guard handed him a water bottle and then dragged over the remains of several old chairs, kicking them into splinters one by one. He picked up the scattered program sheets and pulled out a tinderbox to start a fire. In the blink of an eye, a bonfire had erupted on the tiled floor. "Thank you for your help." The slightly portly merchant finally caught his breath and spoke. "I'm the traveling merchant Mustafa Roselle." He had thick brown hair and a full beard, and wore a turban to protect his head from the wind and sand. His light brown skin was furrowed by the wind and sand, reminiscent of an Arab merchant from centuries ago in the origin world. "This is my bodyguard and right-hand man, Mahat." He pointed to the tall, dark guard. As Mustafa introduced them, the green names of the NPCs appeared above their heads. "The rest of you are my slaves." The slaves he was referring to were still working, cleaning and preparing food around the campfire, their heads bent. Mustafa's introduction didn't cause any emotion. Ascension. It seems slavery still exists in this world. Grilled squid. This world's development is still largely stuck in the Middle Ages. The existence of slavery isn't surprising. We are adventurers hired by the great magician Moy, the lord of AMT County. MOU introduced himself. The villagers of AMT, noticing your delay and discovering your horses and goods left behind in the wilderness caves, hired us to rescue you. Are you here to rescue us? Mustafa's eyes sparkled with hope, but then dimmed again. But this is an illusion. I never heard of such a thing. Can anyone escape the illusion unscathed? Even if someone managed to escape with their life, they were all driven mad without exception. Don't worry, we have a plan. MOU comforted him. Can you tell us the whole story from the beginning? From what I understand, your caravan has been plying this route year-round. Why did you get caught in this illusion? Alas, Mustafa sighed deeply, it's all that damn sandstorm. Mustafa's caravan route began at Roselle, the continent's southernmost port city, carrying spices, gems, and cloth unloaded from long-distance ships, heading north to the Elven lands. There, he would trade gems, salt, and cloth for Elven food, then head north again to Corinthal, the capital of the Magic Federation. Corinthal was a prosperous city, with well-developed trade routes and thriving commerce. Any commodity within the city was a hot commodity. Exotic spices were a favorite among the wealthy. After 3 days in the main city, the caravan would sell all goods except for the grain, then continue its journey across the desert to AMT County, carrying the grain. AMT County was a poor place, and the people there would trade whatever valuables they had gathered with the caravan. The caravan would then collect a large quantity of magical materials and spell materials, heading east to the mystical city of Onisal. After selling all the magical materials, which often required countless lives to gather in the city, but were essential for magical research and whose value soared as their supply dwindled, to the Magic Academy and alchemists, they would take another route back to the main city of Corinthal, carrying their treasures, and the expensive items they had purchased from the magicians and alchemists to recover. After selling out their goods again, they would purchase the season's unsold goods from the main city, and return to Roselle to sell them. Each trade trip typically took a month. Although they encountered natural disasters like storms, sandstorms, and dust storms, as well as man-made disasters like bandits and officials, the profits from purchasing worthless goods at low prices in one place and selling them at high prices as scarce commodities in another were extremely lucrative. Even after deducting the costs of horses, slaves, and travel expenses that occurred along the way, Mustafa still made a substantial profit on each trip, doubling his wealth over the course of a year. On this trip, he specifically purchased a few more slaves, expanding his caravan to 20 horses and 15 men. He had hoped to earn more money by transporting more goods, but this trip started off unevenly in the Elven land. First, the elves' grain harvest had suffered its biggest drop in a decade. Mustafa's cargo was too much to sell, so the elves offered to trade him for ceramics. The elven ceramics were ordinary in appearance, but they were inexpensive. These simple household items were completely unattractive to the wealthy in the main city, but the residents of AMT County loved them. But Mustafa, eager to recoup his costs, hadn't considered that transporting a mountain of bottles and jars wouldn't be fast enough, and by the time he reached Corinthal, it had already taken several days longer. Even more unexpectedly, the extra cargo didn't bring him any more profit. Instead, due to the saturated market, not only were they unsaleable, but it also drove down the price of the spices. Seeing that their journey to AMT County was about to be delayed, they had no choice but to sell according to their original volume, and set off into the wasteland with a large amount of goods that hadn't been sold in the main city, hoping to recoup their investment in the next city. Because they were carrying a large amount of cargo and pressed for time, Mustafa chose a long and used shortcut. On their third day in the desert, they noticed a massive sandstorm sweeping in from the northwest. Fortunately, it was far enough away, giving them time to escape. They were driven along the outskirts of the sandstorm, their route constantly shifting southward. Finally, after 2 days of traveling, they strayed from the main road and lost their way. Unfortunately, their speed was too slow, and the sandstorm overtook them again. As they frantically searched for cover amidst the swirling yellow sand, they plunged headfirst into the realm of illusion. Actually, if you calculate it, we should have reached the edge of AMT Village in 5 days at most, Mustafa said, regretting his decision. Even if the sandstorm obscured our vision, if we had been more cautious, we wouldn't have ended up here. How long have you been in this illusion? Mou asked. 3 cycles, the tall guard Muhat replied. Each cycle is about 7 days. There were 15 of us when we entered, and now there are only 7. Hush, that's over half the casualty rate. You what? Dengxian gasped. Can you tell me what happened during these cycles? Yes. Muhat gathered his thoughts and began to narrate. Perhaps because, as a bodyguard constantly observing his master's surroundings for danger, he had a more comprehensive perspective and a clearer flow of thought. When they first entered the town amidst the sandstorm, the horses laden with cargo inexplicably vanished. Muhat immediately realized they had entered an illusion that only attracted highly intelligent creatures like humans. Aside from the entrance belongings, no additional creatures or objects, not aware of the illusion, could be brought in. At that time, the town's houses and streets looked remarkably real, and the entire town was filled with a joyful atmosphere, as if a festival were about to begin. The town was bustling with people, and the residents appeared cheerful. They showed no signs of surprise at their arrival, and even invited them to attend the celebration of the God of Light's birthday in 7 days. The town's hotels were already full with tourists, leaving them with nowhere to stay. The innkeeper took them to the Bell Tower Church to see the White Cardinal. The gracious cardinal welcomed them without hesitation, arranging for them to stay in the church's backyard. Everything in the town seemed so joyful and peaceful. Although everyone knew it was just an illusion, they were inexplicably swept up in the joyful atmosphere, gradually settling down and letting down their guard. Some slaves even volunteered to help the townspeople decorate the town and prepare for the celebration. Now that I think about it, perhaps this was a sign of gradually being captured by the illusion. Mustafa and Muhat, though knowledgeable, remained wary. They found the residents strange. Even if they appeared friendly on the surface, if they didn't do something they wanted, they would stop, expressionless, and stare at them. Their expressions were truly terrifying, as if they would suddenly transform into monsters. To avoid causing dissatisfaction among the townspeople, they allowed a few slaves to socialize with them. Every day, under cover of night, they would sneak out of the backyard with a few others, exploring the area and searching for a way out. On the 6th night, they left 3 slaves who had friendly relations with the townspeople to watch over the house and, as usual, left the backyard to explore. But just as they walked down one street, they saw from afar a group of angry townspeople, armed with torches and weapons, charging into the church. They instinctively sensed something was amiss, and took their slaves to hide in a nearby, uninhabited house. Muhat, skilled and daring, scaled the roof in a few strokes, only to return a moment later with a sullen face. Everyone in the church is dead. Recalling that scene, even the tough guy Muhat's face turned pale. The mob cut off the bishop's head and impaled it on a bamboo pole. They killed everyone in the church, including the 3 slaves in the backyard, and then set the entire church on fire. I watched the mob sprout wings, tails, and horns in the flames. Their faces gradually melted, transforming into a flock of night terrors, soaring into the night sky. Shit! Yuhua Dengxian shuddered and couldn't help but say. We were terrified, Mustafa said. We didn't know what was happening, but the whole town was in chaos. Our only thought was to escape. The fog hadn't yet fallen in the town, and under the cover of darkness, we ran down the alleys until we finally reached the wall. Muhat lifted us over the wall one by one, and we rushed up the hillside outside the town. Just as we reached halfway, we heard a loud rumbling sound. The entire earth shook, as if the world was collapsing. Then we saw the ground beneath the town crack open, as if a giant mouth slowly opened. The entire town collapsed with a roar, swallowed by the maw of hell. By the time the sun rose, the town had completely vanished, leaving only the gaping hole in the ground. The same cavern we see today. Terrified, we slept on the hillside for another night, then woke up to find the town suddenly reappearing. And so began the second cycle, said Mahat. The 10 of us stayed on the hillside for another day, Mustafa continued, recalling. Luckily, as traveling merchants, we each carried plenty of dry food to prevent getting lost or encountering any accidents. Saving and thrifty, we had enough to last us a month. But simply staying outside the town wasn't an option. To get out, we had to go back inside, so the next day we returned. It's just that this time, the way the townspeople looked at us was different. Mahat took over. During the first round, they were very happy and hospitable, but when we entered the town in the second round, they looked at us with hatred. Hat? Yuhua Dengxian asked doubtfully. Is the opening plot of the second round different? Has the dungeon's distortion increased? Mou pondered. But the hatred in their eyes, how come it seems more like a personal vendetta? Wait, 3 of their team died in the first round. Mou snapped his fingers. I see. The obsessions of the newly deceased in each round affect the plot of the next round. Yes. Muhat nodded. During the second round, the townspeople were very hostile to us. We didn't dare stay in hotels or churches, nor did we dare go to crowded places. We sought out empty houses in the city. Initially, abandoned houses or deserted shops were our primary targets. But the biggest problem with those places was that we always attracted the townspeople's attention whenever we entered or left. After changing our base several times, we found this theater. It's not far from a residential area, but almost no one comes here, so we stayed here for several nights. It's not like we didn't do anything during this time. Mustafa rubbed his hands and said, I'm a businessman after all. I've been going to the market for a few days to get some information. I heard a lot of strange things happening in town. Strange things? Mou and Yuhua Dengxian perked up, both smelling the scent of mission intelligence. Many people have gone missing in town, and some say monsters appear at night. People who don't have cats or dogs have heard their barking late at night, and some say demonic voices are coming from underground. And so on. Mustafa took out a map cut from the newspaper and said, I marked all the places where strange things have happened on the map. The 2 of them peered over to see numerous red dots marked in red ink on the ink-saturated newspaper, demonstrating the sheer number of strange happenings within the city. Suddenly, Yuhua Dengxian exclaimed and held up the map. Look at these red dots. Do they look familiar? Chapter 14. The newspaper was very thin. Holding it up in the light of the campfire, you could clearly see traces of red ink seeping through from the back. The shape was indeed familiar, resembling 2 pentagrams within a circle, yet much more complex than a pentagram. A pattern seemed to flash through his mind, vague and elusive. Yuhua Dengxian lowered his head and pulled a piece of burnt charcoal from the campfire. He crushed it on the ground, picked up a small piece of charcoal, and drew a few lines on the newspaper, connecting the dots. So? Can you see it? Is this symbol the Gate of the Dead? It was a very famous Cthulhu symbol, 2 pentagrams within a circle. The larger pentagram's apex branched into 2 straight lines, ending in a curve and a circle. The smaller pentagram had 2 line segments extending in opposite directions from its left and top apexes, also ending in strange curves and circles. A line from Lovecraft suddenly flashed through Mou's mind. They come from distant planets, carrying their own images with them. Even across planets, spaces, and worlds, their arrival still brings a sense of familiarity to humanity. These strange things can actually form a symbol. Mustafa was shocked. But what does this symbol mean? There are many theories. Yuhua Dengxian scratched his face. Some say it's the crest of an old god representing keys and doors. Some say it's a summoning gate. Still others say the symbol symbolizes protection and resistance against evil. Mou, these theories seem to contradict each other. Indeed, it's mysticism after all, so no one can pinpoint its exact meaning. Yuhua Dengxian said somewhat embarrassedly. Mou looked at Mustafa, and then? What happened next? On the 4th night, we went to one of the sites of strange events in Pigeon Square. Someone saw a green fireball appear in the sky in the middle of the night. The merchant continued their story. Of course, we didn't dare get too close. We just spread out and stayed far away. Some hid in alleys, some climbed onto the roofs of nearby houses, and some took refuge in closed pigeon food stalls. We waited there until late at night. Just as we were all getting drowsy, Mahat woke me up. That's when I realized that a gray fog had suddenly filled the town. It was dark everywhere, with only the gray glow of the fog. We hid in the alleys, using cardboard boxes to keep warm, not daring to light any lamps. I took out my pocket watch and felt the hour hand. It must have been 3 in the morning. Mustafa pulled out his pocket watch for everyone to see. It was a very vintage model. There was no glass cover, just the hands and raised markings, allowing one to tell the time by touch even in the dark. I looked up at the sky and saw that the stars were obscured by mist, but suddenly 2 strange green lights shone through the mist, as if a dim flame were burning in the air. No, not a dazzling flame or light, but a faint phosphorescent glow, like the kind that burns on dead bones. Dark, hazy, and eerie. Just as I stared at the green light, something suddenly fell from the sky, landing with a thud on the square at the entrance of the alley. At first, my eyes couldn't adjust to the darkness from staring at the green light, but as I stared hard at the object on the ground, I gradually could see what it was. In the darkness, the bloody remains of a pigeon lay on the stone floor of the square, its cloudy eyes staring straight at me. Startled, I stumbled into the alley. Then I noticed something fluttering upwards, the sound moving towards where the slaves were hiding on the rooftop. Soon, I heard their screams and the whooshing sound of something soaring into the sky, and then, he shuddered. Balls of flesh and blood fell from the sky. And heads. Something flying ate them. It ate 2 people, and the third took the opportunity to escape. "There's a monster," said the surviving slave. They were enormous, twisted snakes, writhing in the air, flapping their massive, bat-like wings. Their eyes were like green lanterns, radiating a terrifying gaze. Any prey they targeted perished. Whether birds or humans, they would become their prey. We didn't know the monster's name, and I had never seen its true form, but the death of the 2 slaves terrified me. I immediately led everyone away. Quietly. The monsters flew high, Mahat added. We kept low, holding onto cardboard boxes, and moved slowly through the alleys, making as little noise as possible. This strategy must have worked. We didn't attract their attention again. We could hear their shrill screams in the sky, as if they were talking, but with the first rays of morning light, both the sounds and the monsters themselves vanished like a wisp of dust. A giant snake with bat wings, a loud voice, and fear of sunlight. Yuhua Dengxian concluded, I suspect that monster is a hunting horror. But it's strange. He seemed lost in thought. What's strange? Mou asked. We encountered the night gauntlets before, and now the horror hunters, but they're not monsters from the same faction. Yuhua Dengxian racked his brains, trying to explain it without triggering blocked words. It's just, in KR mythology, there are many old gods and outer gods, who are in an antagonistic relationship with each other, and these monsters each belong to their own faction. For example, the Night Gauntlet's master is a powerful old god, known as the Lord of the Great Abyss. I can't reveal his name here. And the horror hunter is a hound frequently used by a famous outer god. That famous outer god has many avatars, but his most common one is a dark-skinned figure who looks like an Egyptian pharaoh. Yuhua Dengxian winked at Mou. You mean Naya? Mou understood instantly. Yes, that's him. Yuhua Dengxian nodded vigorously. There's a saying that the terror hunter can restrain the nightmare's movements, but the attack of the Great Abyss King will easily reduce the terror hunter to ash. So these 2 monsters are mutually hostile. Muhat quickly understood. Well, actually, the symbol of the Gate of the Dead also belongs to an outer god. Similarly, I'm not sure whose name it is, so let's call him the Key of the Gate. Yuhua Dengxian explained, this Key of the Gate is more like a time traveler from a higher dimension. He wields an ancient silver key that can open all doors. Not actual doors, but doors that connect all time and space. In other words, he can enter any time and space through higher dimensions and know the past, present, future, and everything. The authority of space. No, perhaps even the authority of time. Mou wondered if the power of this gate key came from the fragments of this world, but his authority partially overlapped with Leah's, which might mean this outer god was very likely their enemy. 3 factions have already emerged in this illusion, 1 old god and 2 outer gods. Of course, the gate key itself is more like a neutral party. Ah! Yuhua Dengxian suddenly groaned, clutching his head, causing everyone's heart to tighten. The next moment, he uttered a familiar refrain. My head itches, it feels like I'm going to grow a brain. Mou, you couldn't help but knock him. Don't startle and scare people in a dungeon like this. I really can't figure it out. Yuhua Dengxian made a face and stuck out his tongue. There's still too little information. MOU said, but this is only our first time in the dungeon. Don't start by focusing on how to complete the main quest. The most important thing is to get the NPC out. But I have absolutely no idea about that either. Yuhua Dingxian said, we know you can leave after completing a side quest, but does that also mean the NPC needs to complete a side quest to leave the dungeon? We found something that looks like a quest item, but we can't find the crucial NPC who will accept the quest. Or should we wait for another cycle? Maybe the story will restart? No, Mustafa and his crew have gone through too many cycles, and so many have died. With each cycle, the obsessions of the dead are woven into the collective consciousness of the townspeople. Another cycle will only make the quest more difficult. MOU said, I suspect there are two types of cycles in this dungeon. A small cycle that occurs every 7 days, and a large cycle marked by the first group of people entering the illusion. With each additional mini-cycle in this grand cycle, the plot becomes darker and more twisted. To return to the original plot, I'm afraid we have to wait until everyone exits the dungeon before we can restart. As for whether we exit the dungeon alive or die, it's probably just a matter of whether the dungeon's distortion increases. Then if we want to lead the NPCs out alive, it's best to find the NPC who issued the quest in this illusion and complete a side quest. Yuhua Dengxian sighed. Yes, and now we know where all 108 side quests are. MOU said, looking at the map of the Gate of the Dead. He opened the player system panel, found the camera function, and with a few clicks, saved the map to the system. Ding. The player system prompts, map information updated. Yuhua Dingxian suddenly realized, yes, these strange things must be related to the side quests. However, MOU didn't rush to find the side quests. After all, this was Mustafa and his team's fourth small cycle, and there were too many variables. They still hadn't figured out the reasons for these variables, and they needed to get more information. Mustafa, did you encounter any other incidents after the encounter with the Terror Hunter? I remember you said 8 people died. 3 died on the last night of the first cycle, 2 died at the hands of the Terror Hunter. What about the other 3? After escaping the Terror Hunter's attack, we hid in this theater. Mustafa said, we hid in fear for the rest of the day. On the morning of the 6th day, we left the town at dawn and returned to that hillside, where we witnessed the town being swallowed by the huge chasm once again. As soon as the 3rd cycle began, we immediately returned to the town. This time, the townspeople looked at us even more strangely. And the gray fog in the town appeared even earlier. Muhat said, perhaps it was this inexplicable environment that weakened his nerves, or perhaps it was witnessing the horrors of the monsters you mentioned, the terrifying hunters devouring people. The slave who escaped from the monsters on the rooftop developed a high fever on the 2nd day of the 3rd cycle. On the 3rd day, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and writhing in agony. He hesitated, as if the memory of the scene was causing him discomfort. His head suddenly split open in the middle, and tentacles crawled out from the junction of his head and neck. His entire back split open, and bat-like wings sprouted. Most terrifyingly, his head seemed to be covered with some kind of hard bone. This substance flowed out from the cracks in his brain and enveloped his entire head. His entire face disappeared, and 2 sharp horns sprouted from the top of his head. Nightmare. Yuhua Dingxian listened, involuntarily holding his breath, before uttering 2 words after a long pause. Yes, he transformed into one of those monsters called Nightmare. Muhat nodded. Then his tail swept the slave, who was caring for him, up to the roof and back down again. It took a great deal of effort to kill that monster. Luckily, we were each equipped with a musket and plenty of ammunition to protect us from danger during the journey. So we lost 2 more people. Mustafa sighed. As for the last man, I don't know if he's truly dead, but I think he's probably as good as dead. MOU, what do you mean? When we entered the 4th cycle, this morning, as we were just entering the town, a slave suddenly stopped and asked if we had heard any noises. He said he'd been hearing someone whispering in his head for days. It was incomprehensible, meaningless, and garbled, but it had a profound impact on him. He had been a devoted follower of the God of Light, a very gentle and kind old man. But then, his eyes filled with madness and faith in a strange deity. He muttered something we couldn't understand, ripped his clothes to shreds, and ran towards the bell tower church. We didn't stop him. Mustafa said, even if his body was still alive, his spirit was probably dead. Chapter 15. After listening to Mustafa's narration, you began to realize that their enemy wasn't just the lingering thoughts of the dead within the illusion, but also the evil spirit's corruption of the living. While he and the players, hailing from the original world, were immune to the evil spirit's influence on their souls and consciousness, The indigenous NPCs of this world were constantly being eroded and bewitched by the whispers from the abyss within the illusion. This was bad news. For the future of trade routes and food for AMT County, traveling merchants were crucial. MOU not only had to extract the living traveling merchants, but also ensure they were conscious. These people had been within the illusion for too long. Those with high perception but weak willpower, or those who had faced the monster's onslaught, had already gone insane and alienated. Mustafa and Mahat seemed stable at the moment, but even with his identification spell, you couldn't determine their sanity levels. He wondered how much longer they could hold out. We need to get out of this illusion as soon as possible. They didn't have much time to slowly explore the illusion and the plotline. MOU planned to take a drastic approach, exploiting the mission rules. Do you know where the townspeople are? There are more people around the Bell Tower Church and the town square, as well as the market. Mustafa said, the townspeople in the market are more friendly to us. The situation in the church and the town center is worse. People there behave very strangely. I can't describe the feeling, but it's extremely strange and hostile. If you go there, be extremely careful. Of the 3 locations, the church was closest, followed by the town square. The market was located at the westernmost end of town. While the townspeople there might be more friendly, MOU felt the church was the most likely place to find clues and quests. I need to go to the church, MOU said to Yuhua Dengxian. It might be a bit strange there. I go alone so it's less noisy. If you have any questions, contact me in the chat room. Then I stay here to watch over the NPC, Yuhua Dengxian agreed. And let's see if there are any other clues. Time was running out, so MOU quickly left the theater. It was almost half an hour past their arrival in real time. It had been daylight when they entered the dungeon, but now it was gradually darkening. Judging by the light, it was probably approaching sunset. The thick fog was quite obscuring their judgment. They hadn't found any clocks or anything like that since entering the dungeon, and the dungeon time in the system only displayed a question mark. You could only estimate the current time based on his experience. Teleporting wasn't possible in the dungeon, and you had no means of transportation. He mentally made a mental note to develop a bicycle for the players to ride as he followed the map's directions to the bell tower. After sneaking and weaving through winding alleyways for several kilometers, he finally arrived at the town's most iconic building. It was a small church with a distinctly European style, occupying a small area, crowned by a Romanesque dome. Slightly lower than the dome was a tower supported by several Roman columns. Through the gaps between the columns, one could see the bronze bell hanging from the tower's roof. Recalling the deafening bell he heard upon entering the world, MOU subconsciously rubbed his ears. Unlike the churches of the origin world, the Church of the God of Light doesn't use a cross as its symbol. Instead, a brilliant yellow bronze sun hangs directly above the gate. The surface of the sun is polished to a mirror-like consistency, gleaming in the light. In the center of the bronze mirror, carved patterns form a strange face, eerily similar to a famous panda head emoji. Surrounding the bronze mirror is a circle of elongated Z-shaped figures, resembling Zeus lightning bolts, polished to extremely sharp corners, representing the sunlight of Illuma. Although this world alternates between 2 suns, the power activated by the green sun is often accompanied by the contamination of the evil god, while only the yellow sun possesses the power of purification. Therefore, the members of the Church of Light worship only the yellow sun, Illuma, and use the sun and the mirror as symbols of worship. The town was now shrouded in fog, obscuring the direct sunlight. However, the pale afterglow of the setting sun still cast an orange hue on the gray mist. Suddenly, the bronze bell in the bell tower rang 5 times, ding, ding, signaling that it was now 5 o'clock in the afternoon. MOU finally confirmed the dungeon time, and then recalled from Moya's memories that this was the time for evening prayers for the Illuminati. Nearby townspeople, dressed in the distinctive white robes of the Illuminati, covering themselves from head to toe with only their eyes visible, began to make their way to the church in groups of 3 or 5. MOU suddenly realized this was a perfect opportunity to infiltrate. MOU was currently using a secondary account. His backpack was empty except for a teddy bear, compressed biscuits, and other supplies, and the system's creative panel was inoperable. But this clearly didn't faze him. He slipped back into the alley, and made his way to a nearby residential area. Unlike the wealthy neighborhood next to the theater, which was filled with small garden houses, this area was clearly a shantytown populated by the poor, who relied on church handouts for survival. The place was a mess, with clothes and sheets spread out to dry. You couldn't find the believer's prayer robes, so he simply chose a relatively clean sheet. While the owner was away, he stealthily snatched the sheet, draped it around himself, wrapped it, and rolled it up, transforming himself into a member of the Illuminati. He crossed the alley again, swaggering into the crowd attending evening prayers, and heading for the church entrance. Upon entering, a retro-oval full-length mirror hung directly in front of the gate. Mou looked up and saw himself in the mirror smiling back at him. He was so startled that even his complaints about why a Romanesque church has a screen wall, like a Chinese building, were instantly forgotten. He was clearly using a smaller body, a middle-aged, ordinary-looking white man wrapped in a white sheet like a dumpling, completely unresembling himself. Yet, the reflection in the mirror was of himself. The modern-day Mou. And the townspeople who passed by him in the mirror all appeared in their mirrors, all with fangs, tentacles, and worm-like features, eerily grimacing like they were in the late stages of corruption and alienation by the evil spirit. Is this mirror a magic mirror, sir? Perhaps because he had been standing motionless before the mirror, the townspeople began to cast strange glances at him. A kindly-looking middle-aged bishop called out to him and began to approach. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Mou carefully stepped aside, exiting the mirror's range. He glanced at the bishop as he entered the reflection. To his surprise, the bishop in the mirror hadn't changed at all. Has this bishop not been transformed by the evil spirit? Is he a good person? A bad person? Mou's mind was filled with questions, but his expression remained calm. Your Excellency, I need your help. The bishop paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. Please follow me. Mou followed the bishop to a small room off the main hall. The walls and floor of this small room were marble. On the wall directly opposite the entrance, a small marble fountain was embedded in the wall. Behind the small fountain was a stained glass window, common in churches. The setting sun's rays refracted through the glass, illuminating the statue of the god of light in the center of the fountain and then reflecting off the water surface, as if the god of light himself were radiating a multicolored light. Clear spring water continuously gushed from the god of light's folded hands, cascading down to the pool at the statue's feet. This art design deserves a thumbs up, Mou thought habitually. He bowed gently to the statue, following the rituals of the Church of Light that Mou remembered, then turned and saluted the bishop. The bishop returned the greeting and walked to the edge of the pool. He picked up a ladle, scooped up a scoop of water, and gently sprinkled it on Mou. Ding, the player system prompts. You have received the bishop's blessing buff, reducing your exposure to evil spirit contamination by 50% for 24 hours, and increasing your purification speed by 50%. Mou's eyes lit up. To grant such a powerful purification buff in a dungeon controlled by an evil spirit, it must be a high-ranking NPC from the Righteous Order. A boss level one. Is there anything I can help you with, my child? The bishop asked gently. You're not from this town, are you? Mou was startled. The bishop's voice seemed remarkably similar to the old sigh he heard upon entering the dungeon. I'm from outside, Mou said vaguely. A group of traveling merchants lost their way in a sandstorm and strayed into this town. They're vital to my city's survival, and I'm here to take them away. But I don't know how to get them out of here. Perhaps you have a quest you could use my help on? We could help each other. This town is cursed. The bishop sighed. As Mou had suspected, he seemed aware of what was happening. It's easy to get in, but it's hard to leave. But perhaps you can help me resolve some of my obsessions. Resolve obsessions. Hearing this key word, Mou's eyes lit up. He had been spinning like a headless fly, but now, he finally felt like he was back on track. What kind of help do you need, sir? Mou asked cordially. This town is about to face a great disaster, the bishop said. To protect its future, I have taken its children into my care. They may have lost some precious items while fleeing the disaster. In fact, you have one of these items. Mou thought of the teddy bear. As long as each of you finds one of these items and returns it to the children, you can leave here. The bishop said, of course, these items are scattered across time and place, making it difficult to find them directly. I have a tool that may reduce your trouble, but it will also increase the difficulty of obtaining the item. Of course, whether to use it is entirely up to you. He pulled a silver chest from a cabinet on the side wall of the small room and handed it to Mou. This tool opens a one-time entrance to the townspeople's memory maze. All you need to do is, under the protection of the countless monsters in the memory maze, retrieve the precious item from the treasure chest and bring it to the deserted orphanage north of town within 3 days. Ding! The player system prompts. You have triggered the memory maze side quest. This quest is a team quest and can be shared with teammates and NPCs. NPCs don't need to participate in the actual quest, but they must contribute sufficient quest items to complete it. This quest is somewhat dangerous, and it is recommended to be at level 10 or above. System prompt. If you and your companions lack the necessary strength, perhaps there are other ways to complete the quest. Done! Mou excitedly clenched his fist. If they complete this side quest, they will successfully lead the traveling merchants out of the illusion and solve the future survival problem of AMT County. As for the main storyline of this fantasy, Mou wasn't worried at all. Once more players arrived, even with a massive human assault or a hard-fought approach, the game could be pushed through. Not to mention that many of these players were already Cthulhu enthusiasts and puzzle experts. Mou felt that closing the door to the players would be much more effective than forcing a limited-capacity planner like him to focus on pushing the game. After bidding farewell to the bishop, Mou didn't attend the evening prayers. Instead, he quietly left through the back door the bishop had opened, trekking several kilometers back to the abandoned theater under cover of darkness. Mou simply said that when he got out of here, he had to build a mount, whether it was a bicycle, a wheelchair, or an electric suitcase. The theater door was still blocked by the cabinet. Mou sent a private message to Yuhua Dengxian, who soon came running to open it. How's it going? Did you get anything? Yes. A lot. Mou immediately shared the quest with him. We just need to complete this side quest to lead the NPCs out. Yuhua Dengxian closed the door again and returned to the theater before opening the quest panel to take a closer look. Side quest, Memory Maze. The Bishop of the Church of Light has given you a one-time quest item. Use this item to enter the townspeople's memory maze. In this memory maze, all the townspeople's obsessions and evil thoughts lurk. Avoid or defeat the monsters formed by evil thoughts, obtain the obsession artifact, and then return the obsession artifact to the bishop at the orphanage in the north of town. This quest is a team quest, and can be shared with teammates and NPCs. NPCs don't need to participate in the actual quest, but they must contribute enough quest items to complete it. Providing the quest item to the NPC, and having the NPC pay for it will be considered as successful sharing. For each quest item submitted, one person, player/NPC, will be considered to have completed the side quest and earned a spot to exit the fantasy dungeon. This quest is somewhat dangerous, and is recommended for players at level 10 or above. Note: if you and your companions lack sufficient strength, there may be other ways to complete the quest. Chapter 16. There are 7 people in the traveling merchant group. Including the 2 of us, we need 9 items. Yuhua Dengxian said. 8 will do, including the teddy bear from before. Mou tapped his quest panel. Sure enough, a new line appeared on his quest display. Quest items, 1/9. Yeah! The quest difficulty has been reduced. Yuhua Dengxian said excitedly, shall we just go in? Yes, the NPCs are uncontrollable, and caring for them could lead to accidents. But Mou still told Mustafa and the others that he had found a way to get them out, and asked them to wait patiently in the theater. After comforting the NPCs and rekindling their hope for life, Mou and Yuhua Dengxian walked to the small concert hall nearby, closed the door, and opened the lid of a small silver chest. In the chest, a mirror lay quietly. How do I use this thing? Yuhua Dengxian asked. Not sure, but it's disposable. How about we try it together? Mou suggested. The two nodded to each other, and simultaneously reached out toward the mirror. The moment his fingers touched the cold mirror, Mou felt a dizzying sensation, as if being sucked into a toilet bowl. After countless spins, Mou fell sprawled on the cold ground, landing face down beside him with a groan. Both of them were dizzy, with stars in their eyes, and it took a while for them to regain consciousness. They were in a dark cavern, reminiscent of the K-series, dotted with jagged, wet stalactites. The cave floor was covered in a layer of slippery slime, and a fishy odor permeated their nostrils. Damn, that idiot planner shouldn't be so attentive to detail in a place like this. Yuhua Dengxian cursed as he opened the system panel, and turned down his sense of smell. It stinks. Mou, the innocent planner caught in the crossfire, also suffering from the stench, looked up at the sky in silence. He's not to blame for this. Perhaps because they had landed a bit too noisily, they had barely gained their footing when they heard rustling sounds coming from all directions within the cave, as if a horde of insects were about to attack. Mou subconsciously cast several identification spells at the source of the sound, and a long health bar immediately appeared in the darkness. Centipede LV, 19 health bar, ? Shit. The two cursed in unison. Even though we're willing to fight if it shows its health bar, this monster is level 19, and we're only level 10. Yuhua Dengxian cursed, the difficulty has increased so dramatically. What's wrong with the idiot planner's brain? Mou innocently implicated, the idiot planner isn't his brain wrong. You looked up at the sky again, speechless. This really isn't his fault. It's common knowledge that in online games, monsters that jump to level 5 can usually be rushed. With a level difference of nearly 10, and only 2 players in the team, with no healers or tanks, only a fool would go head-on into a fight. The two of them simultaneously ducked and circled back, hiding in the stalactites, playing a game of chase and hide with the centipede monster, where neither could escape. Yuhua Dengxian. This monster seems to have poor eyesight, but its sense of smell and hearing seems very keen. Yuhua Dengxian. What should we do? It doesn't seem to want to leave, and our path is blocked by its body. We have to crawl past its feet. Isn't this too difficult? We don't really have to fight it head-on, do we? Barbecue Squid, be patient, let me think about it. A head-on fight is impossible. This monster is obviously a boss they can't defeat. If they start fighting, they'd probably be killed in seconds. It was almost the last side quest. If the two of them died at this critical moment, the merchants would likely be doomed too. MOU didn't believe their precarious sanity could survive another cycle. However, the centipede was at least 10 or 20 meters long, circling the stalactite cave, practically blocking their path. Even with the poorest eyesight, finding them was a matter of time. The only way out was beneath the centipede's densely packed feet. The space beneath the centipede wasn't large enough for even one person to fit through. If they were in a smaller form, Barbecue Squid, I have an idea. Let's transform into octopuses. Yuhua Dengxian? Question mark. Yuhua Dengxian? Surprise. MOU took a deep breath and whispered Cthulhu. Perhaps because they were now in an illusion within an illusion, the evil god's movements weren't as loud as before. MOU only felt a fleeting gaze sweep over him from the void. On the system panel, his sanity instantly dropped from 93% to minus 57%, and his field of view also dropped. When he raised his hand, it wasn't his hand anymore, but several octopus tentacles. Grilled Squid. I still have the bishop's buff, so my sanity is only down to minus 57%, but that's enough. I first test whether my octopus form can attract aggro. Once I'm sure it's working, you can follow suit. Yuhua Dengxian. Got it. MOU slid and tumbled across the slime-covered floor like a slime, tumbling from in front of the centipede to its densely packed feet. The centipede seemed completely unconcerned with the tiny octopus, not even sparing it a glance. Barbecue Squid. I made it through. This method works. Come on. Yuhua Dengxian. You can even play a truant game against curses, boss. Yuhua Dengxian immediately transformed into an octopus ball, using its tentacles to paddle itself across the slime-covered floor like a boat. It also easily passed the 1,000-year-old centipede obstacle and reached the other side of the cave. Barbecue Squid. This looks like the centipede's lair. Look at all the leftover bones on the ground. Yuhua Dengxian. Ugh, disgusting. This scene is so realistic. How can this game really pass the review? Yuhua Dengxian. Shit, look over there, aren't they all quest items? MOU raised his octopus head and looked in the direction of Yuhua Dengxian's tentacles. Sure enough, he saw the centipede's lair filled with a large number of things that glowed faintly blue. He flicked his tentacles, snapping and swishing out a flurry of appraisal spells. Sure enough, each one described something like, items imbued with a trace of their owner's obsession. Handing them to the bishop grants a chance to leave the illusion. Metamorphosis. As expected, the side quests aren't that difficult. Although the idiot planner's sense of humor is excessive, using a boss monster to trick people at the beginning and making the scene so disgusting, the puzzle-solving method is still quite entertaining. The idiot planner, having been hit again, was speechless. The two octopuses paddled their tentacles, half swimming, half crawling, to the centipede's hilly nest. Gently, they placed their tentacles on the items, watching the centipede's movements as they put the items into their system backpacks. When the item count on the system panel went from 1/9 to September 9th, a system prompt appeared before them. You have collected enough quest items. Do you want to exit the memory maze? MOU's sharp eyes noticed that the centipede seemed to have noticed that half of its treasure trove had vanished without reason. Bewildered, he began to return, quickly clicking yes with his tentacles. Yes, 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 exit. The two octopuses watched in horror as the giant centipede suddenly charged towards them. Fortunately, the system teleported them just in time, and in the blink of an eye, they were back in the theater. Yuhua Dengxian, still terrified, raised his tentacles and felt himself up and down. After confirming he was unharmed, he let out a long sigh. Fuck, that last scene was a cut scene, right? That idiot planner is just idiot planner, teleporting out and still giving us a scare. The equally frightened idiot planner silently shed tears. The mission is accomplished, but can we turn it in now? Yuhua Dengxian asked. I have the bishop's blessing buff, which reduces the amount of evil spirit contamination I receive by 50% over 24 hours and increases purification speed by 50%. MOU glanced at his sanity bar. It was just minus 57% now, but it's now minus 22%. It should be back to normal in a while. I then put you in a bag and take you along on the quest. Great idea, sir, Yuhua Dengxian said excitedly. You're awesome, sir. Please take me to dungeons more often next time. But I'm still confused about the main storyline of this dungeon. Mustafa and the others had already been in the dungeon for 3 cycles when we came in. They missed a lot of the plot. After we get them out this time, the dungeon should be restarted. Next time we come in, I start over and revisit the story. I might gain more. MOU said. That's true. Yuhua Dengxian glanced at the time. Boss, I'm going to log off and have breakfast. I leave my body with you. I'll be back in a few minutes. It's quick. No hurry, no hurry. MOU watched Yuhua Dengxian's octopus dumpling collapse to the ground in a limp heap. It seemed he had logged off. By the way, if a player logs off in octopus form, this would be quite convenient to store. After all, the octopus dumpling is short, round, and soft. It's only about 1/5 the size of a human. It can be easily carried in a piece of cloth. With the bishop's blessing, MOU's sanity increased rapidly, and soon he had returned to human form. He fashioned a bundle out of the white sheets he had stolen earlier, wrapped Yuhua Dengxian inside, and slung it onto his back. Returning to the theater, he addressed Mustafa and the others who were enjoying their dinner, saying, "We got the supplies we need to get us all out of here. After you finish eating, pack up your things. We set off when you're ready." "Where to?" Mustafa asked, setting down his bowl of soup. "To the orphanage north of town. Then home," MOU said. The merchants and slaves' cloudy eyes lit up immediately. They almost immediately gulped down the soup in their hands, wiping their bowls clean and placing them in the bags slung across their waists. They stood up and began to pack their things, their movements so swift and coordinated that MOU was astonished. A few minutes later, the caravan assembled and prepared to depart. Mustafa glanced behind MOU and asked, "Where's your other companion?" "He meet us over there." MOU, fearing the merchants finally regained sanity would be frightened away by the octopus dumpling, could only vaguely say, "Let's set off." It's still a long way to the north of the city. Night had already fallen in the illusion. MOU actually disliked traveling at night, but to avoid further complications, he decided it would be best to complete the quest and leave quickly. If the cycle continued, there was no telling what kind of transformation he would become. Luckily, Muhammad had mastered the town's routes through this repetitive cycle. He carefully avoided every possible spot where townspeople or monsters might appear, and successfully brought the 8 people and a wrapped octopus to the orphanage in the north of the town. The orphanage seemed completely abandoned, standing in the silent night, without a single light. MOU carefully pushed open the door and surveyed the area, confirming there were no monsters or dangers before leading everyone inside. But once inside, MOU remembered that the old bishop hadn't agreed on a meeting time or method of notification. How had he known he'd come to complete the quest? He wasn't a real NPC. MOU's thoughts grew increasingly alarmed, and he felt the hairs on his back stand on end. At that moment, a door in the orphanage's main hall creaked open, and a white figure emerged from it. MOU unsheathed his novice sword with a clang. "Who's there?" "It's me." The bishop pushed the door open completely and emerged, holding a candle. "You arrived so quickly. Have you been here all along?" MOU sheathed his sword. "Yes, I came here after evening prayers," the bishop said, walking away from the door. MOU saw the people in the room behind him. Mostly children, but also young and old. They all sat trembling on the floor, yet they didn't look like they were imprisoned by the bishop. Rather, they looked like refugees being taken in. At that moment, MOU felt the Yuhua Dengxian octopus ball stir behind him. He blinked and said to the bishop, "I have a companion who might need your help." The bishop's gaze swept over MOU, landing on the bag he was carrying. He nodded as if understanding something. "Follow me." A dozen minutes later, in another room, after enjoying the Bishop of Light's cleansing, Yuhua Dengxian, who had successfully transformed back into a human, touched his body, tears welling in his eyes. "Finally, I don't have to endure 10 more hours of octopus form. I can be from the evil god." They regained their sanity. After being contaminated by the ravages of the world, the old bishop's wise eyes swept over the two of them. "This is the first time I've seen anything like this in all these years. Perhaps you get used to it," MOU said. "Let's go outside. The merchants are waiting impatiently." They returned to the hall, pulled the quest items from their backpacks, and handed them to the traveling merchants one by one. The bishop gestured for them to return the items to their owners. As each item was recognized and joyfully retrieved by its owner, the traveling merchants' bodies lit up white and then disappeared. They all left. The bishop said, "It's your turn." Yu Hua Dingxian handed a pocket watch to a woman, apparently a relic of her husband's. He also lit up white. "Boss, see you later." Mou handed the teddy bear he had found to Anna, the little girl featured in the newspaper. She looked exactly like the photo in the newspaper, and was very easy to recognize. "Mr. Bear." Anna happily hugged the bear. "Thank you. Now I never have to be separated from Mr. Bear again." Mou stroked the little girl's hair. His player system indicated that the side quest had been completed, and he could click on the system dialog box to leave the illusion. Before exiting, Mou turned and nodded to the bishop, who responded with a kind smile. He pressed the exit button, and the bishop's smile gradually faded from his sight. Chapter 17. Ding. Mission completing. Ding. Mission completed, rewards beginning, illusionary mission, main quest progress, 3%. Main quest branch quest 1, evil god sacrifice triggered. Main quest ending completed, 0. Main quest purification, 0.3%. Side quest completed, 1. Side quest purification, 5%. Mission rating, C, average mission progress. While not particularly rewarding, escaping the illusion alive is the greatest victory. You have earned the gratitude of 9 townspeople. The little girl Anna's favorability towards you has increased by 100%. You have caught the attention of the Bishop of the Church of Light, whose curiosity towards you has increased by 30%. You have earned 10,000 experience points, and your character's level has increased to LV 12. You have not received any items. You have received 300 World Consciousness Core Energy Points. You completed mission, Rescue the Merchants. Your team successfully rescued the merchant Mustafa from the illusion and protected Mahat and their 5 slaves. Amat County's food supply line has finally been secured for the foreseeable future. You gained Mustafa's favorability, 80%, and a 15% discount VIP card, no time limit. You gained Mahat's favorability, 60%. The merchant team will rest in Amat County for a while. Please seize this opportunity to ensure sufficient food supplies in Amat County. After receiving the mission reward, Mou opened his eyes, looked at the rising green sun overhead and the merchants lying scattered across the desert, and slowly exhaled. Let's go back to the village. Mou said to the merchants, the Lord has instructed Father Pauly to take your horses and goods back to the village and sell them to the villagers at the original price. They will pay you the full amount. Mustafa's dejected face suddenly brightened. Oh, as expected of the great Lord Moiwu. What a wise decision. Otherwise, if we had lost the goods and horses, our trip would have been a complete loss. The group marched towards the village in a mighty procession. Mou took the opportunity to distract himself, relog in, and simultaneously drive his main body to the village entrance. As the merchant group approached the village, Mustafa spotted Moiwu waiting at the entrance from a distance. Lord Moiwu. Mustafa leaped forward in 2 steps. Thank you so much for this and your adventurers. Mou carefully returned to his main form, revealing an enigmatic smile. Helping you is also helping myself. We recovered 5 of your lost horses, but one was attacked by a wild beast and is barely hanging on. I had Father Paul register all the goods we found. I had them sell some of the food and supplies the villagers desperately need at past prices. Don't worry, all the records are complete. If you think the price isn't right, we can restock it. Father Paul arrived at this moment and handed over an account book. Mustafa took it, glanced at it, and closed it. Indeed, it's not. Mou's smile froze slightly. No way. We saved you, and you, a profiteer, are still asking for exorbitant prices? Mustafa said enthusiastically, prices were too high last year. Your adventurer saved us, so we can't go unrewarded. So, this year, all goods will be discounted by 20% of their original prices. Father Pauly, please help arrange a refund for the overcharged money to the villagers. That's more like it. He's truly a skilled merchant. Mou smiled again. You can rest in the village for a while. I need to discuss something with you later. Okay. Mustafa said with a broad smile, we stay at Father's Tavern as usual. By the way, Mou said, I hired some adventurers, the ones who rescued you. They might be a little strange, but they're all good people with unique specialties. They'd be helping out in the village regularly. If needed, you can also go to the Adventurers Guild across from the tavern and post quests for them to complete. The quests will be paid in a special currency. You can exchange your goods at the Adventurers Guild, or trade directly with adventurers. These adventurers are truly powerful. Mustafa was full of praise for the adventurers. I never seen anyone willingly enter a fantasy world and then bring us out unscathed. I'm also thinking of hiring some adventurers. As you know, traveling on the trade route always presents various dangers. What are your thoughts? We probably have to think about this more carefully. MOU said, why don't you spend a few days in the village getting to know them? As I said, they're powerful, but also quite peculiar. The main issue was that MOU hadn't yet figured out how to arrange the trade missions. He wasn't sure if these indigenous merchants would accept the fourth calamity's madness online and corpse-like behavior offline, even barging into every house to steal chests. For now, it was fine within his territory, but he was a bit worried about letting them explore a world he didn't even know well. Besides, opening up the second round of beta testing slots was his most pressing task, compared to the trade missions. At 10 o'clock in the morning in the Origin world, Lu Zhou took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and let out a long breath. He then uploaded and published the edited video, opened a thread on the player forum, and posted a link. This was probably the time when office workers would be idling in groups and browsing forums, and it didn't take long for the thread to pile up. Xian Yui Tiao, Sofa. Finally, I can play online games. Song Lin, this gameplay footage is pretty impressive. Can VR be this realistic now? Iwei Defense, how's the game feel? Original poster Luzhou Laju, pretty good. Honestly, I was initially skeptical about VR online games and the 99% realism buzzwords. After all, everyone knows, there are so many scams and false promises. But I have to say, Mayu Studio has made a truly conscientious game. While some of the design decisions are truly toxic, the hardware, graphics, and NPC intelligence are truly a groundbreaking experience. It's practically cutting-edge technology. Original poster Luzhou Laojiao. The official VR glasses are incredibly lightweight and feel like regular glasses. Unlike other VR devices, you have to install dozens of infrared cameras and a fixed space before you can play games, and you're afraid of bumping into walls if you're not careful. This game seems to be using brainwaves to guide consciousness. Put on the glasses and your mind enters the game world, while your body automatically enters a sleep state, allowing you to play games while you sleep. Mom no longer has to worry about me staying up late and losing sleep. Did you lose your hair today? Damn, this is great for insomnia. When will the next wave of beta accounts be released? Take a look at me, my decade of severe insomnia. Replying to the defense, ha ha ha, check out the video. Why are there octopuses as soon as players enter? This design is awful. Sword breaks 1,000 mountains. Exactly. This setting is insane. How can players have to learn to control 8 claws before even learning how to operate the game? Son? Planner, come out and talk about life. Salted fish. This setting is so awful. I love it. The part where Yuhua Dengxian tells Cthulhu to transform into a rampaging octopus cracked me up. Iwei's reply, Rampage Octopus, ha ha ha, Octopus Plus. Yuhua Dengxian, I'm telling you, you never guessed there's a more wicked setting. Salted fish, ha ha ha, the real deal. Yuhua Dengxian, this morning, after Yijian and Big Brother Luzhou logged off, Wuze accepted a dungeon quest, and we both went to do it. That dungeon looked like one of those massive Cthulhu puzzle dungeons with numerous side quests, and countless main storyline options and endings. And then, there was a side quest nested within a smaller dungeon. As soon as we entered, we faced a massive centipede boss 9 levels higher than us. At first, I thought the game was over, but then Big Squid got creative, and had us summon Cthulhu to transform into 2 octopus balls, sweeping the boss's treasure trove like a swarm of swarms. Song Lin, ha ha ha, what the hell is this? Xian Yui Tiao, you can do that, ha ha ha, hurry up and upload the video. Yuhua Dengxian, I haven't downloaded the video yet. I create a dungeon strategy post later to organize all the relevant ideas and plot points. Yijian Pachin Shan, you actually sneaked into the dungeon. Luzhou Laojiao, you actually sneaked into the dungeon. Yuhua Dengxian, ha ha, there's nothing I can do. You're all offline. That dungeon's plot looked like a limited time quest. It said some NPCs strayed into a fantasy world, and were going to die if we didn't rescue them quickly. So we decided to go check it out, and surprisingly, we actually managed to rescue them. Ha ha ha, Yuhua Dengxian. When you log in, you probably see a group of NPC merchants stationed in the village. They probably have some connection to the casual players later on. It looks like there's going to be a trading plot later on. Luzhou Laojiao. It's only the first day of the 0.01 beta, and there are only 4 players. Trading? Yu Dingxian. I guess it's just a very early prelude. After all, there's no farming in the village, so we rely on the merchants for food. There's definitely going to be a trading plot later on, right? Xian Yuitiao. So, if that's the case, can you farm in the game? I'm a fan of farming games. Yu Dingxian. I don't know. Boss Squid and I were on separate missions, and when I was guarding the NPCs, I asked them about the basic settings of this world. It seems this world has been tainted by an evil god, making most land incapable of normal cultivation. Only the elves can use their racial power to nurture plants. Everything growing elsewhere is more or less tainted by the evil god, so planting anything will either yield nothing or produce some mutated plants that are extremely deadly to their own species. The entire field is filled with tentacle-like living vines, and people and animals passing through will be caught and eaten by the plants. However, NPCs have also mentioned that you can sometimes find less mutated or even unmutated wild fruits and vegetables in the wild. While it's okay to eat them occasionally, consuming them too much can cause a person to mutate, lowering their sanity and turning into a monster. Salted fish. Why does this sound even more exciting? Woohoo! I want to play. Luzhou Laojiao. But for the player, the worst case scenario from eating mutated food is probably turning into an octopus, which can be restored with some sun exposure. Yu Dingxian. Yes, the player's body and the NPC's body are designed to be different. According to the information I gathered, both players and NPCs will undergo mutation after being contaminated by the evil god's power. While the player's mutation is reversible regardless of its degree, once the NPC's mutation exceeds 20%, it becomes irreversible under current conditions. When a player's sanity drops, but remains above zero, their body will gradually develop strange, Cthulhu-type parts. Once sanity reaches zero, the player will transform into a Cthulhu-type monster like an octopus. For NPCs, if sanity drops below 80%, complete purification is impossible, and the person will gradually become paranoid and suspicious. Below 60%, they begin to go insane, and their SAN will decline at an accelerated rate. Below 40%, they're essentially insane. Below 30%, there's a high chance the NPC will transform into a mindless monster, beyond redemption. Song Lin, this feels a bit like a Cthulhu RPG. Have you lost your hair today? It feels like the NPCs in this world have it so hard to survive. Don't they have any way to purify themselves? Yu Dingxian. People whose alienation level hasn't exceeded 20%, meaning their sanity is above 80%, can use things like amnesia powder to make themselves forget memories that would cause SN loss. Sunbathing works too, and it seems like people from the Church of Light can add a purification buff, but it's not very effective for NPCs, but it works really well for players. Have you lost your hair today? So, the NPCs in this world either have to be washed into amnesia or go insane. Is that really that hardcore? Yu Dingxian. I feel like the planners are really planning a huge game plan. There are so many settings, and the dungeon plot is very complicated. It feels like I'm only seeing the tip of the iceberg. I wonder what the storyline will be after completing all the endings. I feel like all the clues I've been getting are contradictory. Ah, my head's itching. I feel like I'm going to grow a brain. Salted fish one. Woohoo! I want to play. MOU master, look at me, give me an account. MOU Zai, thank you all for your support. The first day of testing has been a resounding success, and our servers have successfully supported the first wave of testing. The development team has decided to open up a second round of testers tomorrow, and the number of participants will be larger this time. Salted fish one, exclamation mark. Song Lin, great. Chapter 18. After settling the traveling merchants in the village, MOU stored his alt in a small, vacant room behind the Adventurers Guild, locked the door, and logged off smoothly. Switching back to his main lord character and returning to the Mage Tower study, MOU slumped into an armchair, watching players post on the forum while planning further recruitment. He had only summoned 3 players before, entirely because Leah's energy was insufficient. Now, after absorbing the unconscious spiritual energy emitted by several players, Leah had gradually recovered some of her energy. He now had 500 world consciousness core energy at his disposal, enough to summon another 50 players. However, MOU didn't plan to summon the maximum number of players. He expected around 30. First, there were too many new players all at once, and without the guidance of well-behaved veteran players, it would be difficult to guide and control their behavior. Furthermore, the server had only been open for so long, and the village NPCs hadn't yet adapted to these eccentric adventurers. Everything in the world is relative. While 33 players might not seem like a lot numerically, not even the size of a kindergarten class, They're still a platoon in terms of military strength. Besides, AMT Village is so tiny you can see the back of it from the front. A small place means more people, and if players outnumber the NPCs several times over, and if every NPC is unskilled and has to queue for everything, the player experience will plummet. And then, there's the most pressing problem. He's short on food. Very, very short on food. Although Mustafa had brought more food than usual this time, his horses had gotten lost when they strayed into the illusion, and the villagers had only recovered most of it. Adding and subtracting, it was only about 80% of what he had last month. This food is meant to supply the entire AMT county. The amount sold to the village will probably only barely last until the caravan returns next month. Due to the mutation contamination, villagers can't consume much of the wild fruits and vegetables scavenged from the dark forest or the meat of hunted animals. However, players can easily consume this food contaminated by the evil power. The food sold by the vendors must be left for the villagers, and the players' rations are also a problem. Although players won't die from feeding them anything, and most their sanity will drop too much and they turn into octopuses. But the only way to purify them currently is by basking in the sun. Once they turn into an octopus, they can't change back, which is a huge dampener on player motivation. And if there are too many players, it'd be like a swarm of locusts. If they only focus on one area, they could wipe out, let alone an entire dark forest, even 30 of them. MOU's head was aching. But we can't do without people working. If we could just grow some normal food, that would be great. Leah, if we built a sterile laboratory, No, would it work if it were a pollution-free test field? As soon as this idea came to mind, MOU thought more and more about its feasibility. Crop cultivation is nothing more than seeds, water, sunlight, soil, and fertilizer. Seeds can be made from uncontaminated grain brought in by traveling merchants. As for water, I can use water flow magic to store several tons every day. Sunlight itself has the ability to eliminate the power of evil spirits. The most difficult parts are probably soil and fertilizer. If there's some way besides sunlight to purify the power of evil spirits. If that doesn't work, try soilless cultivation? If we recruit some live players who know how to farm, they should be able to research it, right? If we just want to dispel the pollution from a small area, combined with the power of space, we only need a few more anchor points. Leah pondered for a moment, then said, purification requires even greater power. MOU understood. Currently, the planet is like a seriously ill patient, devastated by a virus. Without any effective treatment, they can only rely on restoring their own resistance to fight the enemy. The resistance provided by the existing players' anchor points isn't enough to kill the virus, but it can be combined with Leah's power of space to effectively move the virus from one room to another. While the total amount of the virus hasn't decreased, they can use that clean, non-toxic room as a test field to grow food. Look at it this way. Even if the experimental field decontamination isn't entirely successful, as long as we don't produce boss monsters like the invincible man-eating Tyrannosaurus, slightly mutated crops won't be a big deal for the players. As long as they're edible, that's fine. MOU said confidently. As for the experimental field, we don't have enough seeds right now. How about planting 3 acres first? Leah mentally estimated for a moment. 3 acres will require at least 30 players. This number perfectly matched MOU's expectations, and he made the decision on the spot. Okay, we opened 30 spots for the closed beta test this time. Priority will be given to those with agricultural planting experience or industrial manufacturing skills. Yes. MOU also planned to develop industry in this impoverished AMT county. After all, this world's technology tree was skewed. Most areas were still stuck in the medieval era, using slash-and-burn farming, while some major cities had already entered the steam age, a blend of magic and mecha punk. But no matter what, technological advancement couldn't match that of the origin world. Only by creating AMT County's unique products could they break through the situation and gain more resources and support. Otherwise, in this desolate desert, players wouldn't have anywhere to cut down trees. They couldn't just completely destroy the only remaining forest. So, MOU first posted a player recruitment announcement on the official website. The registration questionnaire also included some questions about agriculture and industrial manufacturing, aiming to identify capable players. Although the crops in this world differed significantly from those in the origin world, MOU believed that the innate planting skills of the Chinese people would allow them to grow rice even in a parallel world. After posting the announcement on the official website and forum, MOU gave a shout-out to the QQ group. Satisfied, seeing the cloud players taking action, he logged off to study his experimental field. Even though the 30 anchor players would need 2 days and nights, according to this world's time, to reach the battlefield, he still had a lot of preparation to do. Mou first called DeCarlo, and used hemp rope to cordon off 3 acres of land not far from the Mage Tower, as a reserved experimental field. He then used his willpower to create 2 massive water tanks specifically for storing clean water for irrigation. After all, under the alternating rays of the 2 suns, the evaporation from the land was enormous. If Mou simply dug canals or ponds near the fields to store water, he would likely work himself to death to still not be able to store enough clean water. This was also the first time Mou had created something under Leah's guidance, relying solely on his own mental energy and willpower, without using the system platform panel. Even with the Taobao images and specifications as a guide, it took Mou 2 full days, several attempts to completely drain his mental energy, and 3 attempts before he succeeded. Each time he drained his mental energy, he was accompanied by a severe headache and fatigue. However, the sense of accomplishment from creating something from nothingness with his bare hands was immense. If it weren't for the severe headache, Mou felt he might have quite enjoyed this feeling of being a creator. "Lord, your mental energy is still too weak now," Leah explained, thoughtfully handing Mou an ice pack. "When you reach a higher level and have more mental energy reserves, you won't get headaches so easily." Mou rolled his eyes helplessly, took the ice pack, applied it to his head, and asked Leah to wake him before the new player came online. Then he fell into a deep sleep. Original world. Niechio returned to her dorm exhausted. She tossed her backpack onto the table, took off her dusty coat, and slumped it down on a chair. "Oh damn. The sheep next door ate my research again. I'm going to miss graduation." Her roommate glanced at her sympathetically. "How many times has this happened?" Niechio half-heartedly raised 3 fingers. She was a graduate student at the Agricultural University, currently spending all day working on her research project in the experimental fields with her professor. Fearing the plants in the fields would wither and ruin their research, they had to stay on campus even during summer vacation to catch up on their progress. However, their fields were in a difficult location, adjacent to the sheep pen of the seniors from the animal husbandry department of the neighboring college. The pen was a bit shabby, and the senior sheep kept sneaking out to eat their research results. If they got eaten a few more times like this, her graduation would be in jeopardy. "That's so sad, so sad." The roommate shoved a package toward her. "But your package has arrived, so cheer up." "What package?" Niechio asked curiously. "I didn't buy anything? I don't know. I left it at the door when I got back." "Your name was on it." The roommate asked, "Could it be something from someone who has a crush on you?" "How could that be possible?" Niechio chuckled, opened the package, and saw the logo on the box. "I won a spot in the beta." "What beta?" the roommate asked curiously. "A VR online game. They say you can play it while sleeping." Niechio said excitedly, "Finally, something good is happening. You can play online games while sleeping? What kind of old novel setting is this?" His roommate came over to take a look with interest. "It's not a scam, is it? It's some brainwave technology. When your mind enters the game, your body automatically falls asleep. It can even cure insomnia." Niechio said, "I've been worrying about the experimental field and haven't been sleeping well lately. I'm going to try it out while I sleep to see if it's true." 12 p.m. Niechio lay down in bed, put on his glasses on time, and immediately tilted his head back, snoring softly. His roommate, falling asleep so quickly. However, Niechio, who had already entered the login screen, didn't feel like falling asleep at all. A system notification chimed in. "Welcome to Evil God Expulsion Plan. Please enter your player ID. After submitting your player ID, the VR device will automatically recognize your biometric information and automatically bind it, making it unusable by others." "ID? Then I just bite the ball." As Niechio pondered, her player ID was automatically entered into the dialog box and submitted. "Wow, is this what mind input is? How convenient," Niechio exclaimed. Then she felt as if her body were lifted off the ground, floating higher and higher. Looking down, she could see a water-blue planet receding into the distance. Looking up again, countless brilliant stars passed by her. "So beautiful," Niechio exclaimed. The next second, she entered a galaxy with 2 stars, one yellow and one green, alternating in orbit. She was flying towards an Earth-colored planet within this galaxy. Half of the planet was engulfed in darkness, and from the darkness, giant tentacles seemed to extend, attempting to engulf the entire planet. Is that the evil god that's infesting this planet? As soon as this thought crossed Niechio's mind, she felt herself entering a body. Wow, there's a real sense of touch, smell, and taste. Niechio smacked her lips. She could smell the earthy odor and feel the granular sand beneath her. Her professional illness instantly struck, and she instinctively tried to scoop up a handful of dirt, only to find it cascading down her tentacles. Tentacles. Why am I an octopus? All the players who logged in on time and were transported into their shells wailed in unison. Sure enough, it's the common wail of new players. Ejian Pachianshan smirked. The planner's bad taste is confirmed. Yuhua Dengxian also gloated as the new players went through the same process they've been through. But why is it so funny watching others play? It's like I understand a little bit of the planner's joy. Several veteran players exchanged meaningful glances and shared a knowing smile. MOU skillfully completed the Lord's speech and the distribution of new player equipment before the new players. He then assigned several veteran players a mentoring mission, known as the mentor system, open to any mentor player above level 10. As long as a mentor guides 5 or more new players through tasks like familiarizing themselves with the game controls, introducing them to the game's system functions, and introducing them to the village's resident NPCs, and helping them master their initial skills and reach level 5, they would receive a new set of LV-20 equipment forged by the blacksmith. If they mentored more than 10 new players, the mentor would also receive a luxurious mount gift package, a mountain bike freshly minted from MOU's creation platform. Today, MOU didn't create a secondary character to join in the fun. After all, he still had to play the Lord NPC, and operating 2 characters simultaneously would be too tiring. Besides, he already had a mountain bike and other equipment ready for his secondary character. Ah, this is the joy of being a GM and opening a backdoor. What if other players get suspicious? That's fine. He can just give his sub-account some special one-time quests. Watching the 3 veteran players skillfully recruit a group of small octopus balls and begin their mentoring quests, MOU smiled with satisfaction. He then had Lia assign a special life career quest to each of the new players he had chosen with a talent for planting. Life career quest. Planting. You have been detected to have a talent for plant cultivation. You can begin life career quests related to planting. If you wish to contribute to AMT County's food production efforts, please visit Lord Moiwu in the Mage Tower after your sanity has returned to 100% to inquire. This quest is part of a series. Life careers are secondary classes. Choosing to undertake life career quests will not affect your concurrent combat class status. While engaging in planting will take up some of your game time, it will also bring significant benefits. You can decide whether to accept them based on your gaming preferences. Chapter 19. Taking advantage of the fact that the new players, still with negative sanity, wouldn't be approaching him for quests, MOU returned to the 3-acre hemp rope enclosed experimental field and asked Leah, "Can we dispel the pollution here now?" The little world elf closed its eyes, feeling the excitement and joy of the otherworldly players beaming from the anchor point. Suddenly, it opened its eyes and said, "The anchor point is stable, the energy is abundant, and the expulsion begins." A silvery blue glow slowly spread out like a curtain wall, circling the 3-acre field, forming a transparent rectangular space shimmering with silver blue light. The world elf flew above the rectangular space, raised her right hand, and shouted, "Disperse." A dazzling white light shone from her eyes and hand, converging into a mighty wave of white light that swept away, expelled, and dispersed all the black energy within the rectangular space. Like a tsunami, in an instant, the entire rectangular space was clean and pristine, without a trace of black energy remaining. The torrents of white light that engulfed the black gas vanished into the air after breaking through the silver-blue barrier. The black gas once again dissipated into the atmosphere, causing no significant change in concentration. I used the power of space to create a spatial barrier around these experimental plots, allowing only uncontaminated players with my anchor point and you to enter. Leah said, "If players can cast a purification spell every day while planting, theoretically, they should be able to grow plants untainted by the evil god." Purification spell? MOU asked. It's a weakened version of the dispel power I just cast. Players can use the power of their anchor point, but each cast consumes the player's mental energy. Leah said, "I made this purification spell a skill and added it to your dashboard. You can teach it to the right player." MOU opened his dashboard and saw, as expected, a new skill called Purification. This skill only requires level 1 to learn, but requires 100% sanity to cast. Thankfully, it utilizes the anchoring power of the world consciousness rather than willpower, so casting it doesn't cause a sanity drop. It's a support skill. MOU muttered, "We can finally fix the class imbalance." In a world where even the slightest use of magic skills can cause a drop in SN, players don't actually have to worry about their health bars. After all, every magic class learns a healing spell that restores 20% of their health at level 5, and at level 7, a healing spell that instantly restores 10% health and then continues to restore health for 1 minute, total health restored to 40%. It's like anyone who knows magic is a healer, and their lives are guaranteed to be saved. However, both attack magic and life magic reduce sanity. Based on MOU's personal experience with monsters on his alt character, without purification, magic classes have very low endurance. After a while of fighting monsters, they need to rest and bask in the sun, otherwise they turn into octopuses at the slightest provocation, making the game quite unpleasant. Except for some players whose basic stats are so poor they can't even lift a weapon, most people will likely choose to combine magic and martial arts, using physical classes to level up, without sacrificing SAN, and then using magic to heal when injured. While this game allows for any class as long as the basic stats are sufficient, players who choose a physical class as their first class, and whose mages degenerate into healers, will be criticized by the public no matter where they are. But what else could MOU do? He only had a full set of skills for a Grand Mage and basic melee and ranged weapons crafted by the village blacksmith. He could only wait for updates in subsequent versions. With purification, things were different. Each cast of this skill restored 20% of the target's sanity, but it consumed 50% of their mana bar. Since MOU hadn't found a mana replenishing potion, sacrificing one auxiliary, their mana bar would restore 40% of a player or NPC's sanity. Transforming an octopus dumpling back into a normal human would consume approximately 2.5 auxiliary players. But this skill was already incredibly powerful. Used wisely, it could potentially save NPCs on the verge of mutation in a critical moment, and it could also provide a steady supply of sustain for players in the magic class. However, the downside was also obvious. Players of this class likely needed to stick together to see its full potential. This class. Since only players who specialize in agriculture can learn purification, let's call them druids. Ding, the player system prompts. You have triggered Life Class Quest, Agriculture. Visit the Player Quest panel for details. Niechio, also known as Niakikyu, almost immediately decided to accept this life class quest. Just kidding, what agricultural graduate student doesn't have a deep love for farming? What Star Valley Ranch, O Language Rune Shop. Niechio is a hardcore gamer. Now she can farm in this VR online game. She's like a rat returning to a rice barn. If she hadn't transformed from an octopus back into a human yet, she would have immediately abandoned her mentor, ascended to heaven, and rushed to find the Lord. Several of the new players in the same group received this quest, while several mentors didn't. It's unclear whether their stats were incorrect, or if this quest was simply a bonus for the second group of players. However, upon hearing that this quest wasn't available to everyone, the lucky few who had triggered it were more resolute to accept it. After finally getting familiar with the controls, completing the newbie quests, and finally transforming back into human form, the new players followed their mentors through the teleportation point and met a few NPCs before splitting into two groups. One group, those who hadn't triggered their life professions, happily teamed up with Ijin Pokienshin to fight monsters, while the other group, who had, gathered together to search for the location of the Mage Tower. Upon hearing that these newbies had triggered life professions, which they had never encountered before, Yuhua Dengxian and Luzhou Laojiu joined in out of curiosity. Yuhua Dengxian, why can new players trigger the planting life class? Are the planners a bit biased? Luzhou Laojiu, is it a stat issue? You can't trigger the blacksmith life class 1 triggered earlier. Yuhua Dengxian, what are the restrictions on your blacksmith? Constitution 8 or higher. Ugh, I'm just a little short. Yuhua Dengxian, I don't know what the hidden requirements are for the planting class. I just asked around and couldn't find any similar stats. Someone did say there were questions about planting knowledge in the registration questionnaire. Could it be that only people who actually farm can activate this quest? Luzhou Laojiu, that's an interesting idea. Who knows? The two hadn't been to the Mage Tower, but they remembered that the Mage class NPC was Lord Moiwa's senior disciple. So, he went to the Adventurers Guild to learn mage skills, and inquired about the location of the Mage Tower. Upon returning, he immediately called over a group of new players who were harassing the villagers. He then pulled out his newly acquired mountain bike and happily set off for the Mage Tower. Of course, he was riding in the front, while the other players followed behind him, languishing in their wake. Wow, bicycles are so ordinary and unremarkable in real life, something I wouldn't even consider, yet how come they're so charming, so dazzling, and so useful in the game? I really want a mount, said a girl running beside Niakikyu. Niakikyu glanced at her ID, salted fish. Because that's the only mount available in the game right now. Luzhou Laojiu, which hadn't yet recruited 10 new players, could only drool over the mountain bikes that had ascended to heaven. Damn it! Which new player hasn't completed the newbie quests yet? I'm just one short of a mount. Are there no other mounts besides bicycles? A player named Songlin said, I really want a horse, or even a sword. Hey, big brother, wake up. This isn't a cultivation game. And Ichiochio said, your IDs all look familiar. Maybe it's because you're always on the forums. Songlin said, there are 30 spots this time, and many who didn't get a spot the first time have made it. The group chatted as they ran and soon reached the mage tower. The players' bodies were the remains of warriors from ancient battlefields. Even the weakest could run a kilometer without even breathing hard. A few homebodies who rarely exercised in real life surprisingly enjoyed the feeling of running freely across the plains, their faces lit with excitement. MOU, having received Leah's reminder long ago, was already waiting in front of the mage tower. He waved to the players and asked them to confirm whether their sanity had returned to 100%. After receiving everyone's affirmative response, he cleared his throat and said, Adventurers, thank you for responding to my request and coming to help us. I have a very important task for you, but please think carefully before accepting it. This task will be very time-consuming and will occupy a significant portion of your time in this world. It requires you to form a team and work together. It will also require your collective wisdom, the use of your knowledge for research, and the exertion of your physical energy. Once you accept this mission, you cannot give up easily. If you fail, I will impose extremely severe penalties. If you have any concerns or believe you can't complete the mission, leaving now will not result in any loss. Those who remain will be deemed to have accepted this mission. MOU waited quietly for a moment. Seeing no players left, he continued, but in return, if the mission succeeds, I will give you a very generous reward. The players looked at him with great interest. Everyone present here has, to some extent, dabbled in plant cultivation in other worlds. I gathered you here today to borrow your strength and cultivate our own experimental fields. You may not know that in this land, tainted by the power of the evil god, no edible crops have grown in ages. Only the elves, far from here, relying on their innate affinity for plants and nature, can grow food, which is then transported to the world by traveling merchants. Even though the elves are friendly by nature and the merchants are simple, there are many potential accidents along this long trade route that runs through the continent. In fact, a few days ago, the merchants were trapped in an inescapable illusion, and the entire AMT County was on the verge of running out of food. And even now, that the merchants have returned safely, the food shortage remains imminent. For this reason, I have carefully considered and reclaimed these few acres of land to clear the pollution. MOU led them to the experimental field. The players looked at the 3 acres of land enclosed by the silver-blue barrier and burst into a lively discussion. Wow, what's this? A barrier? So cool. The light is beautiful. This land hasn't been cultivated at all. It's all cracked and infertile, and there's no water nearby. Can we really grow crops here? Those 2 water tanks over there should be a water source, right? MOU raised his hand, signaling the players to be quiet. To prevent crop mutation, all personnel, tools, water sources, seeds, and everything else must be purified outside the barrier space to dispel the evil spirit's contamination. Only players who accept this quest can enter in a completely clean state. To facilitate your work, all players who accept this quest will be able to learn the purification technique. Now, let me confirm again, are you willing to accept this quest? Yes, the player said in unison. Ding, the player system prompt. You have successfully accepted the long-term quest, Planting Food, Life Profession, Planting Exclusive Quest, and have successfully learned the Druid exclusive skill, Purification Level 1. You can now choose to change your class to become a Druid. Druid? What kind of class is that? Isn't a Druid a nurse? One who can transform into an animal. It seems Druids are very close to plants in nature, and are very good at farming and breeding. The players chattered again, and many of them clicked on the quest interface to view the details. Long-term quest, Planting Food, Life Profession, Planting Exclusive Quest. The food shortage in AMT County cannot be ignored. Relying on elves or traveling merchants is not as good as relying on ourselves. Lord Moiwu has gone to great lengths to prepare 3 acres of clean farmland, uncontaminated by the evil spirits, and has handed it over to you for your food planting experiment. You may use any means, apply any knowledge, technology, craft, or utilize any tools or raw materials. As long as you can grow crops safe for the villagers to eat and uncontaminated, you can report the mission to Lord Moiwu as complete. Please note that adventurers who accept this mission will work together as a team to complete this planting mission. If the mission fails, everyone will be punished by Lord Moiwu. If the planting is successful, the system will evaluate the completion of the mission based on the contribution points of all players and award appropriate rewards. If the team succeeds, but any of the players who accepted the mission do not participate, they will be punished. Chapter 20. Victory is determined by team performance, and after a mission is completed, rewards and punishments are based on individual contributions. These rules are quite fair. As a graduate student, Zayakiwu has suffered enough from people slacking off during group work. However, in the game, the system determines each player's contribution to a mission, making it impossible to steal credit. The system will independently assess how much work has been done, and will also punish players who slack off. Zayakiwu feels that the development team must have put a lot of thought into this. In addition to this long-term task, the task panel also added an open-ended task called Develop Agricultural Tools. Zayakiwu curiously clicked on it. Open task. Develop agricultural tools. Adventurers from another world, have you noticed that this world's agricultural technology and technology lag far behind those of our original world? The villagers, having not farmed for hundreds of years, have long forgotten how to do so, and there are no tools for farming here. However, as long as you can draw a blueprint and submit it to the great magician Moiwu, he will create any agricultural tool you desire based on your design. Whether it's a hoe, plow, tractor, or drone, you can build anything with a blueprint. Each time you successfully craft a finished farm tool, you earn regional reputation and adventure coins based on the tool's sophistication and practicality. Regional reputation is a valuable currency, and some rare items and equipment are subject to regional reputation restrictions, so please be proactive in acquiring them. Note: the level of completion of the farm tool depends on the level of detail in the blueprint. Depending on the size of the farm tool, submitted blueprints will be divided into one or more production periods. Each period can only produce items with a volume of no more than 1 cubic meter. Large agricultural implements or machinery that exceed the production volume limit and cannot be manufactured within a single construction period are recommended to be broken down into component parts. Blueprints can be submitted in the System Panel Blueprints function. If other players have already submitted similar designs, the system will select the best one for production. A craftsman who wishes to do his work well must first sharpen his tools. It makes perfect sense to start by making tools before reclaiming land. Several ideas flashed through Nyakiki's mind. While she didn't know the blueprints for a tractor, planter, or harvester, she had learned about the curved plow developed by her ancestors in history books. Not to mention the hoe, sickle, axe, shovel, irrigation hose, and other everyday tools, she could easily create a lot. Nyakiku immediately opened the blueprint panel and discovered that blueprint input was also a mind-activated process. As long as she had a clear idea and concept in her mind, the system would automatically read, recognize, and input it, eliminating the pitfall of having a vision but not the ability to draw. This is so convenient, isn't it? Nyakiku quickly entered all the tools she used every day at school into blueprints, then designed the irrigation system and submitted them all at once. Ding, the player system prompted. You have successfully submitted 17 design drawings. The system will review them. Please wait patiently for notification of the review results. Once the review is passed, the system will automatically schedule the production. Players can check their progress in the task panel. This is so convenient, Nyakiku exclaimed. She opened the skill panel again and dragged purification to the most convenient location. A closer look revealed a new skill icon, detection mode, next to it. Nyakiku couldn't help but try it, and discovered that the view before her suddenly transformed into something resembling infrared thermal imaging, except that it wasn't detecting body temperature, but rather the presence of the evil god's contamination. The heavier the contamination, the redder the area, the higher the alienation value. In the blood-red landscape before her, only the experimental field, Moiwu, and her group of 100% sanity-based farmers were a normal light blue. Wow, this view is so cool. She glanced at the note about the mode. Detection mode cannot be used in dungeons. Purification is exempt from this restriction. There's such a restriction. She attempted to cast purification on the blood-red ground beneath her feet, and immediately saw the red in her field of vision, like fine sand blown by a strong wind, fly away from its original area and land on other red land. The red of the land beneath her feet had only become a lighter shade. She could even see the contamination from other areas slowly flowing back into the target land. Well, purification actually removes the evil god's contamination from the target and relocates it elsewhere. Nyakiku felt that this spell seemed a bit of a temporary solution, but even this superficial one had already used up half of her mana bar, a significant drain. I feel like this skill can only be used near the experimental field, or on players and NPCs with low sanity. Someone nearby said to her. Nikukyo looked up and saw it was Song Lin, a handsome man with a cold face but a rather approachable personality. He continued, if used on land, the contamination will quickly spread back. Perhaps that's why the Lord said he went to great lengths to open up such a small experimental field. Boss Song Lin. Xiaoqiu. Want to team up? The soft girl, Xianyuitiao, came bouncing over. I just asked the Lord, and he said we can all farm 3 acres together, or we can split up into groups and each take a proportional amount of land. I want to take 1 acre and team up. What do you guys think? There are 10 players who receive the quest, right? Song Lin calculated. A team of 3 of us can get about 1 acre? Yes. Xianyuitiao nodded and pointed at herself. I'm an avid player of farming games. I prefer farming and other occupations to raiding dungeons and killing monsters. I can help out with the farm work. I'm an agricultural major. Nikukyo. I know a little bit about farming. I only grow some flowers and plants, Song Lin said. But I'm studying mechanics, and I plan to get some blueprints for large agricultural machinery after I log off. I think we can team up. Xianyuitiao said excitedly, then let's add a friend and a communication channel. In this game, communication channels can be added automatically, making it convenient for friends or regular teammates to form a group chat. Xianyuitiao added both of them with a few clicks. Let's go find the Lord's territory and seeds. MOU had already asked Lia to select the most vigorous seeds from the grain sold by the traveling merchants. The grain brought by the traveling merchants was mainly a type of wheat that was unique to this world. It was said that although this wheat tasted ordinary, it had a high yield and a short production cycle. In the south where the elves lived, it grew year-round and could be harvested every 3 months. Villagers would grind the wheat into flour to make rough black bread or mix it into a paste for soup. After harvesting, the seeds would be sealed by the Church of Light and sealed with an anti-evil seal, supposedly to prevent the contamination of evil spirits. MOU had Leah test the seeds, and they were generally well preserved, with little to no contamination. According to the cultivation methods of the origin world, 1 acre of land normally requires 10 to 20 kilograms of wheat seeds, but this is equivalent to a month's food ration for an adult. Given the current food shortage, MOU could only spare 30 kilograms of wheat seeds, which should be sufficient for the player's first planting attempt. I always feel like I'm in venture capital, saving, and either I lose everything or I make a killing. MOU muttered, but I still have 80 compressed biscuits. If I lose money this time, it's fine. The wool comes from the sheep. He might not make much money in the atmosphere by exchanging players' compressed biscuits for NPC seeds, which he then gives to players to plant. But if he can truly say he loses, he won't lose much either. 10 farming players took on the mission this time, and each one seemed excited and eager to try. Many even contributed dozens of blueprints in a blink of an eye. MOU's expectations of them weren't high, just a little time to tend to the crops each day was enough. This game is free and doesn't take up players' time. You can play it every night while you sleep, and 1 day in the game can be like 2 days, making it a very cost-effective game for players. Perhaps players in other online games would complain because they are busy with work, study, or have to make time to play other games. But for a novel online game that can prevent insomnia by wearing VR glasses, MOU feels that these players are unlikely to complain. As long as these farming players stick to their original intentions, and don't obsess about not being able to get out of the dungeon, there shouldn't be any big problems. Lord. Salted Fish came bouncing over with 2 other players. The 3 of us plan to claim an acre of land. Okay. MOU said, which piece do you want? The one at the east end. The 3 players murmured for a moment, and then Salted Fish finally made his decision. MOU tapped a few times on his magic book. I transferred the rights to that plot of land to you. You can adjust access permissions on the system panel. You can choose to restrict access to yourselves or grant access to trusted individuals. The permissions are primarily to prevent players from causing trouble. For example, if there's a feud between players, a player seeking revenge might vandalize the fields, or later, after the plants have grown, someone unscrupulous might steal the crops. Since his food reserves were at stake, MOU felt it best to be cautious. Here are 10 kilograms of wheat seeds for your acre. Seeds are limited, so please use them wisely. The initial planting mission has a 4-month deadline. Please plant and harvest the wheat within 4 months. If no planting is done on the land for more than 2 weeks, the system will deem your mission a failure and reclaim the land. Okay. We get it. Xianyuitiao happily accepted the seeds and took his 2 friends back to discuss planting. The other players also formed two teams, following their example, and coming to claim land and seeds. This was similar to what MOU had expected. Cultivating 3 acres of land would be too tiring for the players. If they divided it into 10 parts, each responsible for a little, some players would worry that their lack of experience or lack of time would mean no one would tend to the fields while they went to the dungeon. If 3 or 4 people work together on 1 acre of land, they can both divide the work and take turns managing it, which is ideal for both the area and the manpower. The second group's IDs were "What are you looking at?" "What's wrong with looking at you?" and "A mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat." The 3 players seemed to be acquaintances. On the way back from receiving the seeds, they were still discussing whether the wheat should be ridged. MOU was unsure whether to call them reliable or not. The third group looked like the last 4 independent players, huddled together for warmth. Their IDs were today's rain. Melissa, Kubo, and Gulu were already chatting happily, while a male player named Only Master stood silently by. After distributing all the seeds and outlining the key tasks, MOU left the players to work freely. He returned to the Mage Tower and began reviewing the blueprints submitted by the players. He assigned the blacksmith to lead his player apprentices in crafting any rakes, hoes, plows, and other tools that could be produced in the blacksmith's shop. More advanced agricultural machinery, drones, and irrigation systems were also being prepared on the creative platform. This timed irrigation system is pretty good. The blueprints for the water pipes are quite detailed, but why aren't the blueprints for the crucial timer included? MOU tapped the back end of the magic book and set a task to the player who submitted the blueprint to complete the blueprint. Someone actually submitted the chemical formula for fertilizer. Can we produce that? Leah took a look and said, yes, elements like nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium exist in this world and can be synthesized using willpower. Later, players can also collect some farmyard manure. But that would require purification of the contamination. Forget it. Initially, I just used my willpower to synthesize some fertilizer. The most important thing now is to break through. Build high walls and store abundant food. MOU asked, are there any minerals in AMT County? There's a copper and iron mine in the nearby desert. Because AMT County has been suffering from a chronic food shortage, the mine lacks the funds to hire workers, and it's long been abandoned. It was mined there before, so they have complete mining equipment and machinery, Leah said. The mine's location is marked on your system map. How poor. MOU had no idea how the Great Mage, MOU, had managed to manage such a vast territory to such a state of impoverishment. But considering that the Great Mage couldn't use his willpower or summon players, and still had to support everyone living on this land where not a single blade of grass grew, it was indeed quite difficult. He planned to visit the mine himself when he had time. If the ore was in a suitable location and presented no danger, he could arrange for players to mine it. This would provide the raw materials for equipment and farm tools for the players. The excess copper and iron would probably be something the traveling merchants would appreciate, but MOU didn't intend to sell these metals en masse. As long as it could help AMT County overcome its current poverty, it would be enough. I need to talk to the traveling merchants. After arranging everything, MOU slowly stood up, changed into the more formal robes of a great mage, and prepared to negotiate a new business deal with the traveling merchants. Chapter 21. Ding, Player System. Hello, player. The 17 design drawings you submitted have been reviewed by the system. 1 requires additional detailed design. 10 designs are technical upgrades based on existing items in this world, and 6 are unique designs, which can earn additional adventure coins. These 16 drawings have been sent to the blacksmith for forging. Once forging is complete, the player can receive all samples free of charge and receive a total of 1,100 AMT County reputation points. If the player agrees to authorize the blacksmith to manufacture and sell the above tool drawings, they will receive 1 reputation point for each tool sold. Yeah, Nikukia said happily, my drawings have passed review. She opened the task details and saw that the design request for additional design was for the central control unit of the timed irrigation system. She was immediately overwhelmed. I don't know how to do this part. I can't get away with it. After all, she was only a graduate student in agricultural science. Although the timed irrigation system was commonly used, there are many, but if you ask her to actually draw a blueprint for the central control of a timed irrigation system, I can't do it. Big boss, Nikukia asked Songlin, can you draw the central control section of a timed irrigation system? Songlin thought for a moment. Mainly the timing components and the flow control switch, right? Yes. Oh, that's great. Nikukia clapped her hands. I have a supplementary task for irrigation system design drawings. The system says it's an advanced design, and the evaluation reputation is 1,000 points, but they want me to add a detailed design for the central control section. I saw that this task can be shared. If players complete it together, all participating players will gain reputation points. Song Lin was also straightforward. Share it with me. It's quite simple. I upload the blueprint right away. Ichiochio immediately shared the task, and Song Lin opened the blueprint system and began drawing. Xianyuitia squatted in the ground, scooped up a handful of soil, rubbed it, frowned, and beckoned Niechiochio over. This soil is so dry, and not fertile at all. Xianyuitia said, do we need to deep plow the entire acre before planting? Yes. Niechiochio said, we need to go to the village to buy some fertilizer. As for tools, the system just notified me that the basic farm tools I designed have been manufactured at the blacksmith shop. You can get a set for free. We go check it out later. As for water sources, the only unpolluted water sources are the 2 barrels of water provided by the Lord. If we can build a timed irrigation system, we can install it directly on all 3 plots of land. With timed and fixed quantity irrigation, we save a lot of water and a lot of work. However, we need to discuss this with the 2 groups next to us. A timed irrigation system? We support that. All 3 groups were currently working in the fields, not far from each other. The group next to them, looking at each other, immediately came over. What do you need us to do during the installation? We cooperate. The girls from the 3rd group also came over. We support it too. With such a large field and high evaporation from 2 suns, we definitely won't have enough water without an irrigation system. The drawings have been submitted. Song Lin moved quickly. Next, it's up to the system to review. Since everyone's here, Xianyuitia clapped his hands. Why don't we discuss how to plant the seeds? These seeds look very similar to the wheat we grow over there, but they're also a little different. I'm not sure what their actual planting habits will be. Why don't we go to the village and ask the villagers? Today, Yoyu said, there's so little information. Besides, we don't have any tools or fertilizer right now. We have to go to the village to buy some. We can't just plant everything by hand. As for fertilizer, the chemical fertilizer I submitted has been approved. The system says it can be picked up at the Mage Tower tomorrow. Mosquito is still meat said, it looks like there's 3 cubic meters, probably enough for base fertilizer for our 3 acres. Wow, that's great. I was wondering if I should ask the villagers for some farmyard manure, Nikukia said admiringly. So tools include fertilizer too. What a great idea. Ahaha, I was a little worried that farmyard manure might be contaminated by the evil spirits. Thinking the fertilizer's chemical formula should be considered a blueprint, I submitted it and gave it a try. I didn't expect it to actually work. Mosquito is still meat scratched his head sheepishly. That's true, said Xianyuitiao. When I went to see the Lord just now, he told me that this wheat seems very resilient and unlikely to die, but it's very easy to be contaminated. If you're not careful, it could sprout into things like man-eating grass and vine monsters. Everyone should be careful. Use uncontaminated wheat whenever possible, and disinfect and purify everything before bringing it in. Aseptic technique, I get it. Several players nodded. The players were very efficient. After returning to the village, each group sent 1 person to buy farm tools, 2 to inquire, and the 3 groups went their separate ways. Since Nikukyu was the designer of the farm tool blueprints, she was the one to go to the blacksmith shop. When she arrived, she found the small shop packed with people. The blacksmith, Alesh, was sweating profusely at the furnace, forging iron. Beads of sweat rolled down his bulging biceps, glistening in the light of the fire. Many players must have taken the blacksmith profession, hammers raised, hammering away in a formal manner. Oddly, some players were squatting by the wall, browsing the forums, waiting for something. Little girl, what do you want? Alesh asked, glancing at Niakikyu. Ah, I'm the designer of the farm implement blueprints, Niakikyu said. Seeing the muscular Alesh put down his forging hammer and approach, he said uneasily, the system said I can come and pick up the farm implements I designed. Alesh had long been accustomed to the system these adventurers mentioned from time to time. Lord Moiwas said it was some kind of intelligent device he had developed, similar to a magic puppet, used to manage these adventurers. He walked to the counter, pulled out a stack of papers from the drawer under the counter, and rummaged through them for a moment. What's your name? Niakikyu. 16 pieces in total, already made. Alesh went into the back storeroom and took out a large bag of packed farm tools was placed on the floor next to the counter. Here they are. Check them out. Okay. Nikyukia hurriedly examined the 16 tools one by one and put them into his backpack. Okay, everything's fine. You are the designer of the blueprints, Ayler said, pulling out 16 blueprints and a letter of authorization. This is the letter of authorization from the Lord. If you agree to authorize our store to produce and sell these blueprints, please sign here. He tapped the signature on the letter of authorization. If you disagree, you can take these 16 blueprints back. We will not produce them again. I agree to the authorization, Nikyukia said, picking up the pen from the table and signing his name neatly. Originally, it was just a copy of tools from another world, but the prestige gained from licensing production and the naming rights made this a lucrative business. As the designer, you get a 50% discount on future purchases of these tools. Alesh put away the authorization letter and blueprints and said, then I order 2 more sets. Sure, come pick them up tomorrow. Half the deposit first, 1 gold and 18 bronze. Alesh accepted the deposit from Nikyukia and wrote her a parchment receipt. Then he walked into the shop and shouted, "Order in." Several idle players squatting in the corner immediately rushed over. I take it. So he was waiting for work. The corners of Nikyukia's mouth twitched as she turned and left the bustling blacksmith shop. The bustling shop and the quiet street seemed like 2 worlds apart. The muscle content in this blacksmith shop is ridiculously excessive, but it's strangely pleasing to the eye. Compared to Nikyukia's smooth sailing, Zayanyuki and her friends encountered obstacles at every turn. It wasn't that the NPCs weren't welcoming, but rather that they knew nothing about planting. "Oh, this is taro wheat," the grocery store owner said, knowing the name of the seeds. "Grind it into powder and make bread or batter. It's the most common staple food on this continent." "Oh, how do you plant it?" "It won't grow. Only elves can grow it." "Not that it won't grow," her husband corrected. "These seeds will grow something if you just throw them in the ground, but they're just ferocious, man-eating vine monsters with bared fangs and claws. Only elves can grow wheat for human consumption." Papa Polly, the oldest in the village, still remembered some past events. It's said that hundreds of years ago, we could still grow wheat in our village. Later, more and more mutated plants ate up the farmers, leaving the fields barren. No one planted these crops anymore, so we had to buy them from the elves. Why don't you ask the traveling merchants? They often deal with the elves. Traveling merchant Mustafa was drinking in the inn. Taro wheat is a specialty of the elves. It's plentiful and filling. It can be grown year-round, and the harvest is ready in about 3 months. It doesn't taste great, but it fills our stomachs, so it's very popular. Does it require breeding? How much fertilizer and water are needed? Salted Fish asked. I don't know. These are all trade secrets of the elves. The traveling merchant said, I'm only responsible for transportation and sales. I don't know how to grow it. Alas. Leaving the tavern, Salted Fish and the other sighed in unison. We searched the whole village and found nothing. When asked about the details of planting, they all said they didn't know anything. They said just scatter it on the ground and a monster will grow. What are you looking at? He asked. Why don't we just scatter it randomly and try? What are you looking at? He rapped his head. We can't just scatter it randomly. We only have so many seeds, and even a scattering wouldn't even cover half an acre. We still have to cultivate the land the way our ancestors did, right? Melissa Kubo said. First, turn the soil. When the fertilizer arrives tomorrow, we apply base fertilizer and soak it in water. We also need to cultivate the seeds, right? Shianuitia said. We also need to find some light-proof containers to soak the seeds. I just bought some clay pots and plates from the traveling merchant. They should be good for growing seeds, Songlin said. Hey, do they still sell those? Let's go check it out. After all this running around, the players didn't get much information, but at least they did get back a lot of farm tools. Nikyukia even borrowed 2 ponies from Oyawu to pull the curb plow, and the group busily set to work turning the soil. Shianuitio and the others soaked seeds in clay pots with clean water from the water tank, covered them, and found a safe spot in the corner of the field. They dug a perfectly sized pit to secure the pots, preventing them from being accidentally kicked over by passing people. At 6 o'clock in the morning in the Origin world, they had barely finished turning over 3 acres of land. Thankfully, the game had pain blocking, so after all the hard work, no one felt sore or tired, and they all logged off to go to work or school. The players in each group also created a QQ group to schedule and communicate. Niechyochio and Song Lin are both graduate students, planning to check on the fields online when they don't have classes. Shianuitio is a writer with free time, so he can stagger his shifts with the two. The access permissions for the fields have been set up. Currently, only the three of us can access them, Xianyuitu said. Breeding takes a few days, so there's no need for strict rotations these days. When we go online in the evening, we can all apply base fertilizer to the fields and then water them. I go back and figure out how to set up the irrigation system, Niechiochio said. I also need to research agricultural machinery, Songlin said. I think we can arrange for ridgers, harvesters, and anything else. Okay, let me know on QQ if you need anything. Xianyuitu sat by the field, watching the two people log off. She wanted to stay in the game for a while, and do something else, so she stood up to return to the village. Suddenly she felt dizzy. She checked her player profile, and saw a low blood sugar debuff. Xianyuitu, ? Low blood sugar. When a player's satiety reaches 0, they will experience a low blood sugar state. All their stats will drop by 50%, and they will experience dizziness. Eating will relieve this state. Note, the higher the player's sanity, the faster their satiety decreases, and even during intense activity, their satiety will drop rapidly. When sanity drops below 0, their satiety will not decrease. This game? Do you even need to eat? Xianyuitu was shocked. Luckily, she just picked up some black bread while researching the tavern. She quickly took a few bites and said, "Ugh, this is disgusting." It was sour, hard, and prickly, 100 times worse than whole wheat diet bread. It had the texture of medieval rye bread. It was clearly made without any sugar, eggs, or milk, simply from flour that hadn't been carefully ground or filtered. You could even taste a bit of sand. As a foodie, Xianyuitu found this thing absolutely unbearable. But even though it tasted terrible, the hypoglycemic debuff was immediately lifted as soon as she ate the bread, and her satiety level returned by 20%. I need to research what I can eat, she muttered to herself. But the pervasive evil god contamination is a bit difficult to deal with. I wonder if purification can be used to purify food? Chapter 22. As the second batch of beta testers logged off and returned to real life, the forum suddenly became lively. MOU refreshed his screen, and dozens of posts appeared instantly. Subject: shocking. Not eating in this game can actually cause low blood sugar? Original poster: salted fish. Content: as the title says, who would have thought I could experience a low blood sugar debuff just by farming in the game? Is this game so realistic and scientific? Why is there a setting called satiety? And the higher the sanity, the faster it drops with more intense exercise? Isn't this really targeting druids like us who need to maintain 100% sanity to use Purify and farm? And why doesn't octopus status reduce satiety? First floor, Luzhou Lajiao. Maybe it's because monsters can't feel hunger. Seriously, I didn't even notice the satiety setting. After we regained our human form and entered the village, I tried some local food at the grocery store to experience the realism of the game. Maybe that just boosted my satiety? P.S. The food in the village is terrible, especially the black bread. It's expensive, sour, hard, irritating, and sandy. Second floor, Yuhua Dengxian. I had some drinks and some grilled skewers in the tavern. Papa Polly sells roasted sparrows, which are much better and cheaper than black bread. Highly recommended. P.S. Eating this will reduce your sanity by about 10%, so players who are afraid of turning into octopuses or druids who need to use skills should avoid this. P.P.S. You do feel dizzy after drinking, and I imagine getting drunk will also cause a debuff. Third floor, Ijian Pokienshin. You can also roast the meat cut off by Warcraft in the Dark Forest, which also reduces your sanity. The amount seems to be somewhat random. I wonder when we can take a druid team out to kill monsters and test it out. Do you have any skills that can show pollution levels? It seems like something's mentioned in the next post. Fourth floor Songlin. There is a detection mode, and the visual effect is similar to infrared temperature detection, but it can't be used in dungeons. Fifth floor Luzhou Laojiu. According to the game setting, the dungeon illusion is originally created by the power of the evil god. If we were to test it there, it would be 100% pollution everywhere. I guess they don't have it because the gameplay is too bad. Sixth floor Yuhua Dengxian. Another possibility is that it's to prevent druid players from using cheats in puzzle dungeons. Original poster reply: wow, it seems that delicious food reduces sanity. Are druid players only allowed to eat disgusting black bread? Seventh floor. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. I strongly advise against players buying food made from black bread or wheat. Firstly, the village is inherently short on food. Players can eat wild fruits and meat in addition to black bread and wheat, but NPCs themselves can't clean up pollution like players can, so they can only eat unpolluted black bread. This game is incredibly realistic, and player behavior can influence NPC plots. Right now, the Lord is encouraging us to farm to overcome the food crisis. If we truly eat up all the village food, will a famine scenario ensue? If all the NPCs die or become alienated, they be gone. Secondly, black bread is ridiculously expensive. If we buy it ourselves, it's 1 silver coin, but if you buy it from an NPC, it's only 1 copper. I rather go hunting and have a barbecue than spend 1 silver coin on that inedible food. 8th floor, today's rain. By the way, have you ever considered using Purify on monster meat or other ingredients before grilling? 9th floor, Luzhou Laojiao, exclamation mark. Original poster, exclamation mark. 10th floor, Yuhua Dengxian, that's an idea. Any druids want to go barbecue tonight? No, let's go to the dark forest for a buffet. No slurp. Let's go monster hunting. 11th floor, the person above is drooling. 12th floor, salted fishy tail. A single purify spell uses up half a mana bar. Is that really feasible? 13th floor, it seems no one has tested how many items a single purify spell can purify, right? The system says it can restore 20% of a person's sanity. Does that mean it can dispel 20% of the pollution from a human-sized object? Or 100% of the pollution from an object 20% the size of a human? 14th floor Luzhou Laojiao. This idea is pretty cool. Are there any druid players willing to experiment with it? 15th floor Jinri Yoyu. Wait until I'm online tonight to try it out. Original poster. I'm still online. I give it a try. Anyone want to team up with me to go to the dark forest? 16th floor Yuhua Dengxian. Me. 17th floor Melissa Kubo. I'm going too. 18th floor. Did you lose any hair today? Hey guys, help me newbies. I want to go to the dark forest for a barbecue. No, I want to go monster hunting. Original poster. I sent you a private message, come join us. Xian Yuitia teleported to the dark forest and teamed up with Yuhua Dengxian and the others. The barbecue squad happily headed into the dark forest. Yuhua Dengxian. What monsters are we fighting? Melissa Kubo. Let's kill one of each. Are we doing an experiment? Have you lost any hair today? Hit a deer? They be delicious roasted. For players simultaneously drew their novice swords. Xian Yuitio asked, Melissa and I are druids, so we can't reduce sanity. Are you two all physical classes? Yuhua Dengxian. I just learned mage skills, but I haven't practiced them yet. Have you lost any hair today? He scratched his character's bald head sheepishly. I'm a tank class, with a constitution of 12, but an intelligence of 3. Xian Yuitio looked at his exceptionally sturdy arms and thighs, and nodded thoughtfully. Then, when you cast magic later, I turn on detection mode to see if magic attacks, in addition to reducing the user's sanity, also increase the target's contamination. Yuhua Dengxian gave her a thumbs up. Good idea. So, did you lose your hair today? Consciously acting as tank, he pulled back a demonized rabbit. Both druids activated detection mode. Yuhua Dengxian cast water stream, and they clearly saw red light gathering in Yuhua Dengxian's hands. A thin red line flowed into Yuhua Dengxian's hand, and another, accompanied by a ball of red light, struck the rabbit and entered its mouth. Why does this pollution look like it was in the water ball, and the rabbit drank a little? Melissa Kubo asked, puzzled. Are there any other spells? Try another one. Xian Yuitia looked at Yuhua Dengxian. We have fireball. Yuhua Dengxian threw another fireball, and just as the rabbit's health bar reached 0, it kicked back and fell to the ground. This time, the two druids only saw the pollution enter Yuhua Dengxian's body. Although the rabbit was hit by the ball of red light, its pollution level did not increase. That means the contamination from magic will enter the user's body, causing a drop in sanity. However, aside from the contamination from water stream, which can be absorbed by drinking water, spells like fireball won't transfer the contamination to the target, Xian Yuitio concluded. Let's kill another deer, and then we try purification, Melissa Kubo said. The demonized horned deer are higher level than the rabbits, and the one they chose looks delicious. No, it's a sturdy LV 5 male deer. Fortunately, Yuhua Dengxian is already LV 13. Did you lose any hair today with the LV 5? Fighting it wasn't a problem at all. The two LV 1 druids continued to monitor and finish off the deer. The contamination on the deer doesn't seem to be evenly distributed. The head, or rather, the brain, is more contaminated. The flesh isn't actually that contaminated, only 12%. Melissa Kubo said, how are we going to test the purification spell later? We can cast purification 4 times between the two of us. Let's first test the range of the purification, then see if we can concentrate all the contamination from the deer into its brain. Then, see if dispelling it will contaminate the player again. Salty Fish Etiao quickly brainstormed. After the group quickly brought down the deer, Salty Fish Etiao used branches to draw a 1 square meter square grid on the ground, enclosing both the deer and the rabbit. Let's test the area of the purification spell first. She opened the monitoring panel and observed. Melissa cast purification, and a blue whirlwind swept through the square meter of red light, removing about 20% of the red color and dispersing it into the air. The dissipated portion first merged into the surrounding atmosphere, then diffused back as the surrounding concentration slowly rose. However, the 20% of pollution lost from the rabbits and deer on the ground did not increase. The basic range of the purification spell is limited to the bottom surface, but there's no limit to its height. It can be extended almost infinitely, Melissa said. However, the higher it is, the less precise the pollution removal becomes. You can use your mind to adjust the size or precision of the spell. If you target a specific target, it will only dispel the pollution within that target, potentially making it more effective. It seems that the larger the range of the spell, the less pollution it dispels. Try the rabbit again. This time, the blue light of the purification spell appeared only within the rabbit, sweeping away all the pollution and releasing a cloud of red smoke into the air. The original contamination level displayed in the rabbit is 31%. Because it's small, it can be cleared in one go. Melissa Kubo pondered. By the way, how is this contamination percentage calculated? Per unit area, or by the size of the rabbit itself? It seems to be the concentration calculated based on the size of the rabbit itself. Xianyuitian said, I think the 20% sanity recovery mentioned in the system panel about the purification spell being able to remove 20% of the contamination per square meter of floor space of unlimited height. And that's probably only the effect of the current level 1 purification spell. Melissa added, there's also a small note on the skill panel. The skill's effectiveness increases with level, and the mana cost may also change. Try the deer again? Yuhua Dengxian wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. He had already built a bonfire nearby and even built a grill with branches over it, ready to roast the rabbit. I do it this time, said Xianyuitiao. This time, she used her mind to control the purification technique, driving all the contamination from the deer's body to the head. Success? Melissa observed, it does concentrate the contamination in one area, but after the purification technique is performed, the contamination will spread back a bit. Xianyuitiao raised her novice sword and chopped off the deer's head. But this is easier than purifying the entire deer. If I were to purify the entire deer, I'm afraid a single purification technique wouldn't be enough. She lifted the deer's head away. The meat is clean, ready to roast. Xianyuitiao had half her mana bar left. She waved and called out to have you lost your hair today, then stood next to the deer head and cast a purification spell in its direction. Sure enough, a blue whirlwind, carrying most of the pollution, slammed into have you lost your hair today, causing have you lost your hair today? To exclaim, why has my sanity dropped by 15%? Test successful. Xianyuitiao and Melissa Kubo high-fived. Remember to post on the forum later, and tell everyone not to stand near a druid casting purify, as you be affected by the pollution. I feel like I'm walking downstairs, and someone upstairs splashed a basin of foot wash water. Have you lost your hair today? Said with a bitter face. I'm getting the picture. Yuhua Dengxian scoffed. We're getting ready for a barbecue. Can you use a better metaphor? Then it depends on how long it takes for the mana bar to regenerate. The two druids joined Yuhua Dengxian in the skinning and slicing of flesh. Yuhua Dengxian, worthy of being one of the resourceful first beta testers, pulled out a handful of barbecue skewers and seasonings from his backpack. I heard we were going out to barbecue, so I went to the blacksmith to buy some skewers. Then I went to the traveling merchant and bought some peppercorns, cumin, and other ingredients to make my own. You're a master indeed. Did you lose your hair today? He said, giving him a fist pump as he helped skewer the cut meat onto the skewers and set them up on the makeshift grill made of tree branches. The bonfire burned brightly. The half rabbit and venison skewers on the grill soon began to drip oil, and the rabbit skin sizzled and turned golden and crispy. Yuhua Dengxian sprinkled his homemade seasonings on top, and an overwhelming aroma filled the air, bringing tears of greed to the eyes of several people. I'm going to cut this video and upload it to the forum, muttered Xianyuitiao. They're so greedy. The venison, chopped into small pieces, was grilled first. Several people eagerly grabbed a skewer, groaning from the heat as they devoured the meat. Oh my god, this is so delicious. Free barbecue. And you don't have to worry about getting fat. The two girls devoured the food, tears welling up in their eyes. They couldn't tell if it was the heat or the deliciousness. No SAN loss. You what Dangsian laughed. If only there was some wine or some fattener happy water. Have you lost your hair today? He said regretfully. The wine in the tavern isn't good. You what Dangsian shook his head. I don't know if it's the wheat or the craftsmanship. It's sour and bitter, like horse urine. Who knows if they actually make their wine from wheat? Maybe they're making some unidentified liquid from straw or cow dung, just like those three guys. Can you please stop talking about this during barbecue? The two girls glared at him. I was wrong. Ladies, eat some rabbit. Yuhua Dangxian quickly begged for mercy. From now on, I have to rely on you druids for barbecue. Fuck. Did you lose any hair today? Suddenly, druids are an epic update. Chapter 23. Subject: Good news from the druid barbecue team ahead. Preliminary research summary on purification. Original poster: salted fish. Content: report. Purifying food actually works, and the barbecue is truly delicious. First, let me start with the conclusion. A level 1 purification spell has a basic casting range of 1 square meter, and can remove 20% of the pollution within that 1 square meter at a time. If the target is a single human, it also removes 20% of the pollution, restoring 20% of sanity. However, if the target range is smaller, the effect of removing pollution can be increased. Let's assume that the pollution value within a 1 square meter area equals the pollution value of a single human equals 10,000 points. Then, each purification spell removes 2,000 points of pollution. Assuming a rabbit is relatively small, and has a total pollution value of only 2,000 points, a single purification spell can actually remove 100% of its pollution. These 2,000 points of pollution won't vanish into thin air, instead, they be driven elsewhere by the power of purification. Therefore, after the purification process is performed, the pollution concentration around the target will increase, potentially entering other objects or flowing back to the target. If the target and the object into which the purified pollution flows are the same object, backflow is more likely to occur. For example, if two adjacent areas, A and B, are filled with polluted air, and we purify the air in area A, driving the pollution into area B, the pollution concentration in area B will double, and the pollution will naturally flow back to area A. If the connection between areas A and B is not severed, area A may still become recontaminated. However, if the target of purification and the object into which the post-purification contamination value flows are different, the return flow rate will be slow or even negligible. Suppose target A is a human and area B is air. The contamination in area B will not flow back into the human body, but will instead spread to other areas of the air with lower contamination concentrations. Due to the ease with which this type of contamination flows within the same medium, it is recommended that druid players use detection mode when processing food, moving contamination from the edible portion to the more contaminated waste portion. Discard the waste portion immediately, retaining the clean edible portion. This operation will save a significant amount of mana. If there are multiple small items with minimal contamination, less than 20%, they can be piled together in a 1 square meter area for simultaneous purification. Please note that this method only works for small, lightly contaminated items. It will not be as effective on larger, more contaminated items. When using this method, it is recommended to use detection mode after purification to verify completeness. While the druid is a farming class, this game's class setup is truly bizarre. It's a must-have for home, travel, or group barbecues. Not only does it extend the magic class's lifespan, but more importantly, it provides clean, uncontaminated, and delicious ingredients. Given that druids must maintain 100% sanity to cast Purify, and that a full mana recharge currently takes about half an hour, eating and meditating can speed up mana recharge. Players are advised to maintain a team configuration with 2 druids to prevent unexpected sanity drops or incomplete mana recharge. Hopefully, more mana potions will appear as the main story progresses. It's the mana bar that's holding back the druid's career advancement. Druid players traveling alone can purchase some amnesia powder at the general store. Upon use, it instantly restores 3% of their sanity without any side effects. The amnesia effect of this powder seems to only work on NPCs, so be careful not to use it on them, as it might cause them to forget important information for certain quests. Important tip: innocent players should stay away from the purification area while the druids are working to avoid being contaminated. If an affected player happens to be in the path of the pollutants being expelled during the purification, the impact will cause them to become contaminated, and their sanity will decrease. One tester described it as feeling like walking downstairs and having a basin of foot wash poured over them from above. Thanks to everyone who participated in this test. Melissa Kubo, Ascension, did you lose any hair today? P.S. The barbecue is really delicious. I recommend buying some skewers from the blacksmith and keeping them in your backpack so you can enjoy Dark Forest barbecue anytime, anywhere. The vendors sell spices like black pepper, salt, and cumin, which you can purchase and mix to create your own barbecue seasoning. A detailed test video link is below. XXXX. Thank you for watching. See you next time for the guide. Yikes, this detailed guide post was immediately flooded with likes from players, though the comments below veered off topic, turning into food reviews like, the barbecue looks delicious. What monster meat is the most delicious? The video, purported to be a test record but actually a barbecue eating video, brought tears of envy to the eyes of offline players and unqualified online players. Pre-orders on the game's official website skyrocketed by a single digit. MOU closed the magic book with satisfaction. The players' creativity was truly limitless. With a constant supply of purified monster flesh, the quality and quantity of the players and even the NPCs' food could be improved. However, food provided to NPCs must undergo a system inspection to ensure it is completely free of contamination. Even a trace of contamination would be fine for players, but excessive consumption by NPCs could be fatal. MOU pushed open the tavern door, walked in, and sat down in front of Mustafa. Sorry for the wait. Not really. Mustafa smiled attentively. Your adventurers are truly fascinating. Perhaps I could hire a few to join my caravan? Not yet. There were only 33 players in the game, and MOU didn't want to, dare not, let them roam the world just yet. As you can see, my village isn't manpower rich right now, but more adventurers will be joining their team in the near future. When that happens, I have to trouble you to take them out to see the world. Of course. Mustafa wasn't too disappointed by the refusal. I see the adventurers really like spices. I guess I have to bring more next time. As a seasoned merchant, Mustafa didn't mind the adventurers using a completely new currency. He had done a lot of research in the Adventurers Guild these days, evaluating the value of this new adventure coin by converting the rewards from missions. After discovering that the adventurers were very interested in the excess spices he couldn't sell in the main city, he sold them all at a suitable, relatively high, price and purchased a lot of monster materials from them. But Mustafa didn't spend all his adventure coins. His keen business instincts told him there was no need to worry about whether this new currency would hold its value. The exceptional abilities of these adventurers were its greatest value. AMT County needs more than just food, MOU said with a smile. Besides spices, I also need some alchemical potions that can quickly restore spiritual power. Yes, MOU is going to find some blue potions to keep his beloved druid players going. Alchemical potions that can quickly restore spiritual power. Mustafa pulled out his product catalog and world map. Those are hot-selling items in the mystical city of Onisil. There are those that accelerate recovery, those that instantly boost spiritual power, and there are various different types of potions depending on their quality. Previously, these potions were only needed by the magicians and students of the Magic Academy. So, on our return trip, our trade route would make a large detour eastward to the main city of Corinthal, avoiding AMT County. What if we include AMT County on our return journey? MOU asked. It's a bit difficult. Our trade route doesn't go back after leaving the main city of Corinthal. Mustafa looked troubled, his finger sliding across the map, as if thinking. AMT County is the northernmost point of our entire trade route. The arcane city of Onisil is southeast of AMT County, and the Magic Academy is further south. It's very close from the Magic City back to Corinthal. If we return to AMT County, we have to circle back, and then we have to cross the dangerous desert again to reach Corinthal's main city. This will add over 300 kilometers to the entire route, and we have to cross the desert twice. This route is too expensive and too dangerous for my caravan, and the returns aren't enough. Are there any other options? Or the caravan could bring the extra potions it purchased and deliver them to you on its second trip north. Mustafa hesitated, but that would also add significant costs. These goods would tie up horses and manpower along the way, and we have to pass through several cities. You know, my caravan always buys in one city, sells in the next, buys again, sells again. Unless the goods can't be sold due to improper handling, or we take a small amount out of friendship, otherwise the cost. MOU, If you only need spirit potions, and you have popular products, perhaps I can allocate some manpower to open a short-distance trade route, only between AMT County and Onisil. But you have to pay in regular currency. The cunning merchant said, While I personally believe in the prospects of adventure coins, Honestly doesn't accept them. They won't accept this kind of currency. MOU, What are you selling? Barbecue? Eating the animals in the dark forest to extinction wouldn't be enough. Perhaps we can try a different approach. MOU said, please recruit some talent for me. Talent? Mustafa asked, puzzled. Do you mean slaves? No, not slaves. Someone with a skill, whether an alchemist or an elf, a magician or a swordsman. I can provide them with a job. MOU said, as you can see, our county is extremely poor right now. We're short on people, food, and goods. I need people with skills and special knowledge. No matter their background, their struggles, or their ideals, as long as they're not criminals, I'm open to accepting them. Mustafa nodded. I understand. I can recruit you in any city we pass through. For each person you bring, you pay me 10 pounds of Commonwealth currency or equivalent in goods as a brokerage fee. If you offer goods as collateral, I decide whether to accept it. So expensive. The Commonwealth currency, officially the Corinthal Trade and Magic Commonwealth currency, is the common currency in the southern part of the continent. It's measured in pounds, ounces, and drams, with 1 pound equals 16 ounces equals 256 drams. AMT County, as a member of the Magic Commonwealth, also uses this currency, simply because it's so valuable and has such strong purchasing power. 1 pound can buy a ton of longhorn antlers or 2 tons of taro wheat. According to Leah, the total price of the goods Mustafa sold in the village this time, including the value paid by players using adventure coins and quests, was around 3 pounds. Recruiting a single person costs 10 pounds, and MOU feels like his wallet is bleeding. 3 pounds per person, MOU said. And I have to assess whether they truly possess the appropriate skills and expertise. If they're unqualified, I won't pay the agency fee. Priority will be given to recruiting individuals or elves who can cultivate land, and alchemists who can refine spirit-restoring potions. 6 pounds, Mustafa countered. Your idea is bold. But my business is built on the lack of knowledge and goods flowing between cities. Your recruitment efforts may reduce my profits, and I must recoup this loss from you. And you know, apart from caravans, it's difficult for anyone else to cross the desert to reach you alone. This fee also includes our guide fees. Leah, how much money do we have left? MOU secretly asked the system spirit in his mind. Lord Mayu saved a total of 595 pounds, 15 ounces, and 11 drams, Leah replied. That's not even enough to buy 100 people, paying for it was impossible. MOU reluctantly pulled a mountain bike from his backpack. How about this? A mount that can be ridden by human power. I call it a bicycle. This mountain bike is designed to smoothly navigate rough terrain. I believe it will be very popular in the main city. Mustafa had seen players riding these things recently, and honestly, he was a little tempted. These strange things always fetch sky-high prices at auction among the wealthy in the main city. A profit of 10 or 20 pounds per bike was no problem. Mustafa gestured to Muhat to push the bike outside the shop and let him ride it twice. The tall guard showed no fear, even with a mount he had only seen once or twice, and rode it back and forth with ease. 1 person, 1 car, said Mustafa. Deal, said MOU, extending his hand. Just hire 3 people first. We leave the day after tomorrow. Mustafa shook Mazuriu's hand. If everything goes well, we'll be able to bring people over next time we come. MOU's heart pounded, but he maintained a calm demeanor. I look forward to hearing from you. Chapter 24. Forum notice. The limited-time NPC merchant team stationed at the tavern is about to embark on a journey. Countdown 11 hours and 59 minutes. Players are encouraged to seize the opportunity to buy and sell goods. The next merchant arrival will be approximately 1 month in the game. Limited-time NPCs may appear randomly in the game, so players are encouraged to seize the opportunity. This sudden announcement was broadcast 3 times across the game forums and the official in-game channel, causing both online and offline players to tense up. Are the authorities so heartless? The guide just recommended buying spices. Hurry and buy them. It'd be too late. Honestly, the storyline said the merchants were just resting in the village, their trade routes weren't complete yet. When can we start trading? It's too early, isn't it? What can we sell in this shabby village right now? Wake up, it's only been open for a few days. We haven't even opened the newbie village yet. How can we start trading? Selling barbecue? Wouldn't the barbecue have spoiled by the time it's shipped out? That's a month-long trade for the merchants, and it'd take 5 or 6 days to get to the next city, right? Although it was daytime on a weekday, many players were still online. As soon as they saw the notification, They rushed to the tavern and exchanged all their money for spices. Many offline players also took the time to log in and buy some and leave. For a while, both online and offline, there was a buzz. After being ripped off by the traveling merchants, though he didn't actually lose much, Mou, heartbroken, came to the Adventurers Guild. He first asked Lia to upgrade the magic puppet's function, adding the ability to automatically detect the contamination value of items. Then he sat in his small room and sighed deeply. Poor, so poor. They say you live by the mountain, you eat by the mountain, you live by the water, you eat by the water. He started out in a deserted tower and a dilapidated village, with no people and no food. He had only the hapless monsters of a dark forest to hunt. Even with the support of the World Elves, incomplete version, Mou still felt like he was on the verge of bankruptcy. There's no complete class system, no NPC mentors other than magicians. Physical classes are supposed to be able to use any weapon, but they don't have a single skill. All they give out as initial equipment are novice swords. If it weren't for the excellent VR experience, players would have already destroyed the house. Mou was so worried. Luckily, it's the early stages of the beta test, so it's okay if the class planning isn't in place. Players can just say they haven't found the quest NPC. But we can't delay this for too long, or the players will definitely make a scene. Lia, is there anyone in the village who can use a bow and arrow? Uncle Delka, a hunter, specializes in bows and arrows, Lia replied. Oh, that uncle with the kids. Mou thought for a moment. Let's update the archer class instructor first. Uncle Delka was tanning hides in his backyard. Mou immediately thought of a leatherworker as well. A physical class instructor and a life class instructor. Okay, that's a good deal. Me? Teach the adventurers archery? Uncle Delka pointed at himself in surprise. And leatherworking? Maybe bow and arrow crafting. Mou glanced at the wooden bow Uncle Delka had placed against the wall. If you know how? No. Uncle Delka waved his hands. I'm just an ordinary hunter. I usually go into the forest to hunt. How can I even know how to use a bow and arrow? And I can't teach you. Mou picked up the bow and arrow and handed it to the uncle. He then picked up a wooden board, drew a bullseye with yellow mud, and casually placed it on the stone table in the yard. Would you like to try shooting an arrow? Uncle Delka, looking helpless, retreated to the end of the yard, drew his bow and shot an arrow. With a whoosh, the wooden arrow landed firmly on the bull's eye of the wooden board. Lia prompted. Skill template successfully recorded. Archer skill. Hit the target with a single shot. LV1. Done. Mou was delighted and opened the system backend. Hit the target with a single shot. LV1. Basic archer skill. Capable of hitting the target with a single shot. Skill effect. 100% hit rate. Okay. Finally I have a skill. Mou said with relief. Uncle Delka, all you have to do is sit outside your house at a fixed time every morning with your bow slung over your shoulder. If any adventurers approach you, tell them you're a hunter, and can teach them how to use a bow and arrow. To those willing to learn archery from you, sell them a set of bows and arrows, demonstrate your archery skills in front of them, and then you have them bring you 3 rabbits as a reward. By the way, adventurers can now purify monsters of contamination, and you can also ask them to provide you with uncontaminated rabbit meat. I added a contamination detection function to the Adventurers Guild's magic puppets. After receiving the purified meat, be sure to test it again with the magic puppet. Purified meat? Uncle Delka said in shock, it really purifies contamination? Can we eat meat with confidence from now on? As long as you test the meat before eating to ensure it's not recontaminated, it should be fine. With systematic oversight, Mou wasn't afraid of players taking advantage of the situation by passing off inferior goods as genuine. If anyone tried to challenge his rules, he had their account destroyed on the spot. Under the dual allure of free rabbit hide and purified rabbit meat, Uncle Delka immediately agreed to serve as a mentor for both the archery and leatherworking professions. However, bowmaking was a family tradition, and he wasn't willing to teach, only offering to sell basic wooden bows and arrows. Finished with finally having a professional mentor, Mou didn't dwell on the bowmaking issue. He told Uncle Delka to inform the villagers about the purified meat, and repeatedly emphasized the importance of using a magic puppet to test it before eating it, and then he left. As long as I wasn't doing temporary maintenance, I wasn't fixing bugs. As for the lack of professional mentors? That's because the players haven't found the clues, and the plot hasn't progressed far enough. After all, this is a highly intelligent VR online game with 99% realism, and the NPCs are all highly intelligent AI with full autonomy. How could the planner be blamed for the plot not triggering? But we do need to set up a bulletin board. It's too much trouble for him to constantly be running around to notify people of things. Players can still use the system, but villagers can only resort to crude methods. MOU rubbed his chin and posted a task to build a bulletin board on the task board. Soon, several strong players took up the task and went to the dark forest to chop trees. It's much easier to get things done with players. MOU walked around the village and finally returned to the mage's tower to rest. The village was in ruins, but the players had a lot of energy and enthusiasm that they had nowhere to vent. He had a lot of adventure coins and unlimited regional reputation at his fingertips. Whether he asked players to forge iron, chop trees, or farm, there were always a group of players rushing to do the work. But games are all about giving players something to do. If players are too idle, things can easily go wrong. As MOU summoned more players, and the amount of game content available increased, the functionality of his GM dashboard expanded significantly. Not only could he see where players were and what they were doing, he could also remotely assign players to tasks and rewards, check the number of adventure coins in circulation, and so on. Leah even thoughtfully prepared a weekly analysis report for him to review. Lord's log. Congratulations! Today is your 7th day in the other world. Your game has been running for 6 days, local time. Your thoughtful system elf, Leah, has prepared a weekly summary for you. Currently summoned players, excluding sub-accounts 33. Currently online, 7. Average player online time, 12 hours. Popular player online times, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the origin world. 12:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. Current NPC characters, 13 permanent characters. Click to view details. 7 limited time mobile characters. Click to view details. Current player coins, 33 gold, 77 silver, 299 bronze/110 gold, 550 silver, 1,100 bronze. Current mobile NPC coins, 11 gold, 200 silver, 233 bronze. Your player's most popular activities, sorted by location, participation, and duration. 1. Dark Forest, leveling, barbecue, increasing popularity. 2. Blacksmith shop, life class quests, blacksmith. 3. Experimental field, life class quests, druid. 4. Adventurers Guild quest board. Currently most popular item among players, spices. Your highest player level, 1 sword breaks 1,000 mountains, LV 15. Your player level distribution, LV 1 to LV 5, 15 players. LV 6 to LV 10, 13 players. LV 11 to LV 15, 5 players. Your player's current primary class is, sorted by available class basic swordsman 33 players. System automatically defaults to this class, mage 11 players. Blacksmith 12 players. Druid 10 players. Archer 0 players. Tanner 0 players. System suggestion, weekly quest 1. Your territory has limited transportation. Please add a teleportation array for your druid player. Current system core energy / required system energy, 700 / 500, meeting the requirements. 2. Your village lacks infrastructure. Please add 0/1 NPC bulletin board, 0/1 player market, and 0/1 player safe offline area. 3. Your village is in need of maintenance. Please repair 20 houses to accommodate players /NPCs /village infrastructure expansion. Note, in addition to the main quests, the system will provide 3 suggested weekly quests for the Lord to choose from based on the development of their territory. Completing 1 weekly quest will earn the Lord 1 entry in the system lottery. Important events completed this week. 1. 2 rounds of internal beta test slots issued. 2. Saving the merchant team. This week's remaining public experience points, 1,973,000 public experience points can be earned through territory development and player activities, and can be used to increase Lord level. Total system core energy earned this week, 2,300. Current system core energy, 700. System Leah's rating for you. See rank met standard. It's hard enough to survive. Lord, please keep working hard. Today is that sweet, sharp-tongued little Leah again. MOU wiped his face and used all the remaining system public experience points on upgrades, instantly raising his main character's level to LV 25. Name, MOU. Race, human. Occupation, Lord Archmage. Level, LV 25. Constitution, 15. Your physical fitness determines your recovery speed after injury, and your physical defense, intelligence, 20. Agility, 15. Magic power, 10 locked, 7 out of 10 unlocked, perception, 17. Willpower, 33. For a social worker from Earth, your willpower is surprisingly high for this world. Luck, ? Invisible, charm, ? Invisible, skill, identification, LV25. This identification skill, gifted by Moiwu, allows you to identify any item or creature up to 5 levels higher than your own. Spell library, currently equipped skills, water, thunder, fireball LV25, heal LV25, regeneration LV25. 3 available spell slots can be filled with active spells from the spell library. Creation, LV25, usable with the creation panel. At LV25, you can use it 5 times per day. The maximum size of a created item is 1m times 1m times 1m. Upgrading increases the number of uses and item size. Creation items require a blueprint or rules for the item/creature/idea to be created. Upgrading a lord's character relies entirely on public experience gained from territory construction and player activities. It's like the salary of a GM or planner, so the upgrade speed is quite fast. Mou opened his spell library. He now had several more spells activated. Luminescence, for illumination, Burning Fire, for a fire-based group attack, Blizzard, for an ice-based group attack, the newly added earth-based defensive skill, Earth Wall, the earth-based group attack skill, Earthquake, and the atmospheric skill, Mist Diffusing, for confusing the enemy's vision. Looking at this skill library, the Archmage seems to be following the path of a versatile elemental mage. Players' class systems could be further refined based on this. I think a mage player should only need to master ice, fire, and thunder. Going the old black mage route wouldn't be a good idea. The Earth Wall defensive skill is perfect for a tank. It only needs to be level 3 to start. Currently, tanks don't have any damage reduction skills, so relying solely on a player's physical fitness isn't a good idea. Mou tried out each spell one by one, preparing to find a quest to teach the Earth Wall skill to the players. Isn't the village building renovation going on? The Earth Wall skill should be useful, and that would allow for an epic T-class update. So, happily decided. The first weekly quest was easy. Mou installed the newly added teleportation array between the experimental field and the mage tower. To reduce the distance between other players and his prized fields and lair, he restricted access to the array to himself, his apprentice DeCarlo, and the druid players. As soon as the setup was complete, Mou heard the system notify him that he had won a lottery entry. What are the prizes? Mou asked. The prizes include, but are not limited to, a non-toxic, harmless, inanimate object randomly copied by the system from any world that poses no threat to the world. Leah replied, Does the Overlord intend to use the lottery now? Yes. Chapter 25. Congratulations, Lord, for winning a case of 24 cans of Coca-Cola Fat Otaku Happy Water. Leah said. Oh, that's a good thing. Fat Otaku Happy Water is a favorite of otakus and house girls. It's good for everything except the weight gain. But this is an online game world for players, and eating and drinking won't add a single calorie to the real world. Mou made a quick decision. He used one of today's creation spells to replicate the Fat Otaku Happy Water, and the rest to produce the fertilizer and irrigation system for the druid's crops. Ah, that's exactly what it tastes like. After replicating, Mou casually opened a can. The familiar bubbles washed away the fatigue of work, and he collapsed on the sofa in satisfaction. Ah, a barbecue would be perfect right now. There's no quest that's impossible. If it's not enough, give out 2. Mou quickly assigned a limited-time quest to Xianyuitiao, who was still online, through the quest panel. Within minutes, the excited player delivery team rushed into the mage tower with fragrant barbecue. Lord! The barbecue you requested. Xianyuitiao happily arranged the grilled venison, roasted hare, and roasted chicken on the coffee table. They even thoughtfully went to the grocery store to buy plates. Mou naturally didn't intend to treat them badly for their thoughtful service. You can take a case of that Otaku Happy Water over there as your quest reward. Holy crap! Xianyuitiao's eyes widened. Do they have Otaku Happy Water here? We have it now. Mou winked at her. We consider stocking it in grocery stores later. Your irrigation system and fertilizer are ready. This is the amount for the 10 of you. Take it all and move it to the experimental fields. Don't embezzle any. No. Xianyuitiao and Melissa Kubo and their friends happily packed their supplies into their backpacks and rushed down the stairs to the experimental fields to install the irrigation system. Mou closed the door, a barbecue skewer in one hand and a Coke in the other. He leaned against the windowsill and watched the druids at the base of the mage tower happily plowing the soil, applying fertilizer, and installing water pipes under the scorching sun. He burped with a barbecue-smelling burp of great satisfaction. Ah, this is the wonderful life. Song Lin, also known as Han Lin Song, finished the last stroke of the blueprint, rubbed his temple, and reached for the phone next to him. He had just added a new QQ number. Messages kept popping up in the group chat. He opened it and saw it was from Xian Yutiao. Xian Yutiao, brothers and sisters, guess what mission I just received? Xian Yutiao, the Lord just gave me a limited time mission to deliver barbecue to him. Ha ha ha. I guess that barbecue post just went viral on the official social media. And do you know what he rewarded me with? Ha ha ha. Xian Yutiao, it's a box of fat otaku happy water. Ha ha. Xian Yutiao, we can enjoy a life of enjoying barbecue and happy water without worrying about getting fat. Ha ha ha. Nikyukyu, question mark. Nikyukyu, is the official speed that fast? Zion Yushio, the fishmonger must be snooping on the forums. Zion Yushio, the Lord also said that the fat otaku happy water will be sold in the grocery store in the future. Zion Yushio, oh yeah, I also brought back the fertilizer and irrigation system for 10 people. They're all piled up in the field. Chiochio, can you send me the installation drawings when they're ready? Nikyukyu, right. Song Lin, I also finished the mechanical drawings. Nikyukyu, ah yes, I was saying that our irrigation system will be built in the air, spraying water from the air at regular intervals. This way we can. It won't affect the operation of the ridger tractor or harvester, and there's no need to worry about digging up the water pipes. Xian Yuitio, good idea. Nikyukyu, but it might be a bit tricky to install. It require a lot of racks. Xian Yuitiao, no wonder I felt so overloaded while moving it. It took up several compartments in my backpack. No problem, let's all pack it together tonight, and it'd be done in minutes. Nikyukyu, okay. Song Lin, hey, there's a news section for AMT County Today's news on both the official website and the forum. Xian Yuitiao, question mark. I check it out. Many players have also noticed the news section on the official website's homepage. Today's AMT County news. Thanks to the Druids for their initial contribution to resolving AMT County's food shortage, today's monster meat has been successfully purified and served on the table for the first time. The monsters of the Dark Forest are in trouble. The meat supply series of quests is now open, and players can use their ingenuity to contribute to AMT County's meat supply. Today's recommended quest. The Lord plans to open a butcher shop in the village. Players with a constitution of 12 or higher can take the Mason quest at the Adventurers Guild. Now that monster meat is on the table, is it possible to cultivate it without contamination? Interested druids are welcome to explore and give it a try. The Lord would like to perform a pollution purification operation for the villagers. Players interested in participating in the quest should report to the Adventurers Guild at 12 p.m. tonight. Regional reputation rewards will be awarded. Would you like to own your own shop? Once you reach 3,000 regional reputation points, you can rent a player shop for 3 months for 10 gold coins. For details, please visit the Adventurers Guild. Today's hottest item, spices. Today's hottest dish, barbecue. Our preliminary research summary on purification seems to have really advanced the plot. Xian Yuitio stared at the official website news section in amazement. Melissa Kubo patted her shoulder. Isn't that great? This shows the game storyline is truly deeply connected to player activities. The authorities reacted so quickly? They must have been preparing everything and waiting for us to trigger it, right? Xian Yuitio said, I even received a regional reputation bonus. 300 points? I have some too. Melissa Kubo asked, does our entire team have some? Yu Hua Dengxian, and did you lose hair today? Also nodded, just got it. I didn't expect such a big gain from just eating barbecue. And our purification has reached level 3. Xian Yuitio said, it's just that the mana regeneration is too slow. What online game doesn't even have mana regenerating potions? Did we miss some quest clues? Melissa Kubo said, it seems like the development team missed something. It's impossible for them not to make mana regenerating potions? I also think our exploration of the village is not enough. Yu Hua Dengxian said, don't you think the current class setup is weird? Yes. Yes. I feel that way too. It seems like everyone defaults to swordsmen and old black mages. No, it's more accurate to say red mages. Not only can they use ice, fire, and lightning spells, but they can also heal and use swordsmanship. Doesn't that mean everyone is an old red mage? And the fact that there aren't even any ranged physical classes is ridiculous. Not to mention, the tanks don't even have any skills. They rely on their luck to pull monsters, and their muscles to take damage. How can they fight? Everyone was complaining. Did we find the right class NPC? Yuhua Dengxian said, the only combat class instructor we know of right now is DeCarlo, who teaches magic. Where are all the physical class instructors? The fact that druids are considered life classes is also worth complaining about. Xian Yuitia muttered. But the druid's purification skill only provides allied life in combat. At most, they're used to clean up the battlefield after battle. Normally, they farm and raise livestock, so it's not wrong to consider it a subsistence profession. Melissa Kubo said. Hey, look over there. Have you lost your hair today? She pointed to a courtyard ahead. Is that NPC at the doorway carrying a bow and arrow? Several people peeked in. Holy shit, it really is a bow and arrow. Is this the first NPC in the village with a bow and arrow? An archer class trainer? I guess so. Go talk to him. Not long after, a new post appeared on the forum. Subject, surprise. An archery instructor has appeared in this shabby little village. It's him, original poster. Did you lose your hair today? Content, hey everyone, have you ever wondered why everyone starts out with a novice sword? Have you ever wondered why there's only one magic instructor in the entire village? DeCarlo? Have you ever wondered why everyone in this game is a red mage? Are you curious why there aren't any ranged physical classes? The answer is, we just haven't found a physical class instructor yet. Today, while the OP and his friends were strolling through the village after a barbecue, they suddenly looked back and saw a man sitting in front of his house, processing hides, with a bow and arrow slung over his shoulder. An idea struck them, and they rushed over. It turned out to be the class instructor. His profession is hunter. He's proficient with bows and daggers. Every morning, he sits in front of the only house in the village with a courtyard, bow and arrow slung over his shoulder. Any player who speaks to him can trigger a quest, but this class requires an agility of 15 or higher. The NPC is Uncle Delka, whose name is similar to DeCarlo, but don't mistake him. After accepting the quest, he'd take you to the backyard and demonstrate a skill for you. After watching, you automatically learn 100 steps to target. Congratulations, you just learned your first physical skill in the game. Then the uncle will give you a set of basic wooden bows and arrows and ask you to hunt 3 rabbits. By the way, if you team up with a druid, he asks for untainted rabbit meat. Don't throw away the skin when you bring it back, he teach you how to make leather from it. Yes, this guy is also a tannery instructor. You can even learn a new life profession, tannery. Dear players, this game's storyline requires players to uncover clues to progress. Every player action will affect the NPC's next moves and the development of the village. Please explore and share. So where is the tank class instructor? First floor, salty fish. I recommend that druid players train in the hunter combat class. It's very convenient. It's well known that druid players must maintain 100% sanity, which means they can't train in magic classes at the same time. Training a hunter is a perfect match. First, hunters excel at ranged finishing blows. The 100-step sharpshooter skill ensures accurate bowshot and arrow hits the target with every hit, and it feels incredibly good. Furthermore, unlike spells, physical skills don't drain sanity. They're also less vulnerable to monster attacks, ensuring the druid player's sanity is kept safe to the maximum extent possible. Yes, our actual testing has shown that monster attacks carry contamination, and being attacked by monsters will cause sanity to decrease. Second, the hunter class can easily handle prey, from skinning and deveining to cutting meat and monster materials. Combined with the druid's purification spell, purifying first, then collecting is a seamless process. Finally, the meat collected by the hunter can be used as food to replenish the druid's rapidly declining hunger bar. It wasn't until I trained both the hunter and druid that I realized the thoughtful design team behind the game. These two classes are a perfect match. No wonder druids, as a lifestyle class, are the perfect accompaniment to hunters. This post caused a stir on the forums. It was already 9 p.m. in the Origin world, and many players logged in, rushing to Uncle Delka's doorstep to block him. Uncle Delka was in a state of both pain and joy. These eccentric adventurers were incredibly annoying, but a single archery demonstration would earn him 3 untainted rabbits, and he could even have the rabbit skins made into quality fur. For Uncle Delka, a middle-aged widow, penniless, and with a teenage son to support, this deal was a godsend. The rabbit furs could be exchanged for a month's worth of food, and the untainted rabbit meat, once roasted into jerky, would be enough for him and his son to survive the food crisis for the month. As the saying goes, a young boy eats his father out of money. Eric was at the age of a glutton, and even Uncle Delka couldn't guarantee he could always escape the perilous dark forest unscathed. Uncle Delka felt that no matter how bizarre or annoying these adventurers were, he could tolerate the good fortune of simply making a set of homemade wooden bows and arrows, and catching the best prey right on his doorstep. After a long day of hard work, he finally sent the noisy adventurers away. Looking at the neatly hung rabbit pelts and batches of marinated rabbit meat ready for the oven, Uncle Delka's usually gloomy face finally broke into a smile. "Dad," he heard his son Eric call out, "why are you laughing and crying at the same time?" "Ha ha ha." Uncle Delka touched the corners of his upturned mouth, tears streaming uncontrollably. "Thank you, Lord. Thank you, adventurers. Our family will finally have a good life." It's said that the oven in Delka's yard burned all night, and the aroma of roasting rabbit filled the streets. Chapter 26. Aliceel is 66 years old this year. As the oldest resident of AMT Village, she has witnessed all sorts of changes in the village, good, bad, and neither good nor bad. Of course, most of the time it's all bad. After all, the planet is struggling under the erosion of the evil god, and the years are getting worse with each passing year. Both the Lord and the villagers have tried their best, but over the past few decades, they haven't been able to stop the villagers from gradually going mad and transforming into monsters, nor have they been able to stop the hungry young people from embarking on long journeys in search of survival. Every night, as she knitted before the fire, she remembered that when she was 5 years old, this village was still home to many people. Outside the village lay a vast expanse of green grassland. She would hold a slender branch, lead her family's most obedient and well-behaved sheepdog, Ade, and follow her favorite older brother to herd cattle and sheep on the hillside. Back then, her family consisted of 10 people. As the youngest, she had a cup of fresh, warm milk every day. Every time she finished, her eldest brother would laugh at the white whiskers around her face. She still remembers the scent of the green grass on the hillside, the softness of her dog's black and white fur, and the laughter of her brothers and sisters. She also remembers one day, without warning, when the green grass outside the village withered overnight, treacherous vines covered the ground, and the cattle and sheep fell to their knees in hunger. The smile on her eldest brother's face gradually faded, and tentacles gradually crawled onto his skin. Then came the endless funerals and farewells, and the constant departure of people, whether to distant places or to another world. Alyssa remained in this village. As the years passed, she grew up, married, had children, and bid farewell to her son, who went to the city to make a living. She welcomed his family back, and once again bid farewell to her son. But this time, her son departed for another world from which he would never return, and her wife also left to marry a stranger. In the end, only her grandson, Peter, was left by her side. She felt as if the time of departure was approaching again. She watched as the Lord appeared less and less frequently, his alteration becoming more and more severe, until half his face was covered in tentacles. "Are we going to lose another Lord?" she thought. That would be a shame. Moiwu was a very responsible and gentle Lord who truly cared for his people. She wondered what would become of the people here if the Lord were lost. Perhaps the Magic Federation would send another great magician, or perhaps the nobles of the main city would attempt to seize control of the county, but all that was too far away for her. She felt she didn't need to worry about any of this. Before this barren land could find its home again, she might follow the villagers and the Lord back to the earth, back to the planet's ocean of consciousness. But that night, the Lord opened the door to the tavern, and his altered form vanished silently. The deformations, the tentacles, the strange eyes, all vanished, as if they had never appeared in the first place. Great, she thought. The day of departure had not yet arrived. She had almost forgotten what the Lord's face looked like before. The Lord now seemed like a completely different person. Of course, he was still as gentle and responsible as ever, but from time to time, he would burst out with new words and new ideas that she didn't understand. Then again, the Lord was a great magician, and much of what he said was beyond her comprehension. She only knew that the Lord had brought them enough food to eat, rescued the traveling merchant trapped in a hallucination, and invited many strange adventurers from far and wide. These strange people spoke in a language she could understand, but also in words she couldn't, like planner, player, buff octopus. She also knew that these adventurers were extremely powerful, and could wield a wide range of magic. She had even seen adventurers transform from completely mutated evil god minions back into human form at the village entrance. Strangely, these adventurers didn't frighten her. She felt they were friendly and welcoming. Of course, it would be even better if they didn't come to her house 8 times a day asking if they wanted her to go for a walk in the sun. She watched as the Lord transformed the long-abandoned village hall into the Adventurers Guild. Then she watched as a black bulletin board was erected between the guild and the fountain square. There was even a canopy above it to protect it from the rain. The Lord's eldest apprentice, DeCarlo, would write the latest news on the board with white chalk, and her grandson would excitedly rush home to tell her what new news the Lord had announced. Grandma. Pete pushed open the door. The Lord has asked us to come to the Adventurers Guild at noon. His adventurers will give us a free cleansing. Cleansing? Like the Mass at the Church of Light? Alistair asked. That's about right, Peter said. The church's itinerant priests haven't been to our village in 3 years. Although we've been very careful to eat only food sold by traveling merchants and have used amnesia powder, the scales on my neck have been growing larger over the years. I heard that the adventurers the Lord invited this time are druids with the power to purify pollution. They purified a lot of meat yesterday, and Uncle Delka's oven has been running all day and all night. Ah, the aroma of roasted rabbit is truly enticing. Grandma Lysa nodded. Yes. Pete seemed to recall that overbearing aroma and swallowed hard. The Lord also said he wanted to open a butcher's shop. Adventurers are already renovating the empty building next to the grocery store. Grandma, the Lord is hiring shop managers and staff. Let's apply. We? Grandma Lysa asked doubtfully. Son, you go. I'm old. Grandma, no one in the village has heard about it yet. Pete said, I heard it from the adventurers who were building the wall. Aunt Rosa and Uncle Alish both have their own shops. Lately, adventurers have been eating and drinking in the tavern, and Clover's been too busy working there. Before they know, let's apply right away. You be the manager, knitting behind the counter. I handle the manual labor like keeping accounts, collecting meat and selling it. That way, we can earn 2 salaries and eat uncontaminated meat every day. Let's go! Grandma Alishar immediately stood up from her rocking chair. Where are we applying? At the Adventurers Guild. Pete carried Grandma Alishar on his back and ran to the Adventurers Guild. When they arrived, DeCarlo was writing a job posting on the bulletin board with white chalk. Pete put Grandma Alishar down and sprinted over to grab his hand. No need to write. Grandma Alishar and I are applying for the positions of manager and employee at the butcher's shop. Huh? DeCarlo blinked. How did you know about the butcher's shop? I haven't even finished writing the job posting. Pete couldn't understand why such a goofball like DeCarlo had been accepted as an apprentice by the great magician Moyu. No need to write, just recruit us too. But? Silly DeCarlo stared blankly at him. No big deal. Hurry and get us the paperwork. Pete half pushed, half pulled his arm around DeCarlo's shoulder and led him inside. Where do the paperwork? Where's the contract? Oh, the employment contract is right here. DeCarlo pulled out the contract his teacher had given him, already stamped with the Lord's seal. Before he could even pick it up, Pete snatched it away. Pete took out a pen, quickly signed his own and his grandmother's names, and shoved the contract back into his pocket. Okay, we're done. Huh? 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 DeCarlo, completely new to forced sales, stared at the signed contract in bewilderment. Huh? After a long pause, his naive IQ finally came online. Wait a minute, I have to report this to the teacher. MOU had no problem with the NPC who had arrived. After being invited to the Adventurers Guild by DeCarlo, he readily agreed to let Alicia and Pete manage the butcher's shop. The butcher's shop is open daily from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. We collect clean meat from adventurers and test it with the store's contamination meter. Once it's confirmed, we sell it to customers. We also test the meat again before selling it to prevent spoilage or recontamination. The meat is priced according to this price list. He handed Pete a copy. Prices can be adjusted up or down by 20% depending on market conditions, but not exceeding this range. You can choose between a commission or a fixed salary. If you want to buy items from the store, you can enjoy a 40% employee discount. All transactions in the store will be managed by the magic puppet. You are responsible for all other matters in the store. If there are any irregularities in the store's accounts, I will require you to explain, investigate, and rectify the problem. If there are any violations stipulated in the contract, such as selling substandard meat, passing inferior products off as good ones, or embezzling store funds, I will make you compensate for the losses and terminate your employment, said MOU. Understood. Peter answered loudly, full of energy. Grandma chooses a fixed salary, I choose a commission. This kid is good at hedging risks and ensuring a stable income. MOU smiled. In addition to selling raw meat, we can also sell processed meat. As for how it's processed and what dishes are prepared, it's up to you to decide. But no matter what, you must ensure that the meat and dishes sold to the villagers are completely contaminant-free. If the ingredients for a dish require purification, you can post a quest for a druid adventurer to complete it. If meat supplies are low, you can also post a quest for players to hunt for it. Understood. MOU took Pete to inspect the shop under renovation and handed over the design drawings, along with subsequent maintenance and management matters, to the enthusiastic young man. I have someone install the magic puppets and pollution detection equipment once the shop is finished. The druids will come to perform a decontamination operation on the villagers later. Don't forget to bring your grandmother along. Yes. After bidding farewell to the grandfather and grandson, who had spontaneously become NPCs, MOU returned to the tavern and bought all of Mustafa's remaining spices, who was about to embark on his journey. He also placed an order for 1 bottle of each alchemical potion in the catalog. There are 30 alchemical potions in the catalog. Do you only need 1 bottle of each? Mustafa asked, puzzled. Really? Yes. MOU said, this way it won't take up too much shipping space. If it's convenient, just bring it over next time. How much does it cost? 13 ounces and 12 dram. Mustafa reluctantly quoted a fair price. But what good is 1 bottle? Just consider it buying me a sample set, MOU said. I haven't used alchemical potions in a while, and I'm not sure exactly which ones I need. I also want to see the actual quality. Mustafa reluctantly accepted the reason and accepted the deposit MOU paid. Just as he was about to call the slaves to depart, he heard MOU say, before you leave, you can go to the fountain square. My druids will be performing a decontamination cleansing on the villagers there today. If your people also need cleansing, you can pay them with spirit potions. Mustafa looked at MOU doubtfully, but MOU stopped explaining and walked out of the tavern with a sense of pride, having triumphed over a victory. Leah, the creation platform can replicate alchemical potions, right? MOU asked in his mind. Yes, but the composition of alchemical potions is quite complex and needs to be analyzed before replication. Complex ingredients may result in a 2% error. Leah explained. So, if you replicate 100 potions, maybe 2 will be substandard? MOU estimated. Yes. That error rate is acceptable. After all, it's for players, so as long as it doesn't kill them. Players are tough and can handle fake products. MOU checked the system time. It was exactly 12 p.m. in the Origin world. The druid players had already reported to the Adventurers Guild. DeCarlo was arranging the villagers to line up in an orderly manner so that the druid players could perform body checks and perform purification spells on them. He had Leah use spatial power to isolate 2 adjacent areas in the fountain square. One area would serve as the druids' purification room, and the other would be where they could dispel the contamination. The first to try it were Mrs. Ariel and her family from the grocery store. 12%. Xianyu Iji is currently the fastest leveling druid. She's already level 5, and now only needs to use 1/3 of her mana bar to cast a purify spell. 1 purify spell is enough. Make sure to discharge the pollution to the isolated area at the back, MOU reminded her. Got it. This type of control is no problem for Xianyu Iji right now. After 1 purify spell, Lady Ariel emerged refreshed. Pollution value 0%. As expected of Xianyu. Melissa Kubo, who was in charge of confirmation, counted with admiration next. Chapter 27. The villagers who had survived to this point in the village were all extremely experienced in avoiding contamination. With the exception of Grandma Alicia, whose contamination level was 29%, the others were fortunately within the safe 20% mark. A few strong laborers, who frequently visited the dark forest, were approaching 19%, while the rest of the women and children generally remained between 10 and 13%. Thanks to the druids' teamwork, the villagers experienced a long-awaited feeling of rebirth. Just as they were about to cast another purification spell on Grandma Alicia, the player system popped up a message. Current skill level is insufficient. Temporarily ineffective against this target. The group had no choice but to leave in disappointment. Can't even purification remove an NPC with over 20% contamination? MOU asked Leah in his mind. The current anchor points aren't enough to remove it, Leah said. Pollution below 20% is shallow and can be easily removed. But pollution above 20% has penetrated deep into the soul and requires more stable, more powerful anchor points. Initial estimates suggest over 100 anchor points are needed. Is it too desperate to resort to drastic measures? MOU muttered. But 100 anchor points isn't that difficult. As long as we can grow food in the fields, we can further expand the player base. Relying solely on the monsters in the dark forest is definitely not enough. 33 players are already showing signs of locust-like activity. 100 players would likely devour half the forest. The most important thing right now is to develop a base, secure a food source, and expand the NPC team and the player's range of activities. The currently accessible map in AMT County only covers a 50-kilometer radius centered on the Mage Tower and the distant Wild Grotto. Because the main group hasn't reached a certain level yet, players are primarily confined to the Novice Village 5 kilometers from the Mage Tower and the outer reaches of the Dark Forest. Even the Wild Grotto is rarely visited. It's not that players don't want to. After completing the Mentoring the New Player's quest, the highest level player, Ejian Pachian Shan, took Luzhou Laojiu to the Wild Grotto dungeon. Unfortunately, the two players were unlucky. On the second day of their first cycle, they somehow discovered an underground entrance in the town. These two stubborn, foolish individuals excitedly rushed down with torches, only to be devoured head-on by the giant worm, becoming the first two players to experience character death in the game. After dying in the illusion, players are automatically returned to the login screen. Because their bodies were completely consumed by the giant worm and could not be retrieved, MOU had no choice but to replace them with two new ones. Fortunately, the player's backpack was anchored to the anchor point by Leah using spatial abilities. After the anchor point was transferred to the new body, the contents of the player's backpack were automatically transferred as well. However, the equipment and belongings they were wearing at the time were naturally lost. To teach them a lesson, MOU also deducted half of their adventure coins from their backpacks, as the cost of the shell replacement. From the player's perspective, dying without a body would result in a 6-hour forced offline penalty, the loss of all equipment, items, and money outside of the backpack, and the deduction of half of their savings. Of course, they didn't yet know that the shell replacement would also randomly change the player's character attribute panel. Although Leah would try to select the most similar body for them, since the shell was a new one, attributes like vitality and agility naturally couldn't be exactly the same. With nothing to do during their forced log-off, the two of them posted about their character death experiences on the forum, which startled the other players, and made them act more cautiously in the game. After all, no one wanted to die right at the start and fall far behind the other players. This also deterred a large number of players, who hadn't reached the entry level from wanting to venture into the fantasy realm early. There were many areas in AMT County that even MOU hadn't visited due to the lack of teleportation points or access. According to the traveling merchant, they would pass two more residential areas on their way east. These were even smaller than AMT Village, mostly just a few hunter families living together. MOU planned to check on them later. Just as the druids were about to pack up, Mustafa and his team emerged from the tavern, pulled out 2 bottles of blue spirit potion, and handed them to the pensive MOU. This is for the purification fee for Mahat and me. Don't the others need it? MOU asked casually, waving to the druids, indicating that they had 2 more NPCs. No need. For traveling merchants, slaves were disposable property. A single bottle of spirit potion was worth the equivalent of 2 slaves. You wouldn't know until you tested it, but the shocking result was that Mustafa's contamination level had reached 45%, nearly insane. Muhat's was 39%. After the druids performed a cleansing spell on both, their complexions visibly brightened, and their eyes cleared. Mustafa breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that each of them had reduced their contamination by 20%. This is equivalent to reducing moderate contamination to mild, enough for us to safely return to the main city and attend Mass at the Church of Light. Lord, you and your adventurers have saved our lives again. I'm grateful for your kindness. Next time I come, I bring you more food, spices, and the alchemical potion you ordered. MOU, having already obtained 2 samples of the spiritual potion, smiled inscrutably. Thank you also for the convenience your caravan has brought to our county. I wish you a safe journey and good fortune. Watching the caravan disappear at the end of the road, horses and cargo in tow, MOU happily added 300 reputation points to each of the druids in the system backend. Work is done. Adventurers, please feel free to plan your next adventure. He then instructed Leah to compress the pollution that had just been discharged into the isolation chamber into a small glass ball. After the volume was reduced, the pollution transformed into a visible black smoke that swirled continuously within the transparent ball. Pollution ball. A glass ball that condenses the pollution of all the NPCs in the village. The pollution level reaches 30,000 points. If shattered, it can transform 3 players into octopuses. Lords are advised to preserve it with care. MOU played with the glass ball for a while before putting it in his backpack. 300 reputation points, that's a good deal. I even leveled up my purification spell by 2. What's your reputation? With 3,000 points, can you buy a shop? It's renting, not buying. 10 gold for 3 months. Renting is fine. It's a shop. What are you going to sell? I haven't decided yet. Back to farming. The players chattered as they left in groups or individually. MOU didn't stop, but teleported back to the mage tower with his spirit potion. A bottle of spirit potion, including the bottle, measures approximately 2 by 5 by 10 centimeters. A single batch can yield 10,000 bottles. Even if the pass rate is only 98%, it's definitely enough for the players. With 4 remaining opportunities today, MOU selected a blueprint for a rigging machine and had Leah arrange for it to be printed and then notify the players to pick it up. He then placed the 10,000 spirit potions in his backpack and headed to the village to deliver them to the general store owner. Not only do I have to plan the game, but I also have to be responsible for delivery. Being a lord is so tiring. MOU muttered, but he didn't trust any NPC to carry the 10,000 spirit potions except for the space backpack, so he had to make the trip himself. After handing the spirit potions and the previously copied Fat Otaku Happy Water to the general store owner and deciding on the price for the new items, MOU opened the official website to update the news. AMT County today's news. Thanks to the druids for decontaminating the villagers of AMT Village. To thank them for their efforts, the general store has received a new batch of spirit potions that can quickly restore mental strength. Purchases are welcome. Today's recommended quest. Warcraft meat is already on our plates, so is it possible to farm it without polluting it? Interested druids are welcome to explore. Residential construction. Recruiting players. Players with a constitution of 12 or higher can take on the bricklayer quest at the Adventurers Guild. Do you want to own your own shop? Once you reach 3,000 regional reputation points, you can rent a player shop for 3 months for 10 gold coins. For details, please contact the Adventurers Guild. Today's hottest items. Fat House Happy Water, Spirit Potion. Today's hottest dish. Barbecue, Xianyuitio. Ah, finally they're selling the little blue bottles. Song Lin, how much is one? Xianyuitio. The regular version is 10 copper. The special edition is 7 copper. Not expensive. Hurry to the grocery store and grab a bunch. Fat House Happy Water is also on sale. Song Lin, buy it for me. Xianyuitiao. It's not that I don't want to buy it, I just have no money. QAQ? Nikyukyu. I go right away. Anyone want to buy it for me? Mustafa's spirit potion is of excellent quality. One bottle instantly restores 50% of the player's current mana bar limit. MOU successfully copied 9,800 bottles of the same spirit potion, as well as 200 bottles of a slightly lower quality, degraded version. It's called a degraded potion, and while it's safe to use, it only restores 30% of its supply. Following the principle of if you can use it, don't waste it, MOU put both versions of the spirit potion on the shelves of the grocery store for players to choose from. Of course, the degraded version was listed as a special offer. With the long-lasting spirit potion, the druid players were more motivated to farm. They had already plowed the land, spread base fertilizer, and watered it once more. They were now setting up the scaffolding, laying out the pipes, and installing sprinklers. They needed to complete the soil preparation and infrastructure work before the seedlings were ready. Song Lin had just received the parts for his rigging machine, and was painstakingly assembling them in the open space nearby. Traditional wheat cultivation uses flat ridge cultivation, but ridging can lower the groundwater level, improve air circulation in the field, and increase the efficiency of fertilizer and water use in the soil, thus saving water and fertilizer. Everyone decided that with limited resources, the latter method would be better. A group of druids were working furiously in the fields, and other players weren't idle either, some forging iron, some repairing houses. Not long after, another hot thread popped up on the official forums. Subject: is there something wrong with the design of this game? Whose tank class skills can only be learned by plastering walls? Original poster: relying on a defense. Content: as the title says. The original poster saw the recommended quest for building a butcher shop in today's news yesterday and took it. Masons need a constitution of 12 or higher to take it. After taking it, they learn a skill called Earth Wall. Let's see what it does. Earth Wall instantly constructs an earth wall from the surrounding earth, within a 10 m radius of the player, with a base defense of 1,000 points. Earth walls can be thickened and widened, with the player's specific dimensions controlled by their consciousness. The more precise the control, the more stable the wall, and the shape can be customized to the player's liking. At first, I thought this was just an ordinary construction skill, but it's actually quite fun to use. You can simply pile up earth from nearby materials to create a ready-made wall, ranging from a simple mound to a hollow, carved, and elaborately decorated wall. The flexibility is enormous. Of course, the more beautiful and sturdy the wall, the more mental energy, blue bar, it consumes. Yesterday, I spent the whole day repairing the wall of the butcher's shop, and I went from a novice at plastering mud to a skilled worker, Mason LV11, who could create a 20 centimeters wide carved wall in 3 seconds. By the end, my mind was spinning, and all I could think about was how to build and plaster the wall. I felt this wasn't working, so I called a few friends to go monster hunting to refresh my mind. Then, because my constitution was 15, they gave me the important task of the tank class. As we were fighting, perhaps because we killed too many deer, a level 9 deer king suddenly spawned. Remember, the highest combat class I and my friends had was only level 7. It appeared enraged, charging at me from a distance. Just as it was about to gore me and send me flying, I instinctively hit the wall. In a flash, a wall of earth rose from the ground, and the deer crashed into it, instantly receiving a concussion. It was stunned for 10 seconds and couldn't get up. Even after the deer's full-strength impact, the OP's earth wall still had half its defense. The OP then had an idea and built 3 more walls with perforations, trapping the deer king inside. We stabbed, and shot arrows at the deer through the walls, effectively defeating this mini-boss monster. The OP then opened the skill panel to carefully examine the description and discovered 2 lines of small text beneath the skill. Can be used in combat. Recommended for tank class players. Have you ever seen a game where a tank class has to learn skills from a bricklayer? Is there something seriously wrong with the game's design? I can't even tell if I'm training for a household or combat class, but honestly, I personally tested this skill, and it's truly useful. As the saying goes, build trenches before a battle. When monsters charge towards you, building a wall of earth will definitely make them bang their heads against each other. It's absolutely the perfect tank class survival skill. I highly recommend everyone learn it now. P.S. Now that the butcher shop is finished, it seems the quest has been changed to building houses. Chapter 28. At dawn, Pete couldn't contain his excitement. He woke up early, washed, and changed into his neatest work clothes. With a piece of black bread in his mouth, he headed to the butcher's shop. The butcher's shop was located next to the grocery store. It was originally a dilapidated building with rotten doors and windows. Thanks to the hard work of the adventurers, the entire building had been rebuilt from top to bottom. It was a small, one-story shop, with a shop in the front and a warehouse in the back. The warehouse's walls were insulated, and a mysterious refrigeration machine was installed inside the room. The Lord said it used a strange energy source called electricity, powered by solar panels on the roof. As long as the switch was turned on, a steady stream of cold air would flow out of the vents, freezing the meat solid and preventing it from spoiling quickly. The Lord also repeatedly warned that the temperature in the cold storage was very low, and that it was important not to close the door when someone was inside, otherwise they would freeze to death. There was a switch inside the cold storage connected to the warning light on the counter outside. When the switch was turned on, the warning light would hum red, signaling that someone was trapped in the cold storage and needed help. The front shop also had 4 glass meat cases with air conditioning vents installed inside. However, the air was regulated to only chill the meat, not freeze it, making it easier to sell to customers. Pete greatly admired the Lord's ingenious ideas, and also admired the adventurers who, despite their strange ideas, understood the Lord's various requests. Whether the Lord mentioned building freezers, cold storage compressor units, or solar panels, terms he couldn't understand, the adventurers would be stunned and then disappear for a while before producing blueprints. Then, he packed up the Lord's vast supply of items he had never seen before, and this magical shop was born. No, it was even more magical than magic. While magic can bring curses from evil spirits, this shop was immune to any evil deity's taint. Because they also sold prepared meals, a kitchen was partitioned off on the other side of the shop. A large, transparent glass panel separated the kitchen from the counter outside, with a curved opening in the middle for serving food. On the stove were 2 burners, one holding Grandma's large stew pot, and the other a frying pan. Above them was a strange device that supposedly sucked away cooking fumes and discharged them through the chimney. Across from the stove was a sink, and above it was a faucet connected to a large bucket. The Lord would send several buckets of purified water daily, and he was solely responsible for replacing the buckets when they ran out. Next to the sink was a chopping board and workbench where he or Grandma could cut meat. Everything in the small kitchen is clearly visible to customers outside, so everything must be carried out according to the Lord's pre-job training instructions. Before the counter stood a magic puppet, responsible for the store's accounts and constantly monitoring the contamination index. Opposite it, a meter was placed on the counter for customers to use. If the magic puppet was too busy, Customers could use it to test the contamination levels of meat and dishes themselves. The butcher shop was about to open today. Pete meticulously cleaned the counter and kitchen, then took out the venison he had purchased from the adventurers yesterday from the cold storage. After confirming that the contamination level was still 0, he cut the deer into large pieces according to the parts and placed them in the freezer for today's sale. Grandma Alishar arrived a little later. She had gone to gather some vegetables and herbs, and had a druid purify the plants that would become the garnishes. Grandma Alishar was now quite accustomed to posting quests to the Adventurers Guild and requesting help from the adventurers. However, once the shop officially opened, they would also be able to post quests directly through the store's magic puppets. In the prepared food refrigeration area, Pete had placed the roasted rabbit he had traded for clean venison from Uncle Delka. Today's featured dish was Grandma Alishar's specialty, her vegetable stew, a delicacy Pete had missed for years, but hadn't dared to miss. Before the contaminated meat and vegetables were removed, they wouldn't dare eat too much of this stew, no matter how delicious it was. One more bite would cause them to grow scales or tentacles. It was a delicacy blessed by the god of death, a delicacy they could only savor when their family was completely out of food. Now, this fragrant food was free of any trace of contamination. Even if he stuffed himself to his heart's content, he wouldn't have to fear alienation, madness, or death. Suddenly, Pete felt a hope for survival in this lifeless village. "Thank you, Lord. Thank you, druids," he murmured gratefully. "We must also thank the planetary consciousness for its gifts." Grandma Alishar smiled. She was a believer in the planetary consciousness, one of the world's oldest and most traditional faiths. There were no churches or masses. People simply offered sincere prayers and thanks to the planet for every gift from nature. "Thank you for everything the planetary consciousness has given us." Pete readily agreed, and this time, he felt a surge of warmth in his chest. "Grandma, let's get started." Ding, the system prompted. World core energy increased by 100 points. "Lord, please keep up the good work." Why did the energy suddenly increase? Mou, who was installing solar panels on his mage tower, wiped the sweat from his brow and asked Leah. "It's the villagers' gratitude." The little world elf smiled brightly. "It's been ages since I felt this pure energy." Mou nodded, half comprehending, and continued his work. Who would understand, a lord also having to be an electrician? Since the Druids' agricultural tool research and development mission had yielded excellent results, MOU issued similar blueprint research and development missions to all players. There were no restrictions on the purpose, type, or scope of the researched items. Once the blueprints were verified by the system and put into production, players would gain reputation points. And indeed, this mission yielded a large number of very useful blueprints. For example, solar panels, diesel generators, though he didn't have diesel yet, refrigerators, air conditioners, range hoods, fans. Although Leah had to sift through a mountain of ineffective designs every day to find the best ones, the elves of the small world were very happy to see the fruits of their labor. The first batch of solar-powered electrical products had been installed in the butcher's shop and successfully passed testing. MOU was also eagerly preparing to install a solar panel power supply system in his own mage tower. Using magic to cool down was indeed very convenient, but he missed the air conditioning and refrigerators of modern civilization. Under the alternating rays of two suns, this world boasts an unusually abundant supply of solar energy, but the climate is correspondingly much hotter. Now that MOU has his own fat otaku happy water, he can't help but crave an ice-cold bottle. He's maxing out his daily 5 cubic meters of creation quota. While it's not enough to electrify all of AMT Village just yet, it's more than enough to power a small mage tower. After another half day spent fixing the air conditioning, he was finally able to relax in his armchair and enjoy the cool breeze. He opened a bottle of Fat Otaku Happy Water as a reward and opened his laptop to check the player forums. It goes without saying that a laptop is much more convenient when you don't have to show off with a magic book in front of the other players. The player forums were bustling with activity today. Besides a group of T-class players cursing the idiotic planner while happily testing the new Earth Wall skill, the hottest topic was about a new butcher shop opening in the village. Subject: did everyone line up at the butcher shop today? Grandma Lisa's special stew is so delicious. Ugh, we already sold out the 30th pot. Original poster, Nibbles. Content: the butcher shop opened today, right next to the grocery store. While restocking my blue bottle at the grocery store, I curiously went over to take a look. After taking a bite of Grandma Lisa's vegetable stew, I was amazed. Ugh, how could stew be this delicious? Each piece of stew was soaked up with broth, and it shuddered when I picked it up with chopsticks. It melted in my mouth, and the delicious juices burst forth with just a sip, without even biting. Even the carrots, which I disliked the most, were stewed to incredibly soft perfection. There's not even a hint of carrot flavor, just pure meat. A bowl of this is only 20 coppers. Wow, so delicious. As soon as I finished my first bowl, I saw a long line outside the shop. It said that Grandma had already sold 30 pots this morning, and the vegetables and ingredients she stocked up on are constantly being replenished. Any players out there, could you please send me some meat and vegetables? I purify them for free. Let me have one more bite. Wow. Slurp. Mou wiped his saliva and decided to check out the butcher shop's business. Slurp. No, buy a bowl of stew to try. Neither Pete nor Grandma Alishar had expected the best-selling dish today to be the vegetable stew. As soon as Grandma Alishar's signature dish began to flutter and emit a fragrant aroma, a group of adventurers gathered at the shop entrance, peeking in. After trying the food, they were all amazed. Soon, a long line formed outside the shop. The bowls provided weren't enough, and adventurers even brought their own pots and pans. Peter saw many adventurers, after purchasing a bowl of stew, in unison, using two neatly shaved sticks to pick up the meat and shove it into their mouths. What kind of bizarre way of eating is this? But he was too busy to ask. He frantically filled the adventurers' bowls with meat from two large pots on the counter. In the small kitchen, a large pot of stew simmered on two stoves, while Grandma busied herself chopping the purified vegetables the adventurers had just brought. The magic puppet collected the freshly purified meat and sold the stew, its tiny head practically smoking with calculations. Luckily, I bought several large stew pots at the blacksmith shop earlier. Pete was dazed and thankful for his wise decision. As the queue of adventurers grew, the villagers gradually began to flock in. The crowds and the aroma of delicious food drew them in, and the shop, with just 2 people and a magic puppet, was completely overwhelmed. One adventurer suggested he could help out. As if granted amnesty, Pete quickly posted 2 job quests with the magic puppet, a druid to help purify the vegetables, and a hunter to skillfully draw his hunting knife to help skin and chop the meat. One adventurer even offered to scoop out the stew themselves, but Pete was afraid they'd take the whole pot by themselves, so he politely declined. Business is so good today. A familiar voice called out, and Pete looked up, instantly excited. Lord! Mou stood in front of the shop, a grin on his face. The players stared at him expectantly, as if to ask for a new plot, completely unaware that he wasn't in line. Is there enough water? Mou cast a water flow spell, filling the empty buckets in the shop. Pete breathed a sigh of relief. Great. We already used 4 buckets this morning. I was just worried. You can ask adventurers to help replenish the water later, but it needs to be purified by a druid before use. Mou explained that only his magic was untainted by the evil spirit's power. Players' souls were immune to the evil spirit's influence, but the magic they cast would still carry a small amount of contamination, requiring purification by a druid. Thank you so much, Pete said, filling a bowl of stew for Mou. Try this too. My grandmother's specialty vegetable stew. All the adventurers, who had it rave about it. Mou, having finally gotten his wish, happily accepted the stew, a composed smile on his face. Don't thank me. This shop's success is the result of your combined efforts, grandparents and grandchildren. I'm simply offering you an opportunity. He turned to the players and said, more shops will open in the village in the future. If adventurers have special dishes or unique wares, they can rent out shops to sell them. Not enough reputation, Lord. Give us some more reputation quests. Hurry up and go draw. Blueprints. 1 blueprint gives a lot of reputation. Excuse me, you're the blueprint master. The system hasn't even given me a single blueprint I drew. What blueprint did you draw? Didn't you pass any? Of course it's a mecha. A man's romance. TSK. I wouldn't pass you either. Why are you drawing a mecha in the Middle Ages? You can't say that. Didn't you see the air-conditioned cold storage and solar panels are already built? And the system didn't say the mecha wasn't good. It just told me that the system calculated the design and found it wasn't rational and couldn't function properly. It suggested revising it and submitting it properly. But I don't know how to fix it. Is it really that bad? Is this game system that powerful? Chapter 29. For modern people, who often suffer from overnutrition, struggle to lose weight and exercise to achieve a perfect figure, yet can't resist the temptation to savor delicious food that can truly soothe their souls, this kind of VR game, which allows them to eat freely and truly satisfy their appetites without worrying about gaining weight in real life, is a true player trap. Judging by forum posts and food-eating live streams, the number of reservations has skyrocketed. MOU, however, was in no hurry to issue new spots. Although the Druids' purification spells had secured a supply of meat before new crops could be planted, MOU felt it was necessary to vigorously develop the village's agricultural and animal husbandry industries to avoid damaging the Dark Forest's ecological environment and destroying the last remaining patch of forest in the territory. While the Druids busied themselves eating, drinking, and playing, they didn't forget their roots. After Song Lin installed the solar-powered ridging machine, the Druids skillfully formed ridging ridges and successfully planted the wheat seedlings they had grown. The space in the furrows wasn't wasted, either, as they interplanted a number of wild vegetables found in the dark forest. Of course, the Druids had thoroughly purified these plants before transplanting. Melissa Kubo, Gulu, and Huiwita Dunn accepted the pollution-free farming mission MOU had posted to the Adventurers Guild. MOU found them a plot of land with a yard among the abandoned houses on the outskirts of the village, and tasked them with building a farm. The trio lived up to expectations, repairing the house and yard and capturing several longhorn deer and hares to raise. After several days of hard work, they had successfully cleansed the deer and hares of their pollution. The purified animals lost their ferociousness and became much tamer, looking no different from real-life rabbits and fawns. Several players enthusiastically began researching how to raise and breed them. It's unclear whether deer are easy to breed, but rabbits are known for producing large litters, and several players were confident. After MOU's subtle game adjustments, players' playstyles evolved in different directions, tailored to their preferences. After all, this game promotes a realistic experience and free development, and players are gradually experiencing the joy of doing whatever they want in an alien world. Some, like Nukyukyu and Zionui, focus on farming and culinary pursuits. Others, like Songlin, have become addicted to developing large agricultural machinery, and are now hard at work developing a solar-powered tractor, aiming to create the first player mount. Even with their new bodies, Yijianpo Qianshan and Luzhou Laojiao, the leading players, couldn't stop their pursuit of achieving the first kill in the dungeon. They joined Yuhua Dengxian in exploring the dungeon storyline and various branching paths. Relying on Thesis defense and Have You Lost Your Hair Today? He diligently researched his tank class skills and spent every day helping NPCs repair houses and plaster walls in the village. The villagers had grown quite comfortable living with these eccentric adventurers. Whether it was the Druids who could purify pollution or the adventurers who took on quests and handled chores, the benefits they brought to the village were obvious to all. They also accepted the fact that the adventurers possessed special abilities, allowing them to retain their minds even after transforming into monsters and easily return to human form. Even when these players sometimes let loose and transform into octopuses in front of NPCs, or even faint on the spot by performing a botched quest, the villagers are accustomed to pretending nothing happened, allowing other adventurers to pick up the octopuses, stuff them into backpacks, or carry the unconscious adventurers off to the side of the road, out of the way, like sandbags. Auntie Rosa at the tailor shop even grasped the secret to wealth. When she saw a player transform into an octopus being picked up and carried on the shoulders of a companion, she didn't make a fuss. Instead, she developed a cute backpack that very evening and started selling it in her shop. This backpack is made of very sturdy fabric and looks like a small, open backpack. It's just the right size for an octopus to comfortably lie inside with its head poking out. It comes in a variety of patterns and fabrics, and almost every player has one. MOU also had Leah craft a glass bottle imbued with spatial power, specifically for Druid players, to trap the polluted energy released after purification. After all, the Druid's power of purification can only move the power of pollution from A to B. The addition of the sealed bottle is like a police officer putting an arrested criminal in jail. The power of pollution can no longer cling to other objects or the air. For a time, with the active Druid players, the air in and around the village felt much fresher. The sealed bottle is provided free of charge by MOU and can be obtained at any NPC store. Turning in a bottle filled with pollution power also earns 1 copper coin. Therefore, Druid players are very welcome to this unexpected windfall obtained by casting a skill. But MOU hasn't yet found a way to completely purify or utilize this tainted energy. He can only temporarily collect the bottles filled with tainted energy and seal them in the basement of the Mage Tower. However, players have discovered new uses for this tainted energy. They discovered that to transform into an octopus, they don't need to shout the name of the evil god to experience the debuff of being watched by the evil god. Instead, they can simply buy a bottle of tainted energy from a Druid player for a copper coin. Drinking it instantly clears their sanity, and the duration of the octopus transformation can be adjusted based on the amount consumed. Whether they simply want to experience another wave of octopus dumplings, or simply become an octopus dumpling and have a companion carry them because they're too lazy to walk, it's a very cool experience. Transforming into an octopus is even becoming a trend. Even if they want to transform back from an octopus, it's not difficult. If they need to do it urgently, they can spend some money on a few bottles of spirit potions or enlist the help of a few druids. As players become more familiar with the NPCs, they become a bit more relaxed and less willing to log off in the tavern's guest rooms every time. The main reason is that the tavern's few available rooms are completely insufficient and inconvenient for players. As a result, players have begun to behave strangely in the eyes of the NPCs by lying down and passing out or logging off at the slightest disagreement. But even in a safe zone, logging off casually carries risks. The only thing a player carries is their backpack, a separate, secure space fixed to each player's anchor point by the system's Spirit Leah using spatial authority. Once placed in the backpack, all items are theirs and cannot be dropped. However, the equipment they wear, the weapons they carry, and the coins they keep in their pockets are not bound items and cannot be dropped. Furthermore, after a player logs off, their shell can be touched and moved. Some players, who casually log off on the street only to find themselves robbed and abandoned in the wilderness upon logging back on. Of course, you would never compensate players for the consequences of ignoring the system's warnings and logging off in a safe tavern room. So, after a few incidents of players lying dead and having their money stolen, they discovered that if they transformed into an octopus before logging off, not only would the system automatically and securely store all their belongings in their backpacks, but their body size would also be reduced, making it easy to hide anywhere. Furthermore, while the player is offline, the octopus's shell wouldn't increase their sanity even if left in the sun, and wouldn't inexplicably revert to human form. As a result, more and more players sought out druids to buy a sealing bottle, drink a sip, and then log off. Aside from the villagers being frightened by the presence of sleepy little octopuses everywhere, this method was quite practical. Of course, Mou wouldn't allow his tiny village to be overrun with sleepy little octopuses, but perhaps transforming into an octopus before logging off was a good idea. He specially renovated a cluster of old houses at the east end of the village to serve as a dedicated player market area. He then chose an empty house in the very center of the market and used his willpower to create a player-safe offline zone. This offline zone was actually similar in size to the temporary lockers placed in front of train stations and supermarkets, each large enough to accommodate a player in octopus ball form. And each level of the lockers had ramps in front, allowing players in octopus form to easily climb up and down. When a player enters the offline zone, the system automatically assigns an empty locker and pops open the door. Once the player's octopus ball crawls into the locker, it can close the door and log off safely. The locker itself is system protected from attack, and occupied compartments cannot be opened from the outside by other players. This ensures safety. Once inside, players don't have to worry about their husks being dumped in the wilderness by pranksters, nor do they have to worry about losing any belongings outside their backpacks. This safe offline zone is free for all players. Mou tried it out with his alt account and found it very convenient, eliminating the need to search for hiding places. Besides, the villagers are now completely accustomed to the players' octopus forms, so using these lockers as player spawn points seems to be a good idea. The empty shops in the player market soon found their new owners. Druids were truly the children of this beta. Not only did they frequently trigger various reputation quests, they also made a killing. Soon, players began to meet both the reputation and financial requirements and generously rented shops. Nikukyu and Jinryu were among the first players to meet the reputation requirements. Nikukyu made a killing by contributing numerous agricultural tool blueprints, while Jinryu made a killing by acquiring blueprints for solar panels, air conditioners, and cooling compressor units. After reaching the reputation requirements, neither player wasted the opportunity. They pooled their resources with their friends to acquire a shop each starting to sell items for other players. Now, the shops rented by players are opening one after another, and this area of the village, which had been deserted for years, is gradually becoming bustling. In any shop rented by a player, Mou will automatically assign a magic puppet to act as a shop assistant. The shop owner simply needs to set the item price, and the magic puppet will automatically manage the shop. If selling items on behalf of other players, they simply need to enter the item price, the store's commission, and the seller's ID. The magic puppet will automatically deduct the shop owner's handling fee upon sale, and transfer the proceeds to the player's account. Aside from purchasing and stocking the items, the shop owner doesn't have to worry about anything else, saving time, effort, and worry. Ding, the system prompts. Weekly quest progress update. Your village has added infrastructure. NPC bulletin board 1/1. Player market 1/1. Player safe log off area January 1st. You have received one lucky draw entry. You didn't use it immediately this time, but instead saved it, intending to accumulate 10 consecutive draws to try his luck. With this, the primary economic ecosystem of the novice village has been established. Players can not only trade with NPCs, but also conduct transactions with each other with relative ease. Some player shops specialize in monster materials, others sell furs, weapons, and other small items crafted by casual players. Some druid shops even have druids on duty offering purification services. Although resources and tools are currently scarce, players are still able to come up with all sorts of creative ideas. With agriculture showing some improvement, MOU began planning industrial development. He rode his pony to explore the iron and copper mines that Leah had previously marked. Both mines are located in the desert west of the Mage Tower. The iron mine is closer, about 7 kilometers away, while the copper mine is further southwest, about 10 kilometers away. Both mines had long been abandoned and had become monster dens. The iron mine housed a nest of giant spiders, seemingly bred for 18 generations. The highest level Spider King was rated LV 25 by the system, while the lowest, the small spider, was LV 10. The copper mine was infested with giant worms, with monsters ranging from LV 25 to 35. This distribution of monsters perfectly connected to the Dark Forest, making it a suitable leveling point for subsequent stages. MOU didn't enter the mines to disturb the monsters. Instead, he spent his newly collected system energy at the iron mine entrance to place another teleportation array. Returning to the Mage Tower, he opened the official website backend and edited an update announcement. Update announcement. Version 0.02 of Evil God Expulsion Plan Online has been released. Thanks to all the players for their contributions to version 0.01. With your help, the lives of the villagers of AMT are gradually improving, and the village, once on the verge of abandonment, is gradually regaining its popularity. To this end, the development team has decided to release the 0.02 version of the mine exploration storyline. This update includes, but is not limited to, a new area map, Spider's Lair Iron Mine, which players at level 10 and above can access via a newly added teleportation point. The monsters in this new area range from level 10 to level 25. Players are advised to form a team based on their abilities. Friendly reminder: the monster distribution and area functionality of this area will change based on player behavior. High-level monsters will randomly spawn in this area. To avoid the high cost of replacing a body, players are advised to ensure that their bodies are in good condition so they can be resurrected. Added a safe offline area, players can now use the body locker in the player marketplace to store their character's body and belongings while offline. Friendly reminder: the body locker requires a negative sanity value to be used. More updates await players. Chapter 30. Team Up. Team Up. New version. New map. Let's explore. Level 10 and up, please. Any tanks? Those who learned Earth Wall, please. Druids. We need a druid. 7 is equal to 1 day. Druids, please. Combat class level doesn't matter. Just no purification. It was 10 p.m. in the Origin world, peak player login time. Players who had seen the update announcement during the day were already eagerly calling for team formation at the player market and village entrances. According to Oziria time, today was the 11th game day since the server was launched. MOU system showed that the combat class levels of the majority of players had risen to levels 10 to 13, making it a perfect time to explore the new map. Opening a new map didn't require Lord Moyo's entrance or a cutscene. MOU simply laid down on the luxurious bed in the Mage Tower, switched to his alternate character, and happily logged in. A level 12 grilled squid pushed open the door of the carcass storage cabinet, climbed out down the ramp, and blended in with the newly logged in players. Admittedly, the sight of a bunch of tiny octopus balls crawling out of the cabinet was a bit disheartening. Luckily, this was the player market, where NPCs rarely frequented, otherwise you would have worried about the fragile nerves of his poor villagers. Grilled squid. Someone called his ID. MOU turned and saw it was Ejian Pachienshan. Squid. Long time no see. Ejian Pachienshan asked excitedly, "Are you free? Let's go explore the new map together." "Let's go!" MOU nodded the octopus's head, then casually said, "Did you reshape your face? Why does it look even more handsome?" "Hey, forget it. Last time, Big Brother Luzhou and I both died in a dungeon, our bodies swallowed whole by the monster. We didn't even get a good look at what it looked like. The system said we were dead bodies, so we had to swap bodies. They picked two with the closest parameters. They even deducted half our net worth. But this body does seem a bit more handsome. Jian Qianshan had previously been an ordinary, everyday swordsman. When he swapped bodies, he somehow got lucky and ended up with a blonde, muscular guy. And his starting vitality is higher too. This body is 9 vitality. All other stats are the same. Luzhou Laojia followed behind Jian Qianshan. His luck wasn't as good as Jian's. This time, he was a weathered-looking older man, looking a bit older. Big Brother Luzhou and I are both learning Earth Wall. He plans to specialize in tanking, and I can be the off-tank, usually doing physical DPS. Jian Qianshan said, I just called AU too. He said he wanted to bring a druid along. I specialize in magic, MOU said. I learned both damage and healing skills. MOU had already filled his alt with all his magic skills. He had the ice, fire, and thunder spells of ordinary players, as well as skills like earthquake and misfilling that other players didn't have. Although this alt couldn't directly access the system backend GM panel, as a GM's test alt, it still had the benefits it deserved. Everyone, I'm here. Yuhua Dengxian also ran over, followed by a girl. This is Nikukyu, my apprentice, who trains as a druid and hunter. Everyone teamed up quickly. Nikukyu even helped MOU with some purification. MOU's trumpet's pollution level wasn't high to begin with, so after one purification, he successfully transformed back into human form. A 5-man team should be enough, right? We have a tank, a healer, and a druid, a complete lineup, said Luzhou Laojia. Can we add one more person? Nikukyu asked. There's a druid who wants to come, too. Sure. The more druids, the safer it is. Luzhou Laojia agreed immediately. She be here soon. Her ID is salted fish. Nikukyu quickly sent Xianyu's location. But our combat classes aren't very high, only level 10. It's okay. As long as the druid has a high level of purification, it's fine. Yijian Pokianshan waved his hand nonchalantly. Everyone, check your gear. Stock up on extra mana potions and sealing bottles. Because the player's endurance depends on the druid's mana bar to cast purification, besides the druid himself, other players using the druid's services also stock up on mana potions and sealing bottles to cover the druid's spell costs. You can't have people working and then having to pay for potions themselves. Although this game's class paths are quite unique, players are gradually accustomed to them, and a unique ecosystem has developed. Xianyu soon joined the team. Teams of 4 to 10 players are quite common in this game. Because a player can be compatible with multiple professions as long as the panel allows, there are no very strict requirements on the profession composition. Generally, a team only requires at least one tank, one healer, and one druid as the basic profession composition for life-saving, and other personnel can be added or reduced at will. This 6-person team consisted of 2 tanks, 2 druids, and 2 healers with healing spells. This was considered a top-tier configuration for a new map exploration team. We're a pioneering team. Everyone, remember to prioritize your survival. Don't be greedy. Restore health, sanity, and mana when necessary. If you can't save your life, try to save your body. Luzhou Laojia, the team leader, spoke earnestly. Last time, we died without a complete body and were forced offline for 6 hours. We lost all our gear, items, and money except our backpacks, and had half of our savings deducted. The penalty for death is severe, but if you bring your body back, not only will your gear be intact, but you can also repair your body for a small fee. It makes a huge difference. Understood, everyone said in unison. Then, Pioneer Team, let's go! Everyone stepped onto the teleportation array at the village entrance and chose their destination, the Spider's Nest Iron Mine. The teleportation array was located at the edge of the iron mine. This was a safe zone outside the spider's territory, as determined by the system, Leah, where monsters were less likely to appear. To ensure the player's safe teleportation, Leah also cast a spatial spell, preventing ordinary monsters from entering the teleport point. The 6 players skillfully drew their weapons upon landing, and quietly advanced towards the mine entrance. Luzhou Laojia, acting as the tank, led the way, while Moyuza and Yuhua Dengxian each protected a flank. Jian Qianshan prioritized protecting the 2 druids in the center. His positioning was strategic, allowing him to advance to engage the enemy or retreat to cover the rear. It was a reassuring sight. The mine entrance was small, a wooden reinforced tunnel, but it appeared to have been neglected for a long time, with the wood reinforcements and wall showing varying degrees of decay. Some tunnels were leaking, and water, mixed with sand, gravel, and mud, dripped from the walls onto the ground, forming puddles of mud. Inside the tunnels were railroad tracks for transporting iron ore, which took up most of the already narrow road surface. Furthermore, the ground was lit with countless dirt, gravel, and iron ore residue, making walking very difficult and bumpy. Furthermore, the tunnels were unlit, and the darkness grew darker the deeper they went. Xianyuitio pulled a kerosene lantern from his backpack, lit it, and held it in his hand. The 6 of them cautiously advanced, guided by the light. The mine was full of tunnels, and after walking just 100 meters, they encountered a fork in the road. Left or right? All right. It's easy to remember. Okay. They were here to explore new land, and the key was to explore the entire map without getting lost. They quickly reached a consensus and continued deeper. They hadn't gone far when they heard a rustling sound in the darkness ahead, like crawling insects or the rubbing of many long legs. There's a monster ahead, Luzhou Laojiu whispered, casting several identification spells into the darkness. In the darkness, where light hadn't yet reached, 7 or 8 bright red streaks of blood suddenly lit up. 3 level 10 monsters, the highest level being a level 15 monster. Luzhou Laojiu said, there are 7 in total, all spiders. The system indicates they have 3 common attacks, poison, spray, silk, and piercing claws. Our configuration is capable of taking on them. Don't go too deep. Our position is advantageous. Ranged or mage should start by engaging the monsters first, then draw them out and engage them. Yijian Peqian Shan and Yuhua Dengxian stood on either side of Luzhou Laojiao, quickly formulating a plan. Brother Luzhou, we're going to erect a hollow wall here. After engaging the enemy, ranged players should stay back. The cave is narrow, so be careful not to accidentally injure our own people. Let me do it. It's too dark out there, making it hard to aim. Mou said. He rolled a fireball and dropped it accurately into the middle of the spiders. The damage wasn't great, but the sparks were incredibly insulting. The spiders, struck, instantly let out a piercing scream like nails scratching on a blackboard, their 8 long legs practically leading after images as they shot out like arrows. Wall? Yijian Peqianshan roared. Rise! Luzhou Laojiu raised his hands, and several earthen walls rose from the ground, trapping a level 10 spider that had rushed forward first. There was a hollow in the middle of the wall, just enough for a joint in the spider's long leg to penetrate, just enough to block the spider's attack without blocking their own abilities. Beautiful! Yuhua Dengxian cheered, slashing his sword at the spider's claws that emerged from the hole in the wall. She! The spider let out another piercing scream and tried to retract its long, spiky legs. However, the joints of its extended legs and feet were stuck in the hole in the wall, making it difficult to break free. Several melee fighters seized the opportunity to slash at its legs, while ranged fighters, through other holes in the wall, unleashed arrows and fireballs at the giant spider itself. In a short while, the spider's health bar was reduced to half. The earthen wall gradually crumbled under the giant spider's struggle. The spider finally pulled back its bloody, shattered legs and claws, spun around, and spewed venom at them. Retreat! Luzhou Laojiao shouted, his mind racing. The earthen wall shifted again, and mud surged up like a wave, blocking the hollows in the wall. It intercepted the venom, enveloping it in a ball of earth before falling again. Mou's fireball landed perfectly, hitting the spider's mouthparts where it was spitting poison. The 2 girls' bows and arrows followed closely behind, one hitting the spider's eyeball, the other piercing its stomach. The impact knocked it to the ground. Yuhua Dengxian, with one hand on the half-collapsed low wall, rolled sideways, sprinted forward, and struck the spider's chest, removing the last trace of its health. She! More spiders continued to slam into the spider's chest behind the second wall, their shrill cries echoing and piercing, making the noise a headache. Because the Warcraft corpse contains a large amount of contaminated energy, it will begin to decompose and disintegrate quickly. It must be immediately disassembled and stored in a storage container or player's backpack, or the contaminated energy must be purified before it can be preserved. The players had already figured this out, so they didn't rush to release the next spider. The 2 druids first restored everyone's sanity, cast an identify spell on the spider corpse, and then took out their hunting knives, removed the most valuable spider silk sacks and venom sacks from the identification spell, and stored them in their backpacks. These materials can later be refined into silk and venom, making them excellent item materials. Spiders have no edible parts, so purification is unnecessary. After removing the useful materials, The remaining remains of these monsters will quickly dissipate into polluting energy and disappear. While the two girls were working, Mo Yu first used a wave of water ball spells on the spiders, soaking them, then using lightning paralysis, followed by fireball to roast them. After reducing their health by 20%, the second wall's durability was running low. Mo Yu deliberately spared one spider, and cast another shock paralysis on the rest. Luzhou Laoju waited for the spider to enter range before erecting two more walls, isolating it in the middle. The men had excellent combat awareness, and had collaborated before. After defeating a few spiders, their rapport grew stronger, and their advance accelerated. It didn't take long for them to dispatch the 6 lower-level spiders, leaving only the exceptionally large level 15 spider trapped on the other side of the wall. With its entire clutch of offspring slaughtered, the giant spider was clearly filled with hatred. Its 6 eyes turned from emerald green to blood red, black smoke emanated from its mouthparts, and its long legs were covered in barbs. It was clear that it was no match for the 6 spiders from earlier. This must be a minor boss, right? The path to immortality. Be careful, this level is a bit high. The 6 spiders had earlier granted quite a bit of experience points. Yijian Paqianshan was now level 17, Luzhou Laojiu and Yuhua Dengxian were both level 15, Mo Yu had reached level 13, and the 2 druid girls were halfway to level 11. According to the general rule in online games that you can defeat a boss by jumping 5 levels, as long as the planners didn't go so far as to add some overly exaggerated settings to the mini-bosses, they could be defeated normally if they could hold them. However, as soon as the fight began, they sensed something was amiss. This massive level 15 spider was clearly far more intelligent than the ordinary spiders from earlier. Facing the hollow wall's defenses, it didn't use its sharp claws to pierce the holes. Instead, it used its hard shell to slam into the wall. Hollow walls are good at resisting punctures, but after all, the walls are made of a grid-like pattern and are not very sturdy. The impact immediately cracked, and its durability was immediately depleted. Chapter 31. That attack is quite powerful. Everyone took a step back, and Luzhou Laoju gasped, taking a deep breath and downing a blue potion. The giant spider flew forward again, shattering the wall. The giant spider rolled, its jaws wide open, and spewed dark purple venom at the group. Everyone scrambled to avoid it, tumbling into a heap in the narrow, dark mine tunnel, narrowly avoiding the venom. The massive spider was far more agile than they were. With a flick of its tail, it sprayed silk at the group. Before Luzhou Laoju could get up, a ball of silk slammed over him, pinning him to the ground, unable to move. The MT was pinned to the ground, and the scene was momentarily chaotic. The giant spider was still among the group, unable to be isolated by a wall. As the ST, Yijian Paqianshan had no choice but to charge in and draw the group's aggression, hacking at the giant spider's long, sharp legs, trying to lure it to a more isolated area. The giant spider's 4-clawed, long legs swung back repeatedly, like 4 slashing halberds. Yijian Paqianshan blocked each one with his sword, his wrist numb from the attacks, and the blade burst open with countless cracks and gouges. It was clear that its durability had reached its limit. Shit, I can't hold it. Yijian Paqianshan rolled backwards. A wall of earth quickly erected in front of him. The next second, the long sharp spider legs pierced through the wall in him, leaving a bloody hole in his shoulder. Hold on. Mo Yu had already crawled to Luzhou Laojiu's side, burning the spider silk with a small fireball. He was afraid of burning anyone, so he didn't dare use too much flame. It'd be over soon. You mean? You can hold on, can you? Yijian Paqianshan fled, clutching the wound on his left shoulder. He did manage to pull the giant spider a little further away from the crowd, but his earth wall was too thin to withstand the spider's relentless attack. What kind of attack power is that? It's several times stronger than that ordinary spider. One sword, raise some earthen platforms. Nikyuki shouted, start from the spider's body and slam it into the ceiling. What? Yijian Paqianshan asked instinctively, and then everyone seemed to see a light bulb go on above his head. Got it. He stood up and sprinted a long distance. As the giant spider charged angrily, he raised his hands and said, get up. The ground shook as 4 or 5 earthen platforms rose from the ground beneath the giant spider. With a thud, they slammed the spider into the ceiling, pinning its massive body. Several of its long legs were twisted and bent by the platforms, and then pressed between them. Attack! Yijian Paqianshan shouted. Mo Yu hurled a massive fireball at the spider's body. He then cast a healing spell and a recovery spell on Yijian Paqianshan, continuing to calm his mind and dismantle the spider silk that was holding Luzhou Laoju to the ground. The spider silk was incredibly sticky and elastic, impossible to cut with a knife, but it was resistant to fire. Mou burned a circle along the outline of the Luzhou Laojiao, finally freeing the MT. Yuhua Dingxian and his companions were furiously hacking at the spider, pinned to the raised earthen platform. The gap between the upper and lower platforms and the ceiling was too narrow to aim their bows and arrows, so the two druid girls simply pulled out their hunting knives, climbed onto the platform, and attacked the spider's trapped leg. The knife pierced the spider's leg precisely, twisted it, pried it, and then pulled it hard, instantly freeing the leg from the joint. The spider struggled even more fiercely in pain. Sand and powder fell from the earthen platform, yet it remained motionless. Yuhua Dengxian thrust his long sword into the spider's belly through a gap in the side. No matter how the spider tumbled and dodged, it couldn't avoid the long sword's piercing wound, and its health bar plummeted in a flash. But even with its claws and legs removed and its vital abdomen attacked, the spider struggled desperately, twisting its head and opening its mouthparts to spray venom again. Yijin Pokienshin, however, was prepared. He lowered the earthen platform against the spider's head, then gathered strength and lifted it up, slamming the spider's head hard against the ceiling. The entire mine shook, and sand and dirt poured down from the roof, showering everyone's heads and faces. The spider suddenly stopped moving. "That's bound to give it a concussion," Yijin Pokienshin said proudly. He took a closer look and saw that, far from a concussion, the spider's head had been knocked off the platform, its body torn apart, and its eyes wide open. Everyone gave Yijin Pokienshin a thumbs up. "Let's level the ground. Let's see if there's any usable materials from this monster," Salted Fish said, "but it looks like there's not much left." Yijin Pokienshin leveled the ground, and the massive spider's body slammed down, sending up another cloud of dust. Salted Fish examined it using his identification technique. The venom sacs are almost empty, but the silk sacs are about half full. The claws on the spider's legs show signs of being hard and sharp enough, making them excellent weapon material. Since we already dismantled them, we might as well take them back. It's still a small boss after all. Such a small harvest, Yijin Pokienshin complained. And it even ruined my sword. Mou handed the unused sword from his bag to Yijin Pokienshin. "Use this." Nikukia said, "Brother, look at the plight of this spider before you speak. It's all smashed to pieces." Luzhou Laojiao removed his spider silk-stained armor and put on a spare set. "Between material integrity and personal safety, I choose personal safety." "That's true. At least the experience points the system gives are quite generous." The group gathered their spoils, restored their health and sanity, and continued deeper into the tunnel. After passing a fork to the right, the tunnel began to slope downward. They descended further, killing another nest of 8 ordinary level 10 spiders. After walking a short distance, they saw the tunnel suddenly open up, revealing a mining platform. This platform, built into a hollowed-out mountain, was about the size of a basketball court. Its roof was reinforced by a metal frame. Affixed to it were crystals emitting a faint silver-blue glow, seemingly some kind of alchemical tool for illumination. However, having been abandoned for so many years and lacking any energy, the crystal's light was dim, like a will-o'-the-wisp, barely illuminating the space. The platform's floor was covered in clusters of spider eggs. A few nests had already hatched, their oozing mucus having dried up. It was unknown whether the spiders inside were still lurking somewhere. How many spiders will hatch from so many eggs? Yijin Pokienshin was astonished. "This is just one passage. I suspect this isn't the only spider nursery." Luzhou Laojiao said, "There are countless more tunnels in this mine. Even if only 1/10 of these tunnels contain these nurseries, it would still be a formidable number." In the center of the platform was a large, locked iron cage. Inside was an elevator powered by an unknown source. It must have been the vehicle used by workers to descend the mines when the mine was still operating. Yuhua Dengxian carefully stepped around the spider eggs on the ground, walked to the iron cage, checked the lock, shook his head, and whispered, "The system says it can't be opened without a key." 2 druid girls squatted over a cluster of spider eggs, studying them. Identification indicates that spider eggs are poisonous and inedible. The eggshells are fragile and easily damaged, and they are not a known alchemical material. The system warns that if all the spider eggs hatch, a wave of spider beasts may form. Premature destruction is recommended, but destroying the spider eggs may attract and enrage higher-level spider bosses, so caution is advised. "Should we retreat or fight?" Yuhua Dengxian asked. "There's no other way out here except this inaccessible elevator. How about giving it a try? This is clearly a boss fight." Yijin Pokienshin was eager to try. "The terrain here isn't very favorable." Luzhou Laojiao pointed to the platform. This is a metal surface, no soil, so we can't build a wall. Then let's start from the inside, breaking the eggs as we run out. Xianyuitia pondered for a moment. Let's lure the boss monster into the mine tunnel. The opening there is smaller, so it should be easier to trap it. If we can't defeat it, trapping the boss will still allow us to escape. Yuhua Dengxian agreed. With the plan finalized, things became much simpler. Everyone first determined their escape route. Then Mou, standing at the farthest point of spell range, unleashed his ultimate group attack skill, Burning Flame, at the spider egg's deepest within. The flames instantly ignited a large section of the floor, engulfing the entire egg cluster at the deepest point. The fragile eggshells quickly charred, brittle, and shattered under the flames, emitting a faintly burnt odor. Everyone retreated, continuing to unleash their abilities. Mou took charge of the distant egg cluster, while the two druids provided follow-up fire with ignited arrows. The melee fighters smashed every spider egg within their sight. Suddenly, everyone heard a piercing howl from deep within the platform, along with the rustling of spider legs scraping against the ground. "It's coming!" Luzhou Laojiu said. "Everyone, hurry!" They had retreated to a third of the way to the cave entrance. The two druids quickly retreated. Mou threw 3 final, burning flames, to cover the remaining area. His sanity level dropped to 0, and he transformed into an octopus ball, which Yuhua Dengxian picked up and quickly carried away. The 2 main and secondary tanks covered the rear. As they reached the cave entrance, a massive spider descended from the darkness of the ceiling onto the platform, ablaze with flames, and unleashed a deafening howl of fury. "That thing is level 20. Yijian Qianshan cast an appraisal spell, then instantly became paralyzed by the long health bar. "No way, run! Enter the mine!" Luzhou Laojiu roared. The 2 of them, one in front of the other, dived into the mine. The giant spider was already charging at them at incredible speed, slamming into the mine entrance and spewing a thick, foul-smelling black-purple venom. "Wall!" Yijian Qianshan shouted as he ran. Luzhou Laojiu had already erected 4 earthen walls behind them, but they could still hear the crackling of the walls. "I don't know if I can stop them." "Keep charging!" Luzhou Laojiu shouted as he ran, not forgetting to create more earthen walls behind him to block the boss spider. The spider continued to charge at the mine entrance. The tunnel beneath their feet trembled under the violent impact, and dust fell from the roof like snowflakes, covering them all over. No one knew the boss's aggro range, and no one cared about it at the moment. They simply ran. Luckily, no monsters spawned on the way back, and there were no other side roads. They fled madly, reaching the mine entrance, and still hearing the spider boss's roar. "Oh my god, level 20. Yijian Qianshan barely caught his breath, clutching his knees and breathing heavily. "It looks like it must be a boss. Don't mess with it. We already pissed it off." Xianyuitia slumped to the ground and corrected him. "It's a good thing we ran fast. The aggro range is quite long. We're still able to hear the boss's voice even after we gotten out." Nikukia signaled Yuhua Dengxian to release Mou and cast a purification spell, and Mou immediately transformed back into human form. "After all, we slaughtered its entire brood." Luzhou Laojiu opened his dashboard. "Hey, check it out. The system has given us an achievement reward." Everyone opened their dashboards upon hearing this. The 6 of them collectively earned the wearable achievement title, Eradication. Wearing it increases their attraction and deterrence to monsters by 10%. Mou also earned the title, Pyromaniac, which grants a 10% bonus to casting fire spells. "That title is quite subtle," Luzhou Laojiu said. "It looks like it's for tank classes." "Isn't this new map just full of spider monsters of varying levels?" Nikukia said. "It gets a bit monotonous after playing for so long. I wonder if the other mines will have different designs, but since the map is called Spider's Nest Iron Mine, there must be the most spiders." Yuhua Ascension Path. "It's true, I've been seeing it for so long that I'm a bit tired of it." Since Nikukia owns a shop, the others unanimously decided to sell all the materials they collected there, and have the magic puppet automatically transfer the payment. The main gains this time were the spider's venom sacs, silk sacs, and the sharp claws of the mini-boss spider. According to the system, these are all good materials that can be crafted into weapons, equipment, or medicine. The return shouldn't be bad, but everyone is unsure if there are any NPCs or players in the village who have the ability to turn these materials into items. Will there really be players buying these? Yijian Pokienshin was skeptical. If no one knows how to make them, even the best materials are useless. The silk sac should be able to produce spider silk. Ask the village tailor if they take them. If not, we can wait until next month and sell them to the traveling merchants. After all, Player backpacks and store shelves have freshness-keeping features, so there's no worry about these materials spoiling or disintegrating. Nikukyu was quite optimistic. There were also many players keen on exploring the life professions, and the materials in the new map might allow them to tinker with a lot of new things. It's still early. By the way, should we go explore the fantasy world? Luzhou Laoju asked. Chapter 32. Entering the illusion once again, Mou experienced the sticky sensation of passing through a jelly barrier, the familiar system tone echoing in his ears once more. Successfully entered the illusion, analyzing the illusion's obsession. A total of 2 main quests, and 97 side quests detected for the illusion, and unlimited dungeon entries. Dungeon information and prompts have been updated, and can be viewed on the quest interface. Ding! The deafening sound of bells, and the rolling of dice echoed again. An old voice sighed slowly. Betrayal? Betrayal is human nature. Entering the dungeon this time, Mou stood firmly, familiar with the process, and opened the quest information. Compared to his memory, the quest panel now had several more quests. Dungeon name: Mystery of Clock Tower Town. This is a fantasy created by the obsession of the deceased. You are in the town of Clock Tower 170 years ago, once one of the most prosperous towns in AMT County. The town housed a church of the Church of Light, a pillar of faith for AMT County's followers. During the various festivals of the Church of Light, crowds flocked to the town to celebrate. It is currently 6 days away from the birthday of the God of Light. On the birthday of the God of Light, the entire town collapsed into nothingness for unknown reasons. Current main quest: investigate the cause of the town's destruction. Past main quest 1. Sacrifice to the evil god, retriggerable. System note: the system will record previously triggered main quests. Players can continue by retriggering key plot points along the previously triggered route, or choose a different path. This fantasy quest has no set route. Each main and side storyline has the potential to trigger a variety of endings. Please gather intelligence and uncover the truth of the fantasy. Current side quest, pending. Guaranteed side quest: kill 25 dungeon monsters and seal their contamination. This update introduces a new feature. If you choose a brute force exploration method, you can safely exit the dungeon after completing the guaranteed quest, without having to solve the puzzles. Current team survival rate: 100%. Current dungeon distortion: 49%. Dungeon distortion refers to the increase in the strength of the evil forces caused by the death of those who enter the dungeon, since its formation, resulting in a slight increase in the dungeon difficulty. Once the dungeon distortion reaches 100%, the dungeon difficulty increases by 1 level. If the player character dies, they can exit the dungeon, but the dungeon distortion will increase by 1%. To avoid increasing the difficulty of the subsequent dungeon completion, please proceed with caution. Current dungeon difficulty: hard. Current dungeon purification progress: 0%. Quest note: betrayal is human nature. When faced with profit and justice, please make your choice. Time flow: this dungeon has a 7-day cycle, which is equivalent to 1 day of game time outside of the dungeon. Save point: in some dungeons, if a player's actions trigger the obsessions of the deceased, a save point may be generated. The next time you enter the dungeon, you can access the save point and continue playing. Please pay attention. Hey, there's a guaranteed side quest added this time. Luzhou Laoju and Yijian Paqianshan, who had already entered the illusion, both discovered this. Yuhua Dengxian: brute force exploration? This is for players who don't want to solve puzzles, right? Luzhou Laoju nodded. But if you use this method, you must have a druid in your party. Look at the quest requirements. Kill 25 dungeon monsters and seal their contamination. Killing monsters is easy, but sealing them requires a druid to perform a cleanse. Yuhua Dengxian said, if possible, I still prioritize solving puzzles. The rewards for brute forcing a level are definitely not as good as achieving a true end. We thought so too. Luzhou Laoju and Yijian Paqianshan nodded. We've both been in this dungeon several times, and this one feels strange to us. Xianyuitio and Niakikyu were entering the illusionary dungeon for the first time, and were filled with curiosity. Niakikyu asked, what's strange? The previous storylines we triggered were all fine at first, with the residents happily celebrating the holidays, and then suddenly, a sudden change occurred, with monsters appearing. Luzhou Laoju said, and as players spend more time in the dungeon, the time of each change increases. Mou nodded. We noticed this pattern the first time we came in to rescue the traveling merchant. He had already gone through 3 cycles, and when we entered, we started right at the 4th cycle, and the fog was swirling right away. This time, perhaps because the other players were exploring a new map, the 6 of them had clearly entered a newly opened dungeon. They were now standing at the town's entrance. The sky was clear, and the sunlight from two strange-colored suns bathed the earth. The town was bustling with people, with no sign of anything unusual. Shianuido said, "Let's find a place to share intel first. You all played this game several times, right? Only Nakukyu and I are completely confused, entering this dungeon for the first time." "Okay," Mou said, "I was the first person to trigger this dungeon. Back then, a group of traveling merchants. The same Mustafa who had been stationed at the tavern. They strayed into this illusion during a sandstorm and spent 3 cycles there, with half of the team dying. I came in with Yuhua Dengxian after receiving the quest. At that time, we found some newspapers and discovered a number of disappearances in the town. We suspected someone might be kidnapping townspeople to sacrifice to an evil spirit, triggering a side quest called Evil Spirit Sacrifice from the main storyline. Then, while investigating the disappearances, we encountered the traveling merchants and discovered that we were already in their 4th cycle when we entered the dungeon." Yuhua Dengxian added, "At that time, there wasn't a single normal person in the town. It was shrouded in fog, and we couldn't find any NPCs to trigger the side quest. We then obtained a map from the traveling merchants showing the strange events in town. The location on the map was marked as a gate to the dead. Because we were in our 4th cycle, the traveling merchant's sanity was very low. I was afraid they might lose their sanity and turn into monsters, so I decided to skip the main storyline and trigger the side quest to get them out." Mou said, "I went to the church, which had the most NPCs. Inside, there was a strange mirror. In the mirror, all the NPCs had become alienated monsters. Only the bishop still looked normal. The bishop seemed to notice I was an outsider and gave me a side quest. He said he had protected some of the town's residents and asked my companions and me to enter the memory maze to retrieve their lost items. Yuhua Dengxian and I used the mirror he gave us to enter the memory maze. We stole enough items from the centipede boss and returned them to the orphanage north of town. Then, we successfully completed the side quest and returned to the dungeon with the NPCs. But the plot of this side quest was very strange." Mou said, "I thought about it later. The teddy bear we initially found, thought to be left behind by a missing little girl who had been kidnapped, was actually a prop for this side quest. I eventually returned the teddy bear to the missing girl, who was now in an orphanage under the protection of the bishop. Could the bishop be the kidnapper?" Ijin Pachianshan speculated, but the bishop said he was protecting the townspeople? If we follow the main storyline side quests about the evil god sacrifice, the perpetrators who kidnapped the missing people should be the ones sacrificing them to the evil god. The path to immortality, but according to the side quests, the missing people were hidden and protected by the bishop, so the bishop seems to be a good person. The plots of the main and side quests are contradictory. Yes, but the system keeps telling us that the main and side quests we trigger don't necessarily lead to just one ending, and the initial triggering of this main and side quest was based on our speculation. So I suspect the true clues to this dungeon may be hidden among the various side quests." Mou said, "The main quest may only represent a specific plot line we're currently pursuing. If the route is wrong, the resulting plot is inconsistent with the facts, which could result in a bad end. Besides, we entered the 4th loop right away, so the quest information could be quite discrepant. The path to immortality, Ijin and brother Luzhou tried several times? You should have started from the 1st loop, right?" "That's right," Luzhou Laojiu said, "we entered 3 times, completed the side quests twice, and died once. But the furthest we got was only the 7th day of the 1st cycle. Completing side quests in the 1st cycle is easy." Ijin Pokienshin said, "Many NPCs have errands of one kind or another, like finding a lost item for one person, delivering a message to another to buy something. We tried it out the first time we came in, completing the side quests in an hour and successfully exiting. Feeling confident, we came in again. This time, we completed the side quests but didn't exit the base. We searched the town for clues to trigger the main quest, but unfortunately, we found nothing. Starting on the 6th night, the town suddenly erupted in riots, and the townspeople inexplicably transformed into monsters. Then, on the 7th day, the entire town collapsed. Seeing that the situation was not right, and that a plot-ending death was imminent, we immediately chose to exit the base." Luzhou Laojiu continued, "The 3rd time we came in, we did trigger a strange side quest. The innkeeper said there was a rat infestation in his basement, with strange noises, and the stored food being eaten. He asked the adventurers to help catch the rats. We entered the basement, and didn't find any rats, but we did find a secret door leading further underground. However, shortly after we descended, we were confronted by a disgusting monster that devoured both of us in one gulp. A memorable and unbearable first death. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains covered his face. Nyochiochio looked thoughtful. This dungeon sounds incredibly complicated. Shinyuito concluded. After listening to you all, it seems that triggering and completing side quests isn't difficult from the very first loop, but advancing the main storyline is another matter. But the further you go in the loop, the harder it becomes to take on side quests. The total number of side quests is decreasing. MOU said, when I first came in, the system indicated there were 108 side quests, but just now, there are only 97. Perhaps completed side quests won't reappear. Ijin Pachianshan pondered. No wonder the NPC disappeared when we tried to repeat the side quests the second time we came in. The illusion is set up as if it were formed by the evil god's contamination combined with the obsessions of the deceased. So, completing the main quest and the side quest is equivalent to eliminating the obsessions of the deceased, and the guaranteed quest is to remove the fuel from the fire and violently reduce the evil god's contamination. Shinyuito held his chin. That setup makes sense. But whether it's the cycle Mustafa described earlier or the plot we triggered ourselves, I feel a sense of dissonance. Yuhua Dengxian said, it's as if all the residents of this town have suddenly lost their minds and gone mad, and the time of madness keeps getting earlier with each loop. We know they go crazy, but we never know why. It's like a crucial piece of the puzzle is missing. MOU nodded in agreement. But in a counter system dungeon, it's not surprising for NPCs to suddenly go crazy. Ijin Pachianshan scratched his head. No, I roughly understand the meaning of ascension to immortality and barbecued squid. Shinyuito said, even if it's a counter-system setting, there should be a reasonable reason for an NPC to go crazy. Or, in other words, a trigger. And so far, no one has found that trigger. Her eyes sparkled, eager to try. I have a feeling this trigger is the missing link in the main plot. Finding this information might unlock the ending, or the true ending. From what we know so far, the main dungeon storyline is subjective, and the plot can vary significantly depending on your perspective. To unlock the true ending, you need to gather information from side quests. The information we learned so far from these side quests is as follows. 1. Barbecue Squid saw in the mirror that the bishop in the church hadn't been transformed by the evil god, but the townspeople had. 2. Strange things have been happening in the town, and the locations where these things are happening form the shape of a deadly portal. 3. There are 2 possible scenarios for the disappearances in the town. One is that the townspeople were kidnapped by the evil god's followers and used as sacrifices, and the other is that the townspeople, who hadn't yet been transformed, were taken from their transformed families by the bishop for protection. Considering the first piece of information, the latter is more likely. 4. There's a monster beneath the inn. Luzhou Laju praised her. Your summary is spot on. Nikukia asked, so how do we proceed now? First, go to town and take on the side quests. Shinyuito drew up a plan. Try to trigger side quests or gather intelligence near churches and inns. You might find more information. Also, the system quests mention that during various festivals of the Church of Light, many people flock to the town to celebrate. So, in addition to the original residents, there are also many outsiders. We need to gather intelligence on them. When something unexpected happens in an ordinary town, the only variable is definitely those outsiders. I have a hunch that the missing trigger might be among those outsiders. Chapter 33. After finalizing their action plan, MOU and his group finally entered the town. The town during their first cycle was completely different from the last time MOU entered. Pedestrians could be seen everywhere, and the townspeople were busy preparing for the festival. Young women in floral dresses carried small flower baskets on their wrists, distributing flowers and wreaths to anyone they saw. Older women also carried small baskets, but instead of flowers, they distributed small sun-shaped cookies. Men hung mirrors on their front doors. Groups of them paraded around carrying statues of the god of light, and reverently placed small statues, each as tall as a man's calf, on every street corner. A few of them avoided the townspeople and came to a decorated street corner. Luzhou Laju said, we inquired. Placing mirrors in front of doors, and small statues of the god of light on street corners is a tradition in this town during the festival. It symbolizes allowing light to illuminate every inch of the town, and for the god's gaze to watch over everyone. Judging from the subsequent plot developments, it's clear that the god of light hasn't fulfilled the wishes of his followers. The path to ascension. Has anyone checked the statues? MOU asked. He had entered the dungeon during the 4th cycle of the anomaly, and the town had undergone significant changes. At the time, fog was everywhere, and he couldn't recall seeing the statues on the street corners. But he felt something was amiss. With such a dense arrangement of statues and mirrors, he shouldn't have had any recollection of them. We checked, Ejian Pachianshan replied. We check every time we enter the dungeon, and the identification technique always shows them as ordinary statues of the god of light. Mou also cast an identify spell, but the system didn't immediately prompt him. Instead, a waiting symbol resembling spinning chrysanthemum petals appeared. At the same time, a whirling sound echoed in his ears. Mou looked around, but saw nothing. Ding, the player system prompted. This is an ordinary statue of the god of light. What's wrong? Xianyuitio approached, clutching a flower given by an NPC. You look like you've seen a ghost. No ghost. Mou answered subconsciously, a strange feeling lingering in his heart. He wanted to summon Leah, but then remembered that this was the evil god's illusion, and the world spirits couldn't communicate directly with him. He pondered the feeling carefully and said uncertainly, I just felt like I passed a hidden dice identification. What? Yuhua Dengxian was instantly excited. This dungeon has a hidden dice setting? When I used the identify spell just now, it seemed. I heard the sound of dice rolling. Mou said, but I'm not sure if it's an illusion. In fact, I also heard the sound of dice rolling when I entered the dungeon. Why didn't I hear it? Yuhua Dengxian muttered, but he didn't doubt Mou's meaning. A hidden dice identification isn't impossible. After all, this is a counter-type dungeon, so it's normal to have dice settings. If an identification really occurs, then this statue holds a clue. Xianyuitia looked at the statue. And the identification results all returned an ordinary statue, which means everyone failed the identification. Yuhua Dengxian excitedly replied. It seems even if there's a dice roll here, a failed test won't force us to ignore the clues. Xianyuitia pondered, or perhaps our perception attributes might affect our ability to gather clues. But I remember that Cuttlefish's perception is about the same as ours, and Brother Luzhou actually has the highest perception among us. Ejian Pokianshan scratched his head. Maybe there's some other setting or factor. We can research that later. Xianyuitia said, the key now is to find clues about this statue. Nikukia suddenly exclaimed, pulling an empty sealed bottle from her backpack and stepping forward. She cast a purification spell on the statue, and black and red smoke quickly emanated from the statue, filling the sealed bottle. Is there really something there? Yuhua Dengxian exclaimed in surprise. We can't be completely certain yet, said Luzhou Laojiao. Theoretically, the entire illusion is composed of the power of the evil god. Would you please try to use the purification spell on an ordinary object? Xianyuitia looked around, took a newspaper from the mailbox, and cast the purification spell again. This time, a faint black smoke poured into the sealed bottle. There's definitely something wrong with that statue, said Nikukia. Although I can't turn on the detection function in the illusion, I can sense the strong evil god contamination within the statue when I cast the purification spell. Mou looked around and saw that the townspeople had already moved to the next block, unnoticed. He quietly picked up the statue and wrapped it in the hem of his robe. He squatted down and knocked it against the stone steps by the roadside. A muffled sound came from the cloth-wrapped statue. He slowly unrolled the cloth, and everyone peeked in, startled. The statue's face had shattered, and beneath the scattered stone flakes, a second face, hidden beneath the outer crust, was revealed. A statue within a statue, within a statue? Nikukia covered his mouth in surprise. There's a black stone sculpture hidden in the middle of the statue. Mou turned the statue over and over. It's possible they hollowed out the statue from the bottom, and stuffed it in, then sealed the hollow with a new base. The stone sculpture inside is a humanoid figure carved from black stone, with a handsome face and a thin build. Everyone searched their minds for a being that fits these characteristics through their Cthulhu lore, and a familiar name suddenly came to mind, Naya. Shu. Mou stopped everyone from saying his full name. It must be him. That seems like something he would do. Switch the statue, steal the faith, deceive the people, tempt humanity to fall, and ultimately plunge humanity into terror and despair, leading to ultimate madness. Xianyuitia nodded. It certainly fits the general description of this outer god. It seems we found the mastermind. But by what means, or who, did this mastermind replace the statue and thus affect this town? Nikukia wondered. I wonder how many more statues like this exist. Mou stood up. We need to find the unusual statues and their source. If we show this statue to the townspeople, will they help us? Yuhua Dengxian asked. That's a possibility, but I think the townspeople might think we're the ones who destroyed the statues and secretly inserted them there to create chaos. Xianyuitia said, to be on the safe side, it's better not to alert the enemy. After all, We don't know which townspeople have been bewitched by the evil god and become his followers. Why not pretend to be outsiders attending the festival and inquire about the origins of these statues? Say we want one back to worship. That's a much less conspicuous excuse. The crowd immediately dispersed, asking the townspeople for information. Mo cast the identification spell on the statue again. This time, he didn't hear the dice roll, and the spell finally displayed the correct result. A false statue of the god of light, concealing the statue of the evil god. It is no longer a vehicle for the god of light, but an object used by the evil god to steal faith and spread evil. Praying to or coming into close contact with the false statue of the god of light will lower sanity. The evil god may also sense the surroundings through the statue. If the statue is destroyed, it will mark the person who destroyed it. Players are advised to choose the correct approach. If placed in the player's backpack, the player will still be contaminated by the evil spirit, but the rate of sanity loss will be reduced by 50%. Shit! Mo glanced at his sanity bar, which had already dropped by 10 points without him noticing. This thing is still a hot potato. Handling it will reduce sanity, and putting it in the backpack will also slowly reduce sanity. Destroying the statue will cause the evil spirit to tag it, and if I don't destroy it, the evil spirit will monitor me through this thing. This thing looks like an important clue to the quest, so I can't just throw it away, right? Mo suddenly felt overwhelmed. He wrapped the statue tightly with a piece of cloth and stuffed it into his backpack, planning to take it to the church later to see if the bishop could purify it. The bishop seemed to be the only one in this illusion capable of resisting the evil god's power. Perhaps he could purify the statue without being affected? Even if the bishop were merely a figment of his imagination, even if he were marked by the evil god for purifying the statue, it wouldn't have any serious consequences. The companion soon returned with clues. Mo shared the results of his appraisal with them, and everyone agreed with the idea of taking the statue to the church. I just tried using purification spells along the way, Nukyukia said as he drank a blue potion. Most of the statues are problematic. I compared them with the map of the Gate of the Dead that Yuhua Dingxian gave me earlier, and found that the location of the problematic statues and the incident is basically the same. Xianyuitu said, I asked the townspeople where all the statues came from, and whether they were displayed every year for the festival. They said there weren't so many in previous years. The church only had about 10 statues, usually placed at the town entrances and in the square. This year, a traveling church group happened to be passing through the festival, and they happened to have a large number of statues with them, so they agreed to let the townspeople use them for the festival decorations. That itinerant cult is staying in the inn. There must be something fishy about that cult. Yijian Pachianshan rubbed his hands excitedly. Remember that quest we had earlier about rats in the inn's basement? In that quest, the owner mentioned that the itinerant cult staying over there stored their luggage and belongings in the basement. The owner was worried the rats might damage their belongings, so he urgently hired adventurers to exterminate them. I think those so-called rats or monsters must have been attracted by the itinerant cult themselves. Without further delay, let's go to the inn and take a look, Mo said. Wait a minute. To be safe, let's take on some side quests. Luzhou Laoju said, if the itinerant cult is truly the main storyline, there's a good chance we run into danger along the way. It's safer to complete the side quests first, and ensure you can exit the dungeon at any time if danger arises. You guys are really traumatized by your deaths, Mo complained, but he and the others decisively followed Luzhou Laojia's advice. Fortunately, side quests were now quite easy to take on. They quickly found several tasks, such as delivering gifts, delivering messages, and helping with the statue installation, and completed them quickly. Seeing the exit button appear on the quest panel, everyone suddenly felt confident and reassured. With Luzhou Laoju and Yijian Pachianshan, who had been to the inn before, leading the way, the 6 of them arrived at their destination smoothly. This was one of the busiest spots in town. The inn's ground floor lobby served as both a restaurant and a tavern. It was lunchtime, and numerous NPCs were dining there. The innkeeper sat behind the counter, collecting payments, while the waiters were bustling around taking orders and serving food. Xianyuitio was the first to approach the counter. Boss, are there any rooms available? We like to stay. No rooms, the innkeeper replied without even looking up. It's the holiday season, and many people are coming to our town to celebrate the God of Light's birthday. All the rooms are already booked. This story is the same as what the traveling merchant Mustafa had previously said. Are all the people staying here tourists? Xianyuitio asked, his face full of curiosity and gossip. I heard the itinerant cult is staying here too. Are they here for the celebration too? The boss finally looked up, his cloudy eyes fixed on Xianyuitio. He remained silent, his expression eerie, less like a living being and more like a puppet. Xianyuitiu sensed something was wrong and subconsciously cast a cleansing spell at the boss. Sure enough, the black and red evil god taint from the boss overflowed, pouring into the sealed bottle Xianyuitiu had hidden in her hand. Everyone gritted their teeth at the color of the bottle. The boss is evil too. What do you want with the itinerant cult? After being cleansed of some of the taint by Xianyuitiao's cleansing spell, the boss's eyes seemed to clear a bit. Although his expression remained strangely dull, he at least responded to Xianyuitiao's question. Isn't there a particularly handsome lord in that order? Xianyu's eyes rolled as he began to make up stories. Can you tell me which room they live in? I really like to see the lords. The boss snorted in disdain. The lords of that order aren't something you country bumpkins can afford to offend. And you want to see that lord? Ha! Get out of here. Stop blocking my way and disrupting my business. He waved his hand, and immediately a waiter came over and herded the group out. They had no choice but to leave. It seems there's someone really important in that order. Chapter 34. MOU wasn't sure if there were any high-ranking figures in the itinerant cult, but it seemed certain they wouldn't have a chance to see anyone from the group. They'd been staking out the area near the inn all day, but hadn't seen any suspected members of the cult. They asked the townspeople in nearby shops, and they were told they hadn't been seen since they entered the inn. The NPCs aren't spawning. Is there something we haven't met? Yuhua Dengxian fell into deep thought. Or, should we go find the bishop first and deal with the evil god statue? This dangerous item in my backpack is causing my sanity to drop quite quickly. MOU looked at his own sanity, which had plummeted again, and had Nakukia cast a cleansing spell on him. That's true. The evil god can sense our movements through this statue, so maybe he's deliberately hiding. Xianyuidian said, let's go to the church and look for clues. How strange. Yuhua Dengxian, squatting in the corner, held a piece of grass in his mouth, looking thoughtful. I remember when those traveling merchants on Mustafar went through their first cycle, they said the inn was full, so the innkeeper took them to the bishop and stayed in the church's backyard. Now, it seems the itinerant cult is actually staying in the inn. But according to common sense, the itinerant cult and the Church of Light are one and the same, right? Don't monks and Taoists stay in temples or Taoist temples when they travel? Why are the itinerant cults staying in the inn, while the traveling merchants are staying in the church? That proves that if it's not the cult that's at fault, then it's the inn. Ijin Pokianshin said, or maybe both are at fault, and they're colluding. Nakukia sighed, if we could capture a member of the cult and cast a cleansing spell on them, we'd probably know if something's going on. I suddenly realized that druids might be a dungeon cheat class. Yuhua Dengxian spat out the grass in his mouth and said, don't trust this skill too much. Xianyuitiu said, what if we encounter Naya or another boss much higher level than us and our skills fail? Being too arbitrary will affect our own judgment. That's true. Yuhua Dengxian was also a veteran of the dungeon, and after Xianyuitiao's repeated reminders, he finally understood that in a dungeon filled with evil power and all sorts of subjective obsessions, it's best not to trust even your own skills too much. Hadn't the identification spell failed so frequently before due to the hidden dice? MOU said, we shouldn't need too many people to go to the church. We can split up and leave 2 people here to watch. Stay put. If you spot anyone from the cult, contact us via chat. Luzhou Laoju. Then Nakukyu and I will stay. There's a druid here. If anyone from the cult shows up, we can still try using purification. While failing to expel the contamination doesn't necessarily mean the other party is innocent. If they can expel the contamination, there's definitely something wrong. The group reached a consensus. Since the church was still some distance away, MOU, Yuhua Dengxian, and Ijin Pokianshin all pulled out their bicycles. Xianyuitiu sat on the back of MOU's bike, and couldn't help but say enviously, how come you all have bicycles? It's a bonus for veteran players, hee. Bringing in new players gets you a mount. Yuhua Dengxian said proudly. Damn, don't new players have rights? MOU led the way, and the group rode noisily into the alley near the church. It was now evening prayer time in the illusion. This time, MOU was prepared. He pulled a few pieces of white cloth from his backpack and distributed them to the group, urging them to imitate him, wrapping themselves into white dumplings with only their eyes visible. Just inside the church door is a screen wall. The mirror hanging on it is probably a magical artifact, similar to a magic mirror, capable of reflecting different things. MOU said, don't be too surprised when you go in. See what the mirror reveals. The group nodded in agreement, and then blended into the crowd of NPCs attending evening prayers and entered the church. MOU followed carefully behind them, deliberately slowing down his pace and keeping a distance. The mirror would reflect his real appearance, And he didn't want the other players to discover that he looked almost identical to the NPC Moewu. It wasn't that he worried about ordinary players doubting that the game itself was real. After all, even if one read a lot of fourth disaster literature, few people would mistake fiction for reality. However, a game planner using his or her own appearance as an NPC, then secretly hiding his or her identity and disguising himself or herself as a regular player to play a solitary account in a puzzle dungeon, is not conducive to the healthy development of the game. Openly creating a producer account within the game as part of a special event, or acting as an NPC under the producer's identity, is another matter. But if the game planner's solitary account were exposed, at best, it would attract attention from players and disrupt the game's order. At worst, it could lead to suspicions that the planner was slacking off and arbitrarily granting permissions and creating backdoors to his or her account, which would have unmanageable consequences. The online world is ever-changing, and even the smallest mistake can be exploited and magnified by those with ulterior motives. This game has just gained a critical mass of players, and is gaining a foothold. MOU doesn't want his own problems to cause a public outcry and jeopardize the world's last resort. This is why MOU hasn't offered beta test slots to his real-life friends, family, or acquaintances. He doesn't want his transmigration into another world to be exposed. For the game's online community, using the designer's face for an NPC isn't a particularly outlandish move. But for his family and friends, if they enter the game and see MOU with the exact same appearance and personality, coupled with the fact that he can't be found in real life, they undoubtedly make strange assumptions, which could lead to a nasty outcome. Even if it doesn't cause a major uproar by alerting the police or making the headlines, just trying to reassure his overly concerned sister will give MOU a headache for days. Fortunately, they only pause briefly before the mirror, their expressions of surprise barely registering before continuing on their way. MOU quickly joined the crowd into the church, unnoticed. The amiable, middle-aged bishop he had met before was standing beside the pulpit in the center of the church's main hall, flipping through a canon, seemingly oblivious to their presence. This wasn't the right time to speak to the bishop. MOU followed the other three, pretending to be part of the crowd attending evening prayers, and joined them in the last row of chairs in the main hall. No one said a word, but the team chat was buzzing with messages. Yu Hua Dengxian, this church scene is so exquisite. The artist deserves a thumbs up. The light and shadow design created by the sunset light filtering through the multicolored glass on the ceiling and walls is absolutely stunning. Xian Yuitio, right. My hands are sore from taking screenshots. Ijin Pokienshin, if this video gets out, a lot of players will go crazy. Xian Yuitio, ha, that mirror scene when entering the arena should be censored. Although everyone seems to only see their true appearance, if it's accidentally released in the video, it could leak personal information. Yu Hua Dingxian, that scene was truly eerie. I saw you all still looked like you in the game, but I looked like I did in real life. Plus, the image in the mirror moved differently than me, and had a weird devilish smile. I almost thought it was haunted. Ijin Pokienshin, my SAN value is about to drop. Xian Yuitio, while the NPCs in the mirror weren't as severely transformed as the squid mentioned, they did have scales and tiny tentacles. This is probably because the pollution wasn't that serious at the beginning of this cycle. I think those evil god statues in the city might be one of the sources of the pollution. Salted fish. Let's wait until Vesper's Mass is over and ask the bishop about the situation. Grilled squid. This is just the beginning of the first cycle. I wonder if the bishop has noticed anything yet. But there should be clues to the plot progression. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains. Wow, this mass. The lighting and shadow effects are so beautiful. The art department deserves a bonus, not a drumstick. MOU looked up. After everyone was seated, the bishop walked to the central pulpit. Behind him stood a massive statue of the god of light. The setting sun's rays, now shining through the stained glass windows above and behind the statue, stained the statue's head with a fantastical rainbow hue. The orange-red light shone upon the statue, as if draping the white marble statue with an iridescent robe. Against the backdrop of this vibrant, multicolored light, the entire statue seemed to come alive. As the light and shadows shifted rapidly in the setting sun, the corners of the statue's mouth seemed to curl upwards, adding an indescribable divinity. As the bishop slowly raised his hands, the stirring sound of the organ resounded throughout the church. The reverberating effect created by the unique dome made the soaring music seem to resonate through the clouds. Across from the organ, the young men and women in the choir sang with clear, soul-stirring voices. For a moment, everyone in the church was captivated by the music and light. Yet, amidst this breathtakingly beautiful scene, MOU inexplicably felt dizzy, as if something were making a rustling sound behind his head. The sound resembled the wriggling of tentacles, or someone secretly chuckling. Suddenly waking up, he opened the control panel and discovered that his sanity was rapidly decreasing. Barbecue squid, everyone, wake up and check your sanity. You what Dengxian, holy shit. Why are my sanity points plummeting? Isn't this a purification mass? Barbecue squid, everyone, cover your ears. Salted fish, question mark. My sanity points aren't dropping? So should I use purification or wait and see? Swordbreaker, the worst that can happen is that I just turn into an octopus. I think we should wait and see what happens. Let's see what happens to the NPCs. Pretending to be still lost in fascination, they quietly raised their hands to cover their ears, gently turning their necks to look around. They saw what looked like tentacles moving and undulating beneath the tightly wrapped white robes of the NPCs. The NPCs were completely unaware, their gazes on the statues becoming increasingly captivated. Grilled squid, there's something wrong with that statue. Is it smiling? The statue was indeed smiling. At first, only the corners of its mouth were slightly raised, and Mou thought it was just the effect of the changing light and shadows at sunset, but now the statue's mouth was wide open, revealing a snake-like tongue. Ijin Pachianshan, shit, shit, shit! Are we walking straight into the enemy's base? You what Dingxian, that's outrageous. Who said the bishop was on the side of justice? Luzhou Lajiao, shit? What's going on over there? You what Dengxian, it's over. The bishop and the statue of light seem to be villains. A single mass is enough to send the entire town packing. Nikyukyu, question mark. Luzhou Lajiao, if things aren't going well and we're about to be wiped out, quickly retreat. Let's rush to the second floor of the hotel to see what's going on with the cult. This development was completely unexpected by Mou. Aside from the four of them, the entire church, from the presiding bishop to the participating choir, and the people sitting below, was completely mesmerized. They began to join in the chanting in a strange language, swaying their bodies, raising their hands high, tentacles looming from their sleeves and the hems of their white robes. The purifying power of a single druid was clearly insufficient, and would have no effect. On the contrary, it might even attract the attention of these polluted, fanatical townspeople, inviting attack. Mou slowly leaned toward the door, only to see it securely chained shut. Clearly, the person who initiated this ritual had no intention of letting anyone out easily. This was truly an inexplicable entry into the enemy's lair. You what Dingxian, my sanity is almost in the single digits. What should I do? Barbecue squid, there was a small room on my left last time I came here. Let's see if we can sneak in. Nikyukyu, report. We climbed up from the house next to the hotel, and jumped onto the rooftop to the second floor. Brother Luzhou hung out on the balcony and looked inside. We found that all the members of the cult were dead. The room was covered in blood and black slime. Ijin Pokianshan, damn! What the hell is going on in this dungeon? You what Dengxian, how about just turning into an octopus and blending in? Everyone's health bars are still full anyway. It's only the first night of the loop, shouldn't there be a plot kill? Bang. Suddenly, the locked door swung open with a loud bang, interrupting the music of the mass. Everyone in the church stopped their frantic dancing and chanting, and looked towards the door in unison. For a moment, an eerie silence permeated the church. Mou and the others suppressed the urge to flee and stood motionless. Bang! 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 3 more loud bangs. This time, a door, tightly chained, suddenly broke at its hinges. Something outside continued to attack it. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains. What's going on? Grilled squid, I don't know. It didn't unfold like this last time? Bang. The door finally collapsed with a crash. The person who had kicked the heavy bronze door open with one leg gently withdrew his leg and gracefully stepped through. Everyone watched as a tall, slender white figure, carrying a great sword, entered the hall as lightly and silently as a cat. He wore a white robe embroidered with gold thread. His long, silver hair gleamed in the iridescent sunset light. His ridiculously long silver eyelashes fluttered gently, revealing his calm silver eyes. The face-obsessed Xian Yuitio was the first to react. Wife. Chapter 35. For gamers, nothing is more thrilling than the sudden appearance of a CG-anchored NPC. If anything, it's a stunningly beautiful white-haired NPC with exquisite features, a slender figure, and a devastatingly powerful combat power. Seeing this heaven-sent warrior suddenly burst into the evil god mass, the excitement of every player present, male or female, was aroused. White-haired fascination is ingrained in the Chinese anime culture. The silver-haired beauty, whose stunning appearance in the game's PvE had attracted top-tier traffic for MOU and lured thousands of players, shattered a heavy bronze door over 3 meters tall and 50 centimeters thick with 3 kicks. Easily carrying a giant, full-length heavy sword in one hand, she strode gracefully and effortlessly into the hall, unblinking. The frenzied choir singing didn't stop, but instead rose a pitch, like the silver-haired beauty's very own background music, instantly heightening the tense and majestic atmosphere of the battle scene. This meticulously crafted beauty. This perfectly natural scene. This clash between the followers of the evil god and the son of light. MOU simply wanted to give a huge thumbs up to the non-existent art and music, and simply order a full year's worth of it. A few players huddled together in a corner of the last row, shaking uncontrollably. It wasn't clear if they were trembling with fear or simply trembling with excitement at the sight of the beautiful NPC. Looking at the constant wife, PR comments, and the flying panties in the chat room, MOU boldly guessed it was the latter. The tall, silver-haired beauty, sword in hand, advanced step by step along the aisle between the 2 rows of benches. The frantic congregants attending mass up ahead, chanting in strange tongues, rose in unison and poured into the aisle like a tide. MOU and his 3 companions scrambled lower, taking advantage of the opportunity to sneak along the wall on the other side of the chairs to the corner of the door. The silver-haired beauty's long, thick, feather-like eyelashes trembled slightly, and she glanced at them with a questioning look. Then the humanoid weapon unsheathed its sharp sword. He wielded a massive silver sword, a head taller than the beauty herself. The blade, polished to a gleam, reflected the horrified faces of those it slew like mirrors. As the sword swept past, the bodies of the believers in front of them fell in a fan-shaped pattern, their heads flying back in a parabolic arc before landing. Every time the silver-haired boy swung his sword, a group of believers fell like harvested wheat. It was a remarkably simple yet practical sword technique, swift, fierce, and decisive, a single blow to the throat. Each strike carried a crushing momentum, severing the enemy's body and head. The silver blade gradually became coated in dark red blood, and the red and black smoke tainted by the evil god began to linger around it. The silver-haired boy swung the sword fearlessly, and the blood and evil energy attached to it shot out like arrows, impacting the marble floor and instantly corroding small holes in it. Yet, the silver sword, made of some inscrutable material, remained flawless and pristine. "Oh my god, so handsome!" Xianyu's eyes lit up, and he frantically adjusted the camera to take screenshots, feeling no sense of the urgency of being on the battlefield. But for the players, the significance of this battle was probably no more than a game CG. Only MOU knew that this beautiful, silver-haired young man was Ialian, the holy son of the Church of Light. Legend had it that he was a bloodless, tearless, humanoid weapon, cultivated with the Church's vast resources. He was an emotionless, ultimate master, capable of slashing through ordinary illusions as easily as taking something from a bag. But MOU was unsure whether this holy son before him was the real person who had entered the illusion, or merely a memory from the past. According to Clover, the Holy Son of Light had once led a team into the wilderness caves in an attempt to purify the illusion, but that attempt had not only failed but also resulted in the loss of a member. Was this Holy Son a phantom in the mind of the lost member? Or the real master, once again charging into the illusion? In a flash, Ialian had cleared the aisles and benches of believers. Like a nimble cat, he dodged the fallen bodies and blood on the ground, leaving his white boots unstained. Step by step, he ascended the stone steps in front of the pulpit and stood 3 meters in front of the bishop. Tentacles snaked up the bishop's neck and onto his head. His eyes were bloodshot, a stark contrast to the bishop MOU had spoken to before. His voice, half male and half female, seemed to be playing with a double reverberation. He rasped Ialian. "After all these years, you're still that reckless, murderous man." Ialian raised his eyes slightly, his silver eyelashes fluttering softly, but his silver eyes were frost-filled. His voice was as cold as ice, hand over the core. The bishop let out a strange laugh. "The core? You're actually asking me for the core? Ha ha ha. You bloodless, tearless monster, you never find it. In that case, you're useless." Erlian's words were barely uttered when the great sword struck down. The bishop's back felt as if yanked by an invisible thread, and he retreated rapidly at a strange angle, barely avoiding Yarlian's attack. Only a few tentacles were slashed off by the sword's wind, scattering in a puff of black and red smoke. In a gravity-defying gesture, the bishop flew backward, disappearing through a secret door at the foot of the statue, which had opened at some unknown moment. The door then closed automatically, and the frantic choir surrounding him blocked Yarlian's attempts to catch up. Escaped again. The great sword arced, sending countless heads crashing to the ground. Yarlian's cold voice was devoid of emotion, simply stating a fact. Seeing the battle finally settled, Mou and his companions emerged from their hiding place near the door. Although Xianyuitio was obsessed with recording screenshots, he hadn't forgotten his druid duties. The cleansing spells he cast in between the screenshots had already restored their sanity to a safe level. Aelian swung his sword, retracted his momentum, and turned, his cold gaze sweeping over the 4 people. A hint of surprise crossed his handsome face. Living people? The Son of Light descended from the altar, carrying his great sword, stepping over countless corpses that were slowly dissolving into black and red smoke. As he walked, he smoothly swung the great sword onto his back, where it automatically caught the magnets in the iron-like scabbard on his back. He walked over to the 4 people, his scrutinizing gaze sweeping over them one by one through his silver eyelashes. His right hand subconsciously twirled a silver thorn ring on his left ring finger. After experiencing a mass tainted by an evil god, you still retain your sanity. No, do you have a way to restore your sanity? Yes. I'm a druid. I can cast purification. The face-obsessed Xianyu wasn't the least bit afraid of this humanoid weapon boss, who was prone to wielding a sword and chopping heads off. Perhaps it was just that for players, attractive NPCs were expected to do anything. Boss, who are you? Aelian. After briefly announcing his name, Aelian walked out of the blood-soaked hall without looking back. Follow me. He walked to the magical mirror hanging on the screen wall, and stood still. With his right hand, he grasped the upper half of the silver thorn ring on his left ring finger, and twisted it inward 3 times. You could then see clearly that the silver thorn ring seemed to be a magical weapon as well, consisting of 2 interlocking teeth. The thorn ring suddenly lit up with a silver light. Aelian's left hand brushed across the mirror, and the surface rippled like water. Let's go, Aelian said, leaning forward to peer into the full-length mirror. You quickly reached out to stop him. The silver-haired boy looked up at him expressionlessly, and for some reason, you read a hint of bewilderment on his face. Please wait a moment. We have 2 companions at the inn. They discovered the bodies of the itinerant cultists. You said, we called them over. Can you explain what's going on here, and why we're entering the mirror? This isn't a normal illusion, but a mirrored world I created using a divine artifact. It's also called the inner world. To Mou's surprise, the seemingly aloof Aelian readily explained, everything in the inner world is the opposite of the outer world. Malice will condense into the good, turning them into evil. And by killing all the villains in the inner world, we can purify the entire outer world. Simple, brutal, and practical, this is the purification method I always use. Judging from your appearance, are you also adventurers who have come here specifically to purify the illusion? Yes, we are adventurers invited by Lord Moyawu. Mou waved his banner without any hesitation. This isn't the first time we entered the illusion to purify it, but this time we discovered. You discovered that the bishop has become a follower of the evil god. Aelian interrupted him and continued, because you entered the cycle after I reversed the illusion, you fell directly into the inner world. I'm sorry, I'm afraid this was my fault. According to normal procedure, I should have contacted Lord Moyawu first and asked him to prohibit anyone from entering the illusion while I was purifying it. But perhaps I received incorrect information. Incorrect information? Mou asked. Yes, the information I received claimed that Lord Moyawu had passed away over 10 days ago. Aelian's silver eyes met Mou's. His calm gaze seemed to see through everyone's heart. Cold sweat broke out on Mou's back, almost believing he was completely exposed. Is the Church of Light's intelligence so accurate? The real Moyawu had indeed turned into a stone statue and sunk into the base of the Mage Tower after handing him the responsibility of saving the world. But no one besides him, the deceased Moyawu himself, and Leah should know about this, right? Aelian hadn't finished speaking. He looked away from Mou's face and continued, after all, with the level of contamination he suffered, even his willpower, no matter how strong, should have reached its limit. Therefore, I conclude that this land has lost its lord, and the Church of Light has the right to directly conduct cleansing operations on unknown land. However, if he received assistance from a strange sorcerer, you call them druids, right? Who can dispel the pollution and restore sanity, it's not surprising that he survived. After I leave here, I will personally apologize to him. It is truly rude to purify the illusion without the Lord's permission. Brother, can you please stop panting? Mou's heart nearly leaped from his chest. He finally managed to calm down and force a smile, saying, Lord Moyawu is indeed alive and well, and the pollution he suffered has been cleared. I think he would welcome your visit. As they spoke, Nikukyu and Lujo Laju arrived. Although they had heard about the NPC in the video on the chat, they still gave a wild look upon seeing the real person. "Are you all here?" Ailian asked. "Then follow me." He turned and slipped into the mirror. MOU and the others followed closely behind. The feeling of passing through the mirror was very similar to the jelly barrier they experienced when entering the dungeon. When they emerged from the other side, they found themselves still standing in front of the church, with the bishop standing beside the mirror, smiling and speaking to Ailian. "Did you succeed?" the bishop asked. This time, his voice was normal, exactly the same as it had been the last time MOU had seen him. "No," Ailian replied. "I purified the taint from the believer, but he escaped. The core remains missing." "The core?" MOU asked. Ailian turned to look at him. "The core of this illusion, that is, the strongest, most fundamental obsession at the time it formed. Only by finding the core can we shatter this illusion once and for all. Otherwise, we have to repeatedly enter the other world, purifying as much of the pollution as possible." It seems the Church of Light's methods are similar to their logic for raids, either solving puzzles or brute forcing them, though His Highness the Holy Sun seems to prefer the latter. MOU looked at the bishop. "You know this is an illusion." "Yes." The bishop smiled kindly. "After all, I served the Church of Light for hundreds of years, and have purified dozens of illusions. Naturally, I recognize this as an illusion. However, even though I know this is the illusion that records my death, I cannot purify it. No one can purify their own obsession. Not even you can change this fact." Ailian nodded gently. "Don't worry. After I meet Moyawu, I return to continue purifying this illusion. Please let us help." Xianyuitio and Nukyukio volunteered. Ailian's silver eyes swept over them, neither agreeing nor refusing. He simply said businesslike, "Let's leave the illusion first. You know how to leave, right?" The group had already completed the side quests, and could exit the dungeon at any time. They nodded immediately, and pressed the exit button on the system interface. Ailian looked at the group, who had vanished in an instant, a thoughtful expression on his face. What an unusual, weirdo group. Chapter 36. Upon escaping the illusion, MOU immediately switched to his main lord account and urgently called Leah. "Leah, the Holy Son of Light, Ailian, is here." Leah remained calm. "Oh. MOU? Question mark. MOU, no. What do you mean by oh? Does Ailian know that Moyawu is actually dead? Does he know Moyawu? Aside from the rumors about him, why can't I recall any memories of him? Moyawu's memories seem so inconsistent, it's a bit of a problem." MOU couldn't help but tense up, his mind full of questions, one after another, a barrage of them. To be honest, Ailian was too mysterious, and he couldn't figure him out at all. This humanoid weapon was known for its brutality, lack of emotion, and lack of emotional intelligence, yet possessed immense combat power. MOU, now wearing the official designation vest of Moyawu, felt like a hacker confronting the account owner's friend and GM. He feared that this saint's son would chop his head off with a sword if they disagreed. In short, he's just a coward, a very coward. "Don't be nervous," Leah said calmly. "Ailian and Moyawa are merely acquaintances. They're not familiar with each other. But don't worry, Ailian is our ally." "Ally?" "Yes, you can understand it as, we're all on the world side." Leah said, "Moyawu must have sealed Ailian's memories somewhere else, because they involve some secrets. You can't know them yet." MOU was confused. His heart, which had been pounding in his throat, finally relaxed a little, but the next second he jumped up from his chair, surprised. He can use our teleportation array." In the side of the trumpet, Ailian had already followed Xianyuitiao's instructions, and stepped onto the teleportation array, successfully teleporting. "They say he's an ally." Leah said helplessly, "You, the player, and all NPCs belonging to the world faction can use all system functions created by my authority. Now relax and quickly go greet our allies, our faction leader." MOU had no choice but to bite the bullet and accept the pressure. He straightened his robes, took his magic book, and went downstairs to greet His Highness the Holy Sun. Ailian didn't go far after teleporting. Instead, he stood beside the teleportation array, greatsword slung over his shoulder, quietly gazing at the acres of experimental fields. Thanks to the druid's tireless efforts, the wheat seedlings were now growing healthily in the fields. Although the seedlings were only an inch tall, and planted rather sparsely, they looked untainted by any evil power, and were a delightfully lush green. "You're here." As if sensing MOU's arrival, Ailian turned, his gaze reluctantly shifting from the thriving seedlings to MOU, scanning him from head to toe. There it was again, that feeling of being completely seen through. Feeling completely penetrated, MOU, who still had to properly play the role of NPC Lord Moyawu in front of the players, could only grit his teeth and maintain his presence. He silently chanted, "No OOC, no OOC," forcing a friendly smile. A heartfelt welcome, holy son of light, Aelian. Aelian nodded slightly, looking away from him, toward the nearby mage tower. You seem to have succeeded. Congratulations. He had a strange expression on his face as he spoke, as if addressing Mou, or perhaps even the departed Moyawu. Thank you? Mou replied uncertainly. I couldn't give you what you asked for before, but now it seems the time has come. Aelian spoke in a tone Mou you couldn't understand. He raised his left hand, unscrewed the thorn ring from his ring finger, and muttered a soft incantation. The silver thorn ring suddenly split into 2 overlapping rings. He grasped the ring with his slender fingers, twisting it left and right, and unexpectedly detached a black ring from the inner ring. Is this ring a mosquito coil? Can it be split in 2 like this? Aside from the color, the black ring was identical in design to the silver thorn ring, also consisting of 2 parts, with a meshing gear in the middle that seemed to rotate. It was probably some kind of special item. Mou was observing intently when Aelian suddenly reached out and grasped his left hand. With a fluid movement, he slipped the black ring onto his ring finger. By the time he subconsciously tried to free himself, the ring was already firmly planted on his ring finger. What's going on? What's going on? Why do people in your world give rings as soon as they meet? And on their ring fingers? Mou was completely bewildered. The system beeped and announced, "Congratulations, Lord, for obtaining the important item, Twisted Thorn Ring. This ring is automatically bound, and cannot be removed once bound. This ring is a pair with the Thorny Ring Truth, and has the same function. Using this ring can create an alternate reality that is the opposite of reality. For detailed instructions, see the System Items page. When the holders of the rings are in tune with each other, they can use the rings to communicate, transfer items, or teleport." No, why does the second half of this ring's function sound so much like the Eternal Bond ring's teleportation function? Has His Highness the Holy Sun mistakenly discovered something? If word gets out that a lord is wearing a ring in front of other players, it becomes a scandal. As expected, the chat channel on the Smurfs was already abuzz. Salted fish. Holy shit. Wearing a ring right off the bat. What's the relationship between these two? Nikukyu, and he took it off his own hand. And on his ring finger? Salted fish. Oh my. A magic master and a slender little puppy. Why do these two look more and more like a couple? Nikukyu. Not necessarily, not necessarily. It's possible. Could it be a magic-type wife and a slender, powerful, humanoid weapon? Slurp a mouthful? The 2 female players exchanged an inexplicable glance, sparks seemingly flaring. Just as Yuhua Dingxian and the others thought they were about to start a fight over their CP pairings, and were retreating a few steps away from the battlefield, the 2 girls linked hands, as if wanderers had finally found their community. Sisters. CPing and everything will only make us. Balanced nutrition? Wise sister, are you an omnivore too? Yes, yes, let's eat together. Can you female players please stop randomly CP pairings? Mou couldn't help but feel a headache. He himself couldn't figure out what was going on with this strangely familiar Holy Sun. It seemed the players had already started to seduce Aelian as their rumored love interest. He tried to remove his ring, but the system prompted, "This item is bound and cannot be removed," so he gave up. Are they all adventurers you invited? Aelian ignored Mou's attempt to remove the ring. After putting his own ring back on, he looked at the players, who were whispering and taking screenshots. A druid who can expel pollution is indeed a powerful force, but their abilities should go beyond that. Complete purification is the ultimate goal. Mou nodded. That's indeed what we're working towards. Do you mind if I look around? Aelian said, heading towards the experimental field. No. I don't mind. Mou hurried to follow, only to see Leah already flying onto Aelian's shoulder and sitting down familiarly. Aelian raised his hand and gently stroked the world elf's small head with the tip of his index finger, his expression remarkably gentle. Do you need to go in? Mou pointed to the field separated by a silver light barrier. A few offline druids lay scattered among the sparsely scattered seedlings in the field. Because druids need to maintain 100% sanity at all times, the husk storage cabinets that require octopus transformation to use are not particularly user-friendly for this class. But druids have their own exclusive territory. The experimental field. Moreover, the experimental field itself has access control settings, and the world elves system monitors characters in real time even when they're offline. For druids, Logging off here and leaving their husks in the field to bask in the sun is an absolutely safe option. No, that's not necessary. Just take a look here. Aelian unbuttoned the front of his white robe and pulled out a small bag from an inner pocket, handing it to Mou. This is the seed the Elf King entrusted me with, along with a message: plant it in uncontaminated soil, and it will blossom with the hope of a new life. Mou took the bag, half understanding it. He opened it, and saw a silvery white ball inside, about the size of an avocado pit. He couldn't help but examine it, and the system immediately popped up the result. Item name: Tree of Life seed, the last seed of the Tree of Life, the Mother Earth, cherished by the elves, carries the last hope of the entire elven race and indeed the entire world. Please store it in a place absolutely free from contamination and plant it as soon as possible. Before it grows into a mature Tree of Life, both the seed and the sapling are extremely fragile. Please ensure it is protected from any contamination. The Tree of Life requires a great deal of space, so it is recommended that you reserve ample land. Linked quest: Resurrection of all creation available. Linked quest: Resurrection of all creation. Please plant a Tree of Life. The Tree of Life must grow in a completely pure place, uncontaminated by any external evil. When fully mature, the Tree of Life will connect with the planet's consciousness, promoting the cycle of the earth and life, bringing new life to the world. Begin this quest before the Tree of Life in the Elven territory completely withers. 90 days remaining. Quest target: Tree of Life 0 to 1. Quest reward: Flow of Life, Land Revitalization, Level 1 effect range, 100 square kilometers, so the Elf King is also. Mou looked at Leah. World faction. Leah, sitting on Aelian's shoulder, nodded in confirmation. Suddenly learning that his faction had suddenly added 2 prominent NPCs, and being gifted items, and limited time quests, one after another, Mou, still in shock, felt like he was about to have difficulty digesting all this new information. Wait a minute, let me sort this out. The Church of Light and the elves are allies? The elves are natural allies. The world and the planet are their mothers. You can always trust the elves. Aelian's silver eyes stared directly at Mou, and you could sense the sincerity in his gaze. But the Church of Light is not like that. The Church of Light believes only in the God of Light, and the power of the sun has been tainted. He blinked, leaned forward, and tapped the ring on Mou's finger with his slender finger. He whispered a word in Mou's ear very seriously. He said, "When this ring of yours turns silver, you must kill me." What? Mou was completely bewildered. Weren't we allies? Why was he asking someone to kill him? Couldn't Master Moyawu just hand over his complete memories? What the hell is this mess? Aelian didn't continue the conversation. He strode forward, heading towards the teleportation array. Gather your adventurers, Lord, especially those with exceptional physiques. I have a few skills I'm sure they'd be happy to learn. Player system notice. Congratulations to players Luzhou Lajiao, breaking mountains with a sword, salted fish, nibbling balls, ascending to the immortal realm, and grilling squid for triggering the new main storyline. These players will receive a regional reputation bonus of 1,000 points, a limited time NPC event. The Son of Light's advent begins now. Aelian, the Son of Light of the Church of Light, will be appearing in AMT Village. Adventurers, please make the most of the event to participate in AMT Village for a chance to gain new skills. All online players receive this system notification simultaneously. Furthermore, the official website and forums also updated the event notification. Another update so soon? Do these games never require server downtime for updates? Perhaps a player triggered a new storyline. The Son of Light? Which NPC is this? Oh my god! My wife. My wife. Wow, my wife. For a time, a person-to-person infection spread among players in AMT Village. The symptom was staring intently at the silver-haired NPC with eyes full of love, muttering, "My wife, hee, my wife." The players were making so much noise that Aelian looked at Mou in confusion and asked, "My wife?" Mou wiped his face, unwilling to admit that these embarrassing players obsessed with looks were the adventure heroes he had hired to save the world. Adventurers, he was about to explain, but Xianyuitiao, who was following him, quickly stepped forward and interrupted. "This word is how players, no, adventurers express their affection and admiration for you, and also compliment your looks. To us, a wife is worth protecting with our lives." Oh! Aelian nodded in sudden realization, then said solemnly to Mou, "Wife. No, that's not how the word is used. Xianyuitiao. Look at what you taught the NPCs." Xianyuitiao seemed to have received a critical hit, and happily left with a dreamy smile that said, "Mom, I'm really into this. Come back later, and let me explain." We're not that kind of relationship. However, MOU's Erkong hand was completely ignored by the players. Chapter 37. The power of a protective heart is immense. Those who are willing to sacrifice their lives to protect what they cherish are warriors worthy of respect. Aelian nodded slightly to the players, his clear eyes filled with trust and recognition. If you possess the resolve to sacrifice everything to protect what you love, I have a few skills to teach you. MOU held his forehead. The players might not possess a protective heart, but they definitely possess a strong sense of beauty. After hearing Aelian's words, the players instantly became excited. Wow! Skills. What class is that for? Something about Guardian? And a tank class again? Why has this game's class updates always been targeted at druids and tank classes? Regular DPS is going to be in trouble. Don't DPS have magic and hunter mentors? Tanks only have one earth wall skill. You can't hold aggro, so you use your face to attract aggro? Wow, I don't care. If you don't buff DPS, I'm going to be in trouble. Hearing the players' incomprehensible chatter, a hint of confusion crossed Aelian's silver eyes. MOU shook his head, signaling to leave these players alone. Aelian continued, "Adventurers willing to become knights protecting the world, please stand before me." Ah! Knight. The tank class finally has a name. Me. I'm a tank. The players pushed and shoved, and soon a group of muscular, physically strong tank class players emerged and formed a line at the village entrance. Aelian glanced at them appraisingly, nodded slightly in approval, then removed the great sword from his back and thrust it into his side. He clenched his right hand into a fist and placed it on his left chest. He lowered his head slightly, his long silver hair hanging down, adding a touch of fragility to his handsome features. He spoke with utmost earnestness, word for word, "I wish to protect the world. May the spirits of the world grant me a heart of protection." With these words, a silver light descended from the sky, enveloping him. His golden robe instantly transformed into a full-body suit of silver armor with golden patterns. From his shoulders, the silver light wove a flowing cloak, which blew up and spread out like wings as the sudden breeze blew. Finally, the silver light converged before him, forming a large transparent shield. Silver light shone across it like smoke. Beep! The system for T-class players prompted, "You have triggered the Combat Class World Knight Series quest. You have learned the skill, Heart of Protection, Heart of Protection, a skill exclusive to World Knights. Once activated, it attracts all nearby monsters corrupted by the evil god and significantly increases the aggro generated during combat. This skill is ineffective against enemies not corrupted by the evil god, such as ordinary humans, animals, and plants. Using this skill's inherent light shield to absorb attacks reduces damage by 30%. Important note, this skill must be activated before combat. Upon activation, recite the oath with a sincere heart. I wish to protect the world. May the spirits of the world grant me a heart of protection." Effect duration, permanent, until deactivated by the player. When deactivating this skill, the player must recite the oath, "Thank you for the gift of the spirits of the world." After reading the skill description, a group of players burst into tears again. Wow! So cool! One-click costume change. Holy crap! That's a shield pose. Mom, we have a shield pose. Baboon players are banned from participating, okay? Wow, finally, the tank class has aggro skills. No more relying on luck to pull monsters. Aelian, clad in silver armor, drew his great sword from the ground beside him, and said in a deep voice, "Second skill, Arc Slash." Although he unleashed this skill in the absence of an opponent, the familiar fan-shaped arc drawn by the great sword made MOU instinctively touch his neck. In the illusion, Aelian had chopped off so many heads with this move that the familiar ultimate skill sent a chill down his spine. Arc Slash. Swing the heavy great sword in a circular motion, unleashing an arc of devastating sword energy. If the target is the neck, there's a 30% chance of triggering a critical hit. If the target isn't the neck, there's a 50% chance of triggering a knockback. AoE skill power, 500 ultimate power, 1500, what a powerful attack skill. Players gasped at the stats. DPS attack skills only have around 200 power. My god, are knights really that powerful? One player exclaimed in disbelief. No, it's this knight who's incredibly skilled. MOU thought silently. Wait, we don't have a great sword. The blacksmith should be able to make one. Third skill, Star Shatter. This time, Aelian leaped high, seemingly transforming into a brilliant star. He descended with immense force, his greatsword slashing down with the force of 1,000 stars, a single blow seemingly capable of shattering an army. Stars shatter. Leaping high into the air, he delivers a powerful blow with the force of the stars, possessing the power to sever evil spirits. Single target skill, power, 500. After imparting the 3 skills, Aelian stood up, sheathed his sword, and whispered, "Thank you for the gift, world spirit." The silver armor and shield once again transformed into a ball of silver light, dispersing into the sky. The players collectively exclaimed, "Wow!" Aelian looked at the players and solemnly declared, "Everyone, please use this power to protect our world." "Yes!" The players responded loudly, their voices mingling with the voices of wife. "How much does it cost to hire an artist for this game?" "Wow, every hair on his head is growing on my XP. I declare him my wife." The CG in the players' eyes ended, and some gradually left to go about their business. The T-class players, delighted with their new class skills, were already rushing to the blacksmith's shop to harass Uncle Alesh while he forged swords. Just as MOU was about to leave with Aelian, Nukiuki rushed over with a pile of steaming, freshly grilled barbecue. This barbecue. Delicious. The meat is purified, no contamination at all. Yakiwu, like an old mother feeding her wandering children during Chinese New Year, stuffed a handful of skewers into Aelian's hands. "Try it." These druid players certainly have some courage, daring to feed this continent-renowned humanoid weapon. Aelian was stunned for a moment, but then accepted the steaming skewers. He picked up a skewer of roasted venison and took a cautious bite. His silver eyes lit up instantly. "This is delicious." His expression was so adorable that the remaining players were agitated. "Fuck. Can NPCs be fed? Holy crap. My wife is so adorable. I go get some skewers now." "Honey, wait for me." MOU silently held his forehead. He had finally realized that this son of light wasn't the cold-blooded, tearless, and ruthless weapon the rumors had him believe. While he possessed exceptional combat prowess, he seemed to possess a soft heart. Perhaps due to being isolated and raised by the church from a young age, Aelian was truly a naive and unworldly individual, lacking common sense in many areas, yet incredibly strong in his areas of expertise. Judging by the 6-dimensional radar chart, he was undoubtedly a truly unrivaled, one-sided warrior. He stood firm to his principles, a style somewhat reminiscent of the unwaveringly loyal paladins in traditional RPGs. If such a simple-minded NPC were placed among a crowd of players, they'd be easily seduced and led astray. MOU adjusted his monocle, intending to keep a close eye on Aelian during his stay, lest these 4 scourges cause any trouble and devour the simple-minded son of light with a skewer. This village has changed so much in such a short time. Aelian nibbled at the barbecue, looking at the newly renovated shops bustling with people, and sighed heartily, "You truly have brought new hope to this world." "Everything has only just begun," MOU lamented. He still had so much to do. The wheat seedlings had just been planted, the food crisis had eased slightly, and village construction had just begun. The boss had also brought him the Elf King's Tree of Life seeds, and that inexplicable illusion had yet to be resolved. The smiles on the villagers' faces are like nothing I ever seen. After Aelian finished his barbecue, Zayakiwu, who was following him, immediately stepped forward to take the skewers and respectfully handed him a clean handkerchief. One he just bought at the tailor shop next door. The service was truly exceptional. Aelian thanked her softly, carefully wiping the grease from the corners of his mouth and fingers. "Your adventurers are excellent." But the very next moment he said this, he saw a swarm of tiny octopuses crawling in and out of the player market. Some even took advantage of their octopus status to crawl back and forth several times, just to get a closer look at the beautiful NPCs. MOU, Don't think I can't recognize you just because you're all octopuses. You all have IDs on your heads. This was a bizarre sight that even MOU paused for a moment every time he saw it. After all, in this world's common perception, a human who had completely mutated into a monster was definitely the most powerful of the evil god's minions. MOU almost expected the Holy Sun to draw his sword and physically purify these octopus balls in a single blow. Unexpectedly, Aelian froze for a few seconds before turning his head away, pretending not to notice. He turned and walked towards the mage tower. "Let's go back. I need to speak to you privately." MOU suddenly became curious about how much the Holy Sun knew about the otherworld player plan devised by Moyu and Leah. Judging from Aelian's reaction, he must be aware, but how deeply did he know? Probably to the extent that these players are anchors we summoned from another world, untainted by the evil gods. Leah, hearing his thoughts, replied in his mind, "Because Aelian is in the Church of Light, he himself suggested that we don't need to tell him the full details of our plan. He just needs to know how to cooperate with us. The Church of Light is our enemy? Mou asked in his mind. To be more precise, the Church of Light has been infiltrated by the enemy, Lia said. We don't know who specifically has been tainted by the power of the evil god, but the fragments of world consciousness the Church of Light possesses have been corrupted. The only person in the Church of Light you can trust right now is Aelian. Until the ring on your hand turns completely silver. Is Aelian really a traitor in the Church of Light? It seems like the path of rebellion for someone in the position of Son of Light is a timeless classic. No, the world consciousness is the side of justice. But the corrupted church is indeed a classic example of classics. Does the Church of Light possess fragments of world consciousness? Mou asked. Yes, those are the first two fragments of world consciousness. Lia said, when the world was first contaminated, in order to preserve the last spark of fire, these two fragments were first severed by the world origin and handed over to the God of Light. We rely on the purifying power of the God of Light to dispel the contamination and protect the last fragments of world consciousness. But centuries ago, the world origin sensed that both fragments were contaminated and severed their connection to the core. The final trump card, carefully hidden, was handed directly to a traitor, and then directly given to the opponent by that traitor, the God of Light? Is the Church of Light unable to escape the traitorous nature that runs through its ranks? Fortunately, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and the undercover within the undercover is my own. Mou sighed. What kind of authority do those two fragments of consciousness hold? Reality and spirit. Lia said, the authority of reality and illusion can transform matter and illusion, truth and falsehood. It contains a portion of the power of creation. This is why the sun, represented by the God of Light, affects the degree of erosion by willpower and pollution. The ring Island gave you contains a portion of the power of reality and illusion, capable of creating and traversing the other world. Spiritual authority can influence a person's mind, subconsciousness, and psychological state. It can calm the insane and drive the sane insane. It was once our greatest weapon against the evil god, but now it has become our greatest weakness. Spiritual authority is like a backdoor to world consciousness. The outer reaches of world consciousness are the collective subconscious of all living things in this world, and spiritual authority can directly influence and manipulate this collective subconscious. Handing this backdoor-like authority directly to a traitor and contaminating it would undoubtedly cause a heart attack in the world consciousness. These two authorities are currently hidden by the church. Even Island, as the Son of Light, can only access church-made props that contain a portion of their power. The true fragments of world consciousness and the true authority itself remain missing. Lia said, his primary goal in the church is to locate these two authorities. He already has a clue, and he should be able to tell you later. As Mou and Lia were conversing in their heads, Aelian had already received a variety of food from players during the short walk from the player market to the village teleportation array, packaged snacks, Grandma Alicia's special stew, and various barbecues and Fat House happy drinks. It was enough for a few people to have a happy meal back at the Mage Tower. Aelian seemed particularly happy with the players' friendly feeding. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his cold and handsome face seemed to be shining in the sunlight. Players along the way took screenshots of the video and drooled at the screen, then obediently took out their wallets and rushed to the store to buy more food to feed him. Mou had to pull Aelian along to speed up. If the feeding continued like this, the village might face another food crisis. Chapter 38. It was already dusk when the two of them, along with the system elf Lia, returned to the Mage Tower, carrying bags of food. Mou dismissed all the players who had followed him and locked the Mage Tower door. Then he returned to his study. Aelian was standing by the window, gazing at the experimental field teeming with life. You did very well, Aelian said, as if noticing his arrival. Much better than I expected. Mou suddenly felt as if Aelian was a leader visiting, and that he had finally passed the test. What do I need to do next? He sat down on the sofa, dished out the food the players had given him as a favor, and placed it on the coffee table, beckoning Aelian to join him. It was dinner time, and after all the shock and fear he endured while wandering around the village with Aelian, Mou himself was hungry. Just keep developing. Aelian sat down on the sofa, took the cup Mou handed him, and said, open up more soil, plant more food plants. And the tree of life. The flow of life in this world has been disrupted by the evil god, and only the elves are struggling to maintain it. If it cannot be restored, the entire planet will face its inevitable death and destruction. The flow of life. Life is born from the earth, grows, and flourishes. Eventually, the body returns to dust, the soul returns to the sea of consciousness, and one day it will rise from the earth again in a new form. Aelian's silver eyes were tinged with a hint of sadness. He stared at the cup in his hand, his gaze unfocused, as if lost in memory. This is the flow of life, the cycle of life. But now, the evil god's corrupting power spreads across the land, and the life born is no longer flawless. Tainted souls and bodies cannot return, let alone revive. This world is withering and collapsing at an exponential rate. The evil god's power began invading this world thousands of years ago. Initially, it was a slow process of corrosion, and neither the planet itself nor its people were aware of its invasion. But this pollution accumulated over time, and by the time the world consciousness discovered the taint at the edge of its sea of consciousness, the evil god already had a vast number of tainted followers. Whether these followers believed voluntarily, or were corrupted and lost to reason, they became the evil god's anchor and cornerstone in this world. This planet was still young, and the world consciousness it gave birth to had no experience fighting evil gods. Over those thousands of years, it made countless efforts, whether it was joining forces with the gods of this world or sacrificing pawns to save the king, cutting off its own tainted parts and hiding its power. Each attempt ultimately failed, merely slowing the pace of contamination. And in the battle for faith and anchor, both the gods and the world consciousness were crushingly defeated. The opponent is an evil god, who can directly corrupt and control people's hearts. Fighting him for faith is like fighting a cheat. Mou nodded in understanding. Is faith important to world consciousness? Whether it's gods, world consciousness, or even evil gods, the people's faith is the source of their power. Aelian said, without faith, gods lose their power. Gods forgotten by their believers will eventually fall. Without faith, the world consciousness will gradually dissipate, and this planet will gradually become a dead star without self-awareness. That's why Moyawu proposed this plan, to use alien visitors, untainted by the evil god, as anchors for the world consciousness, and with their power, to restore its strength. But this plan doesn't address the most important issue. Mou said, how can we completely purify the evil god's power? This is what Mou has been considering. From the beginning, the world consciousness has not provided a method for completely purifying the evil god's power. Amnesia powder, or sunlight can only remove small amounts of contamination, but is powerless against large-scale contamination that exceeds a certain limit. And now, even with alien players as anchors, the druids can only move this contamination from left to right, from object A to object B, but they can't completely eliminate it. Perhaps, after thousands of years, the world consciousness has failed to find a way to attack. It is simply defending itself, and is being defeated. I don't know. Aelian blinked and said, after the world consciousness severed itself, she also lost all her memories. Leah is now only a part of the world consciousness, not the entire world consciousness. No one knows whether the power of the evil god can be completely purified during the heyday of the world consciousness. All I know is the records left by our ancestors. Leah herself believes that after she regains all her authority, she can purify the pollution, but Moyawu and I have a backup plan. Backup plan? Yes, seal all the contamination, even the evil god himself, in a single container. Then, using the power of space, cast that container into the furthest reaches of time, preventing its return. Aelian said. That's a solution. Mou imagined countless sealed bottles piled up, like a small mountain on the surface of a distant planet in outer space, and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. But then he felt something was amiss. But if we use the sealing bottle, wouldn't we also need to use spatial force to restrain the evil god pollution? The entire world's pollution. How much spatial force would that require to seal it? Would Leah be strong enough to withstand that kind of force? Aelian shook his head. I'm not talking about the sealing bottle. Mou? Question mark. Using spatial force to restrain and seal the pollution here is currently feasible because spatial force is an authority controlled by the world consciousness of this world. Aelian explained, but if we want to banish the evil god pollution, once we leave this world, spatial force won't be able to maintain its hold, especially when the target is still such a large amount of evil god pollution and the evil god itself. No, if we use exile, then the container should ideally be someone with a strong will, able to resist the pollution for a short period of time. Mou? Question mark. If that day ever comes, Aelian said softly, his eyes lowered, I am willing to be that container. Mou? No, wait. The Church of Light has a technique that can seal the corruption within a living being while preserving their sanity. Aelian's words were filled with determination. I have fought the evil god's corruption for over 300 years. I have the experience and willpower to resist him. You can rest assured. Ah. No, it's not a question of whether or not to be at ease. Mou waved his hand, then realized something. Wait, you said you've been fighting the evil god's corruption for over 300 years? Aalian nodded, confused. Yes, I started fighting at the age of 17. I'm 371 this year. Mou once again felt the reality of his alien world. You look only 17 now. I am part elven, Aalian said. My appearance hasn't changed in many years. He paused, then added, in fact, Moyawu is already 279 years old. If it weren't for the severe pollution, as a great magician, he should have lived for 400 or 500 years before facing old age. Okay, this is another piece of unimportant knowledge that wasn't included in the inherited memories. Mou complained. Why is Moyawu always so vague and secretive about the little memories he's given? It really doesn't help him do his job. Aalian raised his lips slightly. Perhaps in his eyes, this really isn't a big deal. By the way, haven't you considered utilizing the power of the evil god's pollution? Mou asked. Utilize? Aalian tilted his head in confusion, his silver hair swaying slightly with the movement. Mou suddenly felt like he'd been struck by a beauty attack. You see, the evil god's pollution is ultimately a form of energy. Mou struggled to form his words. If we could harness this energy, perhaps use it as fuel, burn it, or consume it in some other way, wouldn't that weaken the evil god's influence on this world? This idea stems primarily from the methods used in Mou's original world to deal with invasive alien species. If an invasive alien species is edible, then it poses little threat. Foodies will consume these invasive species to the point of endangered species, even requiring captive breeding to be edible. Like crayfish. Of course, the evil god's contamination obviously can't be eliminated by consumption. After consuming it, players will at most transform into octopuses. But the contamination itself doesn't disappear, it remains within the player's body and requires other purification methods. By the way, how do the amnesia powder and yellow solar energy purify pollution? Mou wondered. Perhaps if we understand the principles of purification, we can find a way to purify it. The amnesia powder acts on the human spirit and consciousness. Its principle isn't purification, but rather a fundamental forgetting of the fact that one is under the control of the evil god, Aalian said. The evil god gains control of someone through contamination, but amnesia powder can cause that person to forget the evil god, their faith, and the memories of being controlled. However, the side effect is that their own important memories and faith in the world are also erased. It's a last resort, killing 1,000 enemies while injuring 800 of their own. Moreover, as the evil god's power grows, the effectiveness of this amnesia becomes increasingly limited. I understand. Mou snapped his fingers, suddenly realizing. It's like the evil god is a hacker who has gained control of a computer through a virus. The computer's owner's last resort is to format the computer. Although they lose their memory, they at least regain control of the computer. However, this formatting only works for contamination levels below 20%. Above 20%, the virus has already physically damaged the hard drive, and formatting alone cannot completely repair it. Computer? Aalian looked bewildered, but Leah confirmed Mou's analogy. Yes, that's right. Then why does Illuma possess the power of purification? Mou was puzzled. Its authority. Aalian said, the world consciousness handed over the authority over reality and spirit to the God of Light. The God of Light is the deity embodied by humanity's faith in the sun. The sun is his origin. When he holds these two authorities, the sun possesses the power of authority. The power of will that grows under the illumination of Sakina reflects the power of transformation from reality to reality, while Illuma's purifying power comes from spiritual authority. Mou pondered. So, if the world consciousness regains spiritual authority, it should be able to purify the evil god's contamination once again. But if the sun still uses spiritual authority to purify the world, then whose side is the God of Light on? Until over 200 years ago, the God of Light was working with. The world camps fought together. Aalian sighed. After the age of God wars, most gods fell, and he is one of the few remaining. The two fragments of world consciousness lost their connection with the main body approximately 170 years ago. Since then, the God of Light has ceased to respond directly to the prayers of the Church of Light, and has ceased to issue oracles. I suspect the God of Light has been corrupted by the evil god, perhaps even fallen into a deep slumber. But he doesn't seem to have completely lost his mind, nor has he fallen. Perhaps he is still fighting the evil god in his own domain. The good news is that the traitor may not have become a traitor of his own free will. The bad news is that the authority still lies with the God of Light, and he may indeed be a traitor now. Mou held his forehead. This situation is still dire. Why not try to convert the evil god's contamination into some kind of energy for the players to consume? It's theoretically possible. Aelian hesitated. But we need the authority over the real and the virtual. The evil god's contamination is virtual, while the power that can be consumed, burned, and used is real. Using authority to convert it, perhaps it can work. Doesn't this thorn ring possess some of the power of the real and the virtual? MOU asked. Can we try it? No, the thorn ring only has a small fraction of the power of authority. Their corresponding attributes are reality and distortion. Aelian shook his head. It can only create a distorted false world on the real target, an inner world, just like I did with the illusion. After the reversal, all the evil god's contamination will be concentrated on the good side of the real world, which will reduce the steps of searching for clues and targets. But this reversal power is best used only on the illusion. Why? MOU asked. Because everyone in the illusion is dead. Aelian sighed. Killing those who were once pure and good in the inverted world doesn't matter, because they're already vanished illusions. But if it's used on a living person, assuming they're good, then while the inverted world kills the pollution, it might also completely eliminate some of the evil attributes. Isn't that a bad thing? MOU still didn't understand. There's no difference between ultimate good and ultimate evil. Aelian said seriously, even saints have a trace of darkness in their hearts. If even that last trace of darkness is erased, then ultimate goodness might turn into ultimate evil. Chapter 39. Aelian truly is a very gentle person. As a senior planner, MOU, deeply familiar with all kinds of literature and gaming, understood Aelian's words almost immediately. However, he had never imagined that the philosophical concept of the indistinguishability of extreme good and extreme evil would come from the mouth of a high-ranking church official second only to the Pope. Aelian always seemed to surprise MOU. When he thought Aelian was a merciless warrior, he was actually just a very rational person, treating the targets in the illusion as if they were fleeting phantoms. When he thought Aelian was aloof, he would show a cat-like expression and happily accept the barbecue given by the players. Just when he thought Aelian was a bit naive, he made a very philosophical statement. Now it seems, no matter what our purpose, we must quickly reclaim the two powers held by the God of Light and the Church of Light. Aelian said, in fact, I came to this illusion this time because I suspected there might be clues within it. Clues? MOU pondered for a moment. Is it because the time this illusion was created almost coincided with the time the fragments of world consciousness were disconnected? Yes. Aelian said, the illusion preserves the history of that time. Even if the obsessions of countless deceased people are mixed in, distorting reality, as long as we find the core of the illusion, we can see everything recorded in the eyes of the deceased. However, I have entered this illusion several times, but always returned empty-handed. By the way, MOU thought of the evil god statue within the statue of the God of Light, and couldn't help but ask, will the thorn ring's distortion power work on the statue within the illusion? Statue? Aelian looked bewildered. No. Theoretically, the thorn ring can't affect objects, because objects don't have good or evil. But a statue? Did you discover something? When we were in the other world, we noticed something wrong with the statues the townspeople customarily placed on street corners. MOU instinctively opened his backpack, then remembered that the problematic statue had vanished when the barbecue squid account left the illusion, and it wasn't in any of his backpacks. He sighed and gestured. It was a statue of the God of Light, about the height of a human calf. When I cast the Identify spell on it, I heard a strange dice rolling sound. I suspected something was wrong with the result, so I wrapped the statue in my clothes and knocked it against the side of the road. Perhaps MOU's shattering of the statue was just too impressive, but Aelian's face showed an expression of disbelief, even horror. Then the statue cracked, revealing a black statue within. It looked like a foreign god named Na from the myth of the evil god. Aelian's expression suddenly grew serious. There's an evil god statue within the statue? Yes. MOU nodded confidently. We were originally taking the statue to the bishop, but somehow we ran into the evil god's mass, and then you appeared. Later, you said it was the other world, and I thought this evil god statue was also a product of that world. No, it's not. Aelian frowned. I don't know if you understand that in our world, there's a close and mysterious connection between the statue itself and the god it represents. When a statue is recognized by the public as the statue of the God of Light, no matter its original appearance, attire, or craftsmanship, the moment it is defined as a statue of the God of Light, it will transform into the image of the God of Light, identical from the inside out. If an evil god appears within the statue, that can only mean one thing. The God of Light has. No, perhaps he is being devoured by the outer god Na, Leah said. Nyarlathotep, the crawling chaos, the thousand-faced god. Mo remembered him as a dark deity who often walked the earth in the guise of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh. In Mo's vague impression, Nyarlathotep, within the Cthulhu mythology, was different from the old ones, like Cthulhu. He was a powerful deity from outer space, closer to the true gods, also known as the outer gods. A powerful evil god from outer space, ruling chaos, prone to deception, often appearing as a pharaoh, a figure closely associated with the sun. A god powerful enough to devour a newborn planet. Mo felt completely confident enough to point at Na's nose and yell, "You're the murderer." "I need to go to the fantasy realm again." Aelian took a deep breath and stood up. "Go to the fantasy realm? Now?" Mo exclaimed in surprise. "I need to confirm if there's really something wrong with that statue." Aelian paused, then added, "It's not that I don't believe you, but this kind of thing. I want to confirm it with my own eyes." "I don't think that's a wise decision." Mo also stood up, blocking Aelian's path. "That statue has the effect of lowering sanity. Furthermore, the evil god can sense the surroundings through it. If the statue is destroyed, the evil god will mark the person who did it. If you go to the illusion to confirm, when you see the evil god hiding beneath the statue, the evil god will also see you. Nya, cloaked in the skin of the god of light, will instantly know you discovered his presence, and you'd be in danger. Furthermore, Aelian himself is a traitor lurking within the Church of Light, a member of the World Faction. If Nyarlathotep, the current top leader of the Church of Light, and a traitor to the god of light, were to stare directly across the statue, Mo's mind would explode with rage. Could the Church of Light truly be under some traitorous curse? No wonder even the key message left by the old bishop in the illusion is betrayal. Betrayal is human nature. I don't think betrayal is human nature, but rather a secret tenet of the Church of Light. If you trust me, please leave this illusion to me and the players. Adventurers. Mo said solemnly, I suspect the truth behind the illusion 170 years ago is this. During the celebration of the God of Light's birthday, Naya and the God of Light likely battled, and the God of Light was defeated by Naya and consumed. Due to the connection between the deity and the statue underwent a transformation. And when the townspeople, enthusiastically celebrating the God of Light's birthday, filled the town with the statue of the hidden evil deity, they effectively declared their own demise. The specific events of 170 years ago are no longer important. It was simply that the townspeople, corrupted by the evil statue, gradually fell into corruption, kidnapping, sacrifice, and slaughter, ultimately leading to the town's destruction. Mo closed his eyes, refraining from dwelling on what had happened. He took a deep breath and continued, My adventurers can continue exploring the plot and seeking the truth within the illusion. Even if Naya observes their actions, it won't matter. Please leave this mission to us. You are too important to our world faction. We cannot allow you to face the gaze of the evil god. Aelian's fingers had already clasped the hilt of the great sword leaning against the sofa. He gripped, unclenched, and then gripped again. As if after a long mental struggle, Aelian had to admit that Mo was right. When Aelian witnessed with his own eyes that the god of light had been replaced by Naya, Naya would also know that Aelian had learned this secret. Then, Nyarlathotep, still masquerading as the god of light and controlling the church, would undoubtedly manipulate the entire church, distorting right and wrong, and branding Aelian an enemy of the Church of Light. And this would make it even more impossible for them to obtain the two world powers hidden by the Church of Light. I will return to the church tomorrow to seek authority. Aelian finally calmed down and said, I leave this illusion to you and the adventurers. Please be careful, Mo reminded him. If all the statues of light have become Naya's eyes, please do not let him know that you have learned his secret. I will be careful. Aelian nodded. If there is any progress, I will contact you through the ring. Oh, one more thing. He seemed to remember something. Not long ago, I received news from the church that due to the drought this year, sporadic beast tides have appeared in the north early. Although beast tides haven't affected AMT County in previous years, the church speculates that this year, due to climate change and pollution, a particularly large beast tide may erupt. Your location is precisely along their predicted path. For the sake of your thriving village and experimental fields, I suggest you prepare early and build adequate defenses. Beast Tide. Mo retrieved relevant information from Moyo's memories. After the evil god's contamination spread across the planet, the northern part of the continent often saw hordes of frenzied beasts, driven to frenzy, swarming like a tide, attacking cities, villages, and people. Drought and food shortages cause hunger to drive animals into a frenzy, and once driven into frenzy, animals are consumed by an insatiable appetite. Like locusts, They trample everything into mud, reducing villages to nothingness and humans to prey. Only large cities can defeat the beasts through strong defenses and armed attacks, but this often comes at a great cost. How much time do we have? Mou asked. No more than 3 months, Ailian said. I suggest you prepare as soon as possible. The onset of a beast tide always comes unexpectedly, so it's better to be prepared. The continuous flow of bad news that night left both the elf and the 2 men feeling particularly exhausted and depressed. The group finished dinner in silence, and Mou took Ailian to the guest room on the 3rd floor of the Mage Tower. The room had already been cleaned by DiCarlo. It must be said that although DiCarlo was a foolish apprentice, his logistical work was indeed very thorough. The guest room's amenities were simple: a bed with neat bedding, a desk by the window with a matching wooden chair, and a simple but clean bathroom. But Ailian, having spent years wandering the world deciphering illusions, was clearly not picky. He even showed a hint of satisfaction upon seeing the furnishings. Mou had gradually grown accustomed to interpreting the subtle expressions of this son of light. After getting to know Ailian, Mou found him not difficult to get along with, but rather quite approachable. After settling Ailian down, Mou dragged his tired feet back to his bedroom. Being a game planner in another world isn't an easy job. Besides playing as an NPC, writing copy and organizing events, running dungeons with 2 alt characters, and arranging appropriate story events for unexpected NPCs, before bed, he had to check forums and lurk in to see what players were up to, ensuring that the 4 Scourge were still working diligently and earning gold under his control, rather than just letting loose and causing trouble. However, upon opening the forum, Mou was stunned by a flood of fan fiction about him and Ailian. How long has Ailian been around? How come he's already got a Fujoshi music video cut out? And what's with all this writing? How many Fujoshi wives are lurking among these players? Are you guys that fast? Tens of thousands of words an hour? Mou quickly flipped through the forum posts. The instigators were, indeed, Shiinu and Nyakikyu. These 2 girls hadn't hesitated to log off at 4 or 5 in the morning and get up to edit Fujoshi music videos out of gaming videos. Their CP support was incredibly formal and varied. They even spun a simple plot out of Ailian's brief encounter with him under the Mage Tower, where he took out a ring and strolled around the village. With the majestic background music, it was like they were playing a romantic comedy. Ailian's wife, which had been misled by Shiinu, was even cut out and played over and over again. You Fujoshi players, get some more attention. Although, the MV for these 2 girls is so well edited, isn't it? Ailian is really good looking too. If I weren't one of the main characters, I'd be into pairing them too. Mou felt a bit overwhelmed, but considering fanfiction was a key source of the game's popularity, he refrained from using his forum moderation privileges to block the posts. Forget it, let them be. Interfering with people's food supply will bring divine retribution. He muttered as he quietly saved the MV and several beautifully written fanfiction posts, planning to read them when he got bored. Working people, working souls, even in another world, have to find some couples to entertain themselves while they're slacking off. Besides, what does Moiwu and Ailian pairing have to do with him? Mou, after instructing Leah to keep an eye on the players and Ailian and wake him if anything unusual happened, Mou washed up, finally left work happily, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 40. Let's rewind time a little. It was 4 o'clock in the morning in the Origin world. Nyechio could no longer contain her excitement about supporting a couple and her desire to produce food, so she promptly logged off and got up to edit a video. Luckily, today was the weekend, so she didn't have to work the school's experimental fields. She could stay in her dorm and happily produce food. Who would have thought that playing a VR online game could lead to such a wonderful couple? Even better, she met Shiinu, a close friend who was also an omnivore. You know, these days, finding a wife with similar tastes is almost impossible. Some are misophobic, some won't buy into opposite couples, some have more awkward points than cute ones, and spend their days bickering and fighting. Some even beat up the cooks, causing the atmosphere in the circle to deteriorate, yet they still couldn't get enough food. As an omnivore, Nyechio was always the bystander whose granary was bombed by the war. She hadn't shared her common hatred and hatred before, and even finding someone to complain to wasn't understood. It was truly frustrating. Now I had a close friend to gossip with, to have fun with, to complain about, and to share. It was like Boya meeting Ziki. They hit it off instantly. Perhaps because it was early in the morning, the video download from the official website was incredibly fast, finishing in a flash. Nyechio opened the video and was immediately stunned by the high-definition quality. Holy crap! Top-notch quality and top-notch looks. Holy crap! She's truly my wife. I could drool over her forever. Xianyuitio was also in high spirits, posting screenshots and jokes one after another, flooding their QQ private chats with messages. Since their paths hadn't exactly aligned, each possessed material the other hadn't seen before. After exchanging and integrating their thoughts, they felt like their sweet moments had doubled. The most exciting time to ship a couple is naturally also the time when content is generated the fastest. Not to mention the high-definition footage provided by the system, with perfectly executed expressions and powerful lines. Scenes like wearing a ring and calling wife are all classics. The two of them painstakingly edited it, and with the background music, a lesbian music video with a compelling plot, attractive looks, and a ton of sweetness was complete. Niechio looked up at the clock. Hey, it was only 7 in the morning. The two of them quickly uploaded the music video to the forum and began happily browsing. In fact, it seemed they weren't the only ones who were shipping a couple yesterday. The new NPC's appearance immediately caught everyone's attention. Yuhua Dengxian even released several gameplay replays featuring Ailian, and even updated his fantasy dungeon guide with a storyline. After watching the replays and posts, many players and casual gamers happily fell in love with the couple in various ways. Many wives were already quickly creating fan fiction threads on the forum. The newly built granary was filling up at a breakneck pace. Niechio, like a little hamster, added all the food to her favorites with a satisfied look on her face. Following fan fiction is the most blissful and self-absorbed experience. Niechio read until noon. She was enjoying herself, completely absorbed in the joy of eating food, when she suddenly caught a glimpse of a random message on her QQ. Check the official website. Ailian is leaving. QAQ? How come so soon? Didn't he just appear? Niechio was shocked and hurriedly opened the official website, only to see another update on the notice board. AMT County Today's News. Thank you for your enthusiastic participation. Limited time NPC event. The Son of God's advent is about to end. Ailian, the son of the Church of Light, is about to leave AMT Village. Have you learned all 3 skills taught by the Son of God? Don't worry if you haven't. There will be more limited time NPC quests to come. Players, please explore the world and advance the story. Today's recommended quest. Territory Construction Quests. St. Ailian has brought news of a beast tide in the north. To protect the thriving AMT County, the Lord has decided to begin the territory construction project starting today. Players can visit the Adventurers Guild to claim these territory construction quests and participate in the revitalization of AMT County. This quest will grant significant regional reputation and military merit rewards to players who contribute to territory construction and reach the leaderboard. For more details, please visit the Adventurers Guild. The system reminds you that this game features a highly free open world, allowing players to unleash their creativity in many unexpected ways, expanding adventurer recruitment. Have you yet to successfully qualify for the game's closed beta test? Starting today, 10 closed beta test spots will be drawn daily for a month. A total of 300 closed beta test spots are available. Sign up now. The Lord's Confidant system has been activated. Do you want to stand out and gain the Lord's favor? Once your regional reputation reaches 3,000 points, you'll be eligible to join the Lord's Guard. Becoming a Lord's Confidant will allow you to earn military merit, unlock more quests, gain access to more world secrets, and receive even more player benefits. Please visit the Adventurers Guild for details. Do you want to own your own land and house? Once you reach 10,000 regional reputation points, join the Lord's Guard, and have 1,000 military merit points, you can purchase your desired land in the planned player residential area. First come, first served, so hurry up. Today's hottest item, Fat House Happy Water. Today's hottest dishes, barbecue, Grandma Alicia's special stew, Nikukyu. What the hell is going on? The official website has released so many new quests all at once? Xianyuitio. So many features have been released all at once. 10 beta test spots are being released every day, plus new ways to play with the Lord's Guard and player houses. It seems this is what the previous update announcement mentioned. Is the updated content something for players to explore on their own? San Lin. If the Lord's Guard gameplay is comparable to other games, it should be a military system, right? Other quests keep mentioning military achievements, so are there going to be some battle quests later? Luzhou Laojiao. The territory construction mentioned the Northern Beast Tide. There's a good chance there'll be a dedicated expansion pack or special event dedicated to fighting the Beast Tide. This is probably the preparatory storyline right now, right? Yuhua Dengxian. This is getting more and more interesting. I just checked out the territory construction quest. The Lord has taken over all the territory near the village. from the dark forest to the edge of the mine. He's planning to build a great wall. The entire territory is divided into many areas. I saw factories, farmland, and a very large player residential area. Today's rain. The Real AMT County is probably much larger than the area the Lord has circled. I looked at the territory map in the Adventurers Guild, and the area is quite different from the circled area. You what dinks in. I guess we couldn't build a wall around the entire county before the beast tide arrived. That great wall is clearly used to prevent the beast tide. I looked at the City Lord's mission blueprint. It involves digging pits on the outside, with walls on the inside, as well as beacon towers and arrow towers. It looks very exciting. I wonder when the beast tide expansion will be released. It will be at least national war level, right? Luzhou Laojiao. There are not many players right now, so it's unlikely that we'd be able to launch an expansion test with large-scale combat scenarios so soon. I estimate it'd have to wait until the 300 new players arrive, which will be over a month at the earliest. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains. Holy shit, how come there are so many updates all of a sudden? Has someone unearthed a new plot? Salted fish. Could it be the sequel to the story started by Alien? Nikukyu, when is he leaving? You what dinks in? I think he should be leaving soon? I just saw the sun, and the Lord talking outside the Mage Tower. Nikukyu, I'm logging in now. While Nikukyu was hurriedly logging into the game, MOU was preparing to see Alien off. Originally, Alien had planned to leave for the church at dawn. However, MOU felt that it would be difficult to explain to the players that such a handsome and important NPC like Alien quietly left when most players were offline to rest, so he kept him for a while and updated the official website announcement promptly. Anyway, today is supposed to be the weekend in the Origin world, so players who want to see the CG animation of Alien's departure should be online in time. Players who don't care won't complain, and this will also bring the limited-time NPC event to a successful conclusion. Alien was very cooperative and prepared for the performance. Do I need to do anything? That's not necessary. MOU thought for a moment and asked, how did you plan to leave? Do you have any means of transportation? You can't just cross the desert on foot, right? I have a mount. It likes to roam freely and fend for itself. Alien pulled out a small horn. Just blow this contract horn, and it will hear you no matter how far away you are, and come immediately. Could this common game setting actually be possible in this world? MOU's eyes lit up, and he planned to ask the traveling merchants to get some such mounts the next time they came, as a player reward. After all, what game doesn't have a mount system? Many players play dungeons, battlegrounds, and participate in various game content just to obtain the game's various bizarre pets and mounts. As the old saying goes, I may not ride a mount, but I can't live without one. Furthermore, this world is already vast and difficult to navigate. While players can use teleportation arrays provided by the world consciousness, many areas are still incredibly difficult to navigate simply on foot. While it's possible to navigate small areas early on, it's unrealistic to rely on foot once the entire county is built up. MOU's previous mountain bikes were already a hot commodity among players. If he added a horse that could be summoned at any time, well, wouldn't the players be driven crazy? What's a beast tide? What's territory building? Just give players a mount as a quest reward, and they rebuild a nation with just their bare hands. Do those players have a liver? They have a human being growing on top of their liver. However, at this point, MOU had no idea how rare Alien's mount was. Of course, Alien's bland and unassuming tone didn't give him enough of a warning. So, when MOU saw the players stealthily gathering in front of the Mage Tower, he felt the time had come for his show. Thank you for your visit, Your Highness. MOU began his performance. You need not worry about that illusion any longer. My adventurers and I will purify it. I wish you a smooth journey. MOU paused, reflecting on the martyrdom Alien had inadvertently displayed yesterday, and added, if you encounter a problem, please do not risk your life lightly. You are no longer fighting alone. Whatever help you need, as long as it is for the sake of achieving our goal, we share a common wish, and I will do my best to help you. Thank you. Alien nodded gently, his lips curled up slightly. I hereby make the same promise. He flicked his wrist, and a bright lily, still dripping with water, appeared from nowhere. He handed it to MOU, leaning close to MOU's ear and whispering in a low voice, this flower is in memory of our mutual friend. I don't know where he lies, so please place it on his grave for me. MOU nodded and calmly accepted the flower. Then his gaze swept over the excited players, like Xian Yuitiao not far away, and alarm bells went off in his heart. The players seemed unable to hear Alien's whispered words. To them, Alien just leaned over, said something incomprehensible, and gave me a flower. The fan works on the forum are about to increase exponentially again. MOU thought bitterly. After handing the flowers, Aelian gently placed his right hand on his left chest, leaned forward slightly, and saluted MOU. Then he turned, took a few steps forward, pulled the magic horn from his pocket, and blew it. It was a strange, light, and clear sound, not loud or loud, but with a strong penetrating power. Perhaps it was based on some principle of a magical contract. Not long after, MOU saw a creature flying from the sky, completely white, with 2 wings on its body, and a single spiral horn on its head. Aelian never said his mount was a flying unicorn. The appearance of the flying unicorn also brought Aelian's departure to the pinnacle of this game. If this game truly had an artist, it wouldn't just be a chicken drumstick, it would be a whole chicken farm. When the silver-haired beauty mounted the silver unicorn, and the sacred and noble creature spread its silver-white wings, the snapping sound of players taking screenshots was deafening. Every player practically held their breath, absorbed in this breathtaking moment. They watched the Son of Light, bearing a great sword and clad in silver armor, soar onto the unicorn astride it, soaring into the sky as if on an invisible staircase, disappearing into the bright sunlight. Wow! It took a long time before a player recovered inside. My wife is so beautiful. That scene just now is absolutely amazing. However, despite the players' unanimous praise, MOU only felt a deep sense of sadness and growing pressure. Aelian's exit was so dramatic. It's really stressful. What will happen if there aren't any more beautiful NPCs like this later? Players are always fickle. Chapter 41. Since morning, discussions in Lin Yu's Penguin Games group have been non-stop. The territory construction quests, the Lord's Confidant system, player housing, and the recently concluded limited-time event, the Son of God's Advent, have all excited players. The final CG animation for the Son of God's Advent in particular has everyone buzzing with excitement. The official website was also incredibly swift. After inquiring with Lin Yu and several other players via forum message about whether their character videos could be used and receiving approval, the official website soon updated the latest PV, the Son of God's Advent. Well, it's more of an event summary video than a PV. Perhaps out of concern that only Lin Yu and his team would experience the limited-time NPC triggering storyline, the official website even included some of their quest footage from the fantasy world, and even added storyline commentary and subtitles. Although permission had been granted for the use of the video, seeing one's character appear in the official PV was still quite exciting. You what Dengxian, Mom, I'm on TV. Lujo Lajio. This official angle, wow, makes me look so handsome. Ijin Pokianshin, Big brother, wake up. Your shot only lasted 3 seconds. You what Dengxian. Speaking of handsome, no one is as handsome as the Holy Sun. Looking at his face makes me almost dizzy. Ijin Pokianshin, indeed, I'm not gay, but Aelian is special. Xianyuitio, Aelian is special plus 10,086. The moment he finally rode the Pegasus was so cool. You what Dengxian. Yes. That mount. Is it a Pegasus or a unicorn? It has a horn and wings. Lujo Laojiu. Just think of it as a flying unicorn, it's pretty cool anyway. You what Dengxian. So, if NPCs have mounts, does that mean players can have them too? Lujo Lajiao. Normally, we can look forward to it. After all, if NPCs can use it, it means the model has been built. It all depends on how the official releases it to players. But judging by the appearance, I'm guessing it's either a hard-to-get quest or achievement reward, or a high-price store item. Xianyuitio. Given Aelian's identity, that mount is definitely going to be extremely rare, unless the official wants to. We're definitely not going to make a killing in the store, but I'm just saying, my wallet's ready. Officials, please release something new. You what Dengxian. I almost pulled out my 40-meter sword. Nikyukyu. Ugh, but why is Aelian only around for such a short time? Even for a limited-time event, it's too short. Xianyuitiao. Exactly. I'm still not sold on this CP. Songlin, I didn't really progress the storyline. Is there a class representative who can summarize and analyze the PV? Xianyuitiao. Oh yeah, Kanlin, you were busy working on the machine. Basically, we discovered something wrong with the statue of the God of Light in the illusion, and then we happened to meet Aelian, who came to purify the illusion, which triggered the limited-time NPC story event. As the Son of Light, Aelian needed approval to purify our Lord's territory. After communicating with him, the Lord handed over his purification mission to the players. As a reward for the adventurer's work, Aelian gave us information about the fantasy and the knight's class skills. Song Lin, Oh, I see. As expected of a Xianyu master, he's really easy to understand. Xianyu Tiao. The PV says at the end that the dungeon information has been updated in the quest description. I guess we see it when we go to the dungeon. By the way, anyone going? Song Lin. I plan to take the territory construction quest first. It looks interesting, and the rewards are generous. You what Dengxian, indeed? Have you seen the construction blueprints the Lord drew? Song Lin. Yes. The Lord is really going big this time. Farmland, factories, the Great Wall, and even player residential areas. And players can participate in the design of the building blueprints and construction locations. I took a look at the quest description. Players can research and develop their own items and supplies. It feels like the team is going for an open-world experience like Kingdom Odiers and Death Stranding, where players can participate in the construction. Luzhou Laojiao. After all, this genre is super popular right now. Who doesn't like building a Gundam in another world? Song Lin. After accepting the territory construction series of quests, a construction panel will appear with several new features, such as element identification and element refining. I just tried it, and found iron from the rocks I picked up in the spider mine, and I can even use skills to extract it. However, there's a daily limit on the amount you can extract. For example, you can only refine 1 kilogram of iron per day. Yuhua Dengxian. The question mark feature is pretty cool. What can you do with it? Song Lin. You can take it to a blacksmith shop for processing. Or you can learn the blacksmithing skills and process it yourself. The former simply provides the blacksmith with raw materials, allowing him to craft any iron items or equipment sold in the shop. However, if you learn the skills yourself, you can craft as many items as you want. I just learned the blacksmith skill, but I need to rent a furnace from a blacksmith shop. The blacksmith told me that if you own a shop or house, the Lord allows players to have NPCs come to install large equipment like blacksmith furnaces. I imagine that factory equipment will also be rentable in the future. Yuhua Dingxian. So you're the production boss. My apologies. Luzhou Laojiao. By the way, the players who own shops now should be eligible to join the Lord's Guard, right? Has anyone taken up this quest? Nikyukyu. Oh! I forgot where to do this quest. Luzhou Laojiao. The official website says to go to the Adventurers Guild to find out. Nikyukyu. I go check it out. Nikyukyu hurriedly teleported to the village. The small Adventurers Guild was already bustling with people. She finally squeezed in, and found that DeCarlo was already standing in front of her. The line formed a long one. She walked to the end and saw someone she knew, Jinri Yoyu. Hey Yoyu, is this the line for the Lord's Guard? Yes. Jinri Yoyu nodded. Territory construction missions and the Lord's Guard missions are both with DeCarlo, but he's so slow. There are only so many players, and the line hasn't moved forward in half an hour. Not a single person has shown up. It's like queuing at a bank teller for an entire morning when there are only 3 people in line. She sighed. Why can't this game have NPCs serve all players at once? Maybe it's for a realistic experience. Or maybe the NPC AI isn't yet capable of handling all the players simultaneously. Nikyukyu said, it's only a beta test, after all. It's good that the bugs aren't outnumbered by the game content. That's true. Today Yoyu said helplessly, DeCarlo's character design is just silly. I saw him send the wrong item several times just now. Ugh, can't he just hire someone to help? Watching him work drives me crazy. As she spoke, she couldn't help but rush to the counter. Hey! DeCarlo. Are you okay? You sent the wrong item again. The equipment for the Lord Construction mission is on your left, and the Royal Guard mission is on your right. Huh? Huh? DeCarlo's eyes were filled with tears, and he looked flustered. Never mind, I do it. Today Yoyu swooped over to the counter, and expertly began checking DeCarlo's reputation and distributing equipment. Just give out quests. Okay. Thank you so much. DeCarlo's eyes welled with tears. I pay you later. What? You can actually accept quests like this? A nearby player explained in surprise. Nikyukyu was also bewildered, but then she felt relieved when she recalled how she'd been able to feed Aialian before. Every NPC in this game seemed to have its own AI, and their intelligence was truly high. Each NPC was like a living being, with their own personality and real-time interaction with the player. Perhaps this was the reason the computational overhead was so high that they couldn't handle all players simultaneously. With today Yoyu's help, the team's progress was indeed much faster. Most players don't actually have high enough reputation, and they're basically there to learn about the Lord's construction missions. Accepting these missions will reward them with a large tool kit. The Lord's Guard missions are simpler. After checking the player's reputation, DeCarlo will hand over a bronze shield-shaped medallion with the same design as the one on the copper coin. Wearing this medallion automatically grants the title of Lord's Guard. Nikyukyu's reputation was naturally high enough, so she accepted both missions in one go. After pinning the medallion to her left chest, she carried the large toolkit to an empty table nearby to inspect it. Ding, the player system prompts. You have accepted the Territory Construction Series quest and successfully obtained a Territory Construction Toolkit. Please note that this quest is a time-limited one for all players. Completing it promptly will significantly reduce the difficulty of the subsequent expansion packs. Failure to complete it on time will significantly increase the difficulty of the subsequent expansion packs. Huh? This quest seems quite special. Nikyukyu opened the quest interface. Territory Construction Series Quest. Expansion Pack Beast Tide Prequest Series. Quest Description. The Holy Sun Ialian has brought news of a beast tide in the north. A beast tide refers to a situation in which, due to drought and food shortages, a large number of animals, driven to madness by the influence of the evil god's corruption, are driven to madness. They will blindly attack everything around them, crushing any obstacles in their path. According to the church's assessment, a particularly large beast tide may erupt within 3 months of now, and AMT County happens to be directly in its path. Mission Objective. Priority. Build defensive facilities before the beast tide arrives. Defensive Wall 0/65 km, Arrow Towers 0/130, Beacon Post 0/15, Horse Traps 0/65 km. System Prompt. Players can choose to complete individual tasks. Player contributions to group tasks will be automatically recorded by the system. Current player contribution, 0. Wow, this really is the time to prepare for war. Nikyukyu explained, continuing to read. Priority. Sharp tools are essential for good work. Players can submit blueprints or recipes for factories, items, equipment, and large machinery and equipment through the newly added Territory Construction panel. Blueprints or recipes that can be used to defend against the beast tide will be prioritized. This task is a bit like the one for agricultural tool development, only on a wider scale. After all, as a druid who had experienced similar blueprint systems, Nikyukyu understood the plan at a glance and continued to read the rest of the article. Element Identification and Refining. Players can use the equipment assigned in this territory construction mission to collect ore. By applying the element identification and refining skills to the collected raw ore, players can discover minerals or elements useful for construction. Once a mineral is discovered, players can report it using the Mark Mineral function in the construction system. Successfully discovering any mineral will earn a military reward. If multiple players mark a mineral, the reward will be calculated based on the player's contribution points, including the order in which they mark it and the level of detailed information. Also, players can use the element refining function to extract small amounts of certain elements from ores, items, and equipment. The refined materials can then be used for crafting. Players can only extract a specified number of elements per day. This limit depends on the scarcity and difficulty of the specific element. See the refining panel for details. Players, please note, this skill cannot be used on any living creatures. Using this refining skill on items or equipment may cause irreversible damage to them. Nikyukyu opened her toolkit and took a look. Pick, chisel, hammer, shovel. Quite a complete set. She stuffed the tools into her backpack and suddenly had an idea. The spider silk sacks and venom sacks she still hadn't sold. Spider silk sacks and venom sacks probably aren't considered living creatures anymore. I wonder if this skill can identify and extract something. Nikyukyu immediately went to work, returning to her shop. Since the proceeds from the dropped materials had been shared among the participating team members, she paid for a portion of the spider silk sacks and venom sacks herself to experiment with. Ding! The player system prompts. Elemental identification successful. The spider silk sack contains a large amount of spider silk protein, which can be extracted into finished Warcraft material, spider silk thread. The extraction limit is 1 kilogram per day. The current silk sack can produce 300 G of spider silk thread. Would you like to extract it directly? Nikyukyu was overjoyed and immediately chose to extract. The spider silk sack transformed into a white light and soon turned into a ball of tough, silvery white silk thread. Nikyukyu cast an identification spell, and the system immediately gave the result. Spider silk thread, Warcraft material. The extracted spider silk thread is tough and elastic, and can be used to weave fabric and make armor. It is also an excellent material for bowstrings, and has a high acquisition value. Bowstring. As a hunter, Nakukia sensed that spider silk might be an upgrade material for bowstrings. She stuffed the thread into her backpack, planning to visit her hunter mentor later. Ding, the player system prompts. Elemental identification successful. Spider venom sacs contain a large amount of neurotoxin, which can be extracted into a potion ingredient, spider neurovenom. The extraction limit is 100 G per day. The current venom sac can extract 20 G of venom. Players must obtain a special alchemy bottle to extract. Ah, I can't extract without a bottle. Nakukia was a little disappointed, but the fact that these two new skills could process materials dropped by monsters quickly cheered her up. I wonder if other materials can be extracted. Chapter 42. After Island left, Moyu worked for 3 full days, before finally freeing himself from the arduous workload. Even with the assistance of Leah's world consciousness / PV editing prowess / universal system elf, he gradually began to feel overwhelmed. Thankfully, while work was busy now, he was the boss in this other world, so he didn't have to cater to anyone's wishes, and there was no need to recast the project. Moyu ate well, and slept well every day. Aside from the immediate struggle for survival, he lived a comfortable life. However, as a game planner in this other world, not only did he not receive a salary, he also had to pay for network and server costs out of his own pocket. And Moyu couldn't quit. After all, the bee's tide that was about to arrive was a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. If he didn't build a defensive wall in time, their lives would be in real danger given the vast, unobstructed plains. For others, if they didn't do their job well, at most they would be deducted money, but for him, this was a matter of life and death, which made him seem even more anxious. However, after Moyu repeatedly promoted the game through the official website and forums, as well as subtly in quest instructions, that this was an open-world game with realistic physics, with numerous plot points, clues, and new features requiring player self-exploration, players have now developed a habit of figuring things out on their own. After all, this is a real otherworldly world. Aside from a few NPCs, particularly the foolish apprentice to Carlo, who weren't particularly effective, there weren't really any bugs worth fixing. With the newly launched military merit quests as a guide, and the popular player housing rewards dangling like carrots in front of their eyes, players have enthusiastically participated in the new quests. Whether digging holes to build the Great Wall, contributing blueprints and recipes, or exploring for minerals, there's always a way to play that suits them. Element identification and extraction are new features developed by Moyu and Leah. AMT County's overall natural conditions aren't great, with 70% of the area consisting of vast expanses of desert. While there are ample tracts of land for Moyu to plan factories and player residences, the resources are incredibly scarce. In desperation, Moyu had no choice but to grant players full access, allowing them to freely search, collect, and gather, destroy, resources during their adventures. To put it simply, these two features rely on the principle of enhanced elemental analysis and location based on identification techniques. Then, through willpower, elements within a fixed range are decomposed and extracted. Finally, the power of anchor points is used to remove any remaining evil spirit contamination. It can be said to be a threefold spell combined, cast through the system panel. The refining quota limit is intended, firstly, to conserve Leah's hard-earned energy, and secondly, to prevent players from refining dangerous elements. After all, if unchecked, players could create not only nuclear bombs, but even sulfuric acid, a dangerous prospect. So far, players have adapted very well to these new features, picking them up quickly, and even learning to work as a team. Nakukia, on the other hand, has crafted bowstrings from spider silk sacs dropped by spiders. Together with Song Lin, who has practically monopolized the apprentice furnace in the blacksmith shop, she has successfully crafted the first iron bow in the server to be certified as level 20 by the system. They even mastered the art of starvation marketing, announcing they run out of materials after only making 3 bows. They even advertised the sale, planning to auction them off today in Nakukia's shop. Players have also responded enthusiastically to the factory missions. Several civil engineering experts have already drawn up factory plans and blueprints. Someone even submitted the cement formula Moyu had offered a high reward for military merit. However, Moyu himself isn't an engineering student, so he simply gave the drawings and formula to Leah for review. As a world spirit, Leah acts like an all-powerful AI, verifying whether these designs have physical and chemical structural flaws through back-end calculations. She can also send problematic drawings and formulas back to players for revision. Although construction hasn't even begun, the factory's safety has already been greatly improved. Moyu is also very pleased with these players, who work and go to school during the day. then don VR glasses at bedtime to work unpaid in another world, moving bricks and drawing designs. At first, he worried about the health risks of players playing Soul 007, but after browsing the forums for a while, he discovered that the players' bodies automatically force themselves to sleep while playing the game, which has actually cured many office workers' chronic insomnia. Many have seen improvements in dark circles, hair loss, and acne, and even their heart rates have returned to normal. After all, how could lying in bed, sleepless, playing on your phone be any more enjoyable than grinding away for 24 hours, in game time, in another world? Even turning into an octopus and dozing off in the sun would be comfortable. This has led players to essentially use their anti-addiction time to the utmost. Not only are they incredibly motivated to work, but they only need MoU to offer them some illusory military merits and reputation to satisfy them. There are also plenty of talented and resourceful individuals out there. MoU only needs to control the limits of their creativity. MoU needed players to conquer the world for him, but he didn't dare let them go completely free. After all, while it was an open-world game, this was a truly real other world, not the Hylu continent where NPCs were just data. If players came up with some inhumane designs, it would be the natives of this world who would suffer. So, after careful consideration, rather than letting players directly engage in real-life combat, MoU opted to submit blueprints for review to screen players' creative designs. This would also reveal which players were more reliable, and wouldn't cause any unreasonable trouble. For these identified players with a high safety factor, their privileges could be increased by awarding them military merits, and later, even more freedom could be granted to players with high military merits. MoU was also a seasoned planner who had spent years battling with players. After days of painstakingly perfecting the details of the quests and activities, he could confidently let players do whatever they wanted within the scope he had set. However, MoU was more concerned about the shortage of NPCs than the players. While magic puppets can certainly perform simple quests and trade with players, NPC characters are essential for a satisfying gaming experience. Putting aside high-end NPC characters like Ialian, who are both beautiful and have their own storylines, even the NPCs running the village shops aren't enough. MoU knew his foolish disciple wasn't a competent NPC, but DeCarlo was the only one who could simply start working without MoU explaining anything, relying solely on his trust in his teacher. Until a new candidate emerges, MoU can only hold on to this silly roe deer. Frankly, to safely survive the next beast tide, MoU feels it's imperative to form an NPC defense team. Players are certainly powerful, but they always need to be offline. Due to the time difference between the two worlds, and the fact that the player's body falls asleep upon logging in, players tend to log in at night or during lunch breaks. Only a few players with more free time will actively log in during the day. Without a team of locals, it would be dangerous if a sudden beast tide occurred and players were busy at work or school and unable to log in. But where can I hire people? MoU was troubled. Or maybe I can just wait for the next caravan to come back and have them buy some slaves. This territory is too desolate, and the desert is rife with dangers. No one wants to pass through here. According to his previous plan, he could rely on the druids to grow crops to overcome the food crisis, while relying on the caravans to trade with the outside world, find resources, build factories, and secretly develop some industry. Then, he could develop trade based on these products, build a few roads to the main city, or open teleportation arrays. However, the news of the sudden beast tide practically overturned his entire plan. Within 3 months, with limited food, money, resources, and manpower, he had to build defenses capable of withstanding a charge of tens, even hundreds, of thousands of beasts. The thought of it was overwhelming. Simply building a small wall around the village wouldn't work. The wheat in the experimental fields only matures once every 3 months, and the Elf King's mission to plant the Tree of Life only lasts 90 days, and that tree seems to take up quite a bit of space. MoU must include these important planting areas within his defense. Then, the cement and other materials factories that must be built within these few months, as well as the living quarters awarded to players. He can't just abandon them. Besides, during the beast tide, the players should have cleared the monsters from the 2 mines. They couldn't just leave the mines to the beast tide's devastation. So, after some rough calculations, the area they chosen actually stretched from the dark forest all the way to the mines, encompassing a good portion of the county in one fell swoop. This was the result of MoU calculating the player's limits, and restraining his desire to include all the open maps within the protection area. Perhaps because the overall regional planning blueprint seemed so impressive, the players didn't complain or grumble. Instead, their eyes gleamed, and they were eager to build the entire territory into a fortress, like a bunch of hard-working craftsmen. MOU first teleported to the Dark Forest's teleport point. The initial prototype of the outpost between the teleport point and the Dark Forest entrance had already been constructed. A group of tank-class players were using the Earth Wall skill to dig earth from the pits and build a wall, effectively doing two jobs with one skill. It was a truly time-saving and labor-saving move. After all, the Earth Wall skill can withstand multiple brute force attacks from monsters during battle. And that was just the amount of Earth players had casually built during battle. Now, carefully and repeatedly tamping the wall with their mental power would only make it stronger. MOU checked the system and found that the level had reached LV35. If they could maintain this standard, defending against the Beast Tide shouldn't be a problem. According to Leah, in previous years, the monsters in the Beast Tide typically ranged from level 25 to 30, with only a few large LV35 bosses leading or supporting the charge. Now, the majority of players have already reached LV10 to 15, and the earliest veterans are already pushing for level 20. Although the pace will slow down due to the increased experience points required for each level, reaching level 35 within 3 months should be no problem. Once the number of monsters reaches tens of thousands, the quantitative shift will lead to a qualitative change. Even if they're all only level 25, they can still be overwhelmed. While the players' levels might be slightly higher by then, with the added bonuses of fortifications and high-end weapons, you could even manage a limited time event to waive the death penalty, ensuring at least a level battle between the two sides. Satisfied with the players' progress, MOU returned to the village to check out Nikukyo's Iron Bow auction and, after a 3-day absence, to make an appearance as a Lord NPC. However, upon reaching the Adventurers Guild, he ran into DiCarlo, who rushed out in a hurry. Seeing him, the silly road deer smiled broadly. "Teacher, you're incredibly foresight. How did you know I was coming to see you?" "I don't know. Isn't this a coincidence?" MOU gave an enigmatic smile. "What do you want from me?" "The traveling merchant has delivered the goods you ordered. They're waiting for you at the tavern," DiCarlo said. MOU's spirits lifted. This was excellent news. He immediately said goodbye to DiCarlo and walked into the bar. He saw Mahat sitting at a table in the center of the tavern. Next to him sat a strange young man in alchemist's garb, his head bowed, clutching a medicine box. "Mahat, you arrived sooner than I expected." MOU smiled as he stepped forward and greeted Father Pauly, saying, "Father, serve our guests 2 glasses of ale." The tall, dark, calm guard nodded and saluted, saying, "We had planned to deliver the goods on our next trade trip, but our master needs to stay in the mystical city of oneself for a while. We happen to have the goods and talents you need, so we asked him to deliver them first." Talents. Finally, a new NPC. MOU rubbed his hands excitedly. "Who is this?" Mahat pointed his chin at the silent young man next to him. "Yes, this is the alchemist Rama Onisil, the youngest son of the Onisil city lord himself, expelled for suspected illegal alchemical experiments. The medicine box in his hand contains the 30 bottles of various alchemical potions you ordered. Please also pay the balance for the alchemical potions and the talent recruitment fee." MOU's smile froze. "Goodness. I asked your caravan to recruit talent for me, and not only did you kidnap the city lord's youngest son, but he was also kicked out by his father for committing a crime? You truly are dishonest merchants." Chapter 43. I did say I needed people with special skills and knowledge. Regardless of their background, struggles, or ideals, as long as they're not criminals, I'm open to accepting them. MOU rubbed his brow and emphasized, "But only if they're not criminals." "Don't worry, he hasn't actually done anything harmful," Mahat said. "It's just that his academic research has deviated from the norm." The young man bowed his head even lower upon hearing this. "Deviant? How deviant must it be to be expelled for suspected illegal alchemical experiments? And his father is the city lord, right? This is the kind of brat that even his father can't stand?" MOU took a deep breath, sensing that the conversation ahead might be a real test of his nerves. "Then please elaborate?" Mahat visibly stiffened. He hesitated for a long time, as if wondering if a truthful account would result in immediate dismissal. Then he turned to the boy next to him and said, "How about you tell me yourself?" Rama Onisil hesitated for a long time before slowly raising his head. He was a very handsome young man with red lips and white teeth, short dark brown hair, and dressed in the formal white coat of an alchemist. He looked like a graduate student fresh out of a chemistry lab. "I didn't do anything." He hesitated. "I just accidentally blew up 2 wizard towers while doing an experiment." MOU gasped. "Even with the protection of the alchemical rune barrier?" Rama continued. MOU's pupils trembled. "But don't worry. Aside from the damage to buildings and equipment, fortunately, no casualties occurred on either occasion. Rama said quickly, I was careful to evict all unrelated personnel during my experiments. 2 mage towers were blown up, and even then, they were protected by alchemical rune barriers. In Moiwa's few memories of alchemists, alchemical rune barriers were a powerful form of protective equipment, created specifically to protect immature apprentices or adventurous alchemists conducting pioneering experiments. It was said that some curious individuals had tested them, and found that they could block even the breath of a fire-breathing dragon for 15 minutes. Such a powerful alchemical rune barrier couldn't actually prevent this young man from blowing up the lab? And 2 at once? You have to know, each wizard's tower is more than just an ordinary building. It often contains the lifelong wealth and knowledge accumulated by a great magician or alchemist. Some wizards' towers are even passed down from generation to generation. Let alone blowing up 1 or 2, even damaging a single room could cause enormous damage. It seems this bratty kid is truly beloved by his parents. What kid would blow up 2 treasure troves of knowledge and be simply kicked out? Mou felt a pang of anxiety. I'm sorry. I only have 1 wizard's tower here, and it really can't withstand another bombing. Besides, if your alchemy skills are so low, I'm afraid you don't meet my hiring requirements. He was hiring people to work making potions and alchemical equipment. He couldn't afford a bratty kid who constantly bombed a lab with little knowledge and only caused trouble. Unexpectedly, after he finished speaking, the child suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with shock, confusion, and bewilderment. Lama, ? Muhat, ? Mou, ? The 3 of them stared at each other, their heads filled with questions. Rama's eyes widened, pointing at himself in disbelief. Me? You're saying my alchemy skills are low? The tall, dark guard also looked confused. Lord Moya, did you not hear clearly? This is Rama Anisil, the youngest son of the Lord of Anisil. Mo, you was even more bewildered. Didn't you already introduce this before? Did I miss something important? Muhat coughed twice. You may not know much about alchemy. This Rama Anisil is recognized by the Alchemy Association as the most promising alchemist in 1,000 years. At the age of 16, he earned the title of Grand Alchemist, and is the most renowned prodigy in the mystical city of Anisil. Mou's pupils trembled again. In fact, if his academic research hadn't deviated from the norm, leading to conflicts with the alchemists of the city's alchemy guild, and if he hadn't accidentally blown up 2 historic wizard towers while testing his theories, the Lord of Anisil wouldn't have been forced to issue an expulsion order. Muhat leaned close to Mou's ear and lowered his voice. His mother, the Lord of Anisil's concubine, was worried that Rama had nowhere to go, having just come of age. So she approached my master and asked our caravan to find a suitable place for him. Aren't you looking for talent? We thought Rama would meet your requirements. Muhat sat back down and took a sip of his beer. I see, Master Rama Anisil, please accept my apology. I specialize in magic, and indeed lack common sense in the field of alchemy. Mou nodded in apology to the young man, who snorted softly, but his expression softened considerably. May I ask about the academic direction that led to your dispute with the other alchemists? Mou asked. Actually, if it was a major alchemist, even if he was an avid bomb enthusiast, it wouldn't matter. He had a large territory, so at most, they could set aside an uninhabited area within the factory for him to test explosives. This kind of heavy firepower would be useful during a beast tide. Rama sighed. It's a long story. Simply put, alchemy is the process of transforming one substance into another through alchemical means. There are many different types of alchemical methods, including chemical methods, physical methods, and some metaphysical techniques. Regarding the treatment of the evil god contamination, most people consider it a metaphysical process, but I believe it's simply a force we don't yet understand, capable of transformation and analysis from a material perspective. This line of thought. Mou instantly became more energized. Please continue. When we use Warcraft materials to create alchemical items, we often encounter the problem of the evil god contamination being difficult to remove. In these cases, most alchemists can only leave it to fate, and see what special effects the contamination will randomly transform into after the work is completed. A small number of alchemists repeat the methods of their predecessors, using the evil god contamination to try to trigger special effects that have appeared in the past. But both of these approaches, to put it bluntly, are simply leaving it to fate, allowing the evil god's contamination to randomly mutate. And because it's a polluting force, 90% of the added effects are harmful to the user. Some even cause instant death, rendering them completely unusable. Then, Due to the added special effects, the product becomes useless. I believe this approach is a huge waste of Warcraft materials, and the alchemist's time and energy. Rama's eyes lit up as he spoke, the arrogant young man confident in his own ideas. I believe the evil god's contamination is simply a force attached to the material. This force should be able to be stripped, extracted, or used through certain means. I even discovered a method that can destabilize the evil god's power, but the result is, it's very likely to cause an explosion. Mou took a deep breath. He felt that the boy's research seemed to echo some of his own immature ideas. How powerful is the explosion caused by the evil god's power? Is there any contamination left after the explosion? Very powerful, Rama said. It's so powerful that even the alchemical rune barrier can't withstand it. But it's different from ordinary explosions. I made a special amulet that can withstand this power, which is why I was safe and sound during both explosions. But this new amulet can only be used on humans at present, so the mage tower did explode. You naughty kid, have protected yourself so well. Can't you try your experiment somewhere else? But after the explosion, the evil god's contamination will be completely consumed, Rama added. Congratulations, you're hired. Mou acted decisively, extending his hand. I prepare a research site for you, away from people and other facilities. You can focus on your research there. I provide you with the necessary facilities, supplies, and the strip-off evil god contamination. Rama shook Mizuryu's hand, bewildered. Strip off evil god contamination? How do you do that? Mou took out a druid-specific sealed bottle and handed it to him. Black smoke swirled within. In my territory, there's a group of adventurers, including a group of druids, who can strip away the evil god contamination. But currently, we don't have a way to purify it, or use it. Rama took the sealed bottle, his eyes filled with surprise. If I had known you had this technology, I would have come here long ago. Since Rama was an alchemist with a research focus similar to his, and the two sides had already reached a hiring agreement, Mou simply paid Mahat the balance and the mountain bike, and placed a new order. This time, he was looking to hire someone. Although, as a modern man, the slave trade was quite a radical concept for him. He truly needed NPCs who could read, write, and work, and slaves were the best option in this era. At worst, he could just buy them back and free them from slavery in his territory. Buying slaves was a simple order for Mahat. He quickly calculated the deposit, took the money, and set off again, exhausted. Rumors had it that Mustafa was being held in Onisol by the city lord's concubine because of Rama's incident. He had to return quickly to report before the caravan could depart for the next city. After watching Mahat leave the bar, Mou smiled at Rama and said, "Let's talk about salary and job description. Food and lodging are provided, and I can do research, and I can decide the direction of my research." Rama said, "I don't need a salary, just research funding. You can come up with your own research plan, but you need my approval before proceeding. And you have to help me make alchemical potions and tools." Mou said, noticing Rama's hint of dissatisfaction, and added, "But I can provide you with an unlimited supply of stripped evil god contamination. And from what I've seen so far, I don't think we have any major disagreements." Rama held his breath, but after a moment, he relented. "What do you want me to research? Methods to utilize and consume the evil god's pollution, or methods to purify it," Mou said. "Whether it's used as fuel or explosives, as long as it doesn't create new pollution." Rama nodded thoughtfully. "Then our directions are indeed quite similar. Or rather, overlapping. You need someone to build your laboratory. I take you to select a site tomorrow." Mou said, "You can stay in the guest room above the bar tonight. Until the laboratory is built, please do no research, explosive or not." "Oh," Rama replied glumly. Mou handed him 3 bundles of adventure coins of varying denominations. "These are the common adventure coins we use here. You can use them to issue quests to adventurers. You can have adventurers complete any tasks you need." He looked at Rama's brightening eyes and added, "But no human experiments." "I won't do human experiments." Rama raged, but he looked a little wilted. "So happy working with you?" Mou said with a smile. "Happy working with you." Rama shook his hand again. After paying Rama's room for a week and settling the alchemist into his room, Mou happily left the bar, putting the extra coins he'd taken out into his system backpack. "Hey, this flower is..." He saw the light lily lying in his backpack, and memories of the past suddenly began to assault him. Oh yes, Aelian told him to place this flower at Moiwa's grave. But the problem was, Moiwa was transformed into a stone statue, and then swallowed up by the ground in the basement of the Mage Tower. So, is the Mage Tower his large tombstone? It feels a bit strange. Mou held the flower, lost in thought, and subconsciously cast an identify spell on it. Light Lily, a miraculous plant impervious to the contamination of evil spirits. Its appearance is remarkably similar to the lilies of the origin world, but its petals appear to emit a faint glow. Although this flower is white, in reality, light lilies can grow in a variety of colors. The more polluted the land, the better it thrives. Legend has it that it can absorb the contamination of evil spirits, but the truth of this rumor is unknown. It's a rather miraculous plant. It seems a bit of a shame to just use it for worship. Let's try a different approach. Mou rubbed his chin and looked around. He happened to see Nietchiochio, hiding in the Adventurers Guild not far away, peeking out. Nietchiochio, come here, I have a quest for you. Ah! Nietchiochio, summoned by the Lord, immediately ran over. Lord, I haven't seen you for 3 days. You lost weight. Are you missing me? Mou glared at her unhappily, feeling increasingly that the scandal surrounding him was unresolved. He handed the bright lily to Niakikyu and said, plant it next to the mage tower for me. This flower is not susceptible to pollution. You don't need to plant it in a test field. Find the most polluted area. If possible, plant it into a sea of flowers. Turning the desolate mage tower into a sea of flowers would be a proper memorial, right? Chapter 44. Early the next morning, Mou arrived at the tavern on his pony, picked up the still yawning alchemist, and headed for the factory site he had planned. In reality, rather than choosing a site for the laboratory, Mou was taking Rama to select a vacant plot of land where any explosion would not affect other people or buildings. The key to site selection lies entirely in the maximum radius of the possible explosion. Actually, you don't have to worry so much. Rama honestly yawned loudly and rubbed his eyes. Now I have a relatively clear idea of how much evil god contamination will cause what kind of explosion. Better safe than sorry, Mou said. Besides, I have plenty of land here. Once we decided on a location, we can install a teleportation array. Even at great distances, it won't hinder the escape of personnel and the transportation of materials. Rama was silent for a moment. So the teleportation array is primarily for the purpose of facilitating escape? Ha ha ha, safety first, safety first. Mou chuckled dryly. After 2 peeks, he quickly changed the subject. I also asked 2 adventurers to help. These adventurers possess strange abilities. Even if their bodies die, they never truly die. Having players do the work is far more cost-effective than asking NPCs. After all, players can't die. If they're accidentally bombed, it's fine. It's just that if their bodies are completely destroyed, they need replacements. Furthermore, several players seem quite interested in inventions. Today, Mou had called in Song Lin and Jin Ruyu, who frequently submit mechanical blueprints. Perhaps the players' knowledge and ideas from otherworldly realms could inspire Rama. I see. Rama said gloomily. Those souls can't be from this world. They seem summoned, possessing those corpses. They look alive. A bit like necromancy, but without the sinister feel of necromancy. Could it be alchemy? As expected of an academic giant who uses evil god contamination as gunpowder for explosive research, he could see that the adventurers were a group of wandering spirits attached to corpses, and still discuss academic issues so calmly. You can tell? Mou was a little confused and curious. In fact, he had always wanted to know if anyone in this world could tell that the players were actually a group of animated corpses. However, they looked like living people on the outside, and the villagers and townspeople in the illusion didn't react in any way. Even Aelian didn't show the slightest bit of surprise when he saw the players. But Aelian was an ally, and perhaps he was aware of the players' manipulation of the corpses, so his reaction was completely irrelevant. Well, perhaps to others they appeared just like normal people, but I possess a special gift. Rama pointed to his eyes. The eye of analysis. When I activate this gift, I can clearly see the composition of all things, even at the level of the soul. Thanks to the Onisil family's thousands of years of tireless alchemical exploration and their courage to experiment on their own people, they expended the financial resources and energy of over a dozen generations before successfully creating this artificial gift in my generation. Mou twitched his lips. Is this something you can easily say? It seems there's no need to hide it. After all, we're all in this together. The boy tilted his head and thought for a moment. I already been expelled from the Onisil family. There's no way back until those stubborn old guard in the Alchemist Guild are dead or out of office. And an alchemist with his license revoked probably won't find any other job, except for independent mage leaders like you who might make an exception and hire him. Wait a minute. MOU's voice suddenly rose. Your license was revoked? Why haven't I heard about it before? How could it not be revoked after blowing up 2 mage towers? The boy's eyes widened. How could an expelled alchemist still have a license? MOU held his forehead with his hand. How could I have? I felt like I'd been ripped off again by a dishonest businessman. Actually, whether I have a license or not doesn't affect my research and work for you at all, Rama said. The Alchemist Association's license is simply so alchemists can legally and conveniently sell alchemical medicines and tools abroad, without having to go to various alchemist associations every day to check if each potion meets the standards. Before my license was revoked, I was already certified as a Grandmaster. Even without a license now, my knowledge and skills haven't declined. I'm still a true Grandmaster. So you made a good deal. MOU had to admit that Rama's words were true. If this big shot hadn't been inexplicably exiled, it would have been impossible for him to recruit a Grandmaster in his remote and desolate area. Okay, now that we gotten it all out of the way, we don't have to keep using honorifics like you come, you go. The young leader, far more mature than he appeared, continued, just call me Rama. There seem to be many strange happenings in your territory, as well as many strange zombies. Adventurers. But from what I observed yesterday, you and your adventurers seem to be working hard to reduce the influence of the evil god and improve the lives of the residents of your territory. My goal is to purify the evil god's contamination through my research. As you said yesterday, our goals overlap, and we shouldn't have much disagreement. You seem to trust me? MOU smiled. Aren't you afraid that I abandon your body in the wilderness if I find out you discovered my secret? Rama shrugged. You need my research results, and our collaboration is mutually beneficial. Besides, I obviously can't do it on my own. If you can just leave the desert and head for another city, wouldn't it be better to keep me here to do the work? Indeed. MOU nodded in approval and pulled on the pony's reins. We're here. This time it was Rama's turn to twitch his lips. He looked around. It's completely desert, nothing here. So there's no need to worry about an explosion. There's enough space here for a test site for you to test as you please. MOU asked, what do you estimate the maximum range of the explosion to be? Rama began to calculate in his head. If it's a controlled test, a test site with a radius of 3 kilometers is more than enough. Even if we need to prepare for unexpected situations, we can just expand it another 2 kilometers. Hearing this, MOU pulled out his magic book backstage, opened the control panel, and moved the blueprint for the great wall that the players were going to build a little further out. Fortunately, this is south, not the direction of the Beast Tide, and the defensive facilities haven't been built yet, so modifications are effortless. Just as MOU and Rama were defining the boundaries of the laboratory and test field, 2 players, Song Lin and Jinri Yoyu, arrived via the teleportation array MOU had previously set up in the factory area. However, the array was still quite far away, and both players were slightly out of breath from running all the way. Every player needs a mount. Lord, are you looking for us? Song Lin and Jinri Yoyu asked excitedly. They were the 2 players who had submitted the most blueprints, the most complex, and the most advanced. Therefore, they had earned the most reputation and military merit, and were currently the highest-ranking 2 members of MOU's personal guard. The task MOU had assigned them was a chain of tasks, the first of which was to report to him here. Yes. MOU tapped his magic book and assigned them the second quest in a series. This is the great alchemist Rama Anisil. He is now our territory's exclusive alchemist. Your mission is to assist him in building an alchemy research institute and serve as his assistants in his research. MOU pulled a large pile of hemp rope and bamboo poles from his backpack and placed them on the ground for them to use. Now, what you need to do is, according to the blueprint and location on the system, mark the building area for the Alchemy Research Institute. Players with the Mason class will arrive shortly to dig the foundation and build the building. Song Lin and the others clicked on the system panel, and a projection of the foundation area immediately appeared on the ground. The operation was not difficult, and they quickly got to work, one setting up the bamboo poles, the other tying the ropes, working swiftly. Of course, MOU had called them here not just to work, but also to introduce Rama, a new NPC, to them. These 2 adventurers know a lot about otherworldly technology. Perhaps interacting with them would also yield some new insights. Rama nodded noncommittally, his focus on another matter. If the adventurers won't die, then even if they accidentally explode, it doesn't matter? He said accidentally, but his tone made it sound as if an explosion was inevitable. MOU rolled his eyes at him. Please try to avoid such accidents. While they won't actually die, if their bodies are damaged, they need to be replaced, which is very troublesome. Besides, the number of bodies isn't unlimited. Although there are still several thousand in stock, with the increase in the number of players in the subsequent closed beta test, the chance of damage will increase significantly. We have to use them sparingly. Rama nodded in understanding. I understand. If it explodes, I compensate you with an alchemical doll as their new body. Alchemical doll? You remembered that Leah had mentioned that magical dolls created by willpower could also serve as player bodies, but that they abandoned this option because they were too time-consuming and troublesome to produce. So what were alchemical dolls? He suddenly felt that Moiwa's knowledge of alchemy was quite lacking. But everyone has their specialties, and asking a master magician to cross over and study alchemy might be a bit of a stretch. Yes, they're dolls made using alchemy. With my skill, I can make them look indistinguishable from real people, Rama said. But because alchemists can't create souls, alchemical dolls were previously just fancy-looking magic dolls. They could do much the same things as magic dolls, but they're perfectly suited to serving as bodies for adventurers. You suddenly thought this was a brilliant idea. Is it difficult to make? Not difficult, and the cost isn't too high. I just need to make one set of equipment. Lama thought for a moment. The raw materials should be relatively easy to obtain. Plus, the data can be saved after making it once, so I can easily access it later if needed. Can I customize the appearance and various attributes? Of course, these alchemical dolls are specially made for the rich and powerful. Among other things, their appearance is top-notch. Lama said proudly. Physical attributes can be adjusted, and they can even grow independently. Isn't this just customizing your own character? You suddenly felt that hiring a master alchemist was a truly remarkable investment. Of course, since he had already told players from the beginning that the bodies were randomly drawn and couldn't be customized, You had no plans to change that now. For cost-saving reasons, there was no need to change them until the bodies were used up. He planned to charge for customizable bodies. After all, many players would top up their accounts for unique appearances, and many established online games offered the ability to rename characters as a paid feature, so this wouldn't be particularly out of place. Furthermore, this online game had been operating with no profit at all, and with only his modest personal account, he would sooner or later be unable to afford even the server rental. Of course, if players received a customizable body as compensation because their old one was destroyed by a new alchemist NPC, this exception wouldn't be unreasonable. It could be considered a bonus for players to try it out. That way, we can add a store option to the official website. Well, if players choose to customize their bodies, they need to purchase a service each time they change their appearance. But if they die accidentally in-game and their body is destroyed, they can still create a new one by paying in-game coins and reputation. That makes more sense. Excitedly outlined his plan in his mind, then turned to Rama and asked, when can this body be made? Rama rolled his eyes. Of course, we have to wait until the lab is built. I still have to give you the lab's blueprints and a list of raw materials and equipment. Well, the caravan's gone, so it seems like buying isn't an option. I have to make it myself. Tisk, it's really inconvenient in a place like this with nothing. Wasn't worried about the raw materials. With the players and the world consciousness as their backing, and the powerful weapon of the creation panel, they might be poor, but even with limited resources, they could always make it. However, inconvenient transportation is indeed a major problem. Even with a teleportation array, a method of transportation still needs to be found. By the way, can we make a vehicle that runs on the evil god's pollution? Asked. Isn't the principle of modern motor vehicle engines based on controlled explosions that drive levers to generate power? Theoretically, if the big guys could make the explosions caused by the evil god's pollution controllable, then they could make engines and cars. Chapter 45. Of course, was just thinking. Even if Rama could successfully and precisely control the explosion scope, they still had a long way to go before they could produce an engine or even a complete vehicle. Rama, however, listened to Mou's description with a touch of curiosity. He pulled a small notebook from his robe pocket and carefully wrote down the idea. A thick, sealed cylinder. Fuel is injected into it, causing an explosion that pushes a piston to generate power. The piston drives a lever and a rotor. To realize this idea, we first need to create steel. This world has steel. Some major cities already have large, steampunk-style factories. While the overall technological level isn't as advanced as the origin world, and the tech tree is quite skewed, at least the rudiments of modern industry exist. Mou's territory, however, lacks these facilities. But that doesn't matter. He has players, computers, and the internet. He can always build it. Speaking of the internet, He really needed some form of communication. Players could communicate remotely using the Anchor's call channel, but it would be incredibly inconvenient if NPCs couldn't communicate remotely. I also need some communicators. Can you make them? MOU asked. Do you think I'm a treasure chest? Rama said grumpily. Of course I can. Why don't you give me a list of all the things and potions you want to make? That way, I can write down all the materials and equipment you need. Oh, by the way, you haven't picked up the potions you ordered yet. He touched the bracelet on his right wrist, then pulled out a box and shoved it towards MOU. Space bracelet? MOU stared at Rama's right hand curiously. This was the first time he had seen the natives of this world's non-worldly consciousness camp use a space-related device. Yes, I made it myself. Rama proudly showed it to MOU. It can hold anything except living things. It's 10 cubic meters. Is there anything you alchemists can't do? In MOU's current opinion, the unscientific nature of alchemy was almost as great as the power of will itself. MOU now looked at Rama like a blue, earless feline with a treasure bag on its belly. That's too many, Rama counted on his fingers. Creatures with souls can't be refined. Precious metals and coins that would impact the economic system can't be refined. Things I can't or don't want to do can't be refined. The first two taboos are understandable, but isn't the last one a bit too arbitrary? MOU's mouth twitched. He opened the back-end panel and used the excess system energy to construct another teleportation array, placing it directly in front of the entrance to the Alchemy Research Institute's foundation. The blueprint for this research institute wasn't complex. To ensure quick escape for players and NPCs in the unlikely event of an explosion, the entire building was a single story. This also minimized the impact of a building collapse after an explosion, making reconstruction easier. It consisted of a square research institute and a circular explosion test site. The explosion test site was generally very simple. Build a thick outer wall. If it wasn't thick enough, add a few more walls, just enough to withstand the blast, and a rainproof roof would do the trick. The cost is low, and the materials are locally available. If the explosion can't be contained, it's done. There's no need to worry about it. The player can just rebuild the wall. The test site and the research institute aren't directly connected, leaving a 20-meter gap. MOU plans to build a very thick defensive wall in between. This way, an explosion from the test site won't easily affect the research institute itself. The research institute itself was designed with the same cost-saving and easy-to-rebuild philosophy in mind. The interior is neatly divided into a hallway leading directly to the main entrance and 10 rooms on either side. This simple and unadorned design ensures that personnel can escape quickly in the event of danger without getting lost. It's a perfect safety factor. By the way, we also install alarms in every room to notify those inside to evacuate. I can see you're still traumatized by my bombing of the Mage Tower. After listening to MOU's explanation of the blueprint, Rama was speechless. 10 rooms should be enough, MOU calculated. There's no need for a kitchen here. Players can just order takeout meals when needed. We can make one bedroom and living room, then build an air-conditioned laboratory and cold storage, and then add a restroom and shower. You could arrange the remaining 5 laboratories as you wish. Are the air conditioning and cold storage the same equipment as the butcher shop in the village? Mama asked with interest. They definitely come in handy. When I saw that shop yesterday, I was thinking about how this would make it easier to make a variety of potions and items that normally require winter and snowy conditions. The person who built that device must also be a formidable alchemist, right? Look, that's the one who wrote It's Raining Today. MOU pointed at the female player working. She provided the design drawings and refrigerant formula. Neither of them is an alchemist, but they both have considerable experience with mechanical equipment and chemical formulas. Rama nodded thoughtfully. MOU noticed that his gaze on the two players had shifted from working zombies, who can be blown up, to researchers, who seem capable of communication and discussion. This crazy alchemy-obsessed researcher truly has no moral compass. If there are no objections to the overall plan for the Alchemy Research Institute, I arrange for the adventurers to begin construction. Rama nodded. No problem. I discussed the specific internal facilities with them later. The construction and maintenance costs of the Alchemy Research Institute are also included in your research budget, MOU said earnestly. The fewer explosions and damage, the lower the reconstruction costs, and the more funds there will be for purchasing materials and equipment. For a mad scientist like this, one who has no concept of safety research or safe production, is incredibly brave and eager to stir up trouble, and whose moral standards are perhaps as low as those of the players, using rules to restrict him might cause a backlash. The best control method you could think of was funding. Sure enough, the glint in Rama's eyes seemed to calm down a bit. He said unhappily, I know. After assigning the task of building the Alchemy Research Institute to the Mason players, and asking Rama to continue detailing the facilities, equipment, and raw materials required, MOU himself returned to the Mage Tower via the teleportation array. For the past 2 days, MOU's thoughts had been completely consumed by the sudden appearance of Rama, the alchemist tycoon. He barely had time to pay attention to the players, even forgetting to check out the Iron Bow auction. The players seemed strangely quiet, too. As the saying goes, a quiet child is probably up to something. MOU felt he needed to keep an eye on the forums. Walking from the teleportation array to the entrance of the Mage Tower, MOU noticed a small flower bed had suddenly appeared at the gate. It held a lily of light, presumably the work of Nyakikyu. The flowers still had water droplets on them, and the soil was moist, likely freshly watered. Very nice. MOU opened the back-end panel and remotely sent Nyakikyu the rewards for the first stage of flower planting. 100 points each of reputation and military merit, plus adventure coins to purchase materials for the flower bed. He then went upstairs, poured himself a cold Coke, turned on the air conditioner, and retrieved his Wish Power Edition laptop, which had been sitting in the sun for a while, from the terrace. He then began lurking in the player QQ groups and official forums, doing his usual screen sniffing. The forum posts promoting the Ialian X Moiwa couple are piling up. Although Ialian has left the village, Nikukyu's latest post, "He's so in love, he's planting the flowers he gave me," has reignited the trend. MOU, expressionless as he continued to save the fluently written post to his favorites for future reading, turned his attention to the Iron Bow auction post. As the highest level bow weapon currently, all 3 iron bows fetched around 3 gold coins. Given that the average player base has progressed to levels 13 to 17, with a few already reaching level 20, the iron bow still meets the current needs of most druids with a full wallet and bow training, making this a reasonable price. Since the crafting materials, iron ore and spider silk sacks, are both produced by spider dens between LV 10 and LV 25, obtaining these 2 materials isn't particularly difficult thanks to the speed farming strategies provided by Lujo Laju and others. Players are spontaneously forming small teams with 1 or 2 druids. Because players are killing spiders at a rate far exceeding their reproduction rate, the rotating teams have already cleared the first level of spider dens and are steadily advancing further down. With more raw materials, more people will be crafting items and equipment. As levels increase, demand increases, but supply also increases significantly. The price of iron bows is expected to drop soon, and other types of iron weapons are also on the horizon as players refine more iron ore. And now with element identification, players can bring back not only monster drops, but also a variety of ores. MOU checked the back end for element identification and discovered that the Spider's Nest mine was a typical pyrite mine, along with various nickel, chromium, lead, and a miscellaneous assortment of other elements, even containing very small amounts of gold and silver. Once the players have eliminated all the spiders in this mine, this monster farming and leveling map can be transformed into a purely production and mining zone. Then, mining and smelting can be carried out peacefully, and the next copper mine, overrun by macrophagous worms, can be put on the agenda. Rama needs to lead the players in building factories, like the sulfuric acid plant and ironworks. We can't always rely on the power of the world consciousness to refine everything by hand. MOU opened the back end again, and added tasks for these 2 factories to the factory construction tasks section. He also added some infrastructure game preferences to the daily questionnaire for selecting new beta testers. Currently, including the 10 sets of equipment that hadn't been shipped today, the number of beta testers allocated has reached 63. Of course, including MOU's own alt, the number is 64. Now, mentoring new players has become the norm. Veteran players, eager to acquire their coveted mountain bikes, often camp out at new player spawn points to become apprentices. With the guidance and mentorship of veteran players, new players have quickly adapted to the game's various written and unwritten rules. The increase in players has most directly impacted the world consciousness, with increased anchor points and a heightened ability to purify, or rather, remove pollution. Some druid players seem to have already noticed this change, but they naturally attribute it to the increased effectiveness of their skills as their levels have increased. However, the current number of anchor points isn't enough to clear enough land for a Tree of Life plant. While a small Tree of Life seedling doesn't seem to require a particularly large area initially, MOU decided to wait until there are at least 100 players to proceed with the planting task, just to be on the safe side. Wheat is undoubtedly the most resilient crop on this continent. As long as it's not mutated by the evil god's contamination, it will thrive. The spare seeds that weren't used up due to a lack of understanding of the crop's characteristics have been replanted after breeding. Meanwhile, the druids have saved a significant amount of game time thanks to their mutually supportive work schedule. One day you be watering, the next he be weeding. The atmosphere is truly harmonious. Because the territory construction mission not only had a 3-month deadline, but also offered substantial military rewards, it attracted the majority of players' attention. However, some players were still diligently researching the illusion dungeon. After sharing information about Naya with Ialian that night, Leah had already updated the quest information for this illusion dungeon. However, since most evil gods tend to attract attention upon being recognized, Leah only hinted in the quest information that something seemed to be wrong with the statue of the god of light, possibly the culprit for the town's fall, and that destroying the statue would draw the evil god's attention. Although the dungeon's core obsession had not yet been discovered, players diligently recorded the side quests they triggered in forum posts. Some even began trying brute force methods, often killing monsters. Brute force methods are undoubtedly one of the most powerful and reliable methods. Within a few days, the dungeon's purification level had increased to 12%. Players could clearly see that the area shrouded in gray fog had shrunk significantly, and even the billowing black smoke from the pit had become a lighter shade. MOU took a look at the backstage and distributed reputation points and adventure coins to the top 5 player teams that contributed the most to the purification of the copy. According to Leah, although these illusions are all built on illusory obsessions, if the illusion occurs on the original site like the Clock Tower town, there is a certain chance that some items that have mutated under the pollution of the evil god will be found on the ruins during purification. Listening to Leah's description, MOU felt that those things were like containment items that the SCP Association would be interested in. Chapter 46. Perhaps it's a good thing the players didn't get those bizarre items in the illusion. Otherwise, who knows what they'd be up to? MOU muttered. He opened the previously unread second week report, glanced at it, and then invested public experience points in leveling up, successfully reaching level 30. Level 30 increases the number of creation spells you can cast to 7 per day, and the size of created items to 2 cubic meters, a pretty practical upgrade. As for the spell arsenal, he unlocked 2 new skills, Void Fist and Despair Mire. Void Fist, LV. 29. This spell creates a giant phantom fist in the air that can be controlled with mental power. Although it's an illusion, it can still affect reality. The duration of this spell increases with level, lasting 30 seconds at LV. 29. Despair Swamp, LV. 30. Creates a 15m x 15m swamp at the designated location, devouring all living and non-living things below its own level that enter the swamp, digesting them, and converting them into its own magic. I think these skills will be very useful against beast hordes. MOU dragged them into his spell library. I hope the players level up soon. However, I can find an opportunity to teach the previous spells, Blazing Fire, Blizzard, and Earthquake. Blazing Fire is a level 13 spell, while Blizzard and Earthquake are levels 15 and 17, respectively. Most players have reached these levels now, making them perfect for learning. However, since DeCarlo himself doesn't know these spells, the task of serving as a mentor NPC falls to MOU himself. It would be nice to have a more intelligent and capable disciple. MOU sighed, pulled out a piece of parchment, and began writing a custom list for Rama. The customizable shell from the store was definitely a must, but he also needed to confirm with Rama whether this alchemy doll would have the sanity reduction and monster transformation trait. As the old saying goes, don't easily change the gameplay that players are accustomed to. Of course, even if the alchemy doll wasn't affected by contamination, it wouldn't matter. After all, it was something sold in the store, so some privileges were perfectly acceptable. Then there was the NPC-specific communication device. MOU envisioned this device not only as a communication tool but also as a system-connected device. This way, NPCs wouldn't need to use parchment when issuing quests, and electronic debits would be possible. This would save a lot of the hassle of printing adventure coins. There's also the space for storing items. Players and MOU naturally have system backpacks, but NPCs can use them. They could make a few for DeCarlo and the others, so they can reward players. For example, large items like mountain bikes wouldn't have to be piled up in the Adventurers Guild, taking up space. We need a set of chemical refining equipment and copper and iron smelting equipment. MOU asked Leah and discovered that this world's chemical technology had been completely subsumed by alchemy. Of course, with players and a network, It wasn't impossible to simply transfer all the modern equipment from the origin world over. MOU had initially planned to do so. But then he considered that the two worlds had different systems, and he couldn't guarantee that the physics and chemistry here would be exactly the same as in the origin world. Most importantly, he wasn't an engineer, so he didn't know anything about those things. Some players still know how to make things like cement, and most, the methods are crude and simple, resulting in lower quality products. However, smelting metals in large quantities requires high temperatures, not to mention chemical plants, like sulfuric acid plants, which are clearly dangerous. If it were entirely up to players, even if they dared to build them, MOU might not dare use them. Not to mention that an online game that allows players to upload blueprints and machinery to build these factories so realistically seems a bit suspicious. So, MOU revised his plan, deciding to build these somewhat dangerous factories using the alchemy of this world. This would be more novel for players, and more reminiscent of a normal online game. Finally, of course, there was the technology for consuming the evil god's pollution while simultaneously purifying it and generating energy, as well as the various products that could be manufactured using this technology, such as cars, motorcycles, and other mounts, bombs, and power plants. After finishing the list, MOU stretched out his arms. Just then, DeCarlo arrived with MOU's lunch. Grandma Alicia's special stew. You're just in time. Please take this letter to Rama Onisil, who lives in the tavern. MOU placed the list in an envelope and handed it to his silly dear disciple. Yes, master. DeCarlo put down the stew, took the envelope, and happily went off to run errands. Rama Onisil was also very efficient. That afternoon, he showed up at MOU's Mage Tower study with another list. You have a lot to make, the young man said as he entered. These are the necessary materials and equipment. I don't have many of them here, and I haven't found any replacements in your territory yet. I have to buy them. Where can we buy it? MOU took the thick scroll of parchment Rama handed him, and shook it, revealing its 3-foot-long contents. That's too much. These are alchemical equipment and materials. We need to go to the mystical city of Onisil. Rama shrugged. If that's too much, how about making a little less? I can't make less. I can't make less in my lifetime. The caravan just left, and it'd take at least another half-month for them to return. That's too long, and there will be middlemen taking a cut. MOU thought for a moment and said, then I send someone to the mystical city to buy them. I hope Moya's small coffers can hold up. The arcane city of Onisil is one of the closest cities to AMT County. In fact, MOU felt it was time to open trade routes and teleportation arrays to Onisil. Veteran players have largely adapted to life in this world, and as they gradually settled into the world, it doesn't seem particularly strange to them. Furthermore, if they're constantly developing and building within their own small territory, they grow bored without freshness. Furthermore, relying solely on traveling merchants to communicate with the outside world once a month is too inconvenient. Exchanging goods and information takes at least a month, which is not only detrimental to development, but also makes them particularly vulnerable to crisis. The arcane city of Onisil is a sufficiently large alchemy capital, boasting far greater resources, commerce, and intelligence than the isolated AMT County. Opening a teleportation array to allow players to travel back and forth would greatly enhance AMT County's crisis preparedness and resilience. Do I need to provide any credentials to enter the arcane city of Onisil? MOU asked. Normally, you only need to verify your name and appearance upon entering the city to confirm you're not exiled from the city of mystic magic, and then pay the 10 drams entrance fee per person. Rama said. You have to pay to enter the city. MOU once again felt deeply worried about Moyu's wallet. Their total assets were only £595 per ounce, or 25 drams, and they still had to buy a lot of equipment and materials, which was really a stretch. So, we couldn't bring many players this time. A small team of 4 or 5 would be enough, and we also need to bring a large amount of merchandise to earn some money. If I want to set up a teleportation array outside the city of Onisil, do I need to notify the city lord? MOU asked again. Are you talking about the teleportation array in your territory? Rama pondered for a moment. Onisil is an open commercial and academic city, always welcoming visitors. If the teleportation array is placed more than a kilometer outside the city, that idiot dad probably won't bother. If it's placed inside the city, it will affect his revenue, so we have to pay him a fee. What a practical and stingy city lord. MOU twitched his lips. But in his opinion, as long as the teleportation array can be placed outside the city, a kilometer is nothing for players. After confirming the route to the mystical city of Onisil with Rama, and reviewing the equipment he absolutely had to buy, MOU sent Rama away and began writing new quests and announcements. Players, who habitually checked the official website before logging in every day, saw the updated news. Today's AMT County news. The renowned Grand Alchemist Rama Anasil has arrived at AMT County. He has chosen AMT County as his permanent base to conduct research on the evil god's corruption. With the arrival of this master alchemist, will AMT County finally see rapid development? Today's recommended quest. Territory Construction Quest. The Holy Sun Alien has brought news of a beast tide in the north. To protect the thriving AMT County, the Lord has decided to begin the Territory Construction Project. Players can visit the Adventurers Guild to claim these territory construction quests and participate in AMT County's revitalization. This quest will grant significant regional reputation and military merit rewards to players who contribute to territory construction and reach the leaderboard. For details, please visit the Adventurers Guild. The system reminds you that this game features a highly flexible open world, allowing players to unleash their creativity in many unexpected places. Currently in progress, Alchemy Research Institute construction is 30% complete. Please keep up the hard work. Quickly completing the Alchemy Research Institute for Rama Anasil will unlock subsequent alchemy-related quests. City wall construction is 11% complete. Mystic City Anasil. The Lord intends to send personnel to the alchemy capital, Mystic City Anasil, to deploy a teleportation array outside the city and enter the city for procurement. This quest has guard and military merit level restrictions, and eligible guard players will be selected to participate. There will be more quests available in the future that require certain guard levels and military merits. Players interested in participating should accumulate merits and reputation to increase their guard levels. Magic Learning. Magic players at level 13 and above can learn advanced spells from Lord Moiwu. Level 13, Burning Fire. Level 15, Blizzard, and level 17, Earthquake. Today's hottest item, Spirit Potion. Today's hottest dish, Grandma Alishar's special smoked goose, new arrival, go try it now. The discussion threads in the game group and official forums were suddenly abuzz. Lujo Laojiu. Holy crap. Another new map. Does this teleportation array quest mean version 0.03 will be released? One sword breaking 1,000 mountains. Who got a new quest? My kid wants to play in the new map too. Song Lin. Rama Anasil is truly an important NPC. He's been working hard today to build a research institute to unlock the subsequent alchemy quests. Today there's rain. Speaking of which, his last name is Anasil. Does the City of Mystic Magic quest involve him too? Song Lin. Looks like we need to cling to him even more. MOU naturally assigned the new quest to his own alt. It's hard to trust someone else with the same level of trust you can have yourself, especially since he has to carry a large sum of money with him to make the purchase. He wasn't at all confident handing the money over to the player MOU. As for the other candidates, both the MT and the Druid needed to be brought along. MOU opened the player profile and carefully reviewed the levels and guard ranks of each player. The 3 players who entered the game first had consistently maintained a top-tier position, giving them a clear level advantage. Furthermore, they now all had mountain bikes, allowing for convenient travel. The Druids, especially the ones with the blueprints, also had guard ranks and military merits among the highest. However, this travel mission would take at least 3 days each way, calculated at bicycle speed. Song Lin and Jin Ryoyu were also responsible for the construction of the Alchemy Research Institute and serving as Rama's assistants, so they definitely couldn't be moved. We need to select a few players with long online hours and staggered online and offline times, allowing for shifts. MOU stroked his chin, his gaze shifting to the player online times recorded in the profile. These 5 people couldn't return once the teleportation array was set up. If they logged in and out, they would rely on their online companions to carry their bodies forward. In this case, Lujo Laojiao, the game's up host, Yuhua Dengxian, a college student, and Xian Yuitiao, who frequently logs in during the day, are all suitable candidates. Yijin Paqianshan, though a workhorse who mostly logs in during his sleep, still holds the highest combat rank in the server, making him a safer choice. Sure enough, the top-tier players still have the advantage, MOU exclaimed. I hope the other players will quickly strive to catch up. He tapped his finger in the background, sending the new quest to these people. Ding, the player system prompt. You have triggered the quest departure. The Mystic City of Anasil. If you agree to accept it, please go to Lord Moiwa to claim it. Chapter 47. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains. Holy shit, I got a quest. Lujo Laojiao, me too. Barbecue Squid, +1. Ascension to Immortality, Plus 2. Salted fish. And me too. Ha ha ha. I finally made it to the top tier. Iway answer. Wow. I knew it had to be you, the top tier players, who got the quest. Did you lose any hair today? After all, I've been playing for several more days than the rest of us, and I got a higher level and more military merits. There's nothing I can do about it. But I'm envious. What are you looking at? Indy plus 1. What are you looking at? Indy plus 10,086. Nibbling ball, with chewing on a handkerchief. I'm not here. Grilled squid. Everyone, have you finished your quests at the Mage Tower? Meet up? One sword breaks 1,000 mountains. Got it. Lujo Laju. Okay. Salted fish. Coming. Immortal Ascension. Okay. Before gathering the players, MOU had already collected all the Warcraft materials from the villagers. He then used his alt to buy up all the available inventory at the player market. He also stuffed 20 mountain bikes and 3 tricycles into his alt's backpack for the goods he'd bring to the Mystic City. There was no other way. The Federation's foreign exchange reserves, like the common currency, were too low. MOU had to take advantage of this trip to earn more, otherwise the equipment alone would likely empty their coffers. Although this crazy shopping spree resulted in a lot of extra adventure coins flowing into the player market, MOU was not worried at all about causing inflation. After all, game currency was too easy to recycle. Whether it was potions, mounts, houses, or shops, they were all excellent ways to recycle gold coins in the hands of players. If even this can't control the players, that's fine. As a season planner, you can come up with even more to please the players. The players who received the missions arrived quickly. After MOU distributed the tasks to them, he appointed his own alt as captain and addressed the group, saying, Guardians, this mission is crucial to the future development of our territory. The road ahead is filled with unknowns and difficulties, and until the teleportation array is completed, you can only rely on yourself and your companions. Please work together to achieve victory. Yes. Several players excitedly replied in unison. I wish you a safe journey, said MOU. When you return, I will reward you based on your respective contributions during this mission. Mission, depart. Mystic City of Onisal. The renowned Grand Alchemist Rama Onisal will be stationed in AMT County. To assist him in his research on the evil god's corruption, and to develop AMT County's alchemy industry, Lord Moyu requires a large amount of alchemical equipment and raw materials, which can only be obtained in the Mystic City of Onisal. Therefore, Lord Moyu has decided to open a teleportation array outside the Mystic City. You are the members of the personal guard selected to carry out this mission. To maximize resource conservation, Moyu has also assigned you the tasks of selling and purchasing goods. Please complete them diligently. Mission objectives. 1. Successfully deploy the teleportation array. 2. Purchase all supplies on the shopping list using the least amount of federal currency. 3. Sell the merchandise at the highest price. Quest items. Teleportation array X1, blurred map X1, shopping list X1, federal currency, 595 pounds 1 ounce 25 drams, and merchandise, Warcraft materials, mountain bike, tricycle. These items have been distributed to the captain's backpack and will be used by the captain. Mission tips. 1. During this mission, players may use vendor supplies and federal currency to ensure successful completion. The more federal currency remaining upon mission completion, the greater the rewards received. If all federal currency is used up without obtaining all items on the shopping list, the mission will fail and the player will be subject to a significant penalty. 2. Due to the complex relationship between Rama Onisal and the arcane city of Onisal, it is currently impossible to determine whether Onisal is a friend or foe. Until further information is obtained about Onisal, players are advised to refrain from revealing their true origins or relationships with Rama Onisal or Lord Moiwu to avoid increasing the mission difficulty. The designated captain for this mission is Barbecue Squid, Guards Rank 5, Assistant Guard, Team Members, Ijian Pokienshin, Guards Rank 2, First Class Guard, Lujo Lajiao, Guards Rank 2, First Class Guard, Yuhua Dengxian, Guards Rank 1, Second Class Guard, Xian Yuitiao, Guards Rank 4, Guard Captain. Wow, Squid, is your rank that high? Yuhua Dengxian exclaimed in surprise. Xian Yu, you're high too. It seems the captain is determined based on guard's rank this time. Lujo Laju pondered. What exactly are the supplies for sale? 20 mountain bikes, 3 tricycles, 10 tons of demonized deer antlers, 150 spider venom sacks, 30 spider silk sacks, 90 demonized deer hides, 150 demonized squirrel hides, 76 demonized boar tusks, and 105 monster tentacles. MOU switched to his barbecue squid alt and reported the supplies he procured. These were the most sought-after Warcraft materials in Onisol City, according to Rama. According to Rama, in the eyes of simple alchemists, the more contaminated a Warcraft part is, the higher the grade of the material, and the greater the potential for creating alchemical products with unique properties. Since these parts are inedible, druids often expel contamination to these parts, ensuring the cleanest meat with the least effort. In a sense, this also indirectly increases the grade of the Warcraft materials. That's a lot of stuff. This is considered a trade mission, right? Ejin Pokienshin exclaimed. Luckily, everything fits in our backpacks. Otherwise, if we lost our goods and money, like in some old online games, where we had to lug a cart around and get robbed by system NPCs along the way, the Lord would probably sell all 5 of us. Strictly speaking, this is a mission to establish a trade route for the first time. Luzhou Laoju corrected him. While the goods and money won't be lost in the backpack, you definitely have to sleep in the open air along the way, and there will probably be robbers and monsters. Everyone, be careful and don't die. Even if you die, you better leave your body intact, right? Salted Fish quipped. Without further ado, let's go. MOU said using the barbecue squid account. Does everyone have a bicycle? Yes. Everyone nodded. Salted Fish sighed. Luckily, I've been scouting for new players every day these days, and I finally got one. I suspect having a bicycle is one of the requirements for being selected for the mission. The path to immortality. Not necessarily. Even if there aren't any, maybe we can use those bicycles or carts from the vendor supplies. Luzhou Laoju analyzed. The mission specifically mentions using vendor supplies, so that's probably what it means. By the way, where is the Mystic City? Xianyuitu asked. MOU shared the map with several teammates. The map is very rudimentary. Currently, we only know that the Mystic City is roughly east-southeast of AMT County, and it would take about 3 days of walking by bicycle. But since it's the Alchemy City, it should be an easy target to find. We can ask for directions once we're nearby. With a rough direction, things became much easier. They went downstairs and out of the Mage Tower, each pulling out their mountain bikes. They activated the compass on the system map and rode southeast. It feels a bit like an outing, Xianyuitu said happily, feeling the breeze on his face. Don't be careless. We're exploring a new map. Luzhou Laoju was as cautious as ever. Charge, charge, charge! Ejin Pachianshan kicked his long legs and rushed out at full speed. Monsters and bandits are easy to deal with, but everyone must be careful not to stray into unknown illusions. MOU said, if you see black smoke or gray fog, take a detour. Oh yes, there's also the illusion setting. Yuhua Dengxian nodded. Illusions are much more dangerous than monsters. Speaking of which, we need to make a log-on and log-off schedule, right? Xianyuitu said, if a single trip takes 3 in-game days, it would take a day and a half in real life. We definitely need to take turns logging on and off, otherwise it's like abandoning our bodies in the wilderness. And there are anti-addiction restrictions. Shifts are a good idea. MOU said, when someone logs off, we can take out the cart and put the body. If we're all going to log off, let's just turn into octopuses. It'd be lighter to carry. Yuhua Dengxiandio, Xianyuiji needs to maintain her sanity. When she logs off, we can just use the cart to carry her. It's 10 p.m. now. The anti-addiction period will refresh at 12 p.m. Officers who can only log on at night should prioritize the first shift. Those with more free time can schedule daytime shifts. Xianyuizido, we can schedule more shifts during the day. After all, sleeping too much can be quite uncomfortable. Me, I'm an office worker. I have to log off promptly at 6 o'clock. But I can still log on during my lunch break, from 12:30 to 2:30. Ejin Pokienshin raised his hand. The others all said they could log on during the day. A shift should have at least 2 people, but 3 is fine. In terms of roles, it's best to have a tank and a healer, with life-saving being the priority. If there's no tank, we can have 3 people online simultaneously. This is safer. Everyone should have some time to avoid addiction, and if anything happens, we can get online urgently via QQ. Xianyuitu paused and added, forget about being a social worker. Then Ejin and I will take the first shift. Ejin can be the tank, and I can heal. Yuhua Dengxian said, I can be online until 10 a.m. Then I take over Ejin's shift at 6 a.m. Luzhou Laoju said, I go downstairs for lunch at 12:30 p.m. If Ejin can work during his lunch break, I come up at 2:30 p.m. to take over, and we should be able to work until 8 p.m. By then, the anti-addiction timer had run out. It's okay. I got home from get off work at 8 p.m., had dinner, and showered. Ijin Pokianshin said, I can go straight to midnight, and then the anti-addiction timer will refresh. I take over AU shift at 10 a.m. MOU said, I have brunch and go straight online. I can stay online until 6 p.m., eat, shower, etc., and then come back online around 8 p.m., just in time for the anti-addiction timer to refresh. As a small account, MOU didn't actually have to log off, but to avoid arousing suspicion, he had to act according to a normal schedule. Then I come back online at 6 p.m. Yuhua Dingxian said, my anti-addiction timer just happens to last until 8 p.m. This shift schedule is perfect. Xianyuitiu said with a smile, then I can be more casual. I try to make sure I'm there when you take over, so I can restore your sanity. Should we repeat this schedule the next day? Yuhua Dingxian asked. Sure. Everyone nodded. But we probably arrive at our destination by noon the next day. Everyone should be online then, otherwise we miss the action. Luzhou Laji said. We can communicate in the QQ group then. Xianyuitiu said, I created a small group on QQ. Oh, it seems Wuzue isn't here. Add it. Group number XXXX. Okay. Luckily, I have a few other QQ accounts. MOU thought. If anyone encounters any special plot or danger, please let us know in the group. Anyone who can be online can come online and help. Xianyuitiu said, destination, Mystic City. Forward. At 2400 hours in the Origin world, after riding for 4 hours a game, 2 hours in real time, and defeating various Warcraft monsters along the way, MOU successfully logged off his alt, entrusted his octopus-like body to his companions, and returned to his Lord character. He reopened the gates of the Mage Tower to welcome players. Since the official news had announced the availability of new spells, many Magic-class players had been waiting outside. Upon seeing the Mage Tower reopen, they immediately entered to learn new skills. Giving out new skills wasn't difficult. All it took was a brief demonstration in front of the players, and then having Leah copy the skill template to them. It wasn't difficult, it all depended on his acting skills. After several hours of busy work, he finally sent the players off. MOU leaned back in his chair and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he felt a flicker of light in the corner of his eye. He looked down, and saw a faint silver glow gleaming from the thorn ring on his left ring finger. However, this light was distinctly different from the silver glow Aelian had previously used. It was much darker, almost ominous. What's going on? This ring had been silent since Aelian gave it to him. This was the first time MOU had seen it react like this. Just as MOU raised his hand to take a closer look, the faint silver light vanished again, as if it had never appeared. The thorn ring remained its original, pitch-black appearance. Could something have happened to Aelian? Chapter 48. No, don't speculate now. MOU first opened the system backend and found the item interface for the ring. Thorn Ring Distortion. Thorn Ring Reality, Couples Ring. This is an important item, and once bound, it cannot be removed. While wearing this ring, rotating the upper half of the ring inward 3 times creates an inner world that is the opposite of reality. When the 2 ring holders are in tune with each other, they can use the rings to communicate, transfer items, or perform teleportation. To use, rotate the lower half of the ring inward once to initiate a call invitation, 2 times to send an item transfer invitation, and 3 times to perform a teleportation invitation. If the conditions for use are not met, a connection failure message will be displayed. When receiving such an invitation, the ring will vibrate, and the player's system will receive a notification simultaneously. It doesn't say anything about the flashing silver light. MOU was confused. Leah. The fragment of the world consciousness seemed to know what he was going to ask. Please rest assured, Aelian is currently safe, and his loyalty has never wavered. But MOU remained restless, pacing back and forth in his study several times. Finally, unable to let go of his worries, he used his ring to call Aelian and invite him over. The thorn ring began to vibrate slightly and rhythmically. Just when MOU thought the connection might fail, the gears on the ring suddenly clicked, and Aelian's recognizable voice echoed in his ears. What's wrong? Aelian. Is everything okay on your end? Hearing Aelian's calm voice, MOU felt half relieved, but the remaining half still needed confirmation. Nothing I can't handle. Aelian's voice was tinged with laughter, and you could almost imagine the faint smile on his face as he spoke. Thank you for your concern. Why do you ask so suddenly? Actually, just now my ring suddenly shimmered with a faint silver light. Silver light. Aelian repeated, his tone a little hesitant. Maybe I was mistaken. MOU suddenly realized that disturbing Aelian over such a matter was a bit abrupt. They were just strangers who had just met. Just because they were on the same side of the world consciousness didn't mean they were familiar enough to need to tell each other everything. Sensing that Ailian didn't want to explain, Mou didn't press him. He feigned casualness, saying, "The silver light only lasted a short time, and the brightness was very faint. Perhaps it was a reflection of something. Anyway, I'm glad you're alright over there. I'm hanging up now." "Okay," Ailian said, his voice still tinged with a smile. "I'm glad to hear from you. Goodbye." Mou hung up the call and breathed a sigh of relief. Why do I feel so aroused? I'm still not used to taking my ring off. I almost got caught." Ailian muttered to himself. He grasped the thorn ring on his ring finger, gently removed it, and placed it on the bedside table. He sat shirtless on the hotel bed, picked up the bandages beside him, and continued wrapping them around his body. Under the bandages, something seemed to be moving beneath his skin. Ailian paused, his brows lowered, as if enduring something. Then, he parted his lips slightly, and a chant flowed rhythmically from between his teeth, stirring beneath his skin. The swelling seemed to be gradually restrained and subsided. Outside the window, a flash of thunder streaked across the sky, accompanied by a roar of thunder. A torrential downpour fell, obscuring the sky and the sun, as if to muffle all sound within the curtain of rain. Ailian put away the bandages, walked to the window, shirtless, and closed it, instantly blocking the rain outside. Another flash of lightning flashed, illuminating the room. In that instant, the shadows beneath Ailian's feet seemed to be filled with 1,000 thorns, their branches spreading out menacingly. "It seems there aren't many monsters along the way." Ijin Pokiansha leaned against the tricycle, sipped his water, and took a skewer from his backpack, biting into a piece of venison. "We should be almost at the edge of AMT County now, right?" Yuhua Dengxian, who was looking around with his lantern, closed the map and walked back. "We should be almost there, right? At least the border shown on Squid's Quest map should be nearby. But then again, that map is a bit crude. This AMT County is much larger than I imagined. I always thought our previous range was the limit." Ijin Pokianshan took out another skewer and handed it to Yuhua Dengxian. "It's already 4 in the morning real time. In game time, we've been riding for 12 hours. But our speed isn't very fast. This dirt road isn't easy to ride, and we fought several waves of monsters along the way. We probably only cover about 10 to 16 kilometers an hour. We probably covered almost 200 kilometers." Yuhua Dengxian calculated as he ate. The density of monsters is indeed much lower than in the dark forest, and their levels haven't risen above level 17. This is probably because we've been following the tracks left by the caravan's horses. That's right, since those merchants, with their horses and goods, can use this route, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Ijin Pokianshan nodded. After finishing their meal and drinking water, the two men sat down by the roadside to rest and recuperate before hanging the oil lamp back on the front of the car and continuing on. After leaving the Mage Tower, they soon found the road the caravan had taken. It was a road, but it was simply a path, smoother and less rocky than elsewhere, worn by horses for years. The road became increasingly desolate as they headed east. Not only was there no grass or other plants, but even the exposed rocks became fewer, and there was no shade. Fortunately, it was already 3 p.m. in the game when they set out, and most of the journey took place on the road. At night, or else, riding a bicycle across the Gobi Desert under the blazing sun of 2 suns would be an absurd setting, even in a game. After midnight, Grilled Squid pulled out a tricycle. Salted Fish climbed onto the bed, wrapped himself in a blanket, and then went offline. The other two, in unison, took out their sealed bottles, drank a little bit of the evil god's taint, and after successfully transforming into octopuses, they also climbed into the octopus bags in the bed. After that, Ijin Paqianshan and Yuhua Dengxian took turns riding the tricycle. When thirsty, hungry, or tired, they stopped to eat, drink, and replenish their energy. They would fight monsters they couldn't avoid but could defeat, and avoid those they could avoid, saving time and energy. After sunset, they pulled oil lamps from their backpacks for light. Although this world has 2 suns, it lacks a moon. At night, the desert is almost pitch black, and the temperature drops rapidly. Fortunately, the players' bodies are both inert and durable. They each pulled on a coat, and rode for most of the night. "I never thought I'd get to experience cycling across the desert in a game." Ijin Pokianshan sighed. Honestly, this scenery of rocks and sand seemed quite spectacular at first, but after a while, it's really boring. "Yeah, the nearest mountain looks so far away, not even a blade of grass grows." Yuhua Dengxian echoed. "There's not even a river. I wonder what kind of scenario our Lord has. He seems so impressive, So why would he start by building a newbie village in this desert? Some hidden tycoon, perhaps? Ejin Pokianshin shrugged. But the desert. The good thing is that the territory is incredibly large. I guess the team is aiming for an open-ended infrastructure game with high player engagement. So, you can see these past few rounds of quests, either building the Great Wall or drawing blueprints to build factories and farm. The class structure is also strange. All combat classes seem to rely on life classes to advance the storyline and gain new skills. Right. Yuhua Dingxian nodded. First it was the Druid, then the Mason T class. Now, with the addition of territory construction quests, magic skill learning quests have suddenly appeared. It feels like the life players conquer the world in this game, followed by the combat players. I guess the development team is trying to convey some new values. After all, this game has a realistic VR setting, and a lot of the content seems intentionally made to be very close to reality. Ejin Pachianshan touched his chin. Think about it. The online games we used to play were often filled with warriors from all the major sections. As soon as the server launched, all the monsters outside the newbie village were annihilated, and there wasn't even enough time to respawn. That really doesn't make sense in real life. The economic base determines the superstructure. Yuhua Dengxian thought Ejin Pachianshan's statement made sense. Our territory is impoverished, and without any livelihood occupations, relying solely on adventurers to fight and kill is untenable. With the Druid, things are much more normal. Farming, pollution control, and village development are all possible. Then, naturally, we can start running trade quests and open up the big cities. Business line. In both versions 0.01 and 0.02, the Child of the Dragon was a Druid. The next version's main life class will probably be the Alchemist. Ejin Pokianshin speculated, if the Druid corresponds to agriculture and animal husbandry, the Alchemist should be in the industry and chemistry field. Yuhua Dengxian had a different opinion. In version 0.01, the Child of the Dragon was a Druid, and in version 0.02, the Child of the Dragon was a tank. Look, they learned Earth Wall from the Mason class, and the Son of Light taught them the World Knight class skills. No matter how you look at it, they're the biggest beneficiaries of the 0.02 plot. Yeah, you're right. But the next version definitely looks like the Alchemist. Not only will they build an alchemy research institute, but their first trading city will also be the City of Mysticism. Should I take on an Alchemist class quest when I go back? Yuhua Dengxian pondered. It seems 2 Druid players have already received quests from the Alchemist. They were sent by the Overlord himself, asking them to help Rama build a research institute and serve as his assistants. Are the Alchemist's prerequisite quests Druids? Yuhua Dengxian looked shocked. That shouldn't be the case. Isn't the class balance a bit outrageous? Ejin Pokianshin nodded. I also think it might not be because they're Druids that they were chosen. It said that those 2 are blueprint experts. The blueprints for the freezer, cold storage, and air conditioner in the butcher shop were created by one of these players. He's a master. Yuhua Dengxian said with sincere admiration, thanks to this great guy for promptly replicating the air conditioner and refrigerator, 2 of the greatest inventions since the beginning of time. This way, we can enjoy cold air and iced cola in the game. This game seems really serious in places like this. Ejin Pokianshin grumbled, but the settings in some places are incredibly fantastical. Haha, I guess the production team has several planners. Yuhua Dengxian laughed heartily, and then he heard a system notification. He opened the system panel, and saw that they had finally left AMT County. Their current location was called the Silent Desert. Silent Desert, that name feels so unlucky. Yuhua Dengxian, who frequently participated in Cthulhu game groups, immediately thought of the great old ones in Cthulhu mythology, known as Kershak-On, the Dark Silent One. These old ones, known as the God of Death by Native Americans, could be summoned by the sound of a specific bell. Their appearance was often accompanied by a violent earthquake, and those nearby would experience a burning, itchy, and painful eye pain, some even tempting them to gouge their own eyes out. Yuhua Dengxian gestured to Ejin Pokianshin. He stopped his bike, switched to the player profile, and opened the forum and QQ group. He posted in the group chat that he and Ejin had left AMT County and arrived in the Silent Desert. He also found and posted information about Dark Silent One, Curse of Xia Kong. Yuhua Dengxian, I suspect there's an illusion related to the Dark Silent One in this desert. Everyone, please be careful when you proceed. However, it was still late in the origin world. Yuhua Dengxian estimated that his friends had simply quit the game and gone back to sleep, waiting until morning to see the information. Ejin Pokianshin, however, diligently read through the information. It's hard to discern illusions in the dark. We need to slow down, said Ijin Pokienshin. And there might be new monsters here. They adjusted the position of the oil lamp to better illuminate the road ahead. After riding a short distance, Yuhua Dengxian caught a glimpse of a humanoid creature hunched over in the darkness ahead. His scalp suddenly tightened, and he quickly sent a message to Ijin Pokienshin. Yuhua Dengxian, there's a humanoid monster ahead. Ijin Pokienshin, can you see what it is? Yuhua Dengxian, it's pitch black. All I can make out is a hunched humanoid with something oddly shaped on its head. Ijin Pokienshin tiptoed off the bike, sword in hand, and walked forward, casting several identification spells into the darkness. One of the identification spells seemed to strike something, and a red health bar lit up in the darkness. Ijin Pokienshin, identification successful. It's a level 20 sand dive monster. Chapter 49. Yuhua Dengxian, Sand Drifters. Don't worry, they have a big weakness. They're nocturnal creatures with huge eyes, but they're also very sensitive to light. Yuhua Dengxian, just shine a strong light into their eyes, and you basically deal a critical hit or significant damage. Their ears are also incredibly large, allowing them to pick up even the slightest sound. We better communicate through the channel. Ijin Pokienshin, okay, should we fight them? Or just go through? Yuhua Dengxian, how about? Let's test the waters first. I remember sand drifters are social creatures, maybe there's a whole group hiding over there. Ijin Pokienshin cast countless more identification spells into the darkness. This wave of attacks lit up many more health bars. Ijin Pokienshin, at least 15 of them, all LV, 20 and above. We can't take them down now. Ijin Pokienshin is now LV, 22. He can't take on just 1 or 2 LV, 20 monsters, but if there are a dozen or so in a group, hitting one will affect the whole group. Just lay low. The two men squatted there quietly for a moment. The health bars of the monsters in the darkness were still bright, constantly moving back and forth ahead, completely blocking their path. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains. TSK, these monsters are constantly blocking the road. I'm afraid it's a system checkpoint. Or, maybe we should take a longer route in the dark? Yuhua Dengxian, it's pitch black, and if we leave the main road, we'd be doomed. Wait, I think I have ingredients in my backpack. Let me make something. Yuhua Dengxian pulled a bag of silver-white powder from his backpack, then pulled out a few glass bottles. He began pouring the powder into the bottles, then plugged the bottles with a piece of rag. Ijin Pokienshin, this is magnesium powder? Are you trying to make a flashbang? But without an accelerant, this cloth alone won't ignite it, right? Yuhua Dengxian, don't worry, this is just a marker. I have other ways to ignite it. Don't stare at the monsters for now. Wait until they explode, then rush over to finish them off. Ijin Pokienshin was skeptical. Yuhua Dengxian tiptoed forward stealthily, carrying a few broken bottles. He rubbed a small flame onto the cloth with 2 fingers, then quietly rolled the bottles toward the monsters. He dodged to the side and hid behind a sand dune. The bottles rolled over and over into the midst of the sand monsters, the cloth still emitting sparks. The nearby sand monsters curiously leaned in to examine this mysterious object. Suddenly, a fireball descended from the sky, striking the bottle on the ground with unerring precision. In an instant, the bottle erupted in a dazzling white light. The fragile eyes of the sand dwellers staring at it were struck by a sudden blow. Each one let out a hoarse scream, covering their eyes with their paws. A brown liquid could be seen dripping from between their fingers, tears, or blood unclear. Now! Yuhua Dengxian unleashed a newly learned, burning flame technique, instantly engulfing several fallen sand dwellers. Ijin Pokienshin drew his newly forged giant iron sword from a blacksmith and charged forward, striking each one with his sword. After their weak points were struck, the sand dwellers lost their ability to move, becoming nothing more than guinea pigs waiting to be slaughtered. However, in appearance, they resembled distorted koalas, their enormous eyes taking up 2/3 of their faces, their ears shaped like elephant ears and enormous, their round mouths piercing with sharp teeth, reminiscent of the legendary needle-mouthed imps. They had pointed chins, no hair, and skin as rough as sandpaper, covered in sand-like particles. Though humanoid, their bodies were thin and slender, with long, curved claws tipped like knives. Under normal circumstances, a scratch from these claws would be unpleasant, but now, they could only writhe on the ground, shrieking with their palms covering their eyes. Ijin Pokienshin and Yuhua Dengxian teamed up to harvest the experience of these 15 sand-lurking monsters. The abundant experience allowed both of them to level up a full level. Yuhua Dengxian even used a bottle of homemade flash bomb, which was surprisingly effective. The experience points are quite plentiful, but the humanoid monsters don't drop anything. TSK, but the system rewards some regional reputation. There's also a title called Flashbang Killer. Yuhua Dengxian checked his system dashboard. Wearing this title will inflict a certain degree of fear on light-sensitive creatures, like sand drifters. Although this game's title system is a bit quirky, I like it. Heejin Pokianshin laughed, and gave Yuhua Dengxian a thumbs up. Well done. By the way, where did you get the magnesium powder? I picked up a lot of, or when I went to the mines, and I'd been refining it over and over again. I've been keeping it in my backpack ever since, thinking it might come in handy. Yuhua Dengxian smiled, revealing his white teeth. As they say, if you master math, physics, and chemistry, you'll be able to travel the world without fear. My high school chemistry teacher wasn't lying. If you're running low on materials, you can even use magic to make up for it, Heejin Pokianshin grumbled. A little bit of technology, and some hard work, magic. Yuhua Dengxian rubbed his hands. That way, we don't have to waste other fuels. Let's get going before the other monsters are attracted by the noise. The two immediately mounted their bikes and set off. However, this area was clearly the home of the sand lurkers, and they encountered a group every few steps. Repeating their old tactics, they fought off the monsters as they advanced. By 6 o'clock in the morning, they had advanced nearly 20 kilometers. Both of their levels had jumped significantly, with Yijian Paqianshan reaching LV 27 and Yuhua Dengxian reaching LV 25. What a bounty of experience! Yijian Paqianshan sighed. It's a shame I have to log off. It's already 6 o'clock in the game. What a shame the sand lurkers don't come out this morning. Yuhua Dengxian was still feeling a bit unsatisfied. Just then, Luzhou Laojiu also logged on from the train. Octopus Tuanzi crawled out, and was surprised. How did you level up so quickly in just one night? Hand in hand. Heejin Pokianshin swiftly climbed aboard, pulled out a sealed bottle, contaminated it, and transformed into an octopus, immediately logging off. Xianyuitia's body also moved. She stretched and sat up, first restoring Luzhou Laojiu's sanity, so he could transform into a human. Then, she glanced at Yuhua Dengxian. Wow, quite a night. Where are we? Yuhua Dengxian succinctly recounted the events of the previous night, including their entry into a new map and his suspicions that it might contain an illusion. They also killed a large number of light-sensitive sand monsters last night, gaining a wealth of experience. Guess we need to refine some magnesium powder later. Luzhou Laoji pondered. No, it should be that we keep some useful elements in our backpacks. Who knows when they might come in handy? But my magnesium powder supply is almost gone, Yuhua Dengxian said. This is probably still on the edge of the desert, so the terrain is still primarily gobi. I tested the gravel and sand along the roadside. It's mostly silica and carbonate. There's some magnesium, but it's very small, not enough. The sand on the road is increasing. If we go a little further, we might reach a real desert. Then our bikes might not work very well. Xianyuitia was a little worried. Maybe we can build a path out with the earth walls. Luzhou Laoji pondered. Maybe it can work. Yuhua Dengxian nodded. Keep going. I come up in a few hours when your shift is over. Xianyuitia said, pulling the blanket over his head, lying in the car, and logging off again. Luzhou Laoji took the tricycle, while Yuhua Dengxian took the mountain bike. As they rode forward, Yuhua Dengxian continued to share their progress with Luzhou Laojiu. However, the temperature in the silent desert was much higher than the deserts and gobi of AMT County. After every ride, Yuhua Dengxian had to cast a blizzard to cool them down, and they had to drink water and eat food from time to replenish their stamina. Water flow is for drinking water, blizzard is for cooling down. Even combat spells in this game are so life-oriented. Yuhua Dengxian sighed. I seriously suspect the Lord brought out these new magic skills just to make our desert journey more comfortable. Magic isn't just for combat, Luzhou Laoji said. With an open mind, household magic can also bring the enemy to tears. Using combat magic to improve your quality of life is perfectly normal. Indeed, monsters in the desert during the day weren't as dense as at night, but the two encountered scorpion monsters several times. These scorpion monsters ranged in size, ranging from LV 18 to LV 21, making them perfect for leveling up Luzhou Laojiu. Because they didn't have a druid, the two had no interest in scorpion meat. They simply chopped off the scorpion stingers and venom sacs and stored them in their backpacks. After riding for about another 2 hours, in game time, the road ahead changed from gravel to sand and gravel. The ground became noticeably softer, making it easier for wheels to sink. Luzhou Laoji began using Earth Wall to reinforce the road. It simply solidified the sand layer on the road into a dense wall. This way, even with a large area, it wouldn't take too much effort at once. More mental strength. The hardened surface made riding much more comfortable. Moreover, because the hardened surface was so large, it was less prone to sinking. They even managed to safely bypass a sandworm area. At 10 a.m., real time, MOU's all account logged in and successfully swapped shifts with Yu Dengxian. Xian Yuitio also duly logged in to give MOU and Luzhou Laojiao a thorough cleansing, restoring their sanity before logging off. Luzhou Laojiao, having reached level 23, then began to catch MOU up on the important events that had occurred between last night and today. You guys are amazing. MOU sighed heartily after hearing this. Truthfully, this expedition was filled with unknowns. Even though he was a brilliant game planner, he still had no idea what would unfold along the way. Even he had only just discovered this morning that the sandbox map in his study only showed the land already developed around him, or the player's location. When he checked it this morning, he noticed the sandbox scale had automatically shifted, expanding the southeastern portion of the map by over 200 kilometers. He had almost thought that AMT County was limited to the small area shown on the sandbox. So, could the sandbox's display actually expand as the player traveled further? But in reality, no one had actually told him how large AMT County was. The only initial system-guided quest had him inspecting the territory, but if he thought about it, it probably only defined a small beginner's village within AMT County. And these players were truly the elites of the first tier. Not only had they advanced over 200 kilometers in one night, they had also slaughtered several groups of sand lurkers with homemade semi-magic flash grenades, used blizzards to cool the desert, and reinforced the desert road with earth walls for easier cycling. All incredibly impressive maneuvers, if you think about it. Truly worthy of being the fourth calamity, with its boundless imagination and creativity. MOU was suddenly filled with awe. He used the water flow technique to refill his Luzhou Laoji water bottle with drinking water, and dutifully became a cooling mage. They had stockpiled a large supply of spirit potions before setting out, so even with all the skills they were using, their mana bars were plentiful. After riding a little further, the surrounding scenery finally changed. It was no longer the usual patchwork of deserts merging into one another. To the right of their route, a vast expanse of golden desert appeared. Towering sand dunes undulated like mountains, moving ever so slowly in the wind, as if possessed of life. In the distance, amidst the steaming heat and black smoke, a faint gray mist swirled, occasionally transforming into the appearance of an oasis. Illusion. MOU marked it on the map. It looks like an oasis designed to lure travelers in. We need to be careful not to be fooled. Let's avoid it. To be on the safe side, they deliberately veered slightly northward. In fact, once they entered the desert, the sand was so fluid that they couldn't even find any trace of the caravan's progress on the sand. However, the system's directional indicators were still the most effective cheat for traversing the desert. As players attached to their bodies, they had plenty of water and magic to cool down, so they didn't feel uncomfortable. So, this illusion of an oasis and water sources in the desert, designed to deceive travelers, held little allure for them. It even seemed a bit fake. If they weren't already on an expedition, perhaps the players would have been interested in trying out the new illusion, but they were already on a mission. Luzhou Laojiao, as a reliable veteran player, even warned MOU not to be influenced by the illusion. It was truly reliable. The main part of the silent desert should be located further south. They are currently crossing only the edge where this desert connects with the desert of AMT County. After riding for about an hour, they will completely leave the desert area. The road surface under their feet begins to become hard, and no longer needs artificial reinforcement. Chapter 50. Not only did the road gradually turn into hardened dirt, but vegetation also began to appear within their field of vision, though not the usual flowers and grass, but rather strange-looking thorn bushes, gradually becoming denser and thicker, growing menacingly on both sides of the road. They stood no taller than a meter, resembling dead trees, branches and thorns jutting out in all directions. But both the branches and thorns appeared exceptionally thick and full of life, many even spilling over the road. MOU cast blazing fire, accurately striking those branches that had strayed beyond their bounds. The branches, scorched by the flames, suddenly retracted, slapped the flames away, and retreated back to the side of the road. Still alive. Luzhou Laojiao cast an identification spell, and sure enough, a response was received. Vine Thorn level 23. Social plant monster, carnivorous, prefers ambushes and hunting. Individuals are afraid of fire and sharp weapons. They appear dry, but their bodies contain a large amount of water, making them difficult to ignite. Once they gather in groups, even fire cannot consume them. Mou glanced at the map. We entered a new map, called the Thorn Plain. It seems to be the home of the thorns. The ground temperature has dropped significantly, with the addition of vegetation. Luzhou Laoju said, the thorn vines aren't the only monsters. Since they're carnivorous plants, there are probably other small animals, even predators, hiding there. We need to be alert. It seems the caravans really have a hard time. They have to carry their goods over such long distances, and across so many areas every month. The distance the player group had currently traveled was only a third of the distance covered by one of the caravan stops. Mou felt that the money he had previously spent on the unscrupulous merchant wasn't a loss. It was simply a mutually beneficial outcome, with him giving a slightly larger cut. The Thorn Plains ecosystem was more similar to that of the Dark Forest. Most of the creatures were magical beasts transformed from small animals by pollution, rather than the lowly monsters of the Cthulhu mythos, or minions of the Great Old Ones. Most of the magical beasts remained relatively docile within the thorn bushes. You could identify their hiding places by the red dots on the map and the sounds they made. However, many hungry magical beasts misjudged Mou and his group, mistaking them for the easy-to-buy caravans passing by. They rushed forward, hoping to feast, only to be succumbed to their food. Most of these magical beasts were small-bodied but surprisingly powerful gerbils, LV 23 to LV 25, which often appeared in groups. Occasionally, there were also the Camorra iguanas, LV 27, whose teeth and claws were venomous. Both monsters were actually quite difficult to deal with, especially since Luzhou Laoju was only level 23, and Mou's alt was only level 18. This was when I had to thank Island for teaching me the 3 World Knight skills. Once Guardian's Heart was activated, all the monsters' aggro was directed at Luzhou Laoju. Luzhou Laoju expertly used Earth Wall, combined with the 30% damage reduction provided by the Guardian's Heart shield, and was able to absorb almost all the damage without issue, allowing Mou to easily recover health and use his ultimate. And Arc Slash was incredibly effective against gerbils. Gerbils had low defense and a short health bar, so a single slash to the neck always resulted in a critical hit, effectively killing them. He could practically kill several of them with a single strike. Even if some weren't killed, you could easily finish them off with a single strike. The Camorra iguana is a bit more difficult to deal with, but it's just one monster. As long as you can maintain aggro and block damage, and your healing is greater than your damage, you can defeat it, no matter the level difference, as long as your health bar is visible. Luzhou Laoju has even made a creative use of the earth wall this time, creating a guillotine-like wall that traps the iguana's head and forelimbs, preventing it from pulling out or rushing through. The two of them simply stand there and deal damage without taking damage, winning without any damage. The monsters here are truly bountiful in terms of experience. By the time Qian returned to the game during lunch break to change shifts, Luzhou Laoju was already level 26, and Mou was level 23. Lower level classes seem to have a stronger presence in this kind of team split. Our levels are going to increase significantly after this trip, Qian exclaimed. Xianyu, who had logged in on time, had no intention of logging off. I got nothing to do this afternoon, so I stay here and level up. The druid rejoined the group. The biggest difference was that they had fresh, decontaminated barbecue to eat. It was also 6 p.m. in game time, perfect for an in-game dinner. The group killed another batch of gerbils, and started a barbecue right there. Because they were running low on fuel, Qian went to the side, and cut some thick thorn branches, and dragged them back. These branches won't burn well, will they? Xianyu glanced at the system prompt. They say they have too much water. Qian chuckled confidently, first using element identification on the thorns, then extracting all the water from them using element extraction, which he then placed in a bottle. After the water was completely extracted, the remaining dry branches ignited instantly, making them perfect fuel for the fire. Wow! Xianyu applauded. That's a great idea. It seems that if this element refinement weren't restricted to creatures, it would be a truly devastating skill in combat. Mou's lips curled slightly. You just can't use it in combat. Refining the moisture from an enemy and instantly turning them into a mummy is too much. Will this game even pass review? Furthermore, if players are too skilled and have excessive cheat codes, gameplay will suffer, reducing player engagement and hindering game development. As for the game's difficulty, it naturally needs to be set slightly higher than the average player's upper limit to stimulate their creativity and desire for a challenge. Qian skillfully placed the deheaded, skinned, tailed, clawed, and gutted gerbil meat on skewers and grilled it beside the fire. Xianyuitio and Mou removed the gerbil skins and teeth and stored them away. These are valuable warcraft materials, and could potentially fetch a good profit if sold in the Mystic City. For players, the delicacies of other worlds are just data. Since there's no need to worry about parasitic infections, as long as the system tests positive for toxins, enjoying them is effortless. The taste of gerbils is like a firmer, juicier chicken, springy and succulent. Just roast them until crispy, and the meat will burst with delicious juices as you bite into it. This is much better than the rice balls I had for lunch. Heejin Pokienshin held several skewers of grilled gerbils in one hand, nibbling on one and the other, tears of emotion streaming down his face. Rice balls for lunch? Office workers are so hardworking. Xianyuitio pulled a can of Otaku Happy Water from his backpack and gave it to him as a comfort. Still hungry, the group went on to hunt more, grilling and packing them for the journey. With this process, even the lowest level salted fish reached level 19. After discovering that dehydrated thorns could be used as fuel, the group would gather a few branches every few steps. This practice of shifting gears between shots kept the thorns from being annoying, but not overwhelming them. However, the results were quite fruitful, with each person's backpack overflowing with a large bundle of thorn branches. The extracted water had also been tested. As the saying goes, system products are guaranteed. The extracted water was incredibly pure, non-toxic and sterile, and even had a hint of sweetness to it. The group simply used this water as a supplement to their drinking water, saving them the need for constant purification of the water used in the water flow technique. As they hunted and ate along the way, Mou almost thought they were on a picnic rather than an expedition to open up new land. For players, is there really a difference between the two? Luzhou Lajiu logged in on time, replacing Ijin Paqianshan, who had taken his lunch break and was heading to work. The three continued forward for about an hour before seeing the scenery change again. This time, the landscape ahead was no longer an endless plain, but two towering mountains to their left and right, and the road beneath their feet led to a canyon between them. Although it was already midnight in the game, the weather was clear today. Under the brilliant starry sky, the river in the canyon resembled a ribbon of shimmering stars, reflecting the galaxy and illuminating the path. Wow, this is my first time seeing a mountain canyon in this game. This starry sky is so beautiful. Xianyuitio opened the system interface and frantically took screenshots. I'm going to post this on Yuhua Dengxian's expedition guide thread. Yes, Yuhua Dengxian had been writing a post about the expedition since he logged off that morning, and had also posted a first-person video he edited to capture the best parts. It's now going viral on the forum, but his post only runs until 10 a.m., and Xianyuitio would occasionally add new content to the post, kind of like a live stream. Not only are there mountains and canyons, but there are also rivers here. Luzhou Lajiu looked up at the peak. This must be snowmelt flowing down from the mountains, forming a river at the bottom of the canyon. The path they were taking was carved into the mountainside on the left side of the canyon. Just below the cliff next to it was the clear river at the canyon's bottom. Besides thorns, the hillside was covered with tall trees, similar to those in the dark forest. They must have been quite old. Some of the trees were already showing signs of pollution, erosion, mutation, and death, while others still looked quite healthy. The scenery here is really nice. It would be even better during the day, Mou said. Are there any fish in the river? Shouldn't this game allow fishing? As a dedicated gamer, how could I not love fishing? I couldn't find any fishing spots in AMT Village before, and I felt a bit uneasy with just one fish. Even if I could fish, now's not the right time, Luzhou Lajiu said. Once we install the teleportation array, we should be able to explore freely. Then I can fish as much as I want. This place shouldn't be too far from the Mystic City. Mou checked the map. He had previously estimated the distance based on the caravan's speed. However, compared to the caravans, who were carrying heavy loads and needed to rest and eat along the way, the players, riding their bicycles non-stop, were traveling at more than double the speed of the caravans. Even accounting for breaks to fight monsters, it should have been much faster than the 3 days Mou had estimated. They had already traveled for 2 days, and the remaining distance should be no more than 1/3. According to the information he had previously obtained from Rama, the Mystic City was located in the mountains. Now that they had reached the mountain canyon, they should be close to the Mystic City. The monsters that roamed the canyon at night were primarily level 28 monkeys. These demonized monkeys were agile and ranged, avoiding humans and hurling rocks from a distance. However, these rocks were a nuisance on the narrow canyon path. Luzhou Lajiu activated his guardian heart and used his shield to clear the way, while Mou and Xianyuitio attacked the monkeys with ranged attacks. While their ranged attacks were effective, and their experience points were substantial, the dead monkeys were far away on the slopes, making any loot impossible. This left the three of them feeling a bit disappointed. Even if the monkey meat wasn't particularly tasty, it could still be sold to alchemists as Warcraft materials. Though a little regretful, the three didn't slow down. For one thing, none of them wanted to spend the night on this narrow canyon path, being bombarded by falling rocks from the monkeys. For this reason, they packed up their carts, strapped their companion's octopus carcass onto their backs, and each of them took a mountain bike, pushing their speed to 30 kilometers per hour. By 6 o'clock in the evening, they had successfully exited the Grand Canyon and begun their ascent. In the game, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. As they followed the winding mountain road around halfway up the mountain, they spotted a dazzling yellow sun rising slowly across the horizon, its orange-red glow tinting the sky a beautiful peach. And beneath that rising sun, nestled among the mountains, a vast, vibrant city, seemingly suspended in midair, shimmered like a jewel, lay quietly bathed in the morning light. "We're here! We're here!" Xianyuitio excitedly shouted, quickly using her system to capture the beautiful sight of the mystical city under the rising sun. After snapping dozens of pictures, she finally said with immense satisfaction, "Another great day for the art team. Ever since I started playing this game, I've been wanting to give them a thumbs up every day. It's truly beautiful." Luzhou Lajiao muttered involuntarily, "The color scheme is quite bold." "It's a bit like Persian architecture," said Mou. "The mystical city of Onisil sits between 5 rolling red earth peaks. The entire city appears to have been carved away from these mountains and embedded into their base. Atop the exposed red earth of the mountains, a city wall is built of bricks and tiles made of the same red earth and stone. The buildings within the city are mostly constructed with red and yellow bricks and stone, each crowned by a large dome made of a variety of brightly colored tiles. These bright colors are made up of orange, blue and pink and purple. The bold color contrast looks very eye-catching without hurting the eyes.